In her previous life, Shen He was blind and ignorant, ultimately meeting a tragic end at the hands of scumbag and a shameless woman when the apocalypse arrived. In this new life, watch as she fights for survival, changes her fate, and protects her only family member. Chapter 1. A New Life. Why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong? I hate you all. I will never let you go. I will curse you forever and ever. Shen He's voice was already hoarse, her heartfelt wails echoing through the heavens and the earth. However, in the next moment, a zombie with a face covered in pus bit down on Shen He's cheek. Looking at the disgusting creature before her, Shen He couldn't help but feel nauseated. She struggled desperately, trying to push away the vile things with all her might. But it was of no use. After an unknown amount of time, when she realized there was no hope left for survival, Shen He finally gave up the struggle. Feeling the zombies tearing at her, the initial fear was gradually replaced by pain. A tear trickled down the corner of her eye. Shen He ultimately died in the mouth of a zombie. In her heart, she silently vowed that if she had a next life, she would ensure they would not die a good death. Suddenly, Shen He was jolted awake from her dream. She sat up straight, drenched in sweat. The fear and despair in her heart seemed not to have dissipated. Meow. Lost in her thoughts, Shen He heard Yuan Bao's meow and looked up in disbelief. What met her eyes was the chubby and round figure of Yuan Bao. Shen He could no longer hold back. She scooped up Yuan Bao and cried loudly. It was as if she wanted to cry out all her grievances. Yuan Bao was a birthday gift from her mother when she turned 15. In childhood, Shen He had loved cats, finding them affectionate and adorable, longing to have one of her own. Mom, I want a little kitten forever. Her mother looked down at the little girl and gently replied, okay, but you're too young right now to take care of it. When you grow up and can take care of yourself, you can take care of it too, and then you can pour all your love into it. Shen He didn't understand the meaning behind her mother's words, but she knew that once she could earn money, she could have a little kitten. So while others played and frolicked after school, Shen He began to figure out how to make money. By the time she turned 15, she finally earned her first pot of gold. She had written novels on a website for a year. Although her initial results were dismal, the thought of her little kitten filled her with motivation. Every day after school, Shen He rushed home to as soon as she finished her homework. She spent all day glued to her computer desk. One day, her mother came in with some fruit. Xiao He, still working hard? Shen He kept her eyes on the computer. Yes, Mom. I'll wash up soon, don't rush me. Her mother smiled and set the fruit plate down. Okay, I won't rush you. Remember to take breaks. Okay, Mom. Although Shen He was eager to see results, she knew it couldn't happen overnight. So she ate some fruit and went to bed. Shen He was overjoyed, although it wasn't much money. The fact that she could earn it was the most important thing. Years later, after doing many things, she finally got her little kitten that on her 15th birthday. Shen He received the best gift of her life, that a pure white kitten with just a touch of yellow on its forehead. Shen He was ecstatic, unable to put it down. Every day, she named it Yuan Bao. Holding Yuan Bao under its armpits, she lifted it up. Yuan Bao, you must bring me well so that I can support you on my own. We can't trouble Mom, you know? She's working hard. The kitten was well behaved, not struggling at all in Shen He's hands. Meow. Seeing the kitten's appearance made Shen He beam with joy. So good. The two of them communicated effortlessly, but such a sensible and adorable kitten was tortured to death by that man. Every time Shen He thought of this, she wished she could crush that man to ashes. After calming herself down, her excitement gradually faded, and Shen He began to sense something was wrong. She had clearly died, so how could she see Yuan Bao again? She turned her head and looked around her surroundings. Pink wallpaper, a mural of Yuan Bao, and the curtains given by that scumbag. This was her bedroom. How could this be possible? Ignoring Yuan Bao in her arms, Shen He followed her memories and climbed to the edge of the bed. She grabbed the phone on the bedside table, but her trembling hands couldn't unlock it. Shen He pressed the phone quickly, but it wouldn't turn on. In her slow reaction, she suddenly realized it might be turned off. As the startup animation played, Shen He didn't know what she was expecting, staring blankly at the phone screen. When she saw the date 2035 on her phone, she was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Heaven is really good to me. Since this is the case, I will definitely live well. Having confirmed the fact that she had been reborn, Shen He quickly organized her thoughts about what would happen next. It was now May, and in 2 months, the apocalypse would arrive, plunging the world into chaos. The changes in the environment would give rise to immortal zombies and human abilities. Recalling her previous life, When she had no abilities, she had to exchange her wealth and food for her boyfriend's protection. In the end, he had long been with her best friend. They drained Shen He's value and cruelly killed Yuan Bao in front of her. Finally, they tossed Shen He into a crowd of zombies. Shen He closed her eyes and then opened them again to this moment. Her eyes were filled with determination. In this life, she would rely on herself, survive, and become the strongest in the world. Time was of the essence. Shen He needed to prepare early. She quickly got out of bed and found the hairpin in her dressing box. This was a family heirloom left by her mother before she passed away, instructing Shen He to guard it well. However, in the apocalypse, how could an ordinary person like her keep such a worthless item? The hairpin ultimately got exchanged for food during her escape. But at the moment of her death, she learned that this hairpin had ended up in her best friend's hands. She didn't know how her best friend learned of the hairpin's value, so she conspired to take it away. With space, her best friend became someone coveted by various major bases. Thinking of her best friend's glory in her previous life, Shen He hesitated no longer. She took a knife and cut her finger, letting her blood drip onto the hairpin. The wound wasn't small and continued to bleed, but Shen He didn't care. Having experienced the days of her past life, none of this was anything compared to that. As she watched the turquoise hairpin emit a purple glow, even a faint rainbow aura surrounded it. Chapter 2. Level 1 Space. Shen He was very excited. After all, this was her capital for survival in the apocalypse. After a long while, she heard a meow. She eagerly pinned the hairpin to her head, and then a mechanical baby voice echoed. "Hello, Master. The space spirit Xiaomei is at your service. Due to low permissions, the space capacity is 1 square meter. When the quantity and variety of items in the space increase, it will automatically upgrade. Please be informed, Master." Shen He felt the 1 square meter of space in her mind and was overwhelmed with joy and tears. This was left to her by her mother, and in her previous life, it had been taken advantage of by that despicable person. Understanding the rules for upgrading the space, Shen He began to sort through the valuable items in her home. She threw some necessary daily necessities and food into the space. As she was about to leave with her jewelry, household registration book, and savings book, she suddenly stopped at the door. Shen He pondered and put down the items in her hands. She picked up her pet, Yuan Bao. Wanted to try putting Yuan Bao into the space so that it would never be harmed. Ever since she sensed the space of the hairpin, Shen He felt the presence of mental power. She used her mental power to try to send Yuan Bao inside. But it was of no use. The current space level is level 1, and living things cannot be stored. Please upgrade as soon as possible, Master. Although Shen He was disappointed, she grasped the key point in Xiaomei's words that in other words, if you upgrade, you can store living things? Anything is possible. Shen He repeated Xiaomei's words, a smile creeping on her lips. I like IT. And no longer hesitating, Shen He first headed to the gold shop. Excuse me, I want to sell all of these. Shen He was very anxious. She needed to handle everything early and go find her brother. He was still unaware that the apocalypse was approaching and would definitely be unprepared. She had to protect him. The staff stared at the table full of gold jewelry, completely stunned. Shen He gently tapped the table, reminding, "Hello, I want to sell that. Sorry, I'll go call the manager right away." As soon as she finished speaking, the woman turned and went upstairs. Usually, selling jewelry doesn't require calling the manager, but because Shen He brought in so much, the staff was probably worried about any issues and urgently went to call the manager. The manager quickly came out, and upon seeing the shiny gold jewelry on the table, was also taken aback. He approached and said flatteringly, "Miss, hello. Shall we go upstairs to talk?" Shen He smiled and nodded. Following the manager upstairs, as she went up, Shen He saw a man coming in who looked very familiar. But she was soon blocked by the staircase, and Shen He didn't dwell on it, entering the room on the 2nd floor. "Please sit, just a moment." The manager spoke while examining the jewelry in front of him. Shen He slightly nodded, picking up the tea that the waiter had just brought and sipping it slowly. American coffee. Shen He hadn't had it in a long time now. It felt like it had been a century since she last tasted it. Just as she was reminiscing, she heard the manager's voice. "Miss, I don't know if the invoice is still here. We need to confirm that these items are really yours. Please understand out of course." Shen He turned and rummaged through her bag. She had always liked to keep invoices and similar documents, so she hadn't thrown any of them away. Even though the manager was mentally prepared, he was still startled when he saw the large stack of invoices Shen He took out. So much money. How long would it take to earn that? Clearing his throat, the manager began to carefully check the invoices. After a while, the manager said, "Miss, these invoices and gold jewelry are all in order. Let me confirm again. Do you really want to sell them?" Shen He shifted her gaze from her phone. "Yes, of course, Shen He knew this. No problem, but I need cash." The manager was taken aback by this request. In today's electronic payment era, very few people carry cash, let alone such a large amount. The manager was somewhat troubled. "Miss, do you really need cash? It will be quite inconvenient. With the apocalypse approaching, when people are gone, electronic payments become useless because everyone will resort to robbery." Shen He nodded. "Yes, I need cash." The manager took out a printed contract. "In that case, please sign here. We will need 3 days to prepare the cash. I wonder if you're willing to wait 3 days. Shen He calculated the time. It was more than enough. "Okay, I'll come to collect the money in 3 days." After leaving the gold shop, it was already very late. However, Shen He, who hadn't eaten all day, wasn't hungry at all. She had to prepare everything before the apocalypse arrived. Without stopping, she took a taxi to the bank. Shen He used all the credit cards she could, mortgaged her house, and applied for loans. Now that the cash conversion was complete, she should go stock up on supplies. Everything she did was to prepare for the apocalypse, and also, she needed to upgrade her space. After making 2 phone calls, over 100 people from the company all came to Shen He. She led over 100 people, marching into the mall. She entered a supersized supermarket, adding everything she saw into her shopping cart. The group's frenzied, stockpiling behavior caught everyone's attention. People looked at Shen He's strange actions, finding it unbelievable. Buying so many things, how long would that last? But Shen He didn't care. Surviving the apocalypse was the most important thing. An elderly woman looked at her with concern and gently touched Shen He's arm. Cautiously, she said, "Little girl, why are you buying so many things? Even if you have something unhappy going on, you shouldn't give up on yourself." Just as Shen He was placing a pack of ham sausages into her shopping cart, she heard the grandmother's words and kindly reminded her, "Grandma, it's better to stock up on more food at home. Nowadays, things aren't very peaceful. If another pandemic occurs, it's good to have something to eat at home." The grandmother didn't expect the little girl's frenzied stockpiling to be for precaution. She thought it was because of some emotional issue and that the girl was feeling down. The grandmother relaxed, casually saying, "Oh, the country handled the last pandemic very well. Even if there's another one, there's no need to worry." Chapter 3. Collecting supplies. Shen He smiled helplessly. She couldn't say that the apocalypse was coming. If it were used by someone with ulterior motives to gain views without any bottom line, she might end up behind bars for causing social panic. She thought that hoarding supplies due to the pandemic was a good reason, but the country had managed the last outbreak well, and her grandmother had no sense of crisis at all. However, considering her grandmother's concern for her, Shen He still decided to persuade her. "Grandma, in a critical situation, the country can't take care of everyone, so it's better to stock up on some supplies. They won't go bad anyway." Her grandmother didn't expect the little girl to be so persistent. "All right, then I'll listen to you and stock up on some noodles or something. I'm too old to eat those snacks anyway." Shen He looked at the others and saw that they were all waiting for her, so she didn't delay any longer. "Grandma, I have something to do, so I'll leave first." Hearing her grandmother respond, Shen He directly pushed the cart to the checkout. This shopping trip cost her a third of her money. However, she didn't feel any regret at all. In the apocalypse, food was the most important thing. At that time, a single sausage could be exchanged for a human life. Thinking about the dire situation in the apocalypse, Shen He couldn't help but feel worried. A group of people had delivered several trucks, bringing in loads of food into the house. More than 100 people worked for several hours just to barely finish moving everything. Shen He was also drenched in sweat, collapsing directly to the ground. "Boss, have a sip of water." Shen He finished the water in one go. Cough, 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 cough. The intense coughing caught everyone's attention. "Boss, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Shen He raised her head and looked at the young people in front of her, unable to hold back her tears. These were all people who had been with her mother, and after her mother's passing, she took over the company. None of them bullied her for being young. However, she needed to plan ahead. After thinking for a long time, Shen He spoke. "Everyone, listen to me. I plan to close the company." A group of people, still concerned about their boss's situation, was caught off guard by her sudden statement. Moreover, they were not even in the company's conference room. Everyone looked at their boss's warm home, doubting if they were dreaming. One slightly older person, seeing that Shen He didn't seem to be joking, uncertainly asked, "Boss, what do you mean?" Shen He took a while to gather some strength and managed to stand up with difficulty. "I know you all followed my mother from the very beginning, but now I have something important to deal with, and the company must be closed." A man spoke anxiously. "Boss, if you have something to attend to, we can take care of it for you. The company is running so well. Why does it need to close?" Shen He turned to look at the young man who was speaking. He was someone Shen He had hired later, although not very smart. He was hardworking and diligent. His practical and serious work attitude made Shen He feel at ease. He was probably the one among these people who needed money the most. After all, he had come from a poor family and even attended university on student loans. Now that he had just finished paying off his loans, with his wife having just given birth to a child, he likely had a mortgage to worry about as well, relying on this job. Shen He felt a bit reluctant, but still spoke coldly. "I've made up my mind, and I won't change it." "Boss, boss." Shen He raised her hand to stop those who were about to speak. "The money in the company's account will be divided among you. I will cover the breach of contract costs myself, so you should plan ahead. Buy more food and stock at home. Who knows when the next pandemic will be?" At this moment, even if everyone is reluctant to accept it, they have no choice. Being able to receive that money is already a special favor from a boss. They cannot ask for too much. An assistant came over and wrapped her arm around Shen He's. "Boss, where are you going?" Shen He thought of her weak little brother and gently said, "I want to go find my brother." Everyone exchanged pleasantries again, and it wasn't until late at night that they gradually left. Shen He was already extremely fatigued at this moment. She slumped on the ground, looking at the room full of supplies, hoping that the space wouldn't disappoint her. Meow. Unfortunately, there were too many people, so it could only wait on the side. Shen He saw Yuan Bao coming over, skillfully reached out to hold it, and stroked its head. After a while, Yuan Bao fell asleep. As for Shen He, it was time to get down to business. Shen He picked up a bucket of instant noodles and used her mental power to successfully place the bucket into a corner of the 1-meter space. Shen He was very happy. She first started putting different kinds of things inside. When she had filled it to more than half a meter, Xiao Mei's mechanical voice rang in her mind. "Detection of imminent space upgrade. Please pause placing materials. The space is upgrading. Please wait patiently." 3, 2, 1. Ding! Space upgrade completed. Current space level is level 2. Space capacity is 10 square meters. Please continue to upgrade. Master. Feeling the vastness of her vision in her mind, Shen He was overjoyed. Just as she was about to continue placing items, the doorbell rang. Shen He stood up in confusion, gently put down the ingot, and walked to the door. As soon as she opened the door, she saw the face that had brought her bad luck. The visitor was her good friend, Li Nan, with whom she had grown up. She was the one who had been secretly flirting with Shen He's boyfriend. Li Nan naturally pushed the door open and paused for a moment when she saw the large amount of food in the room. She asked in confusion, "Shen He, why have you stockpiled so much food? How long are you planning to eat this?" Shen He was impatient and said, "Why are you here in the middle of the night? Is there something you need?" Li Nan, she pretended to be nonchalant and moved closer, trying to wrap her arms around Shen He's. "Oh, I just missed you and wanted to come see you." Shen He furrowed her brows, turned to the side, and avoided Li Nan's touch. Shen He's behavior can be described as quite unusual. Since she was little, Shen He has not had a father, which led her to suffer from ridicule and bullying from other children. Although they were just kids, their malice was undeniable. They knew that mentioning Shen He's lack of a father would make her cry, so they did it on purpose. That day, when Shen He was leaving school, she was surrounded by a group of children again. They held hands, spun in circles, and chanted, "Daddy, oh Daddy, where is Daddy gone? He is so scared. He is so scared." Chapter 4. We break off our friendship. Shen He was surrounded in the middle, terrified. She tried hard to cover her ears, constantly murmuring, I have a dad. I have a dad." Just then, Li Nan appeared. She shouted, "What are you doing? You're bullying her. Be careful, or I'll tell the teacher." As soon as the group of children heard someone was going to tell the teacher, they disappeared in an instant. To Shen He, Li Nan was like a ray of light, illuminating her world. She was the only girl willing to play with her. From then on, Shen He and Li Nan were inseparable. Shen He came from a good family, so she would bring all kinds of treats and toys for Li Nan every day. The two spent almost all their time together, becoming close friends who shared everything. As Shen He grew older, not having a dad no longer hurt her because she knew she had the best mom. However, she still felt touched by Li Nan's help back then. So even when Li Nan acted unreasonable or crossed boundaries, Shen He would tolerate her. What Shen He didn't expect was that the issue of not having a dad would be something Li Nan would expose. She intentionally spread the rumor that Shen He had no dad, knowing that no one would stand up for her even if they bullied her. Under Li Nan's instigation, along with their curiosity and malice, the other children formed a small group to bully Shen He. Li Nan deliberately put Shen He in awkward situations, only to appear later, making Shen He rely on her even more. It must be said that she succeeded, even when Shen He repeatedly caught her getting too close to her boyfriend. She still didn't suspect her. All of this was something Li Nan herself confessed when Shen He was about to die. Li Nan appeared deeply hurt on the surface, saying, "Shen He, what's wrong?" But inside, she was utterly disdainful. I don't know what trick she's up to again. Living in such a nice house. If it weren't for her brother not liking me, I would have moved in a long time ago. Shen He carefully examined the woman in front of her. With delicate features and a doll-like face, she appeared lively and adorable. Her long eyebrows added to her beauty, making it clear that she was a kind and lovely girl. No wonder Yu Yao would secretly develop a relationship with her behind Shen He's back. However, looking at this face made Shen He feel extremely disgusted. From now on, don't come looking for me if there's nothing important. We're cutting ties. After Shen He finished speaking, she didn't want to pay attention to Li Nan and walked directly into the room. But Li Nan was not going to let Shen He leave and grabbed her hand. With a hint of anxiety, she asked why. Haven't we always been close? Shen He felt the temperature in her hand and directly slapped Li Nan hard across the face. In an instant, a bright red handprint appeared on Li Nan's face. Her exquisite makeup was instantly ruined, and Li Nan, losing her balance, fell heavily to the ground. She covered her face, her expression filled with disbelief. With a face full of anger, she shouted, "What are you doing? Are you trying to kill me?" Shen He stepped forward step by step. Each step seemed to tread on Li Nan's heart. For some reason, she saw a strong aura of killing intent in Shen He's eyes. She stood there in a daze, watching Shen He slowly crouch down, having her chin lifted by Shen He, not daring to move at all. Shen He looked at her masterpiece and sneered. "You should be grateful that the peaceful times saved you, that the law saved you. Now get lost, and I hope I don't see you again, or else I will make you regret it." After Shen He finished speaking, she released Li Nan's chin. Li Nan seemed to suddenly lose all her strength, her head weakly resting on the ground as she gasped for breath. She didn't dare to stop for even a moment, and only when she had run a long distance did she lean against the wall, breathing heavily. At that moment, she was truly frightened by Shen He, as if she had just walked out of hell. Shen He continued her space upgrade, but she found that no matter how many things she put in, there was no longer any sign of the space upgrading. Shen He tried to communicate with Xiao Mei. "Xiao Mei, why haven't you upgraded?" The cold voice held no emotion, and Shen He knew it was about time for her to leave. She needed to search for her brother while also looking for new types of food. She stuffed all the supplies into her space, which immediately became full. For the rest, she found a bag, planning to take as much as she could. Just as she finished packing, she heard the doorbell ring. Shen He frowned, unable to figure out who would come to find her in the middle of the night. She cautiously peered through the peephole and saw a man with a dark expression outside the door. It turned out to be Yu Yao. Shen He opened the door, blocking Yu Yao outside. Just as Yu Yao was about to scold Shen He realized that she had no intention of letting him in, and his brows furrowed. "Step aside, I want to go in." Yu Yao's tone was filled with impatience, but Shen He remained expressionless. Shen He tightened her grip on the stick without showing any emotion. "What are you here for?" Yu Yao heard this and laughed in anger. "What do you mean? Why did you block me?" Shen He narrowed her eyes. When she was selling jewelry, she had already blocked him. Now he only just realized that it might be because of Li Nan. Shen He coldly declared, "From now on, we are breaking up. Men marry women, and we are unrelated." After Shen He finished speaking, she was about to close the door, but was quickly stopped by Yu Yao. He blocked the door with a shoulder and stuck his foot in the opening, preventing it from closing. He was furious. "Shen He, what is wrong with you? Why did you treat Li Nan like that tonight? Aren't you supposed to be best friends? What you did will only hurt her more. Right now, you need to go apologize to her." Shen He took a long breath and said, "I'll say it again, We broke up. You have no right to control me. Besides, isn't it perfect? You should go comfort her. She must be very happy. Yu Yao keenly sensed the reason behind Shen He's unusual behavior. She must have discovered her relationship with Li Nan. This was a big problem, but Shen He was so wealthy, she definitely couldn't be given up on. Yu Yao's momentum instantly diminished, but he still forced an explanation. What nonsense are you talking? I have nothing to do with her. Chapter 5. Bloodstains beneath you. Could you open the door? Let's go in and talk properly. Shen He looked at the shameless man and directly took out the stick in her hand, hitting Yu Yao hard. She had a medical background, so Shen He knew exactly where to hit to cause the most pain. Shen He was ruthless and had a sharp angle. For a moment, Yu Yao had no way to suppress Shen He and could only escape in embarrassment. The corridor was suddenly filled with the sounds of wailing, waking up the neighbors around. The neighbors came out one after another to mediate. It's midnight. What's all the noise? It's so annoying. You fight at one end of the bed and make up at the other. After your fight, you'll be back to loving each other. I pity that I have to go to work tomorrow. Exactly. My child has an exam tomorrow. It seemed that Yu Yao found an ally and took the opportunity. Shen He, can we stop making a scene? Let's have a good talk. You're disturbing others. Shen He sneered and stepped forward. When Yu Yao saw Shen He put down the stick, he thought Shen He had come to terms with things after all. Shen He had always been easy to deal with. Just as he was about to take the opportunity to hug Shen He suddenly kicked Yu Yao hard in the groin. Yu Yao collapsed to the ground, curling up and covering his lower region, writhing in pain. The neighbors around were scared, and seeing the blood beneath Yu Yao, they secretly dialed 120. Shen He glanced around, and the neighbors didn't dare to say a word. She turned her head and slammed the door shut with a bang, completely ignoring the whispers outside. Things were a bit troublesome now. Under the rule of law, she couldn't hold back any longer. However, it was indeed satisfying. She could guarantee that from now on, Yu Yao would no longer be able to pamper Li Nan. She wanted to see if the two of them could still be so affectionate. She sadly touched the wall. This was all the result of her mother's hard work, just to provide her with a good life. Now, she had to give it up. She called for a courier and had all the remaining supplies sent to her employee's home. Then, she hurriedly left with a few pieces of clothing. The remaining plans had to be put on hold. Otherwise, if the police came, it would definitely delay her schedule. She rushed to the gold shop and temporarily changed her cash into a bank transfer because she couldn't wait 3 more days. Besides, there was no space left to store cash. The gold shop was very efficient. Since she was a big client, they could work overtime no matter what time she arrived, which saved Shen He a lot of time. After receiving the transfer, Shen He took the gold ingot and set off directly for Haicheng. Her younger brother, Shen Feng, was studying in Haicheng and, at a young age, was already a researcher there, a genius in the field of innovation, and therefore was highly valued. A few months ago, her brother called to say he was going to work on a very secret project. For the next few months, or even years, they wouldn't be able to contact each other, so Shen He shouldn't worry. At that time, Shen He didn't understand but could only support him, as it was her brother's dream. But this also meant that Shen He had no idea where her brother was. She could only go to Haicheng first and then make further plans. Along the way, Shen He either took a taxi or walked, constantly paying attention to the news at home. She bought everything that might be helpful in the apocalypse, all of which went into Shen He's space. After 3 days like this, Shen He's space finally upgraded again. This time, it directly expanded to 100 square meters. A mechanical electronic voice announced, "Space upgrade successful. Current capacity is 100 square meters. Please continue to work hard, Master." Shen He couldn't help but jump up. Great. The increase in space capacity directly relieved a lot of pressure from Shen He, making her feel much more relaxed. Shen He discovered that if the space is too cramped, her mental state becomes poor, and she feels uncomfortable. This also fully illustrates that the space has already merged with her. Shen He was really exhausted after all. She was just a mortal. She found a hotel and took a comfortable shower. Just as she was about to fall asleep on the soft big bed, she heard the sound of the television. Shen He looked around in confusion and discovered that she had accidentally pressed down on the remote control when she lay down. She relaxed her worried heart and was just about to turn off the TV when she heard a news report. Due to the impact of the typhoon, there would be localized heavy rain or torrential rain in the border city. The current flood disaster had already caused multiple houses to collapse and local rescue efforts were underway. Shen He couldn't believe it. She repeatedly checked the time on her phone. It turned out that the apocalypse had indeed come early. In her previous life, it was a month later when heavy rain fell in the border city, resulting in tens of thousands of deaths. At that time, people thought it was just an ordinary natural disaster. Provinces rushed to provide aid, contributing supplies and donating money. Little did they know, this was just the beginning. Within a few days, all provinces were suffering from various natural disasters. Some provinces experienced heavy snowfall in June, burying countless livestock under ice and snow. Others were hit by frequent earthquakes, with cracks appearing in the ground, leading to numerous deaths. Some provinces were unusually hot, with people dying from the heat while thunder and lightning raged, yet not a drop of rain fell. Glaciers melted, and sea levels rose sharply. People finally realized something was wrong. They panicked, but the earth was so vast, where could they run to? The abrupt change in climate took away most of humanity on the planet. Strong winds howled, dust storms swept through, and the ground was littered with corpses. The remaining survivors barely managed to live by looting supermarkets and robbing neighbors. Even after experiencing it once, she still couldn't overcome her fear. But the next piece of news shattered Shen He's thoughts. Shen He looked at her face on the news, feeling complicated emotions. She had always been a very understanding and well-mannered person, and now she had become a wanted criminal, a fugitive hiding from the law, no less. After a moment of self-deprecation, Shen He lost the desire to continue resting and started packing up, preparing to hit the road again. She used the makeup she had brought with her to alter her appearance. Shen He painted a large black spot on her face, the kind that even her own mother wouldn't be able to recognize her. Before the apocalypse, the country's public security was very good. Chapter 6. The Moment of Escape. Therefore, Shen He was completely unconcerned about her safety and would just sleep on a bench by the roadside when she was tired. A week passed like this, and Shen He had covered half of her journey. However, there was no sign of her space leveling up at all. It seemed that the higher the level, the more types of items were needed. In these days, Shen He only slept for 3 hours every day and would go into large shopping malls to procure supplies whenever she could. But on this day, when she was about to enter a mall, she was surprisingly chased out by a security guard. The guard waved his hand impatiently. "Go away, go somewhere else." Shen He was taken aback for a moment, then lowered her head to check her condition, only to realize she was in a very disheveled state. There was no other choice. She could only continue on her way. When she reached a suburban area, she unexpectedly encountered a tornado. Shen He had a very serious expression because everything had already begun. She watched as the tornado got closer and closer to her, waiting for the right moment. Shen He took advantage of the carriage brought by the strong wind and swiftly climbed over to the back of the building. Just as she was about to move further to a safer place, a tornado howled in. Although she was in a relatively safe spot, the fierce wind made it impossible for Shen He to open her eyes. As she used her hand to shield her eyes from the wind, the tornado quietly approached her direction. At this critical moment, a hand quickly wrapped around Shen He's waist, pulling her away from the dangerous area. Shen He felt herself being uncontrollably taken away by someone and instinctively screamed. Once she calmed down and opened her eyes, she was surprised to see Godan. Without thinking, Shen He knew he was the one who had just saved her. Godan was a playmate of her younger brother when they were kids. Since both of his parents had died when he was young, no one had given him a name. As he grew older, he was often bullied by the other children, who called him Godan. At first, he was very angry and would fight with the other kids, even when he was beaten up. It wasn't until he met her brother that things changed. Her brother said something that made Godan accept the name. Even when introducing himself in front of Shen He, he did so with a calm demeanor, saying, "Hello, my name is Godan." Hearing that name, Shen He instinctively froze for a moment. She turned to look at her brother, who just smiled and nodded, saying nothing more. Shen He naturally knew there must be a reason behind it. Since the other party introduced it this way, it seemed they didn't mind. So she looked at Dogdan seriously and said, "Hello, my name is Shen He, and I am Shen Feng's sister." This was Shen He's first meeting with Dogdan. Later, due to her brother, she had more interactions with Dogdan. He was a very stubborn, yet innocent boy. However, as Shen He looked at the man in the trench coat in front of her, she felt that he seemed to have changed a lot. He used to be meticulous, but now he had stubble that could poke his chin. The imagery was so strong that Shen He couldn't help but laugh. Dog Dan helplessly said, "At a time like this, you can still laugh?" Shen He was stunned and blurted out, "When?" Dog Dan replied, "Of course, it's the moment of escape." Shen He let out a long sigh. She punched Dog Dan on the shoulder, still panting as she spoke. Just now, she thought Dog Dan knew about the apocalypse. "Since you know I'm a fugitive, why are you still getting so close to me? Aren't you afraid I might take you out too?" Dog Dan suddenly laughed, his smile as warm as spring breeze. As the saying goes, to die under the peony is to be a ghost with style. Shen He looked at Dog Dan, who was shaking his head and seriously reading poetry. Shen He, as expected, she's still as annoying as ever. She gritted her teeth and reminded him, "Speak nicely." Dog Dan really was afraid of making this little tigress angry. He quickly explained, all right, I'm not teasing you anymore. Actually, that day, when you went to the gold shop to sell some money, I just happened to go to the gold shop to buy something." This reminded Shen He of that day. When she was going upstairs, she saw a familiar figure. It turned out to be Dog Dan. What a coincidence. Shen He asked the question in her heart. "So what? How do we end up here again?" Dog Dan looked at Shen He with a mischievous grin. "Of course. I came to see you sold all your jewelry, and I thought you went bankrupt. I was worried you might do something foolish, so I followed you all the way." As Dog Dan spoke, he leaned a little closer to Shen He. Shen He was digesting what Dog Dan had just said when she suddenly noticed him so close and pushed him away. "Get away. You're disturbing my thoughts." Dog Dan stumbled back a lot. But the seriousness and disappointment in his eyes couldn't be hidden. However, Shen He didn't notice at all. Shen He thought to herself how she had such little vigilance. How could she survive in the apocalypse like this? After completely denying herself, Shen He looked up at Go Dan and asked, "Why are you so free? Aren't you going to the company?" Go Dan sighed, leaning his whole body against Shen He. "Yeah, it's because I'm worried about you. The company marked me as absent and directly fired me." Shen He heard that she had actually implicated Dog Dan and frowned. Then she heard Dog Dan continue, "If you don't take me in, I have nowhere to go and I'll starve to death." Dog Dan was dramatically expressing his sadness while secretly observing Shen He's expression and attitude. He looked completely unserious. Shen He certainly knew Dog Dan's little thoughts. Under normal circumstances, she would never allow it. However, the apocalypse was approaching. He knew nothing, and if she were alone, she wouldn't feel at ease either. Shen He straightened her body and raised her palm. "You can follow me, but you must listen to me in everything." Without a place to lean on, Dog Dan also sat up straight. He had a smug look on his face and placed his palm by his ear. "I, Dog Dan, promise to listen to the little fairy from now on." Shen He was amused by the words little fairy. She stretched out her palm and high-fived Dog Dan, just like when they were kids. Only Dog Dan's eyes turned red. He had actually liked Shen He since the first time he saw her. But Shen He was so wonderful, and he had Toad. How could he possibly be worthy of Swan? Later, he worked very hard and finally found a job at a good-listed company. As soon as his internship was over, he couldn't wait to see Shen He. He was prepared and planned to pursue her. But he was too late. Chapter 7. The Coming of the End Times. Shen He already has a boyfriend. That night, he sat for an entire night in the place where they first met. He kept telling himself to respect Shen He and that as long as she was happy. That was enough. Yet he couldn't help but repeatedly think of Shen He's every frown and smile. They were so beautiful and so endearing. In this kind of self-torture and struggle, accompanied by alcohol, he spent countless nights. Shen He raised her eyes, looking at the safe environment. "Let's go. Accompany me to find my brother." Dog Dan got up crookedly. Okay. Shen He watched Dog Egg patting the dust off his butt and suddenly remembered the actions she had taken to avoid the tornado earlier. She suddenly realized that her physical condition seemed to have improved a lot. Shen He was extremely excited inside. Great, this must be the effect of the space. She patted Dog Dan's shoulder. "Let's go. I'll treat you to a feast." Dog Dan raised an eyebrow. "Of course, I'll be relying on you from now on. Just don't let me starve." Shen He walked ahead, her voice carried by the wind into Dog Dan's ears. "Don't worry, you won't starve." Dog Dan looked up and quickly caught up with Shen He. The two of them chatted about something unknown, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. They enjoyed a meal of crayfish at a high-end restaurant, drinking beer and having a great time. Dog Dan made Shen He laugh heartily once again, even making her momentarily forget the sadness and fear of the impending apocalypse, until the heavy rain arrived. Suddenly, the sky outside darkened with thick clouds. The dark clouds seemed to be right above their heads. Daylight turned into night in an instant, and it was so dark that they couldn't see their hands in front of them. Shen He felt something was wrong. She exchanged a glance with Dan and saw shock in each other's eyes. In a moment, a fierce wind swept through. A middle-aged man by the roadside collapsed instantly, damaging countless vehicles. Occasionally, many people could be seen braving the wind, trying to cover their cars with blankets. After all, they had spent a lot of money on them, and they felt very distressed. Little did they know that a greater disaster was about to come. Before long, thunder and lightning erupted. Countless circuits were destroyed, and the city instantly lost its light. The brightness of the lightning became the only source of illumination for the city. Suddenly, the first collapsed skyscraper appeared in the city, right next to where Shen He and Dan were dining. Huge clouds of dust were kicked up, but before they could linger, they were blown away by the fierce wind, disappearing without a trace. Shen He looked at everything in front of her and knew that the apocalypse had officially arrived. She turned her head and looked at the dazed Dan. Dan, are you scared? Dan looked into Shen He's eyes, which gave him endless courage. As long as I'm with you, I'm not afraid. Shen He smiled lightly, not having time to think about the intimacy in the words, and pulled Dan to run outside. Their actions were completely different from those of the other patrons in the restaurant. The manager of the restaurant had gathered all the customers in one place. After all, it was dangerous outside, and being together provided some mutual support. A man shouted anxiously, "What are you doing? Hurry over here." Shen He heard the voice and stopped in her tracks. "It's not safe here. We need to go to an open area in the suburbs." The shop manager frowned, his face full of disapproval. "Didn't you see how terrifying it is outside? We're all together. Even if the building collapses, it's better to have someone here to rescue us." Shen He noticed out of the corner of her eye the supplies stored by the manager in the living room. She had to admit that if this were an ordinary natural disaster, the manager was right. With ample supplies and people gathered together, there would be the greatest chance of survival during rescue. After all, with the houses collapsed, where else could be safe? But this was the end of the world, and no one would come to save them. Everyone was too busy looking after themselves. If the house collapsed, they could only wait to die. Shen He couldn't bear it. "If no one comes to save you, it would be better for you to come with me." Upon hearing this, the curiosity of the crowd vanished. They all thought Shen He was mentally unstable. How could the country be so responsible and the army so brave, yet be indifferent to disasters? They waved their hands and continued to sit on the chairs prepared for them by the store manager. They chatted leisurely, lamenting the unpredictable changes in the weather. The store manager felt a bit embarrassed. "Miss, the country will not abandon us. Your worries are unnecessary. Right now, we don't even know what the situation is outside. It's pitch black. How can we find a safe place?" Shen He no longer persuaded, but reminded with one last sentence. "If you still have channels, you can check other cities to see if there are natural disasters as well." It had already been delayed for a long time, and this natural disaster was becoming more and more serious. She had to get to a safe place as soon as possible. While braving the wind and running outside, she tried to make one last call to her brother. Listening to the voice on the phone, "Hello, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later." Shen He angrily hung up the phone and threw it aside. After this storm passes, all communication facilities will be irreparably damaged. This means it was her last chance to contact her brother. She was filled with anxiety, not knowing how her brother was doing. While lost in thought, Shen He accidentally tripped over a fallen tree. Fortunately, Dan was quick and caught her. Otherwise, with the glass shards nearby, it would have been quite a disaster for her. Shen He looked up and happened to see a child hanging from the window. It was clear that the child's curiosity was too strong. They were looking out the window at the weather and ended up being blown out by a strong wind. Shen He's rationality told her that she should quickly get to a safe place. There was an underground safe passage in the suburbs, used during the infrastructure construction years ago. It could help Shen He and Dan avoid this disaster. However, Shen He found herself unable to move her feet. Listening to the children's screams, she cursed under her breath and conjured a climbing rope out of thin air. She glanced at Dan indifferently, then tossed out the rope, hooking it onto the window. After testing its sturdiness by giving it a pull, she began to climb upwards. Although Shen He had improved her physical strength due to the space, she was still a woman and soon began to feel fatigued. After resting for a moment, She tried hard to regulate her breathing and continue to climb. Just as she was climbing, the window downstairs was suddenly blown away by a strong gust of wind. Shen He nearly lost her balance due to the heavy rain. Just as she was finally reaching for the child, her mother unexpectedly pulled the child away. Chapter 8. Whirlwind in the Air. Is this even a person? She was utterly speechless, filled with frustration that had no outlet. The child had been crying at home for a long time, hanging there for ages, yet no one in the house seemed to notice. She took a deep breath, wanted to slide down slowly. But who would have known that just as she was going down, the climbing rope's position suddenly broke. Shen He was caught off guard and screamed as she fell backward. However, the anticipated pain did not come. She slowly opened her eyes and realized that Go Dan had cushioned her fall. She quickly got up to check Go Dan's injuries. The rest were not too bad, just some scrapes. However, his arm was dislocated. Shen He carefully checked and didn't even look at Dogdan's face. Hang in there. Dogdan, enduring the pain, joked, "Oh, Dr. Shun is on duty." Shen He shot a glare at Dogdan, clearly annoyed. It seemed like it didn't hurt, and he still had the energy to tease me. Back then, Shen He was also an outstanding medical student, but later her mother suffered a major medical accident due to the doctor's irresponsibility. That surgery directly led to her mother's death. At that time, she was heartbroken and dropped out of school to take over her mother's company. Shen He planned to fix Dog Egg, but Dog Egg refused. "Let's take care of my matters once we reach a safe place. We have already delayed for too long." Shen He had no way to refute it. Her pet was already on the verge of death in the airline box. Although she had taken waterproof measures, the prolonged travel and exhaustion had already taken a toll on her pet. Shen He glanced at Yuan Bao and said, "Good." Then she grabbed the other healthy hand of Dog Egg and ran quickly. Dog Egg tightly protected Yuan Bao in his arms, as he knew all too well what Yuan Bao meant to Shen He. Along the way, Shen He and Dog Egg witnessed countless houses collapsing. The screams around them were incessant, but Shen He paid no attention. She no longer had the energy to care for others, especially since she had just put Dog Egg in danger. "Shen He, Dog Egg, we've arrived, hurry, get inside." But it was already too late. Just a moment away, Shen He and Dog Egg could have temporarily escaped this disaster. A gust of wind came suddenly, and Shen He and Dog Egg were swept into the sky unprepared. Dog Egg tightly held Shen He's hand. "Hold on tight, don't let go." She felt like a plastic bag, spinning in the air. The dark thunderstorm and lightning made Shen He feel extremely panicked. She struggled to control herself, trying not to lose her sense of direction. But caught in the vortex high above, she had no way to control herself. Many times, she crashed into Dog Egg, leaving both of them bruised and battered. She was unwilling to accept this. This time, she would definitely survive. After an unknown amount of time, they were violently thrown onto the beach. Fortunately, the soft sand of the beach allowed them to survive by a stroke of luck. It took a whole day for the two of them to slowly wake up. Shen He suddenly vomited everything in his stomach and crawled towards Dog Dan. In his hand, he tightly held onto the cage of the Yuan Bao. Shen He checked Dog Egg's breathing and heartbeat, and fortunately, he was still alive. She performed simple CPR on Dog Egg. "Dog Egg, wake up, hurry up, the tide is coming in soon." Tu el número." Dog Egg suddenly coughed violently a few times, turning to the side and clutching his chest. Shen He was overjoyed and patted Dog Dan on the back to help him catch his breath. Seeing that Dog Dan was feeling much better, Shen He quickly crawled over to check on Yuan Bao. She was very anxious, looking at the motionless Yuan Bao, her hands trembling. She desperately wanted to open the cage, but her cold hands were completely unresponsive. The more anxious Shen He was, the harder it was for him to open the cage, until Go Dan walked over to Shen He and gently patted him on the shoulder. "Shen He, let me do it. Everything will be fine." Shen He sat slumped on the ground, staring unblinkingly at the cat in front of her. She couldn't lose Yuan Bao, absolutely not. She already had the space. It was her fault for not leveling up quickly enough. Dog Dan gently picked up Yuan Bao. "Shen He, it's warm and still breathing." It must have been scared. Dogdan's words pulled Shen He out of her sorrowful emotions. She held Yuan Bao and conjured up a towel out of thin air, carefully wiping Yuan Bao down. Dogdan silently watched Shen He, quietly keeping her company, until Yuan Bao's fur gradually dried. It closed its eyes and meowed softly. That meow seemed to bring Shen He back to life. She tightly hugged Yuan Bao, feeling its warmth. In just a second, Shen He looked up at Dog Dan. We need to leave here quickly. The tide is about to come in. Then she began to pack up, preparing to leave. This decisive attitude caught Shen He off guard for a moment. She didn't hide anything from Dog Dan. Since they were companions on the journey, they naturally had to trust each other. Shen He had long been prepared. She placed a dagger in a corner of the space. If Godan made any bad moves, she could use it to protect herself or even kill him. Since the day she was reborn in the apocalypse, Shen He had already done her psychological preparation. Healing was something she had to learn. If Godan was not trustworthy, she would be the first to test him. But now, looking at Godan, even with so many doubts, he still chose to believe in her. Shen He felt very ashamed. She had judged others with a narrow mind, assuming the worst of them. Shen He looked at the hand extended by Dog Egg and gladly took it. In the apocalypse, having a trustworthy companion is incredibly fortunate. The two of them, along with the cat, kept running ahead. Behind them, the water level gradually rose. The waves of the sea crashed onto the beach layer by layer, gradually erasing the traces left by the two of them. Shen He's foot landed in the muddy area, splashing a circle of mud and dirtying both of their shoes. After an unknown amount of time, Shen He held her waist and bent her back. She waved her hand. I can't do it anymore. I can't run anymore. Let's take a break. Dog Dan was also panting heavily. All right, just in time. Yuan Bao should be hungry. Let us feed her something. Shen He didn't speak, but looking at Dog Dan's awkward arm, she suddenly recalled something. Chapter 9, Space Upgrade. She quickly stepped forward and raised Dog Dan's arm. Shen He looked at the awkward smile on Dog Dan's face, expressionless. In the end, Dog Dan couldn't hold on any longer. He was just too afraid of making Shen He angry. Shen He frowned, examining Dog Dan's arm. It was already severely fractured. She slapped the top of Dog Dan's head. It hurts this much and you still don't say a word? Shen He looked at the silly smile on Dog Dan's face and felt a surge of anger. In a while, you go to the hospital to get checked, and I'll wait for you on the outskirts. Dog Dan instinctively wanted to argue, but Shen He stopped him. We're on the run. The environment is harsh. Into the main labor force. You can't get sick. I'll just take a look around the outskirts for a bit, and when you're done, come find me, and we'll continue on our way. Dog Dan still felt uneasy, but Shen He sighed helplessly. All right, hurry up and go. Stop being so fussy. In fact, Shen He had already stocked up on relevant surgical tools in her space. However, they had not completely entered the apocalypse yet, and, as a novice, Shen He couldn't take risks unless absolutely necessary. She looked down at the drowsy Yuan Bao, made an effort to lift her sore legs, and walked towards the agricultural area. Inside, there were various foods grown by nearby villagers. These were all organic products, specifically supplied to certain individuals. This was the first time Shen He had seen these, with fields of lush green vegetables that looked very appetizing. Each one was beautiful and plump, clearly well taken care of. They were no longer semi-finished or processed products. Shen He was already a fugitive, so she simply decided to go for broke. She collected everything in sight, whether it was vegetables or fruits, and stored them all in her space. Even the plants around her that were specifically left for seeds were not spared and were all taken into the space. Suddenly, Shen He heard the voice of Xiao Mei in her mind. Ding! The space upgrade was successful. The current space volume is 1,000 square meters, capable of storing living things. Please take note, Master. Shen He listened to this cold and emotionless voice, feeling like she was about to cry. Although she had the idea of storing supplies while harvesting this grain, more than that, she was still gambling. Shen He gambled that with these grains, her space could upgrade, and Yuan Bao would no longer have to suffer from the hardships of running around. Now, she could be considered to have achieved her wishes. Having reached her desired goal, Shen He took out the supplies she had accumulated in her space and placed items of equivalent value in the fields. She also took out double the equivalent value in finances and placed it underneath. Shen He kept telling herself, the apocalypse is coming soon, and there is no time to sell these things. She hasn't hindered them in any way, Ba. Just as Shen He was building her mental fortitude, the voice of Dog Dan came through. He was running over here in a hurry, waving his hand, while the other hand was still fixed in a cast, looking quite comical. Shen He was in a great mood as she successfully tossed the ingot into the space. She saw that the ingot's condition improved instantly by half after entering the space. It meowed while eating the fresh fruits and vegetables that Shen He had just collected into the space. She turned her head and looked at her masterpiece, which was a mess. Being in the fields and covered in dirt, she was undoubtedly the only suspect. As the apocalypse approached, she couldn't allow herself to be controlled. Shen He pulled the gasping dog Dan, dragging his healthy hand, and quickly ran away. Just as dog Dan steadied himself and hadn't said a word, he was pulled by Shen He and stumbled. While running, he looked back at the people chasing them, feeling confused. Although he didn't know what Shen He had done to be hated by so many people, he looked down at Shen He holding his hand and thought that this kind of day was really nice. Shen He's brain was spinning rapidly, thinking about where the two of them should go. She definitely remembered. Yes, it was just ahead. Finding the direction, Shen He pulled Diogden and ran faster. The two of them crossed through a thicket and found a cave in a valley. The cave was entirely built of sand, with some areas reinforced with a few stones. The cave was cold in winter and hot in summer, truly not a good place to stay. It was unclear when this cave had appeared, and it was very well hidden. Shen He speculated that it was one of the strongholds of the guerrilla forces during the anti-Japanese war. However, it was not developed later, so it remains unknown to people. Shen He knew about this cave from her previous life. Once when she went out to search for food, she was unexpectedly targeted by a newly mutated zombie. With no hope of escape, she jumped off a cliff. Who would have thought that this not-so-high cliff actually led to a U-shaped valley? She survived by luck and lived in this cave for 3 days. 3 days later, people from the base accidentally found her here and rescued her. Shen He found some firewood around and took out a lighter from her space to ignite it. That group of people didn't catch up with us. They must have called the police, so we have to be careful. In this lifetime, Shen He never expected that the first difficulty she would encounter would be evading the police's pursuit. Truly, plans can't keep up with changes. Dan wanted to help Shen He with something, but she refused him. You're a patient, just stay put. Soon night fell. Shen He sat by the fire, staring at the burning flames, lost in thought. Dan went out to find some straw and clumsily arranged a sleeping spot for Shen He with his injured hand. Shen He turned her head and looked at Dog Dan. Don't you have anything you want to ask me? Dog Dan paused for a moment while tidying up his hands, then continued organizing, ignoring Shen He. If Shen He hadn't noticed the pause in his movements, she would have thought he didn't hear her speak. Shen He patiently repeated, Do you really have nothing you want to ask me? After hearing Shen He's words, Dan put down the work in his hands. In Shen He's line of sight, he sat down beside her. Chapter 10. Animals go crazy, you can believe me. I'm very happy. She felt deeply sorry for her probing towards Dan. Shen He tried to change the subject. Are you still in touch with my brother? A single sentence from Dan shattered Shen He's last hope. The two sat in silence, only able to hear the crackling of the firewood. The weary pair quickly fell asleep in the cave, unaware that danger was quietly approaching. At that moment, the city was experiencing an unprecedented riot. All the animals in the city had inexplicably become excited and agitated. The animals in the zoo also did not know the reason and were frantically crashing into the walls of their enclosures. Some were fortunate enough to break free and ran wild in the city. In the end, they injured people, causing social panic, and were shot dead by the police. Others suffered severe injuries and died on the spot. At this time, a little girl was happily playing with her small teddy bear. They were playing with a small ball. The teddy bear even knew to hand the little girl tissue to wipe her sweat. This had always been their way of interacting since childhood. However, when the teddy bear handed the little girl the tissue, it suddenly let out a wild scream. The little girl was not scared at all. She just thought the teddy bear was uncomfortable and hurried over to check. But just as the little girl was comforting the teddy bear by holding its head, it viciously bit her neck. Hearing the screams, adults rushed out to see what was happening, and when they saw the bloody scene before them, they were immediately paralyzed with fear. The teddy bear, which they had raised since childhood, had bitten their daughter's neck. There was no time to grieve. She quickly scooped up her child and rushed to the hospital. Tears blurred her vision as she fumbled for the door, and the teddy bear chased after her. Biting her ankle, a sharp pain surged, and she kicked the teddy bear away and rushed out. But how could she not know that her daughter could not possibly survive? She just didn't want to believe it. Her daughter, who was so cute and healthy, covered in blood, she struggled to hold her daughter's head up, terrified it would fall. This scene was playing out in every corner of the city. Everywhere were screams and cries, as if it were hell. The hospital was instantly overwhelmed, with doctors busier than ever. Even obstetricians were called in to help in surgery. A glance around revealed faces filled with despair. Some even got into fights with doctors, believing their children had not been saved because the doctors were too busy helping others. The entire hospital was in chaos. But this was just the beginning. Due to the turmoil in the city, criminals were also taking advantage of the situation. That night, they completed 3 years' worth of crimes in one go. Some were sorrowful. Some were happy. Perhaps this is what it means that human joys and sorrows do not connect. The two people in the cave were completely unaware that in the jungle, a team was conducting a carpet search. At this moment, Shen He knew everything happening in the city. However, she could never have imagined that amidst all the chaos, the police would come looking for trouble with her. Shen He, due to her spatial abilities, had become increasingly alert. As she lay in the cave, she surprisingly heard the sound of footsteps with keen sensitivity. Shen He quickly got up and woke up the dog named Da. As she walked, she swiftly kicked aside the already extinguished firewood. The two of them stopped in a hidden spot, and when Shen He saw that it was the military holding flashlights, she was confused. Who had she robbed of food to cause such a commotion? The two of them quietly moved and hid in the jungle. Da looked at Shen He, just about to ask something, when he was interrupted by Shen He's astonishing words. "Do we need some guns?" Da's eyes widened, and he almost choked. Everyone knew how strict the country's gun control was. Where could they get guns in broad daylight? Shen He understands Dog Dan's shock, because he is unaware of what is happening in the city now. Shen He had never considered the issue of guns because in the apocalypse, guns were completely ineffective against zombies. Humanity had evolved supernatural abilities in the fight against zombies. However, it wasn't the apocalypse yet, so she needed to prepare in advance. Thinking of a solution, Shen He pulled Dog Egg and headed towards the city. Dog Egg looked in the direction Shen He was going and teased. "Aren't you afraid of being reported by the residents?" The residents were in chaos, and no one would pay attention to Shen He's appearance. "You really have a good mindset. No matter when, you always find time to joke around." Shen He had to admit that Dan's good attitude was influencing her. It allowed her to maintain a rare good state during such a long period of fleeing. The two of them sneaked along the way. They encountered many crazy animals, all of which were swiftly dealt with by Dan. They quietly arrived at the back door of the hospital. Shen He knew that the place with the most riots at this time must be the hospital. Therefore, there would definitely be police to suppress it. She had to seize the chaos in order to succeed. The two of them waited in an empty alley for a whole half day. When they were thirsty and hungry, they ate the rations stored in Shen He's space. Finally, they waited for the police shift change. Shen He nudged Dog Egg, urging him to concentrate. The two squatted on the ground, bending their bodies and stretching their necks forward, staring intently at the police officer in front of them. They looked quite odd in that position. Finally, they fixed their gaze on one police officer. She happened to be getting off work and had changed out of her uniform. Her girlfriend was waiting for her nearby. Without further ado, hesitation would lead to failure. Shen He and Dog Dan were getting deeper into the path of criminal law. The police officer, carrying a backpack, was walking down the road when suddenly a girl with a pure appearance approached. The girl was dressed like a student, with a high ponytail, clearly a university student. Therefore, he did not raise his guard. Just as they were about to pass each other, the girl suddenly twisted her ankle and fell. Chapter 11. The world falls apart. The police officer hesitated for a moment, looking at the girl's pleading eyes, and decided to help her. However, just as he bent down to help her with her high heels, the girl suddenly locked his throat. The officer frowned, realizing he had been deceived by appearances. He quickly tried to escape and used his skills to subdue the girl, but was knocked unconscious by a stone thrown by someone behind him. Dog Dan stared intently at Shen He. "Is this the method you mentioned?" Shen He felt a bit guilty and stuck out her tongue. "Isn't that losing to him?" This statement left Dog Egg speechless, as it was indeed true that he couldn't win. He impatiently dragged the police officer aside, no longer intending to pay attention to Shen He. Shen He ignored him and directly searched the police officer from head to toe. After throwing a tantrum, when the Dog Egg turned around, he unexpectedly saw Shen He touching a man all over. He immediately went forward and pulled Shen He away, saying, "What are you doing? Don't you know there's a difference between men and women?" Shen He spread his hands. "Then why don't you come?" Dog Dan gritted his teeth. Of course I'll come. Call me for such things in the future. He didn't even know who he was angry with, and his search was almost brutal. Before long, he found everything on the police officer: a handgun, a spare magazine, and some compressed biscuits. Shen He checked it and, without hesitation, put it into the space. And she quickly pulled Dog Dan away from this dangerous place. Do you want to take revenge? Dog Dan was taken aback for a moment. What revenge? This gun can help you take revenge on those who bullied you when you were young. Dog Dan suddenly understood what Shen He was talking about, and he smiled gently, stroking Shen He's hair. Thank you for remembering for me. I haven't cared about it for a long time. There's no need for you to do this for me. Shen He knew that he didn't want to add trouble for her. She had learned about Dog Dan's childhood from her brother, even as someone who had only heard about it. She felt murderous rage, let alone Dog Dan, who had experienced it firsthand. Anyway, the apocalypse had already arrived, and these human rules were about to become ineffective. She looked at Dog Dan seriously. If you want, we can do it right now. Trust me, you won't cause me any trouble. Dog Dan looked at Shen He's serious expression and felt that knowing her was truly a blessing from heaven. Dog Dan shook his head. Really, there's no need. I'm fine now. Let's hurry and find your brother. Seeing that Dog Dan had made up his mind not to seek revenge, Shen He also stopped being conflicted. After all, it was Dog Dan's matter, and she had to respect his wishes. They continued to gather supplies while searching for her brother. As the supplies in her space increased, Shen He's sense of security gradually rose. 3 days passed, and the entire world finally fell. All systems collapsed. Everyone was using all their strength to survive. Dignity, education, healthcare, and the spiritual world all turned into something as insignificant as dirt. Only surviving became the focus of everyone's efforts. Every minute and every second, thousands of people died. The government had no way to combat the forces of nature. This was the true apocalypse. People died from various natural disasters. There was no time to grieve and no idea where to flee. Now, heavy rain was falling all over the world. Torrential rain washed every inch of land. Houses collapsed, and cars were submerged. Countless dead floated on every road. Shen He and Dog Dan are also experiencing a heavy rainstorm. Shen He took out the supplies she had prepared in advance, trying to survive the heavy rain. Fortunately, I had prepared an extra set. Otherwise, you would have been drowned long ago. Dog Dan lowered his head, looking at the equipment tightly secured to himself, and gave Shen He a deep glance. Both of them were equipped with professional rescue gear. Shen He tightly wrapped 5 layers around the bodies of both individuals. A long rope at the front was tied to 10 large trees. Each of these trees was a 1,000-year-old ancient tree, incredibly sturdy. Shen He definitely did not come up with this plan on a whim. It was clearly premeditated. This method offers the greatest chance of survival in the current heavy rain. If Shen He and Dog Dan cannot survive this, then the world will have completely reset. Not a single human would survive. He couldn't help but admire Shen He's cleverness. You knew the weather would change like this all along, didn't you? Shen He looked at Go Dan's expression. Although he spoke with a questioning tone, his demeanor was quite certain. She didn't hide it. Yes, I knew a long time ago. Go Dan curled the corners of his mouth and smiled, not asking again. Although Go Dan was smiling, Shen He could see complex emotions in his eyes. There was surprise, satisfaction, and also heartache. Shen He didn't know what Go Dan was thinking. Just as she was about to ask, a sharp pain suddenly struck her abdomen. She clutched her stomach and looked underwater. Seeing Shen He seemingly searching for something in the water, with a furrowed brow and a pale face, Go Dan quickly supported her. What's wrong? What are you looking for? Shen He didn't look up. Is there something in the water biting people? As soon as Dog Dan heard this, he quickly started searching. However, there were only some ordinary fish in the water and no biting creatures. Know why? Shen He sighed. I feel like my stomach hurts. As soon as she finished speaking, it suddenly seemed like she remembered something, and her voice gradually became softer. Dog Dan also recalled today's date and cursed himself for forgetting. He looked at Shen He with concern. Did you prepare a yacht, tent, umbrella, or something like that? Dog Dan's words reminded Shen He. She had actually prepared these things when she upgraded her space. At that time, she never expected to use them now. She directly conjured a lifeboat out of thin air and, together with Dog Dan, inflated it. At that moment, the flood had already reached Shen He's chest. Therefore, under the influence of the water, the two of them awkwardly maneuvered the lifeboat. Dog Dan struggled to hold onto the inflated lifeboat. "You go up first." Shen He was not being pretentious and directly leaned against Dog Dan. She gathered all her strength in her arms and used all her might to climb onto the lifeboat. The flood was very cold, the sky was overcast, and it was still pouring rain. Shen He was drenched all over, trembling uncontrollably. She tugged at Dog Dan's shirt corner. "You come up too." Dog Dan looked at Shen He's condition, feeling heartbroken. "I'm not going up. You lie down on top for a while and have a good rest." Chapter 12. Encountering the Crocodile. Shen He spoke impatiently. "Hurry up, stop talking so much nonsense." Dog Egg no longer argued and directly used the leverage to get onto the lifeboat. He held up the umbrella and looked at Shen He. "Do you want to change into another outfit?" Shen He held her stomach, lying on the lifeboat, hunching her body and looking extremely weak. She shook her head. Godan also knew that changing clothes was simply not realistic at this moment. The heavy rain continued to pour, and even if they changed clothes, they would still get soaked. Although the umbrella was meant for two, Godan had been helping Shen He hold it. Yet, the heavy rain still fell relentlessly on Shen He. Godan felt utterly helpless. He realized he couldn't help Shen He at all. Now, even his survival depended on Shen He's help, and feelings of inferiority gradually rose within him. A sad atmosphere lingered around Shen He. Shen He looked up. Often, those who are insecure want to prove their worth even more. She pressed her lips together and tugged at Dogdan's shirt corner. "I have a warm pack here. Could you help me stick it on my lower back?" "Sure." Dogdan rubbed his hands together and placed the warm pack on Shen He's lower back. He didn't take his hand away, but kept pressing it there, allowing the warm pack to work effectively. Shen He discovered Godan's thoughts, but did not stop him. She leaned beside Godan and fell asleep. The heavy rain lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Even when the two of them were speaking close to each other's ears, they had to shout loudly. Otherwise, they couldn't hear each other at all. "I asked, aren't you sleeping?" Shen He said it for the 3rd time before Dogdan finally understood her words. Dogdan's eyes were dark, and his eyeballs were filled with blood vessels, clearly showing that he hadn't slept at all in the past few days. Shen He felt a bit guilty. If it weren't for holding an umbrella for her, Dogdan wouldn't have stayed up. The man in front of her shook his head, remaining silent. But inside he felt very satisfied. Being able to protect the person he loved during difficult times was a very happy thing. Shen He thought this was just the man's pride and sense of accomplishment, but she was still very grateful to him. She took the umbrella. "You sleep for a while." Dogdan knew that if he didn't sleep soon, the little girl in front of him would get angry. So he smiled brightly, leaned against the lifeboat, and quickly fell asleep. The two of them just floated on the water, being pulled by the lifeline, and life was extremely difficult. In his dreams, Dogdan dreamed that Shen He was in danger. She kept calling for him, but no matter how hard he swam, he couldn't reach Shen He's side. Suddenly, a sharp scream woke Dogdan from his dream. "Oh, Dogdan, wake up! Wake up, there's a crocodile! Wake up!" Dogdan, still groggy, had just opened his eyes when Shen He forcefully pulled him to the side. He almost fell out of the lifeboat, but fortunately, he woke up in time and grabbed the rope. Shen He let out a sigh of relief. "You finally woke up. I pulled you so many times. You were really deep in sleep." As she spoke, she aimed her handgun at the crocodile. The crocodile kept trying to drag people down from the lifeboat. But now that Dogdan was awake, there was no way it would get that chance. With both of them hiding in the middle of the lifeboat, the crocodile sank to the bottom of the water. Unable to see the crocodile, Shen He became even more anxious. She saw the flesh in the crocodile's mouth, still dripping with blood. If she guessed correctly, it should be human flesh. The surroundings were very quiet, but Shen He's heart was anything but calm. She gripped the handgun tightly, staring at the calm surface of the water. Suddenly, the lifeboat was flipped over. The damn crocodile was lurking beneath the lifeboat, waiting for the chance to overturn it. But due to the mutual force, it was quickly falling into the water itself. Shen He sat steady on the lifeboat and without hesitation fired the first shot. The sound of the gun was loud, and with a bang, Shen He was almost knocked over by the recoil. Once she regained her composure, Shen He quickly lay down on the lifeboat, watching the situation underwater. Dog egg, dog egg," Shen He shouted twice, but the surface of the water showed no signs of disturbance. She became anxious. It was her first time shooting, and she had no idea if she had hit anything. Just as she was about to jump into the water to help Dogdan, he suddenly popped up from the water and clung to the edge of the lifeboat. Shen He saw that Dog Dan was fine and relaxed her grip, letting out a long breath. She didn't dare to delay and quickly pulled Dog Dan up. "How is it? Did I hit it just now? Are you hurt?" Dog Dan smiled, enjoying Shen He's concern for him. "You're amazing. You hit it right on the head." As Dog Dan spoke, he playfully flicked Shen He's forehead. Shen He couldn't help but feel that he had stumbled upon a lucky chance, only to be hit on the head by Dog Dan. The two of them began to quarrel on the lifeboat. It wasn't until they were both tired that they finally quieted down. Shen He gasped for breath. "You owe me a brain buster. Remember to pay me back." After eating something, the heavy rain finally stopped. The water level was slowly receding. The air was very fresh, and the sun finally shone with gentle rays. Godan took a deep breath, so refreshing. But Shen He couldn't smile because this was the calm before the storm. She took out a bottle of mineral water from her space. "From now on, apart from the water I give you, don't touch any other water." Godan understood the hidden meaning in Shen He's words and nodded seriously. While drinking water, he watched the water level gradually lower. The things on the road were slowly emerging from the water. Countless corpses lay in the middle of the road, with a significant portion being disfigured. This meant that countless unknown viruses would appear in the water source and the air. The two of them stayed in the lifeboat until the water level completely disappeared before untying the ropes. The fear governed by the storm had not yet faded, and seeing so many corpses, Shen He became even more worried about her brother. The two of them crossed the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, beginning their journey to find her brother. "This is my last bun. Please leave it for me. The child hasn't eaten in a week." A pregnant woman pleaded desperately, but the strong man remained unmoved. "I don't want to hurt you because you're pregnant. Let go." But the woman continued to cling tightly to the man's pants, begging repeatedly. Just as the man was about to kick her away, Shen He rushed forward and kicked the man away. The man stumbled, turning to look at Shen He. His face twisted in rage, making the scar on his face appear even more terrifying. Chapter 13, Moral Kidnapping. "You bitch. What does it have to do with you? Today, I'll make you meet the king of hell," the man said as he approached Shen He to teach her a lesson. But he was subdued by Shen He and Godan. "You should leave quickly. Take the bun with you. Don't bully the weak." Shen He wasn't sure if she should have said that last sentence. After all, the current situation was survival of the fittest. She couldn't expect others to sacrifice themselves for others. Although the man was unwilling, he eventually left. Just as she wanted to comfort the woman, she was met with a barrage of complaints. "Do you know that's our bun? How could you be so vicious?" Shen He was stunned, but only for a moment. Next to her, Godan couldn't contain his anger. "I saved you, and you still don't appreciate it. You're so powerful. Why don't you go confront the person who stole your bun? Now you're acting all high and mighty." Godan's tone was fierce, instantly intimidating the woman. She was trembling and didn't manage to utter a single word of rebuttal, completely different from the imposing presence she had in front of Shen He. Shen He didn't mind. She already had a plan. She used Dog Dan as a cover and took out 5 loaves of bread and a bottle of drinking water from her space, handing them to the woman. "I don't know how you've survived, but take this and take good care of yourself." After Shen He finished speaking, she planned to leave. But who would have thought that she would be pulled by the woman's pant leg? The woman pleaded desperately. "You have food and you're so capable. Can you help me? I'm pregnant and have a child. I can't go on living like this, please." Shen He frowned as she looked at the woman, whose actions were exactly the same as when she had begged that scarred man just moments ago. The only difference was that the woman now seemed to have a bit more courage, not as submissive as before. Considering she was pregnant, Shen He patiently said, "I have things to do. I can't take you with me." However, her steps were still blocked. The woman spoke with a dissatisfied tone, her voice sharp. "Since you can save me, why are you so heartless, just watching us die? Why can't you help us? Everyone has a heart. Don't you ever have nightmares? What era is this, still resorting to moral coercion?" At this point, Shen He truly lost all patience. She appeared gentle, but was surprisingly strong. She grasped the woman's hand and forcefully shook it off. All that was left was the woman shouting behind her, "But that person is dead, dead," and then, gradually fading away. "What should I do? What should I do?" Shen He listened to these words and felt a pang of sympathy, but she absolutely could not intervene. She couldn't even guarantee her own survival. She couldn't afford to have such a heavy burden by her side. Suddenly, she thought of something and turned to look at Dog Dan. Didn't we agree that I would go first to test my abilities? If I can't handle it, then you can step in. Why did you help directly just now? Dog Dan scratched the back of his head and grinned foolishly. I just thought that guy looked too strong and was afraid you'd get hurt. Seeing Shen He leave, Dog Dan chased after her to explain. That guy has such a big scar on his face. He looks like a desperado, so I was just worried. Dog Dan gestured with his hands, illustrating the scar that was nearly a meter long. Shen He couldn't help but laugh. Next time, listen to me. Okay. The response was quiet and straightforward. If it weren't for the fact that Go Dan always disregarded her advice, she might have almost believed it. As the two walked, Shen He saw a junk car ahead. She suddenly turned her head to look at Go Dan. Shen He looked dazed and slowly said, "Why didn't I think of that?" Dog Dan looked at her silly expression and found it extremely interesting. Forgetting some things does happen. Shen He was extremely frustrated. They had walked such a long way and hadn't thought to get a car. It was mentioned that Shen He used to have a car, but it had been sent for repairs after an accident. Shen He and Go Dan were searching for undamaged cars in this area while also scavenging supplies from various malls. When the two entered the underground parking lot, the water level had not completely receded. They put on water shoes and cautiously waded through the water. The previous crocodile attack incident had left a significant shadow over both of them. The parking lot was filled with cars, all of which had been damaged by the flooding, with water having entered all the engines. The two checked each one, and without exception, all were ruined. This was the third parking lot Shen He had inspected. She helplessly leaned against the nearest red car and said, "It seems we can't find anything." Go Dan also looked up regretfully and suddenly noticed a car floating in midair. He turned in shock to look at Shen He, who was also gazing at him, and the two exchanged a smile. Shen He operated the machine, lowering the parking space from the air. The owner of the car looked like a big shot, but she had no idea how he was doing now. They drove away without any burden, playing music and celebrating the successful completion of their operation. Driving the car made their pace much faster. Wherever they passed, not a trace of supplies was left behind, until they entered a gas station. Shen He looked at the gas station next to her and said, "Wait a minute. I suddenly feel that gasoline is something we really need." Dog Dan cooperatively stopped the car and followed Shen He into the gas station. Shen He was walking when she suddenly slowed down and gradually came to a stop. Dog Dan looked at Shen He, whose expression was serious, and asked, "What's wrong? Is something not right?" Shen He shook her head. She didn't explain anything to Dog Dan, because she sensed a strange aura. It wasn't just Shen He's sixth sense, but also her experience from her previous life. Shen He looked at the entrance of the gas station with a serious tone. "Dog Dan, I'm giving you a chance. You tell me, should we leave here or go in?" The message was already very clear. If they went in, there would definitely be danger. Dog Dan pressed on Shen He's shoulder and advised, "Let's leave. We can go to another gas station." But Shen He contradicted himself. "But how can we know what's inside if we don't take a look? If we don't face it, we'll never make progress." Shen He knew very well what was inside, but if she didn't face it now, it would only get harder in the future. After saying that, Shen He turned her head and looked at Dog Egg, as if seeking his opinion. Dog Egg felt helpless. He also knew that Shen He wanted to improve herself. Chapter 14. Monster Attack. He took out the handgun that Shen He had given him from his pocket and nodded in readiness. Shen He was very happy to have a comrade who supported her like this. She took out an electric baton from her space and entered the gas station alongside Dog Egg. Inside was pitch black. At first, there was some light when they entered, but as they moved deeper, there was nothing to see. Shen He took out 2 flashlights from his space and gave one to Dog Dan. The two moved quietly, trying not to make a sound, not knowing if they were afraid of startling something. Suddenly, a shrill scream echoed. Shen He instinctively waved the electric baton. "Dog Egg, be careful, this thing can fly." Something was screaming at the top of its lungs, constantly attacking the two from all directions. In the darkness, Shen He's fear was continuously amplifying. "Shen He, I need to stay calm. I must stay calm." She tried hard to calm her emotions and thought about the next solution. "Be careful," Dog Egg shouted and pushed Shen He away. Shen He stumbled and turned her head in fear. She only heard a woof from the dog. Shen He knew that Go Dan was injured, and it was to save her. She turned off the flashlight in her hand, closed her eyes, and walked step by step towards Go Dan. Go Dan, using the light from the flashlight, saw Shen He coming closer to him. He anxiously shouted, "Don't come over." But it seemed like Shen He couldn't hear him, still slowly approaching. Shen He was listening. With the visual sense closed, the auditory sense became exceptionally sharp. Since she couldn't see it, she relied on her hearing. Finally, as she was getting close to the dog egg, Shen He heard that thing rapidly approaching her. Shen He didn't move, just quietly stood still. Just as that thing was about to touch her, Shen He quickly took out the spatial blanket and covered it. Go Dan was rushing over in a panic, and when he realized that Shen He had caught that thing, he breathed a sigh of relief. You have such a big... What should I say about you? Shen He firmly grasped the corner of the blanket, secretly letting out a sigh. Let's go. We need to collect gasoline first. Dog Dan endured his own pain and took the monster. When Shen He had emptied the gasoline, the two of them walked out of there. As soon as they got outside, Shen He saw the wound on Dog Dan's neck. It was bloody. Although the wound wasn't large, it was deep. Shen He was extremely frightened. She quickly took out a series of serums and disinfectants from her space. She carefully treated Dog Egg, feeling very anxious inside. Dog Egg pretended to be relaxed and said, "What are you afraid of? It's just a bite from an animal, I won't die." Shen He interrupted him irritably. What do you know? She was scared. What if this mutated animal could already spread the virus? Would that mean Dog Dan could turn into a zombie? After taking care of Dog Dan, Shen He walked towards a bundle. She reached out to stop Dog Dan, who was trying to protect her, and stepped forward alone. Shen He turned on the electric baton and slammed it hard against the creature. The little thing struggled incessantly, its screams echoing in a pitiful manner. But Shen He remained unmoved, coldly listening to the creature's cries and its struggles. Dog Egg watched Shen He venting her anger, smiling with a look of indulgence. Time passed, and even an elephant would have long been unconscious by now. Yet this creature continued to thrash about energetically. As time went on, Shen He's heart grew heavier. If her desire for strength caused harm to others, she would never forgive herself. She stood there, motionless, watching the struggling blanket, saying nothing. It wasn't until the sky darkened that the creature's movements began to slow down gradually. Shen He frowned and stepped forward to pull the blanket aside. She didn't notice that Go Dan had already quietly approached her. As soon as she opened the blanket, a large object the size of a head suddenly flew out quickly. Shen He was startled. She didn't expect that this thing would pretend to be dead. Just as she was about to swing the electric baton to knock it aside, she heard a bang. She saw that the thing had been shot in the head and fell to the ground. Shen He turned around and saw Dog Dan behind her, raising a hand with a gun in it. He was dressed in black, standing at about 1.8 meters tall, and his serious expression made Shen He feel he looked somewhat handsome. It was furry all over and resembled a cat. However, it had 8 paws, each capable of stretching out quite long. It had wings on its body, which, although not large, allowed it to fly freely. As for its voice, Shen He thought it sounded very much like a bird. Shen He looked at the monster in front of her and shivered. On its tail, there was something resembling a scorpion stinger. Shen He knew that the era of mutation had arrived. She took out gasoline from the space and poured it on the animal. Then she took out a lighter and set the monster on fire. Immediately, the two of them saw that the monster, which had clearly already died, began to struggle again. It jumped around, trying to extinguish the flames on its body. However, how could the gasoline allow it to succeed? In the end, it turned into a pile of ashes under the burning flames. Shen He turned her head and looked at the distracted Dog Dan. I don't know what your wounds will turn into, but please stay alive. I really need you. Nothing makes one happier than hearing the person they like say they need them. He smiled brightly, as if he had the whole world. They were still on the road searching for their younger brother, but the places they swept through now included a hospital. Shen He checks Dog Dan's wound many times every day to see if there are any signs of mutation. Dog Dan seems to enjoy it. He even hopes his wound won't heal too quickly. After all, Shen He's concern makes him quite greedy. However, the increasingly painful wound constantly reminds him that his injury is probably not that simple. One day, the two of them entered a hospital again. This is a nationally renowned, large hospital. Shen He was still dragging Dog Egg in to get checked. Dog Egg was somewhat resistant. He was afraid Shen He would discover the unusualness of his wound. It was just a small injury. There was no need to make such a fuss over it. However, Shen He ignored his reluctance and firmly pulled him to get examined. A well-equipped large hospital is indeed different. The waterproof system was well done. Although it had also been drenched by rain, the equipment was still well protected. Chapter 15. Zombie in the Hospital. Great. Now we can finally get you checked. The equipment in this hospital is still intact. Unlike Shen He's happiness and excitement, Dog Egg was very worried. He let Shen He drag him along for a complete set of tests. Not just on the wound, but a comprehensive examination of his entire body. While they were waiting for the results, Shen He caught a whiff of the smell from the gas station. She suddenly stood up from her chair, carefully observing her surroundings. Dog Egg noticed Shen He's reaction and was about to ask when he also smelled that strange odor. Moreover, he felt a familiar scent of decay, which made him feel oddly close to it. His brows were furrowed so tightly they could squish a fly. He could ignore his suddenly heightened sense of smell, but that feeling of familiarity made him panic. Dog Egg extended his hands and, seeing that nothing had changed, he sighed in relief. He took a step back to maintain a safe distance from Shen He. However, Shen He did not notice this small movement. She was fully on guard against any unexpected situations that might arise. The clock ticked away, and the sky outside grew increasingly dark. Shen He tried hard to ignore her fear as her head suddenly turned towards one side of the corridor. Hut, hut, hut. The slow footsteps gradually approached, heavy and laborious. Shen He and Dog Dan exchanged a glance and raised their weapons. As the sounds from around the corner grew closer, Shen He felt her heart tightening gradually. She stared intently at the corner ahead, wanting to catch a glimpse of whatever would appear the moment it showed itself. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly, and beads of sweat had long been trickling down their cheeks. Yet, neither of them dared to move, unconsciously relaxing their breaths. Suddenly, the footsteps in front came to a halt. The two waited for a full 5 seconds, but still heard no sound. Shen He frowned and looked at Dog Dan. Dog Dan also looked confused and glanced at Shen He. At that moment, the strange sound of footsteps appeared again. The two of them looked over at the same time and saw a person walking out from around the corner ahead. Shen He, that's right, the scarred man. Yes, the man in front of me is the same scarred man who once robbed a pregnant woman and was chased away by Shen He. But he no longer has the anger he once showed. He appears lifeless, completely lacking vitality. The scarred man's gaze is vacant, his face pale, and his hair is disheveled. The strangest thing is his walking posture. He lifts his legs in a stiff manner, as if he's walking by raising his legs. It's vastly different from the way humans walk with bent knees. In Shen He's mind, Uncle Ying's movies suddenly appeared. What a mess. Shen He quickly shook her head, driving away the inappropriate thoughts in her mind. She listened and watched carefully, and when she was truly certain that the scarred man in front of her was not breathing, Shen He hurriedly pulled Dog Egg back a step. However, Dog Egg spoke up first. He is not breathing. Shen He fell silent. Yes, no breathing. A human without breathing. It's still able to walk. What does this indicate? It indicates that they have already mutated into a zombie. Shen He, is it starting now? All I could hear was bang, 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 as Dog Egg fired several shots. Although he hit them all, the zombies in front of him showed no reaction and continued to move forward. Dog Egg was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized and put away his gun. Yes, the zombie era has arrived, and handguns are completely useless now. Shen He took out an extremely long rope from the space and handed one end to Dog Egg. Tie it up. Dog Egg nodded. Then the two of them began to use their agility to walk around Scarface. Every time Scarface tried to chase one of them, he would be bound by a layer of rope. Until they had tightly bound Scarface, a roar unexpectedly came from his mouth. The hissing sound was a standard feature of zombies. Shen He tied it to a nearby pillar and covered its mouth. Let's go. First, check your test results. The two of them took out the film with serious expressions and entered the office. Shen He looked at the film with a serious expression, while Godan gazed at Shen He with reluctance. After a long while, Shen He suddenly got up and nearly bumped into Godan, but fortunately, Godan helped steady her. What's wrong? Shen He seemed to ignore Dog Dan's smiling face and directly turned her head to check the wound. As expected, the area bitten by the monster had already begun to decay. Shen He had a serious expression. Are you not in pain anymore? Seeing Dog Dan's silent demeanor, Shen He shouted, Why didn't you tell me? Dog Dan didn't dare to look Shen He in the eye. In fact, at first, the wound was getting more and more painful. But starting from the past 2 days, he had felt no pain at all. There was no way to solve it now. Even if he told Shen He, it would only make her worry and feel guilty for no reason. So what would be the point? Shen He felt a surge of anger when she saw Dog Egg's silence. She directly went outside and brought the zombie into the operating room. Dog Egg, a moment slow to react, hurriedly rushed in. The moment he saw Shen He pick up the scalpel, he quickly intervened. "What are you going to do?" Shen He frowned. "Dissection. I want to see how he turned into a zombie." Dog Dan naturally knew that it was definitely because of him. Otherwise, Shen He would never behave this way. "Let me do it. Who knows what will happen next?" Shen He couldn't care less about this. If she got sick too, that would be fine. It would save her from feeling guilty every day. She directly pushed Dog Egg aside and slashed down with a knife. There was no splattering blood, no piercing screams of pain. The scarred man on the operating table still struggled instinctively, just like before. Shen He glanced at the scarred man and continued with the dissection. It wasn't until she discovered the strange food in his stomach that she stopped. She took the gloves handed to her by Dog Egg and used tweezers to extract the food from the scarred man's stomach. The two of them furrowed their brows and examined it carefully for a long time, finally realizing what it was. Shen He sat on the ground, staring at the poisoned stinger on the tweezers, her expression vacant. The contents in the scarred man's stomach were half digested, with the remaining half barely discernible. He must have had no food to eat when he was alive, so he resorted to consuming mutated animals. Who would have known that just as the food was half digested, he would turn into a zombie, and he could appear in the hospital, likely sensing discomfort in his body, which prompted him to tentatively come to the hospital. Dog Dan squatted down. "It's okay. Everyone has to die. If I become like this too, just kill me." Chapter 16, Experiment Base. Shen He looked up at the person who had been taking care of her. "I will never let anything happen to you." Originally, Shen He planned to dissect the scarred man and then burn him clean to prevent any other accidents. But now, Shen He had changed her mind. She wanted to take the scarred man with her on her journey. Shen He brought the dog to the operating table. "Lie down. Close your eyes." Watching the man on the operating table close his eyes, Shen He took a deep breath and picked up the scalpel. Although her medical skills were not proficient, she could tell. The wound bitten by the monster, though infected with a virus, had only just begun to mutate, so the toxins were not deep. Dog Dan's blood should still be uncontaminated. Shen He administered local anesthesia and resolutely cut off the part of the neck that had been bitten on Dog Dan. Since the wound was on the neck, Shen He was extremely careful. She meticulously cut along the carotid artery, sweat pouring down uncontrollably. By the time the surgery was completed, Shen He was already exhausted. She carefully sutured the wound and meticulously bandaged it to prevent secondary infection. After a while, Dog Dan woke up. His first concern was Shen He's condition, and seeing her looking normal, he felt a little relieved. He had always been a person who was abandoned, whether alive or dead. It made no difference to him. Only Shen He was his sole attachment. Shen He patiently reminded, "The wound is deep. Don't touch water. We will stay in a hospital for the next few days, and we'll leave once you are feeling better." Dog Dan was worried that he would delay Shen He's important matters. "But what about your brother?" Shen He interrupted him, saying, "Right now, your situation is the most important. Anyway, it will take some time to find him. You just rest here and keep an eye on Scarface. I'll go around and search for supplies." Shen He saw that Go Dan nodded in agreement and turned to leave. She pondered over Go Dan's injuries. The virus had just mutated, and she didn't know if Go Dan's blood could clear the virus. If not, then Go Dan would be in danger. She had to find a way and couldn't just rely on his own immunity. While she was searching for supplies, she suddenly recalled a secret experiment her professor had once told her about. Shen He's professor is a very visionary person. He is very capable, but because he doesn't like the ways of socializing, he is often marginalized. Shen He had heard the professor complain more than once. "Sigh. I've been saying that the situation is complicated now, and we should research medications to enhance resistance in emergencies. What if some never-before-seen virus appears on Earth and humanity's own resistance can't eliminate it? Wouldn't that lead to chaos in the world?" Every time Shen He heard this, she felt that the professor made a lot of sense. However, because the professor was not taken seriously, his application had been delayed for a long time. The main reason was that the initial funding was too large, and they didn't want to waste it on someone who didn't fit in. After Shen He learned about this matter, she took the initiative to bear most of the funding and became the major shareholder of the experiment. The professor was very happy. "Ha ha ha, great, great. Shen He, don't worry. You will be the biggest contributor to this experiment. If the experiment fails, just consider it my fault to you. If it succeeds, you will definitely be world-renowned." Shen He smiled. She didn't care about fame and success. She only felt heartbroken seeing the professor, who clearly had a passion for society, but was struggling to find recognition. Throughout the research process, the professor had been sending messages to Shen He, sharing updates on the latest progress of the experiments. The last message he sent her was 3 months ago, where he excitedly informed her that the experiment had passed the initial validation. As long as it passed the midterm and final validations, it could enter human trials. The professor spoke animatedly, and Shen He stayed up all night to accompany him. Now that she thought about it, wasn't he the professor's experiment exactly what she needed at the moment? With this realization, Shen He no longer searched for supplies. She had to visit the professor's experimental base. It was established with Shen He's funding, so she knew exactly where it was located. Shen He hurriedly ran to Dog Dan's resting place. Panting heavily, "I need to go to a place. You stay here and wait for me." Dog Dan heard this and immediately sat up. "No way. It's too dangerous outside. I want to go with you." Shen He shook his head. "Your current condition is not suitable for going with me. The wound is on the artery, and if you get injured again, it would be troublesome." Understanding that he couldn't help Shen He at the moment, Go Dan stopped dwelling on it. He carefully reminded Shen He to be very cautious in everything. Shen He listened to the detailed instructions while taking out the essential supplies from her space. "I don't know how many days I'll be away, but this is food and water for half a month, which is enough. These are items for warmth and self-defense. You must take good care of them. In case of danger, you can leave here, and I will come and find you." Dog Dan nodded. "If I leave, I will definitely leave you a mark." Shen He stepped on the gas all the way, speeding down the empty, deserted road. If she felt extremely fatigued, she would sleep in the car for 2 hours before continuing her journey. Shen He is inherently a heavy sleeper. If he doesn't sleep for 12 hours in a day, it's considered an early rise. If he only sleeps for 10 hours in a day, he feels quite lethargic during the day. Nowadays, sleeping only 2 hours a day, Shen He surprisingly finds it acceptable. Shen He attributes all of this to her adrenaline. "Shen He, come on, my strong bodily mechanism must hold on." What was supposed to be a 10-day journey, Shen He arrived in just 2.5 days. She stepped on the gas and drove to the test base. Not knowing how her professor was doing now, Shen He didn't hesitate and got out of the car. Holding the key given by the professor, she opened the door to the experimental base. Looking at the scene before her, Shen He was extremely excited. "Great, the quality is indeed good. Even the circuits inside haven't been cut off." When Shen He supervised the construction of the base, she was very strict. Everything was built according to the safest standards. This was to prevent any other situations that could affect the progress of the experiment. Shen He specifically added a dedicated power generation device at the experimental base. Now, the waterproofing of the base has not disappointed Shen He. All the equipment in the experimental base is intact and has not been damaged. Chapter 17. Awakening Abilities. Shen He was overjoyed and quickly checked the professor's experimental data. After looking through it for 2 whole hours, Shen He finally found the vial of potion that the professor had successfully tested for the first time. Shen He carefully picked up the green potion from the experimental rack and observed it closely. She recalled the professor's note, "Because the potion is highly potent, targeting an unfamiliar and powerful virus. Even if it is successful, the effects are still unknown. Indeed, whether one can endure it all depends on the individual." Shen He collected all the potions from this experiment into her space. She looked at the intact experimental base and silently regarded it as a backup shelter for the future. At this moment, she couldn't help but be thankful for a decision she made years ago. Shen He had just finished a round of inspection in the base, and, seeing that there was really nothing left to collect, planned to leave. Just as she was about to reach the door, a sudden thunderclap startled her. Shen He steadied herself, patted her chest, and walked outside. At this moment, it was already dark, and Shen He didn't delay too long, heading straight for the car. However, just a few meters away from the vehicle, she suddenly caught a whiff of a strange smell. She instantly felt that something was wrong. Just as she was about to sprint to the car, a zombie suddenly appeared behind the vehicle, blocking her path. Shen He looked at the zombie, tilting its head, its whole body covered in blood, and frowned in disgust. As she stepped back, she contemplated the current situation. Logically, with such a strong smell of zombies, Shen He shouldn't have just noticed it now. It seemed that the rain had masked the smell, which was why she hadn't detected it earlier. Shen He quietly stepped back and quickly took out gasoline and a lighter from her space. Just as she was about to eliminate the zombies, what did she see? Countless zombies were emerging from the nearby forest. Shen He looked at the hordes of zombies, her heart racing uncontrollably. If there were just one or two, she could handle it. But now, luck was not on her side as she encountered a swarm of zombies. Unfortunately, behind the experimental base, another group of zombies appeared. Shen He looked at the blocked escape route and frowned tightly. The sky had just turned dark, and if she had to wait until dawn, it would take at least a few hours. There was no way she could hold out for a few hours under the attack of the zombie horde. Shen He looked at the zombies surrounding her, took a deep breath, and continuously adjusted her state. Shen He took a step back to dodge an attack from a zombie. However, another zombie reached out to grab her immediately after. She pulled out a rope from her space and tightly gripped it with both hands. At that moment, a circle of zombies surrounded her. Shen He looked at one of the zombies, which was missing an arm. Determined, Shen He ran straight towards the gap. Hesitating, Shen He turned too quickly, and the zombie didn't react in time. In that moment of daze, Shen He seized the opportunity. She quickly wrapped a rope around the zombie with a missing arm and tightened the knot. Then, she ran a large circle around the group of zombies, trying to bind them together. However, Shen He was just one person, and the zombies reacted to her movement, turning around to attack. Shen He felt helpless, unable to change direction, and could only reluctantly dodge the zombies' attacks. Shen He looked at the current situation of the battle and had a bad feeling. If it continued like this, she would definitely not be able to hold on. As she felt herself becoming exhausted, Shen He changed her strategy. She started to wrap up the zombies one by one. Since she couldn't take them all down at once, she would tackle them one at a time. Shen He tried to create as much distance as possible from the zombies, taking advantage of their slow movements to take them down one by one. The biggest drawback of this approach was that Shen He quickly exhausted his stamina. Shen He tightened the rope in her hand, which was nearly worn out, and then took out another one. She looked at the more than 20 zombies in front of her, and some of them were ones she hadn't seen before. What did this indicate? It indicated that the nearby zombies were not just the ones she had encountered earlier. She had walked so far with Dog Dan and had only seen one or two zombies. Now there were so many zombies here, which meant things were definitely not simple. However, Shen He did not have the time to dig deeper into the matter. Her primary task, now, was to survive. Shen He pressed her hands on her knees, breathing heavily as she watched the horde of zombies approaching her. They really showed no signs of fatigue. She didn't have much time to rest. If the distance between her and the zombies closed in, Shen He would be in danger. Just as she was binding them one by one, she became careless, and a zombie behind her reached out its hands towards her. Shen He caught a glimpse of the black nails slowly approaching her. She had no choice but to lie on her side to evade them. However, as soon as she lay down, Shen He fell. The two zombies around her chased relentlessly, leaving her no time or space to get back up. She kept retreating, trying to create distance between them and herself, hoping to find a moment to stand up. But it was futile. Shen He was completely out of strength. Just as the zombies came closer step by step, she suddenly pushed away the outstretched arm of one of the zombies. But in that single motion, Shen He noticed something blue at her fingertips. It seemed like she had grasped something, and she quickly tried to wave her hand again. Sure enough, she had awakened her special abilities, something she had never obtained until her death in her previous life. How wonderful! Shen He didn't have time to marvel and quickly used her mental power to control the newly acquired ability. She activated her ability, and with a wave of her hand, the zombie in front of her was frozen. Shen He has awakened an ice-type superpower. She doesn't know how long she can freeze something, but she knows that as long as she shatters the zombie before the freezing effect wears off, the zombie won't revive. Great! I finally have the ability to protect myself. Currently, Shen He's superpower has just awakened, so it is still very weak. Shen He can only freeze one zombie at a time, and it consumes a lot of mental energy. After a while, Shen He was exhausted and completely out of strength. Chapter 18. Surviving the aftermath, the consumption of mental energy is even more severe than that of physical energy. Now, Shen He has collapsed on the ground and is completely unable to move. Shen He felt a sense of regret. Had she known that the consumption of her abilities would be so immense, she should have frozen while tying the rope. Now that she had awakened her powers, to think she might die here was truly absurd. As the remaining zombies drew closer, and her nails turned a faint blue as if non-existent, Shen He gave up struggling. She no longer had the strength to move, even a little, completely unable to turn the situation around. Shen He closed her eyes, tightened her grip on her clothes, and waited for the pain of the last life to fade away. However, after waiting for a long time, the biting pain did not come. Shen He could no longer hear the sound of zombies walking. She opened her eyes in confusion and saw a black Jeep. Two young men and a woman with pigtails got out of the car. They were all wearing tight-fitting clothes, and the style of their outfits was the same, clearly indicating that they were together. Shen He looked around and found that the zombies had disappeared. Even the frozen zombies had only remnants left. Realizing that the three people in front of her had saved her, Shen He gradually let down her guard. She watched as the three of them approached her. And then the little girl with twin ponytails helped her up. "Are you okay, miss?" Shen He shook her head. She didn't even have the strength to speak now. She continued, "You're amazing. You managed to deal with so many zombies all by yourself." Shen He smiled helplessly, feeling that the sense of surviving a disaster was actually not good at all. The two men beside her quietly looked at Shen He until one of them couldn't help but speak up. "You're really impressive. You just awakened your abilities and were able to deal with so many zombies." Shen He looked puzzled at the man speaking. The man had a handsome face, with a strong and resolute beauty that exuded power at first glance. Noticing Shen He's confused gaze, the man explained, "For most people, when they awaken their abilities, being able to deal with one or two zombies for the first time is already the limit. It's only after gradually combining their abilities and honing their skills that they start to grow stronger and improve the level of their powers." After finishing his words, the man paused for a moment. Then he stared seriously at the woman in front of him and said, "But you are very different. I can feel that this is your first time using your abilities, yet you have directly reached level 3. Shen He also understood the man's explanation, but didn't think too much about it, as there are still individual differences. It wasn't until another man nearby spoke that Shen He had a realization. That man had a fringe and deliberately flicked it to look cool. "What my brother means is that you must have encountered some kind of opportunity. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so special." Shen He instinctively thought of her own space upon hearing this. However, she would not speak about it. So, Shen He just shook her head in confusion and said nothing more. The man who had asked the question saw that Shen He was unwilling to elaborate and realized she probably didn't want to talk, so he didn't press further. On the other hand, the girl with twin ponytails couldn't wait any longer and complained, "Hey, why are you asking so much? Isn't this a good thing? Our team can have new members again." After finishing, the girl introduced herself. "Hello, sister, my name is Zhang Qing." She pointed to the man with bangs in front and said, "This is our team's standout. His name is Suan." The more serious-looking man beside him is Su Ping, Su-En's brother. Shen He nodded at the two people respectively. "Hello, everyone. My name is Shen He." She forced herself to speak, her tone very weak and feeble. Shen He was in a completely exhausted state, so she unceremoniously leaned on Zhang Qing. At a glance, Zhang Qing seemed to be someone with special abilities, so supporting Shen He appeared effortless for her. Zhang Qing brushed her bangs and asked, "Sister Shen He, why don't you join us? Don't worry, everyone is really nice. In this apocalypse, it's safer to be together." The young girl was even happier to hear there was another companion. "That's great. We'll take you there. We can also check on another friend together." Su Ping didn't want Shen He to feel pressured and reprimanded. "Zhang Qing, don't make things difficult for her." Zhang Qing pouted. "Isn't it rare to see other people? I'm just thinking about everyone's safety." Su sighed, "I know you like excitement, but she might have her own things to do. If she agrees to come with us, that would be great. If not, you can't force her." Zhang Qing turned her head and stopped talking. Su Ping felt quite relieved to see Su being serious for once, seeing the three of them arguing over a matter. Shen He spoke up, "I'll go with you once I find my friend." Zhang Qing was overjoyed to hear Shen He say that. "Great, then we'll go with you." Since there were 4 of them traveling together, Shen He gave up her own car. She followed them and got into the Jeep. Shen He leaned back in the seat, trying to recover her strength as quickly as possible. Zhang Qing watched Shen He squinting her eyes, pretending to doze off, and didn't pull her into conversation again. Su Ping was driving, frowning as he spoke. "The zombies we've been following these past few days are actually heading towards this place." Suan agreed. "Yeah, it's like they are organized and have a plan, completely ignoring us. Su Ping thought of something and glanced at Shen He through the rearview mirror without leaving a trace. Shen He naturally heard the conversation between the two. No wonder there were so many zombies in this place. The sudden gathering of zombies must not be because of her. So, there was only one possibility. That is, the zombies were attracted by the potion from the experimental base. Realizing this, Shen He felt inexplicably excited. If the potion could attract zombies, it meant that the potion was effective. Shen He was overjoyed, and it accidentally showed on her face. "Ah, sister, what are you thinking? You're so happy." Chapter 19. Zombie Summoning. After Shen He finished speaking, she casually glanced at the expressions of the three people. Zhang Qing seemed to find it boring, let out an "oh," and leaned back in his chair, pretending to doze off. Suen had no particular reaction, thinking it was just ordinary conversation without anything unusual. However, Su Ping smirked slightly, said nothing, but his all-seeing expression left Shen He feeling a bit at a loss. Shen He roughly understood that they were not bad people, but it was better not to tell them about these things for fear of any accidents. The few of them did not speak again along the way, and Shen He ate the food prepared by those three people. "Sister, don't judge this compressed biscuit by its appearance. It's actually very filling. You should give it a try." Shen He happily accepted the food and ate quietly. Nowadays, being able to receive food is already great, so Shen He certainly wouldn't be picky. The four of them smoothly arrived at the hospital that Shen He mentioned. As soon as they arrived, Shen He couldn't wait to get out of the car and ran towards Dog Egg's place. "Shen He, Dog Egg, that's great. I think I might be able to save you." But no matter how hard Shen He searched every corner of the hospital, she looked for him again and again. But she couldn't find Dog Egg anywhere. Shen He's happy emotions gradually gave way to fear. She was extremely afraid. Dog Dan itself had no special abilities and had wounds on its body. What would happen if it encountered danger? Finally, Shen He confirmed that Dog Dan was really not here. Dog Dan had promised to wait for her here, so if it was not here now, there was only one possibility. It was in danger. Moreover, it was a danger that forced it to leave this place. Thinking of this, Shen He felt even more uneasy. Shen He searched carefully, but she couldn't even find the food she had left behind. This was not scientific. She had left enough food and water for half a month. It had been less than a week since she left here. Think again. The danger she faced now was mutated animals or zombies. But their food was humans. So the food she left wouldn't just disappear. Unless someone had come here. They took the food away. If Godan had encountered robbers, he wouldn't be so stubborn. He would definitely hand over the food and then wait here for her. Now that both Godan and the food had vanished, it indicated that someone must have taken him away. Moreover, theoretically, it shouldn't be bad people. Realizing this, Shen He felt much more relaxed. The three of them weren't idle either. They had been looking for clues everywhere, but returned empty-handed. Su Ping looked at Shen He, who was slumped on the ground, and thoughtfully comforted her. It seems that he was taken away by someone with similar abilities. Shen He heard this and immediately looked up, waiting for Su Ping to continue. Su Ping said, "I found zombie tracks on the wall, and there are at least 3 or 4. Upon hearing this, Shen He remembered the clues she had discovered. However, due to her urgency in finding Dog Egg and her unwillingness to believe it, she automatically overlooked them. Shen He stood up and listened carefully to what Su Ping was about to say. Su Ping unconsciously slowed down his tone. They moved in unison, and it seemed like they were summoned. He paused for a moment, hesitating to speak. "I don't know, what was here that could attract the zombies when you left?" Shen He choked up as she spoke. "There's a zombie here, tied up and with its mouth blocked but not killed." The 3 of them were stunned upon hearing this. They couldn't understand why. Since they had captured a zombie, they didn't eliminate it but chose to keep it alive. However, seeing Shen He's expression, they felt it was not the right time to ask that question. Su Ping continued, "That explains it. It seems that the other zombies were summoned by the one you have tied up, which is why they came. Shen He seized the last chance to resist, but I have already blocked his mouth. He can't make any sound." Zhang Qing became anxious. "Sister, it's possible that he accidentally freed himself from whatever was in his mouth, or maybe zombies have other ways to communicate. Are you confused? Zombies are now a new species. Who knows how they actually communicate?" Shen He naturally thought of these things. Now that Zhang Qing had pointed them out, she could no longer convince herself. Just the thought that her decision might have harmed Godan made her feel extremely guilty. although her original intention was also for Godan's sake. The objective fact was that she had indirectly harmed him. Suen saw Shen He's sad expression and secretly nudged Su Ping's arm. Su Ping spoke up, but things are not as you think. Although the zombies came, the ashes on the ground have not completely disappeared. It seems that some supernatural beings must have arrived and eliminated those zombies. Your friend may have been taken away by them. Shen He could tell that Su Ping was trying to comfort himself. If the danger had truly passed, Godan would never leave this place. Now, there are only two possibilities. One is that Godan has turned into a zombie and was then eliminated by a supernatural being who took away the food. The other possibility is that Godan is unconscious or injured, has lost consciousness, and was taken away by a supernatural being. Shen He couldn't convince herself that these two possibilities each had a 50% chance. Dog Egg was most likely zombified and then eliminated. Tears flowed uncontrollably from Shen He. It was she who had put Dog Dan and the zombies together. It was she who wanted to enter the gas station, which ultimately dragged Dog Dan into it. Zhang Qing saw Shen He lost in her own thoughts, tears falling like pearls that had come loose from a string, and felt a deep pain in her heart. She slowly stepped forward and hugged Shen He. Shen He leaned against Zhang Qing's shoulder, crying uncontrollably while reflecting on the recent events. Now that her brother was missing and Dog Dan's fate was unknown, she felt like a complete failure. Suen saw Shen He's state and squatted down. As long as there was no confirmation of your friend's death, you could not give up hope of finding them. What if he wasn't dead, but was also searching for you? Or maybe he was waiting for you to find him. Shen He's blurred vision couldn't make out Suen's appearance. But she knew she had to trust Suen. This was her only hope. She absolutely couldn't give up on Godan. Chapter 20. The Eye of the Sweep Fire. What if Godan wasn't dead? Then she had to find him. Wiping her tears, Shen He stood up. Don't worry, I will definitely find him. It was unclear whether this sentence was meant to comfort herself or to remind herself. Just as Shen He turned her head, she suddenly caught sight of a black object in her peripheral vision. Curiously, she walked towards under the cabinet, and when she clearly saw that black object, Shen He was overjoyed and cried. Shen He tightly grasped the black object in her hand, and the seed of hope in her heart gradually expanded. Zhang Qing curiously approached and asked, "Sister, what is this?" Shen He looked at the black object in front of her. "This is the whistle I gave him when we were young. We once agreed that if he was just leaving temporarily and it was safe, he would leave this whistle in the corner." Shen He wiped her tears and finally smiled. "Although this is a game from childhood, I believe he won't deceive me." The three of them looked at Shen He, feeling inexplicably emotional, but not wanting to discourage her. They could only silently agree. At this moment, Shen He seemed to have come back to life. "I believe in him. He will definitely be fine." Shen He put the whistle into her pocket and secretly transferred it into the space from her pocket. "Shen He, when I was young, he always kept his promises to me, and this time will definitely be no exception." Su Ping saw that Shen He had calmed down and asked, "So, what are your plans next?" Shen He thought for a moment. "I plan to walk around and look for him, as well as my brother." Shen He had experienced things from her past life, so she naturally knew what a base was. However, Suen thought that Shen He didn't know and was explaining it to herself. The base is a place established by a group of survivors. There are many people with abilities there, so there's no need to worry about being surrounded by zombies. It's very safe. Zhang Qing looked at Shen He, who was silent, and thought she was unwilling, so he quickly explained. "Our base is trying to contact people from other bases, and if we establish connections, it will be easier to find your friends. If your friends were taken away by people from other bases, then it would be just right to find them, wouldn't it?" Shen He heard Zhang Qing's words and naturally knew that searching alone was not only very dangerous, but also basically unproductive. Considering various factors, Shen He agreed. All right, the three of them all had abilities and were considered talents of the base. Therefore, they had made significant contributions during the usual supply accumulation and when the zombies attacked. Because of their strong abilities, the base did not impose many demands on them. This time they came out mainly to search for supplies for the base. Who would have thought they happened to encounter a migration of zombies, and the three of them followed along? This just happened to save Shen He. In fact, when they first followed Shen He, they had ulterior motives. In this apocalyptic world, people with abilities were particularly important. If it were an ordinary person, it wouldn't be worth their efforts. Encountering a zombie siege, they wouldn't be able to help at all. Moreover, Su Ping had another reason. When he was in the car, he discovered that Shen He was a person with secrets, and not small ones at that. He couldn't let such a big secret slip out of his sight. After all, she attracted so many zombies. Perhaps this secret had a crucial role in completely eliminating the zombies. Later, the three of them found that Shen He was a person who valued feelings and loyalty. Such a person was very suitable to be a partner in the apocalypse. After all, a capable person with loyalty is quite rare. The base is located in a very hidden place and is situated in a defensible area. The base covers an area of over 1,000 square meters and is clearly newly modified, presenting an overall shape like a pot lid. The exterior material is smooth and very sturdy. This is to prevent zombies from entering when the ability users are not at the base, stopping them from climbing in through the skylight. The entire base has only 2 entrances, one in the front and one in the back. Additionally, there's a large skylight on top of the base, and apart from that, it is almost completely sealed. It is unknown what the original purpose of this base was. Shen He looked around, the surroundings vast and open. If there were any signs of enemies, they would surely notice them at the first moment. Although this would expose the base itself to view, the biggest enemy of the base right now was the zombies. According to Zhang Qing, there were only a little over 100 people in the base. Among them, only a dozen or so had abilities, surviving in a group composed mainly of the elderly. Weak, sick, and disabled was indeed not easy. Zhang Qing took Shen He's hand. "Sister, I'm sorry, with so many people, the responsibility is already heavy, and now I have to pull you into this." Shen He looked at the cute and innocent little girl in front of her and shook her head nonchalantly. She knew very well that Zhang Qing, this little girl, was not as simple and unworldly as she appeared. Instead, she was quite clever and shrewd. As long as it didn't harm her, Shen He didn't care. The three of them led Shen He into the leader's room. The man was scruffy, and Shen He estimated he was probably in his 40s. He looked bold and unconventional, but in his eyes, Shen He saw shyness and sadness. It seemed he was another person who wielded his appearance as a weapon. As soon as the man heard there was talent present, he quickly activated his scanning gaze. He soon locked onto Shen He. He didn't care whether staring at her made her uncomfortable. He just fixed his gaze on her, making the hairs on her body stand on end. Shen He was confused and looked at Su Ping for clarification. Su Ping did not explain further, but instead signaled Shen He to look at the leading man. The man scrutinized Shen He from top to bottom. If it weren't for the lack of lewdness in his gaze, Shen He would have wanted to gouge out his eyes. Chapter 21. The Pink Room. Suddenly, the man seemed to have seen something and stared intently at Shen He's forehead. Then, in response to Shen He's puzzled look, he shifted his gaze to the hairpin on Shen He's head. All these changes in his expression did not escape Shen He's notice. Shen He probably knew something, and this man's eyes must be quite unusual. Perhaps this unique ability is what makes him capable of being a leader. Seeing the man fixate on her hairpin, Shen He couldn't help but tense up. She was considering whether she could escape under the assault of these few people if they tried to snatch the hairpin. After careful thought, Shen He felt that her chances of escaping were almost negligible. Shen He couldn't help but feel worried. She couldn't help but think whether it was a mistake to enter such a strange base. Suddenly, the sound of a man's hearty laughter disrupted Shen He's train of thought. Shen He smiled gently. Although she looked at the man with a kind gaze, she had already made the greatest preparations using her spatial abilities. If they really intended to rob her, even if she couldn't escape, she would take the people in this base down with her. The explosives she had gathered from the army last time were enough to blow this place up. The man circled around Shen He a few times, saying, "Not bad, not bad." While admiring Shen He's abilities, he cast appreciative glances at the 3 others. Shen He couldn't help but frown. She really wasn't used to such a gaze that felt like she was being treated as a commodity. However, the other party was the leader here, and since she was under his roof, she had to rely on him. Moreover, he didn't seem to have any ill intentions, so Shen He could only endure it. Just as it seemed like the situation was about to become awkward, Su Ping spoke up to diffuse the tension. "How about it? That's enough. She's just a young girl, and you're an old man, staring at her for so long. Aren't you ashamed?" The man, however, was unconcerned. He raised his hand and stroked his beard. "You young man, what do you know? Let me tell you all, you must protect this young girl well. She's a great treasure." Zhang Qing couldn't help but laugh. All right, as long as you think she's worth it, I'll take her down to tidy up. After saying that, he didn't wait for the man's approval and pulled Shen He away. This time, Shen He probably understood their way of interacting. Usually, they treated each other like friends. The leader seemed to be quite a decent person, not overly concerned with trivial matters. However, when it came to significant issues, they were still serious. That man had a keen eye, and it seemed he had noticed her potential and even recognized the significance of the hairpin. He was an extraordinary person. Perhaps it was for this reason that these three were willing to follow his lead. First, they would take her over to see if she could stay. Shen He had no doubt that if she had any problems, that man would definitely dispose of her or kick her out. And those three people would certainly listen to him. As for the friendship they had in the past, what did it matter in the face of life? The saints of the apocalypse must have long been dead by now. Shen He followed Zhang Qing with a complicated mood, thinking about her upcoming plans. Zhang Qing led the way in front, incessantly introducing the surrounding constructions and their purposes to Shen He. Let me tell you, this garden was strongly suggested by me to the leader. We can come here to appreciate the flowers and plants and do some exercises during our free time. And over there, that house is used for practicing our abilities. Shen He followed the direction pointed by Zhang Qing and saw a vast area. In the entire base, the place for activating abilities occupied the largest part. This area was further divided into two sections. One section was for those who already possessed abilities, helping them practice and continuously improve the level of their powers. The other section was prepared for those who did not yet have abilities, making it convenient for them to evolve their powers as early as possible. Shen He glanced at the equipment there, which was quite comprehensive. Then there were some experimental devices aimed at zombies, which also took up a considerable amount of space. According to Su Ping, there were currently no relevant experimental personnel in the base. So even though the equipment had been mostly prepared by the base, work had still not started. As for the living space of these people, it was actually quite limited. Shen He, as a person with abilities, is treated quite well. In this base, every individual with abilities has their own independent bedroom and bathroom. In contrast, ordinary people live in places similar to university dormitories. The beds are only 1 meter wide, arranged in bunk beds, and even the toilets are communal. However, they don't express much dissatisfaction, as they are not only provided with food and drink, but also owe their lives to the base's rescue. The atmosphere here is very harmonious, and it's common for people from the base to offer their food to those with abilities in exchange for protection. Before long, Zhang Qing had brought Shen He to their living place. Here we are, Zhang Qing said at the door, glancing at Shen He before pushing the door open. What greeted them was a sea of pink. The pink curtains were drawn up, obscuring the patterns on them. However, under the sunlight, it appeared very warm and inviting. The sunlight streamed into every corner of the room without obstruction, like a little sprite that could run and jump. With its magic wand, it chased away every bit of dampness and bacteria in the room, leaving behind the warm scent that belongs solely to sunlight. Shen He looked at the color that was just like her own bedroom and felt quite emotional. She was very curious about how this place could have such a carefully arranged setup. Shen He walked in step by step, feeling the warmth of the sunlight. I tell you, this place was arranged by the leader. He took a long time to set it up and didn't let us in. Once, I wanted to sneak in and take a look and almost got kicked out by the leader. Zhang Qing whispered in Shen He's ear, recounting the story. The leader was really terrifying that day. It was the first time I saw him so angry. Zhang Qing's words made Shen He frown. She could probably guess that this room was prepared for someone very important. Shen He asked, "Then why did you still bring me here? I can stay anywhere." She had no demands for her accommodation. As long as it provided shelter from the wind and rain, that was enough for her. She didn't want to ruin someone else's hopes or cause Zhang Qing to suffer. Chapter 22. Increased appetite. Who would have thought that Zhang Qing would pout and say sigh? The leader already said he doesn't want this room anymore and let me handle it. If it weren't for the place I lived in before, where I've stayed for a long time and developed feelings for it, I would have moved already. Shen He couldn't understand how someone could easily give up something they had carefully prepared. She thought about it and asked. Zhang Qing raised an eyebrow. I don't know either. All I know is that one day during a meeting, the leader suddenly rushed out in a panic. At that moment, he looked very flustered. and we all found it hard to understand. After listening to Zhang Qing's words, Shen He fell into deep thought. It must be that she has lost someone very important. It's just that a house built with such effort is good to keep as a memory. Shen He looked at the mural on the wall. It wasn't the work of a master. Although it was painted well, it still showed some youthful naivety, while the style had a certain elegance. The mischievousness in the brushstrokes couldn't be hidden. Shen He looked at each painting, searching for any flaws. Zhang Qing followed in Shen He's footsteps. "Sister, do you really like these paintings?" When they reached the wardrobe, Shen He noticed the strawberry bear sticker on it. It even had beautiful hangers prepared thoughtfully. Although there wasn't a single clue in the room, Shen He felt that this room was prepared for a little girl. Shen He turned around, feeling the abundance of love in the room. "Zhang Qing, take me to another house." Zhang Qing asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Does my sister not like it here?" "But the pink room is really pretty." Shen He shook her head. "It's not that I don't like it here, but all the memories here are of another person. Living here makes me uneasy." Zhang Qing found it hard to understand. She knew that this place was definitely prepared by the leader for someone else. But since it was no longer needed, it should be used freely. After all, the most important person is the leader. If he doesn't care, why should others? Despite thinking this way, Zhang Qing still respected Shen He's wishes. She took Shen He to her own place. "I live in a room next door. Now we are neighbors. If you ever have any questions, feel free to come and find me." Shen He, faced with kindness, naturally did not refuse. She gently pushed the door open and looked at the environment inside. There were no unnecessary decorations, just an ordinary room. Shen He is very satisfied with this house. After all, it faces the sun, and Shen He loves the smell of sunshine the most. Shen He sat on a soft bed. "This will do, I really like it." Zhang Qing then sat down beside Shen He. "That room is so beautiful. You don't want it? This one is just a very ordinary setup, yet you prefer it." Shen He looked at Zhang Qing's subtle expression and had reason to suspect that she was currently harboring some thoughts in her heart. She was questioning whether her own judgment or aesthetic was flawed. As a newcomer, it was better for Shen He to remain low-key. Shen He changed the topic. "I wonder when we will eat. Actually, I'm a bit hungry." Zhang Qing's mouth formed an egg shape. "I was so focused on showing you around that I forgot to take you to eat." After saying this, Zhang Qing grabbed Shen He and headed towards the cafeteria. Although the food wasn't abundant, at least it could fill them up. Zhang Qing looked down at his watch. "But it's already so late. I'm not sure if there's still food left." Shen He looked at Zhang Qing's unsuspecting demeanor and felt a bit guilty. She couldn't be sure if these people were trustworthy, so she absolutely couldn't reveal that she had a space. Although the leader probably already knew, he hadn't made it public, clearly not wanting to interfere with her thoughts. That man seemed trustworthy. Shen He thought to herself, and before she knew it, she had arrived at the cafeteria. Zhang Qing stood at the food-serving area, staring blankly at the empty food counter. Shen He couldn't help but laugh when she saw Zhang Qing's silly expression. "What's wrong? Are you that hungry?" Zhang Qing turned his head with regret and said, "Yeah. Aren't you hungry? People with abilities get hungry easily, even without using our powers. Our food intake is much greater than that of normal people." Upon hearing this, Shen He realized that her appetite had indeed increased recently. However, she hadn't thought much of it at the time, assuming it was just due to her high level of physical activity. She never expected it was because of this reason. Shen He sighed that she was indeed lacking in talent and knowledge, knowing nothing at all. Just then, she heard Su En's voice coming from afar. "Oh." The two beautiful ladies finally remembered that it's time to eat. Shen He looked in the direction of the sound and saw Su En leaning against the door, with a dogtail grass in his mouth, turned sideways, looking quite unreliable. Zhang Qing complained, "Yeah, if you don't want to think of a solution, at least don't stand here making sarcastic remarks and laughing at us. Wait until I tell your brother, and let him give you a good lesson." As soon as Su En heard that she was going to tell his brother, he straightened up immediately. He took the dogtail grass out of his mouth with his left hand and then threw it on the ground. "You little white-eyed wolf. All you do is report me." Zhang Qing smugly pouted. "What is wrong with that? As long as it works." Zhang Qing's expression successfully irritated Su En. He charged straight at Zhang Qing, who quickly hid behind Shen He. Su En pointed at Zhang Qing hiding behind Shen He. "If you have the guts, come out. Hiding behind someone else doesn't count as bravery." Zhang Qing fanned the flames, standing behind Shen He with both hands on Shen He's back, stretching her head out from behind Shen He's shoulder. Suan then caught sight of Zhang Qing's small head shaking back and forth, as if it were saying, "You can't hit me, you can't hit me." This feeling of being unable to deal with her, while also being annoyed by her, made Suan very unhappy. He chased after Zhang Qing, who ran around Shen He. Unable to catch her, Suan simply tried to grab her from the opposite direction. Just as he was about to touch Zhang Qing, she swiftly dodged his reach. Just when Shen He was thinking about how to interrupt the two, Su Ping's voice appeared. "What is going on? Let me join the fun." Chapter 23. The complexity of human nature. As soon as the voice sounded, it was as if time had stopped. The three people in the dining room were instantly frozen, maintaining the same posture as before. Shen He looked at the two people who were stunned and found it extremely amusing. It turned out that this was the way the three of them interacted, and it seemed quite nice. Shen He was the first to speak, putting away her shocked expression. She sat down on a chair in a restaurant and said, "It was Zhang Qing and I who missed the mealtime, which led to this farce." After Shen He finished speaking, Zhang Qing's hand, which had been raised in the air, dropped down. "Your good brother. Not only did he not prepare food for us, but he even made sarcastic remarks." She pulled over a chair and sat down, the chair scraping against the tiles, making a screeching sound. The uncomfortable noise made Shen He instinctively frown. However, as the sound disappeared, Shen He's discomfort also vanished abruptly. "You don't manage things well either. Just know how to bully us girls." Suan, hearing Zhang Qing's words, retorted unhappily, "You call yourself a girl? I can't even compete with you, a shrew." Zhang Qing was displeased by Suan's comment and immediately slammed her hand on the table. "Say that again." Suan was about to speak when he was interrupted by Su Ping. "All right, you haven't even had enough to eat all day, but your mouth is quite sharp." Seeing that Su Ping didn't defend her, Zhang Qing huffed and turned her head away. Su Ping, helpless, said, "Hurry up and bring out the food you prepared. Or do you not want to eat?" Hearing his brother's words, Suan obediently walked into the kitchen. He took out 2 portions of food from a cabinet. After placing the food on the table, he left the dining room. Su Ping watched Suan leave, indifferent. "All right, let's eat quickly. He just has that mouth." Su Ping sat at another table. While eating, he noticed that you two hadn't come, so he had already prepared food for you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qing looked at the food on her plate and couldn't help but laugh softly. She glanced at the door through which Suan had left and pushed a portion of food to Shen He. At least he has a conscience. Let's eat quickly before it gets cold." Shen He responded with a sound, lowered her head to eat, seemingly lost in thought. Seeing that the two were eating, Su Ping left the place. Shen He didn't look up and asked while eating, "How old are you this year?" Zhang Qing, with food in his mouth, mumbled, 17. Without hesitation, Zhang Qing said, "Pink, I like pink the most." "Then what do you like to eat the most?" Zhang Qing's voice suddenly stopped. But Shen He's purpose had already been achieved. According to Zhang Qing, whenever new people arrived, this meal would be particularly sumptuous. Unfortunately, he had missed the mealtime again. Otherwise, Zhang Qing wouldn't have been so excited. Since it was sumptuous, there wouldn't be just one meat dish. Therefore, the varieties on this plate should all be Zhang Qing's favorites. Shen He said in an annoyed tone, "Sigh, I really don't like eating garlic sprouts the most. I don't know why Suan just had to leave this behind. I don't know if it's just by chance or if someone actually likes it." Zhang Qing glanced at the garlic sprouts in Shen He's chopsticks and quietly blushed. Shen He looked at Zhang Qing, who shyly lowered his head, feeling satisfied. What more was there to understand? These two little enemies, what could be said about them? However, thinking about how similar their personalities were, it was uncertain whether their relationship would be smooth in the future. For the next period of time, neither Zhang Qing nor Shen He spoke again. The cafeteria was quiet, with only the sound of chopsticks clinking against the plates. After finishing their meal, both of them tacitly avoided mentioning what had happened earlier. It was Shen He who spoke first. "I need to see the leader. You don't have to follow me." Zhang Qing nodded, his attention wandering, not knowing what he was thinking about. Shen He saw through it, but didn't say anything. She turned and went directly to the leader's residence. When she knocked and entered, the man was bent over the desk, seemingly researching something. Upon seeing Shen He come to him, he was not surprised at all. "Sigh, I've been researching ways to combat zombies. Relying solely on abilities isn't a good solution. It would be even better if we could eliminate the zombie virus. Shen He squinted her eyes, unsure if the man already knew about her experimental potion. She echoed, yeah. Shen He didn't plan to hand over the professor's research results. First, she wasn't sure whether the potion actually worked. Second, even though the entire base was well-equipped, there wasn't even a single person who could barely be considered a researcher. Even if she took out the potion, it wouldn't be of any use. The man's expression was very natural. So natural that Shen He couldn't tell whether he was just casually mentioning it or if he knew something. He put down the pen in his hand and then took off his glasses. While rubbing his nose, he asked, "Did you come here to find me for something?" Shen He got straight to the point. "I see that the area around the base is empty, and I don't know if it is to prevent others from intruding." The man stopped what he was doing, furrowed his brow, and said, "I have checked many books regarding the changes to the base, and the plan has been approved by everyone." "What do you mean by that?" Shen He explained, "The construction of the base is now all aimed at preventing zombies. It can be said to be quite perfect, but with the base being so exposed, what would we do if it were attacked by other humans?" The man shook his head. "How could that be? We still don't." Halfway through his sentence, the man suddenly stopped. He looked at Shen He with a serious expression, as if he had realized what he had forgotten. Shen He is right. Human nature is complex. How can he be sure that those who survive the apocalypse are all virtuous? Without the constraints of law and morality, certain human baseness can go on endlessly. The man recalled that when he first started building, he thought about how his base should be easy for others to find. This would help rescue others or provide mutual assistance. But he completely forgot about humanity's tendency to turn against itself. The man sighed. "I have become muddled." He looked up, his eyes filled with gratitude as he gazed at Shen He. "You still think things through? I'm very happy you came to see me." Shen He smiled and didn't take it seriously. The man continued, "In your opinion, how should the base be improved?" Chapter 24, Memories of the Past. Shen He saw that the man's gaze was sincere, not like he was asking out of false pretense. She walked directly to the man's bookshelf and took out the book she noticed at first glance. Shen He flipped through the contents of the book and found no issues. She turned her head and placed the book on the man's desk. The man looked at the book that Shen He had placed on his desk, thought for a moment, and found it feasible. This approach was good for everyone. The man was increasingly satisfied with the woman in front of him. "You are quite thoughtful." Shen He knew that the man's intention was to compliment her. However, it was just the last struggle of the apocalypse. Surviving was already good enough. The man didn't know why, but he always felt that the woman in front of him seemed to be more than just her apparent age. His eyes couldn't see through her, so he stopped pondering that question. "You're right, but as long as we work hard, maybe we can carve out a new path in this apocalypse." The man smiled, picked up the cup of water on the table, gently blew on the rim to cool it, and carefully took a sip. "Please gather everyone in the square and tell them I need their help." Shen He nodded in acknowledgement. When leaving, Shen He turned around, using her clothes as a cover, and took something out from a space. Shen He placed a bag of tea leaves on the man's desk. "This is something I obtained by chance, and now I offer it to you as a gift. Thank you for your kindness in taking me in." Shen He is inherently a person with special abilities, so it can't really be considered as taking her in. Theoretically speaking, it should be the leader trying to please her. However, Shen He still feels that a meeting gift is necessary. Moreover, Shen He does not like drinking tea. She cannot appreciate the taste. Rather than wasting it in her own space, it would be better to give it away. The man casually turned his head. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a package of tea leaves. Although it's a time when tea is not commonly consumed, it is not exactly a necessity. So he didn't pay much attention to it, until he picked up the tea leaves and examined them closely. Suddenly, the man was shocked and looked up at Shen He. He rubbed his eyes and looked again carefully. Then he quickly turned around and put on the glasses he had previously taken off. He observed intently, while Shen He remained calm, waiting quietly. The man treated it as if he had found a treasure. It was as if a historian had come across a beautiful porcelain piece filled with historical relics that he had never seen before, and he couldn't put it down. Shen He watched the man's reaction and silently praised her own attentiveness. She hadn't thought of it at first until she saw him drinking water. Although he was drinking plain water, the act of drinking still reflected a habit formed over many years of drinking tea. It was an unconscious reaction, despite the current apocalypse. No one will be searching for tea leaves. Yet, the man still maintained the posture of drinking tea, suggesting that he must be a seasoned tea enthusiast. When Shen He was fleeing and hoarding supplies, she inadvertently came across this bag of tea leaves. At that time, it was purely to meet the requirements for upgrading her space, which is why she placed it in her inventory. After a long while, the man seemed to feel a bit embarrassed for having kept Shen He waiting, and he reluctantly lifted his gaze. He sighed, saying after all these years, "I never expected to see the tea leaves I've been longing for during the apocalypse." The man spoke a lot, and through his words, Shen He learned that he was also born into an ordinary family and managed to get into college through his own efforts. He was just a truly ordinary person, not someone who could soar to great heights or was destined to win the lottery. Every day, he worked diligently to earn a living for his family. Only on Sunday nights did he dare to drink a little ordinary tea to alleviate his craving for it. At this point, the man smiled happily, saying back then, "I even had to hide my tea drinking from my wife. She would complain if she saw me looking so relaxed and carefree." Shen He frowned, feeling a bit confused about the actions of the man's wife. Who knew the man didn't care at all? How could I not understand her suffering? Life is full of hardships without money. What she did was simply because life was too hard. Her intention was not to see me do well. In fact, the man had complained at the beginning, but as soon as he thought of his wife, who had given up her own interests and hobbies for the family and the children, he felt very ashamed. Although he had to sneak around every time he had tea, at least in that moment, he enjoyed it. It was me who brought her into this life, yet I could not make her happy. Shen He pursed her lips. She didn't know how to comfort the man, or rather, there were no words that could truly comfort him. After he finished speaking, it seemed he realized he had said too much and sighed. His gaze fell on the tea leaves in front of him. "My lifelong dream has been to take a sip of this tea and savor its flavor. Although it's a dream, I've always known it could never be realized. I never expected that a little girl like you would make it come true." The man stroked his beard and laughed heartily, as if the previous sadness was just Shen He's illusion. He caressed the tea leaves, unable to let them go. "The last time I saw it was on television. When the man opened the package, Shen He saw it was filled with all kinds of tea leaves. Although there were only a few, they were all very clean, neatly placed in their respective categories. The names and descriptions on top were all handwritten, although they weren't valuable. One could tell at a glance that their owner must have taken great care of them." The man stroked the booklet and proudly said, "Let me tell you, this booklet of mine is priceless. Everyone's dreams are different, and Shen He respected each person's aspirations." Then she watched as the man first disinfected the tweezers and let them dry. Chapter 25, Mother Tree to Hong Pao after washing his hands. He carefully opened the tea packaging, as if he were handling a fragile porcelain piece. He gently tore the wrapping paper, and when he saw the tea leaves, his eyes lit up. The man even straightened his posture before he began to delicately pick out a tea leaf with the tweezers. He held the tea leaf high, letting the sunlight shine on it, and admired it carefully. After a long while, he slowly placed the tea leaf into the already prepared booklet. Shen He saw the words on the booklet from a distance. "The mother tree of Dahong Pao has been growing in Wui Mountain for 380 years. According to the UNESCO-approved World Natural and Cultural Heritage List of Wui Mountain, the mother tree of Dahong Pao, as an ancient tree, has been included in the World Natural and Cultural Heritage List." She looked at the serious and carefully protective man in front of her and thought to herself that he really was a hardcore tea enthusiast. Shen He didn't know if this tea was good or not, only that it seemed to be the most expensive among all the teas. Nowadays, being able to fulfill someone's wish can be considered as not giving a gift in vain. Shen He carefully lifted her foot to step out, trying not to disturb the man. She wasn't sure if the man would change the facilities around the base, but she still notified as usual. She believed that such a responsible person would not put personal desires above the greater good. Thinking of that man, Shen He couldn't help but recall her wife's attitude. Shen He still felt that his wife must know about his secret tea drinking. How could a wife who devoted herself to the home not notice that the tea her husband secretly hoarded was decreasing? Thinking about it this way, it could be considered a mutual effort. Unknowingly, she walked to the room he had prepared for their daughter. After the conversation just now, Shen He was even more convinced that this was the room meant for their daughter. But for some reason, it was no longer needed. It seemed that something unexpected must have happened. Shen He was just about to leave the door when she saw Zhang Qing and the other three. Shen He unconsciously switched her gaze between Zhang Qing and Suan, seeing that they had indeed reconciled as if nothing had happened. Zhang Qing noticed Shen He's gaze and lowered his head to avoid it. Su Ping also noticed Shen He's unusual behavior, but he already knew about this matter, so he was not surprised at all. On the contrary, Su In, the silly and naive one, scratched his head, completely oblivious to the atmosphere. Su Ping shook his head at his carefree younger brother. Shen He asked knowingly, "Oh, I wonder who among you two saw whom first?" Zhang Qing heard Shen He's question and wanted to stop Su In, but it was already too late. Shen He gently placed her right hand under her nose. Hiding her schadenfreude, she realized that these two people clearly liked each other, but neither of them knew that the other had feelings for them. However, she thought that after today's dinner, Zhang Qing should have realized that Su In cared about her. Unfortunately, Su In was a stubborn person, oblivious to the affection he had. Shen He was still very willing to help them understand each other's feelings. After all, time is so precious and should be cherished. Once the bad taste passed, Shen He suddenly thought of something serious. "How did you three come here?" Zhang Qing's blush had just faded, and she quickly coughed. She hurriedly answered Shen He's question, as if that could erase the previous awkwardness. "It's like this. We just received a notice saying we need to gather at the square. We happened to see that the notice was issued by you, so we came to ask you what it's about." Su In looked at Zhang Qing's state and felt she seemed a bit strange. However, seeing that Zhang Qing wasn't physically unwell, he didn't dwell on it anymore. Instead, Su Ping and Shen He noticed Zhang Qing's shyness and exchanged a smile. Upon hearing Shen He say this, Su In relaxed a lot. "Oh, because of that? Then it's just right. We don't have to go." Shen He was taken aback. "Don't we need to go help?" Su Ping explained, "We supernatural beings have privileges. We can choose not to participate in such matters." Zhang Qing echoed, "Exactly, we usually handle the most dangerous tasks. If we also have to deal with trivial matters like this, wouldn't that wear us out?" Shen He also thought it made sense. "Since that's the case, I won't go either." A few people chatted and laughed together, agreeing to discuss the issue of abilities the next day. They also planned to give some pointers to Shen He, as she had just evolved her abilities and probably wasn't feeling very comfortable. Shen He nodded quietly at Su Ping's words. Ever since she developed her abilities, although her sense of security had increased significantly, she often felt physically uncomfortable, as if a force was running rampant within her body. She had no idea how to suppress it. In severe cases, her abilities would even go out of control. She could only ensure that she wouldn't harm anyone, but some parts of the room suffered as a result. She had been troubled by this recently and was planning to study it carefully. Since someone was willing to help, that was even better. Thus, a few people finalized their plans for the next day. The remaining individuals included some ability users specifically responsible for patrolling, while ordinary people followed the leader's arrangements to set up some illusionary barriers around the base, striving for more buffer time against human attacks. It was already fortunate for those ordinary people to stay here and survive in the apocalypse, so they had no complaints and were wholeheartedly considering the base's welfare. Only one new girl among them looked very dissatisfied. She had been rescued by Su Ping and the other two during a critical moment. Chapter 26. Envious gaze. She was very happy and instantly liked Su Ping, who had saved her. Su Ping was handsome and exceptionally capable, making it hard not to like him. She touched her face and looked in the mirror, always thinking of herself as something special. Even if he had saved so many people, she was sure she was the last one. Since arriving at the base, she had been looking for opportunities to get closer to Su Ping. However, the residences of ability users and ordinary people were not in the same place, and Su Ping was often absent from the base, so she had never had the chance. The arrival of Shen He changed her mindset. She began to lose the feeling of home in this base and started to harbor resentment and anger. After all, she was also a woman with abilities. She watched the four of them closely, her hands almost tearing at her clothes in frustration. A nearby older woman saw this scene and, as someone who had been through it, naturally understood what the girl was thinking. The older woman kindly advised, "One must learn to be content. We can eat because of the efforts of those few." But the girl was quite unconvinced. Aren't they also getting what they deserve? We work hard here while they enjoy themselves, chatting and laughing. The older woman frowned, losing her patience. If you think you can kill zombies too, then you could go over there. She left unsaid the final words, that it was really because she couldn't do it herself. It was unreasonable to complain when one was being protected and felt resentful. The older woman turned away and ignored the girl. You. The girl looked at the older woman's attitude, feeling even more grieved. In school, she was always the one being adored by boys. No matter when, she was always the center of attention. Now, looking at her dirty hands, where was the fair and beautiful girl from before? She stomped her feet in anger, her resentment growing stronger. When did it come to the point where an older woman could give her a cold shoulder? Shen He and his 3 companions were chatting as they reached the outskirts of the base. They discussed the shortcomings and deficiencies of the current construction, continuously working on improvements. Shen He was immersed in such a positive atmosphere, feeling united in purpose, and even began to believe that they could surely defeat the zombies. Until she sensed a malicious gaze. Shen He didn't want to pay attention, just pretending she didn't see it, listening to Su Ping's guidance to everyone. After Su Ping finished speaking, he turned to Shen He. Shen He, what do you think? Shen He nodded. I think it's great. What is written in the book is not necessarily all correct. It still needs to be adapted to the local conditions. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt another resentful gaze. Shen He seemed to sense something and directly looked at the woman. However, she was still caught by Shen He. If the first time was an illusion, then the second time could not be. Shen He can accept the strength of outsiders, but cannot tolerate the betrayal of family. Shen He stayed here for a day and grew tired of the subtle jabs from her own people. She no longer ignored it and directly caught the attention of the 3 people, leading them to the woman's side. Since the moment she arrived, this woman had definitely been watching her. The first time, Shen He didn't pay much attention. However, the second time, the resentful gaze came right after she finished talking to Su Ping. Su Ping looked at the seemingly fragile girl in front of her and had a bold guess. Shen He shifted his gaze away from the woman and looked at Su Ping. Do you know this woman? Although Su Ping didn't understand, he still studied her carefully for a moment. When the woman noticed that Su Ping was finally looking at her seriously, she couldn't care less about Shen He's presence. She lowered her head and tucked the loose strands of hair behind her ear, smiling shyly and radiantly. Zhang Qing saw her pretentious act and scoffed disdainfully. The woman probably knew that Zhang Qing and Su Ping had a good relationship, and upon hearing Zhang Qing's voice, she awkwardly smiled. Su Ping's tone was indifferent, which sounded particularly harsh to the woman. She looked up in shock. How could this be? Suga, just a few days ago, you saved me and personally arranged for me to be here. Su Ping couldn't understand why she suddenly became so emotional and furrowed his brows. More than half of the people here were saved by me. Why would I remember you? This statement could be considered quite cutting. Shen He thought she would see the woman's expression of pain or disbelief. After all, the person she had been thinking about all this time turned out to have never remembered her at all. Who would have thought that the result would be that she still looked at Shen He with resentment? Shen He knew that the woman blamed herself for not receiving Su Ping's attention. Shen He originally intended to persuade her, but it seems unnecessary now. A woman who is so irrational and confused will not listen to anything you say. She is stubborn. Zhang Qing, also a girl, naturally noticed the woman's dissatisfaction with Shen He. She scolded, "What kind of look is that?" The woman's high ponytail swayed left and right with her shaking head. It was originally a nice scene, but the woman insisted that she looked good at that moment, making it seem overly pretentious. I just really envy you all," the woman said, looking as if she was about to cry. Su Ping and Suen both remained silent, not knowing what to think. Zhang Qing, on the other hand, wore a face full of disgust that she couldn't hide. From the moment the 4 of them arrived, they attracted everyone's attention. Some were curious, some admired them and wanted to get closer, while a few were worried that the woman might be bullied. Although they had never bullied anyone, the woman clearly looked like she was about to cry, which made them feel heartbroken. A few men, forming a group, finally couldn't help but walked over from the other side. They stood beside the woman and asked, "Are you okay?" One man expressed concern for her, while another looked at Shen He and the others, asking, "Is there something going on?" Chapter 27, Tea Talk. Shen He shook her head. Originally, there shouldn't have been any problems with these people. However, after the woman's provocative actions, it seemed that the future would be troublesome. When a woman saw Shen He shaking her head, tears immediately fell from her eyes, as if she had been frightened. The protector frowned and asked, "Why are you bullying her?" Finally hearing the expected words, Shen He felt no change in her mood. Instead, Zhang Qing couldn't hold back and snapped, "Which one of your eyes saw us bullying her?" This question left everyone speechless. They had been watching and indeed had not bullied the woman. However, the woman certainly looked wronged. They began to argue without reason. Then why did you come over? Why is she crying? If you hadn't come, she wouldn't be crying. Also, we don't know what you said to her. After saying this, they glanced at Shen He, their intention clear. They were implying that Shen He was the one who had bullied the woman to tears. It seemed the woman had complained to them about Shen He. Otherwise, they wouldn't be focusing their attention on her. Shen He curled the corners of his mouth. Look, this is the consequence of being too easy to talk to. It's easy to remember a life-saving grace for a moment, but hard to remember it for a lifetime. Zhang Qing saw that they were being so unreasonable and, for a moment, was so angry that he couldn't say a word. Suen noticed that Zhang Qing was so agitated, breathing heavily, and quickly patted him on the back. Zhang Qing looked at Suen, pointing at the few men who were speaking, but he couldn't utter a single word. Shen He looked at Zhang Qing and thought that having someone speak up for her now was a stroke of luck. Su Ping looked at Shen He and said, I can't believe you can still smile. Shen He tilted her head. What else should I fight with them? Then see if the leader wants me or them. It's just a small matter. It's not worth it. Shen He finished speaking, looked at the woman, and asked, What is your name? The woman seemed startled and moved closer to the nearest man. She timidly replied, My name is Wang Yan. Shen He murmured, Wang Yan. To see the big picture from the small, if people's hearts are not united, the base will surely fall apart one day. Su Ping watched Shen He's departing figure, naturally understanding the meaning of her words. Although today's incident was trivial, the disunity and unreasonable behavior were significant issues. Sooner or later, this bomb would explode. Wang Yan paused for a moment, feeling even more wronged. I really didn't. A group of people was watching, and her words held no credibility at all. The way she pretended to cry made the men around her think she had suffered a great injustice. Every time Wang Yan found a girl displeasing, she would use this tactic. The boys instantly lost interest in her. It was very effective. So this time, she instinctively did the same. However, she overlooked one point. Su Ping was not an ordinary man. He was not one of those students who had never faced the harshness of society, nor was he a wealthy young master living a carefree life. Before the apocalypse, he had raised his younger brother on his own and witnessed the darkness of society and the malice of human nature. Now that it was the apocalypse, this tactic would only backfire on her. Su Ping looked at her with disgust, nearly causing Wang Yan to lose her composure. What are you making a fuss about in this apocalypse? If you don't want to stay here, you can leave. His words were quite harsh. Even the people working nearby lowered their heads, fearing Su Ping's anger might involve them. Su Ping memorized the faces of these men. If you feel Wang Yan is wronged, you can leave with her. After speaking, Su Ping looked at them with a hint of sarcasm. If you all protect her together, no one should be able to wrong her. He had never looked down on anyone, nor had he ever disrespected them just because they were ordinary people. But to slander a girl and attack her as a group was simply disgraceful. Back in the room, Su Ping grew angrier the more he thought about it. He recalled Shen He's expression at the time and, feeling uneasy, stepped out. Zhang Qing watched both of them leave, staring intently at Wang Yan. Wang Yan, feeling guilty, kept hiding behind the men next to her. However, the few men hesitated to speak due to Zhang Qing's higher status. They were afraid of the strong and bullied the weak, but they would never admit it. So they still maintained a protective stance around Wang Yan. Zhang Qing angrily spoke up. You all better not let me catch you doing anything wrong. Otherwise, I will make you pay. Suen scanned the room with a warning look before following Zhang Qing's lead. The four of them gradually left, and the men began to surround Wang Yan, fussing over her. Wang Yan, with her high ponytail, though not exceptionally delicate, was already quite good-looking in the apocalypse. These men had some feelings for Wang Yan, and since she wasn't rejecting them, they were all captivated by her. Wang Yan looked in the direction the men left, unable to hold back her tears any longer. I don't know why that new sister Shen He doesn't like me at all. I haven't done anything to provoke her. Wang Yan grew more and more aggrieved, eventually breaking down into sobs. The men were instantly at a loss. Why do you care about her? She's just a newcomer. Exactly. If she bullies you, tell us, and we will definitely not let her off the hook. If you ask me, she must be jealous of how good-looking our Wang Yan is, which is why she targeted her. The men took turns praising Wang Yan. making her unable to help but laugh and joke with them. The topic naturally revolved around Shen He's looks. Don't say that, Sister Shen He is quite good-looking too. The men all disagreed. Not at all. She is clearly not even 1/10 as good-looking as our Wang Yan. Exactly. Our Wang Yan is the prettiest. Only one boy remained silent on the topic because he thought Shen He was much better looking than Wang Yan. But given the situation, he felt it was inappropriate to speak the truth. Unable to voice such insincere words, he simply kept quiet. Chapter 28. Here, to cause trouble? A group surrounded Wang Yan, chattering away, and no one noticed his lack of participation. In fact, Shen He was very beautiful, more so than anyone in the base. However, Shen He usually appeared cold, giving off an air of being unattainable. Therefore, they were all too willing to slander someone they couldn't have to gain the favor of their crush. The silent man quickly found himself pushed to the back. He felt as if he had been enchanted before, thinking Wang Yan was a good girl. With her gentle appearance, she was endearing, and her high ponytail made her look quite pure. But now, looking at her, he saw a girl surrounded by a group of men without a hint of discomfort. This was not shyness. It was a complete lack of boundaries. To put it bluntly, having so many men fawning over her showed she was an unsettled person. The man observed Wang Yan's relaxed expression through the crowd. She seemed shy, but in reality, she was flirtatious. He couldn't understand how he had ever found Wang Yan appealing, feeling utterly blind since the apocalypse. He repeatedly confirmed that this woman was a gossip who talked behind others' backs. She was just a pretentious, affected person. The man felt deeply disappointed. The thought of having cared for her out of lust made him feel unclean. This man, who even despised himself, left the scene. Su Ping arrived at Shen He's door, wanting to knock, but his hand hesitated in midair. He didn't know how Shen He was feeling or if he should disturb her. But recalling that woman's disgusting expression, he still knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Shen He, sitting on the bed and organizing her space, heard the knocking and got up to open the door in confusion. Shen He opened the door and saw Su Ping. What brings you here? Su Ping observed Shen He's expression and noticed that everything seemed normal, which eased his mind a little. I came to see you. Before Su Ping could finish his sentence, Shen He already guessed the reason for his visit. Shen He stepped aside. You go in first. Su Ping did not refuse and walked in. He looked at the furnishings in the room. Everything was uniformly arranged, and Shen He had not added anything extra. It somehow felt very warm and tidy. Shen He kept a low profile and did not take out anything else from the space. Shen He poured a glass of water for Su Ping. Have some water. Su Ping reached out to take it. The water was at just the right temperature, warm enough to drink. Shen He sat down on the chair next to Su Ping. Actually, you don't have to worry about me. She hasn't caused me any substantial harm. Su Ping, however, didn't believe it and thought it was just Shen He's self-comfort or words meant to comfort him. I know you girls care about this the most. She treated you like that. What do you plan to do next? Shen He smiled dismissively and said, as long as I can live my own life. Thinking of that resentful gaze, Shen He's expression became serious. However, that woman and that group of men, you might want to pay a little attention to them. Su Ping nodded. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on them and won't cause you any trouble. Shen He said disapprovingly, it's not about causing me trouble. I just have a feeling that one day they will cause a great disaster. Hearing Shen He say this, Su Ping frowned and thought of the worst possible outcome. Don't worry. Knowing that Su Ping had taken to heart, Shen He didn't say more. After all, saying too much can be annoying. Su Ping looked at Shen He and said, tomorrow we will start training our abilities. It should be exhausting, so remember to rest early. Shen He looked up at the sky and realized it was quite late, nodding her head. Suan chased after Zhang Qing's footsteps and finally caught hold of her arm. Slow down. Wait for me. I can't keep up with you. You're just a little girl, walking so fast. Zhang Qing directly shook off Suan's arm. You're talking so much now, but just now you were like a mute. Didn't you see that Sister Shen He was being bullied? Hearing that Zhang Qing was angry because of this, Suan sighed in relief. She explained, it's not that I didn't want to speak up, it's just that the woman was too disgusting. I had no words to retort. Zhang was telling the truth. As Zhang Qing was also trembling with anger, but didn't know how to respond. Seeing that Zhang Qing had calmed down, Suan carefully took her hand. Zhang Qing helplessly forgave Suan. It's so disgusting. This feeling is unbearable. I can't even go to the bathroom smoothly. This made Suen chuckle. You see, different people have different tastes. Some like gentle and delicate ones, while others prefer the fragile. And Suen, he liked Zhongqing's straightforwardness, but also her reasonableness. Suen coaxed Zhongqing. All right, how about we secretly give Shen He a chance to vent? Upon hearing this, Zhongqing looked at Suen and smiled mischievously. After tidying up the things in the space, Shen He took Yuan Bao out. She kissed Yuan Bao's clean little cheek, radiating warmth. Just as Shen He was fondly touching Yuan Bao's round little belly, feeling that the space had raised Yuan Bao quite well, she heard a knock on the door. She was taken aback and quickly covered Yuan Bao's mouth. Before Yuan Bao could make a sound, she tossed him back into the space. It was already quite late, and she was curious about who would come to find her in the middle of the night. When she opened the door, she saw a stranger's face. The man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and though he had single eyelids that made his eyes appear small, it didn't look out of place. When the man saw Shen He open the door, he looked quite embarrassed. He smiled briefly and then bowed deeply to Shen He. Shen He couldn't figure out what he meant, so she took a step back. The man, seeing Shen He on guard, felt a bit heartbroken. He spoke up. My name is Zhang Lo. I was also present when Wang Yin bullied you today. What is your relationship with Zhongqing? The man was taken aback for a moment, not expecting Shen He's focus to be on this. We have no relationship. We just happen to share the same surname. Shen He nodded. She also thought it should be fine. So, are you here to pick a fight with me? The man quickly waved his hand. No. I'm here to apologize. Shen He tilted his head, unsure of what scheme he was plotting. Chapter 29, Morning Farce Suddenly. He thought of something amusing. Could it be that you have changed your strategy? He quickly shook his head. No, I've already cut ties with Wang Yin. I have thought through what happened during the day. It was my fault, I wronged a good person, and I apologize to you. Shen He looked at the man and felt he didn't seem like he was lying, but who knows? She didn't want to care about these things and didn't have the energy to do so. What she cared about now were only Go Dan and her brother. The day she gave tea to the leader, she also asked him to help find clues about two people. Although the leader agreed. The base has been completely unreachable from the outside, so there hasn't been any news since then. Shen He realized that she was feeling a bit down. You can go. I accept your apology, just don't come back. However, in Zhang Li's eyes, this was a state of sadness. The next morning, a woman's scream echoed throughout the entire base. Shen He has been getting up very early lately, as she has been trying to use her abilities to become stronger. As soon as she heard the scream, she hurried out of the house. Such a loud scream must mean something serious has happened. The worst-case scenario would be encountering a zombie. Thinking of this, Shen He ran even faster. She followed the sound of the scream and ran into Su Ping, who was also heading out. Su Ping looked at Shen He and asked, Did you hear that too? Shen He nodded. Something big must have happened. Both of them had serious expressions in their eyes and unconsciously ran towards the scene of the incident. Who would have thought that the final location would be Wang Yan's bedroom? Shen He stood outside the door, watching as several men surrounded Wang Yan, chatting and inquiring about his well-being. Her instincts told her that there was no place for her here. So, Shen He simply stopped outside and did not go in. She stood there quietly, observing the commotion inside. Su Ping saw that Shen He had no intention of going in and understood perfectly, so he stepped into the room. Just then, the leader rushed over in a hurry. His plump body trembled as he ran, making it quite difficult for him. Shen He looked at the leader, gasping for breath, and found it somewhat amusing, but still managed to suppress her laughter. For heaven's sake, although I laughed, I definitely meant no harm. Shen He was about to shake her head when she was interrupted by Su Ping, who came out. It is our young lady who got bitten by a mosquito, injuring her beautiful face. Shen He looked at Su Ping's gritted teeth face and couldn't help but laugh. Su Ping saw Shen He's carefree demeanor and said, You can still laugh? Creating such a big scene, it might end up having the same effect as the boy who cried wolf. Shen He certainly knows this. Otherwise, what can be done? Unless you drive her away. Such things will happen again in the future. Shen He silenced Su Ping with a single sentence. Without substantial trouble. It was absolutely unacceptable for them to drive someone out of the base. This was not only for the sake of individual lives, but also for the construction of the base. Since there was a group, there had to be rules. The leader had caught their breath, but their cheeks were still flushed. This is the woman you mentioned to me, named Wang Yan, right? Su Ping saw the leader speaking to him, glanced inside, and nodded at the leader. The leader, lost in thought, turned and left directly. Shen He and Su Ping exchanged a glance. "Let's go to training." As the two of them were leaving, Shen He unexpectedly saw Zhang Qing and Su in the corner of Wang Yan's house. Shen He looked at the two people sneaking around and thought of something. However, she did not make it known. When the two arrived at the training ground, Zhang Qing and Su hurried over as well. Su Ping said, "Aren't you all grown up? You look so disheveled, acting so recklessly." Zhang Qing pretended not to understand and grinned at Su Ping before hiding behind Shen He. Su scratched his head, showing off his talent for acting foolish. "You." Su Ping stopped, his expression one of exasperation, which made the other three in the room laugh. Shen He walked up to Su Ping and said, "Big brother, I still can't control my abilities very well. Can you help me take a look?" Su Ping replied, "Okay, you try it first and I'll see." Shen He nodded, looking at the target on the training ground. Using her special ability, she slowly raised her hands, and the light blue aura at her fingertips gradually deepened. She concentrated on controlling her mental power, fully engaging in her ability. As Shen He moved her hands, everyone watched as the light blue aura at her fingertips slowly evolved towards her fingers. Shen He moved as she pleased, unconsciously waving her hands. By the time she felt she had reached her maximum power, her blue ability had already spread throughout her palm. The three people were all astonished. Only Shen He remained completely unaware. When she felt there was no way to evolve further, Shen He released her ability in 3 bursts. Controlling it in 3 directions was somewhat difficult for her. By the time the experiment was over, Shen He was already exhausted. Zhang Qing quickly supported Shen He. Shen He took a breath and looked at Su Ping. "How is it?" Seeing Su Ping not responding, Shen He turned to look at her own work. Although the results of the 3 attacks were good, Shen He noticed that her 3rd attack was somewhat off. If the center of the target is the 10 ring, then Shen He's final strike was at the 9.5 ring. Shen He said dissatisfied, "Sure enough, there's still a big gap." He exclaimed in shock, "What are you joking about? You still have a long way to go. You clearly evolved your abilities much later than us. How can you be this powerful?" Shen He looked at Su Ping's inquisitive gaze and Zhang Qing's excited smile, and only then did she realize that her abilities might indeed be quite exceptional. Su Ping began to explain to Shen He, for those who have just evolved their powers, being able to kill just 1 or 2 zombies is already the limit. He had mentioned this before, back when he first saved Shen He. It turns out that abilities are divided into 10 levels. By the time one reaches the 10th level, their abilities will no longer improve. Level 10 represents the maximum power of an ability. Everyone starts with their abilities at level 1, but when Shen He first used her powers, she was already at level 3. Each advancement in abilities is related to the individual's own state. Abilities cannot simply be trained. Some people may never be able to control the direction of their powers throughout their lives. Zhang Qing chimed in, "Exactly. Let me tell you, there's a boy in our base who just awakened his abilities. Unfortunately, he can't control the direction of his powers, no matter how hard he tries." Even a leader came to help him at that time. Shen He felt it was a pity when he heard about this. Was it still not possible? The result was, it really wasn't possible. No matter how many methods he tried, he couldn't control the direction. His ability was still that kind of highly offensive power, but the direction was completely out of control. When he was secretly training at that time, he almost hurt his own people. Since then, the leader had forbidden him from using his powers. Now, although he lived in a place with people who had abilities, he still spent his life among ordinary people. This was even more terrifying than having no powers at all. In his previous life, Shen He did not awaken any abilities. So he was unaware of these matters and never expected there were so many intricacies involved. In this sense, Shen He was still lucky. Shen He turned her head and looked at Su Ping with a questioning gaze. Su Ping smiled and said, "Now your ability has reached level 7. Don't laugh at us. But the combined levels of our abilities are not much higher than yours. Among the 3 of us, Zhang Qing and Su both have level 3 abilities. Su Ping has level 4 abilities, and he was quite happy about it for a long time. He thought he was a genius. But it turns out he is just a mediocre." Shen He realized that she had made good progress upon hearing this, and she breathed a sigh of relief. In this life, she must become a strong person. Shen He casually played with his ability, looking at the blue aura in his hand, and asked, "What can I do to improve faster?" Su Ping replied helplessly, Don't be too eager for quick results. It might backfire. But Shen He wasn't listening. Just tell me. Su Ping sighed. In the entire world, there are probably not many level 7 abilities. I don't really know how to level up, but I think it should involve real combat. This was indeed true. After learning anything, it has to be refined and understood through practical experience. With this understanding, Shen He thought about his next plan. He quickly said, "You mustn't do anything foolish. Call us for anything." Shen He looked up at Su Ping, who was worried about her, and nodded. Shen He didn't expect that she would actually make friends during the apocalypse. But in her previous life, not a single person had liked her. Not a single person wanted to be friends with her. She self-mockingly smiled, thinking of something very cruel. Zhang Qing linked her arm with Shen He's and said, "Sister, you're amazing. Since that's the case, let us practice together. I also want to be amazing, so I can laugh at Suen." After saying that, she even pouted at Suen. The two of them started playing around again, and Shen He and Su Ping helplessly sat down to watch the show. A day quickly passed. Although a day of practice didn't upgrade their abilities, they clearly noticed that their control over their powers and the degree of fusion had improved a lot. When they were leaving, Shen He looked at Zhang Qing and said, "Zhang Qing, I have something to tell you. Come with me." Zhang Qing didn't think much of it and said, "You guys go ahead. I'll talk to Sister Shen He in private." After seeing Su Ping and Suen leave, she bounced over to Shen He's side. Zhang Qing habitually rested her head on Shen He's shoulder and asked, "Sister, are you missing me?" Shen He ignored her tantrum and said, "Speak up. What does Wang Yan's matter have to do with you and Suen?" Zhang Qing didn't expect that Shen He had called her because she had discovered this matter. She was taken aback for a moment, lowered her head, and said, "No, it has nothing to do with me. I don't know anything." Shen He saw Zhang Qing's reaction and knew what was going on. She helplessly said, "I didn't mean to blame you. Just tell me, what have you done?" But Zhang Qing just lowered his head and said nothing. Shen He sighed and said, "You did this to stand up for me, and I won't blame you. But I am part of this, so I have the right to know, right?" Hearing Shen He say this, Zhang Qing reluctantly lifted her head. She asked uncertainly, "Really?" Shen He tilted her head, as if to say, "What else?" Zhang Qing instantly regained his energy. "It's all Suen's fault, saying that I absolutely can't tell you. Otherwise, you would definitely get angry. I even argued with him at that time. After all, my sister is so nice. How could she be angry with me? But he insisted that my sister is so serious, she definitely wouldn't agree to me doing this, and he wouldn't let me tell you no matter what." Shen He felt helpless. If she had known, she really wouldn't have agreed. For such a small matter, if it caused trouble for Zhang Qing and Suen, wouldn't it be a case of losing big for the sake of small gain? Shen He asked curiously, "So, can you say it now? What exactly did you do?" It turned out that the two were discussing how to teach Wang Yan a lesson that day. While they were unsure of what to do, they saw Zhang Lu. Zhang Qing's expression darkened upon seeing Zhang Lu, and she initially didn't want to engage with him. Who would have thought that Suen would jokingly say, "Oh, isn't this one of Wang Yan's guardians? What brings you here? Are you here to take revenge for your Wang Yan?" Hearing Suen's words and looking in the direction Zhang Lu came from, Zhang Qing suddenly thought of something and questioned, "Did you go to find Sister Shen He?" Zhang Lu nodded. Immediately, Zhang Qing's fist landed on Zhang Li's face. "Since you have no brains, you might as well lose your head." After Zhang Qing had already thrown 3 punches, Suen stepped forward to pull her back. "All right, that's enough." Zhang Qing angrily said, "Look at him. He makes me so mad." Suen looked at Zhang Lu, whose eyes were swollen. "You can go now, but you're not allowed to come here again." Chapter 31. The spiritual scorpion Zhang Lu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and quickly explained, "It's not like that. I'm here to apologize to Shen He." Upon hearing this, both Zhang Qing and Suen were momentarily stunned. This gave Zhang Lu the opportunity to explain. He recounted everything that had happened after the 4 of them left, including how Wang Yan had spoken ill of Shen He behind her back and how he realized he had misjudged her. Zhang Lu felt deeply guilty. "I know I wronged Shen He, which is why I came here to apologize late at night." His explanation was logical, and the two had no reason not to believe him. Zhang Qing was extremely angry. That woman is indeed a troublemaker. After expressing her feelings, Zhang Qing looked at Suen with determination. Her gaze was clear. Wang Yan must be severely punished, or she wouldn't be able to vent her frustration. Zhang Lu understood this was a warning that they didn't want to have much to do with him. However, They had always been very tolerant. It must be because he had spoken up for Wang Yin during the day. He blamed Wang Yin and hated himself for being useless. He could only respond with a low voice and leave. A day later, Zhang Qing still seemed very angry when talking about the incident. Sister, you have no idea. That woman actually talked behind your back about your appearance. She discussed your figure and personality with a group of men. It's simply outrageous. Shen He did not expect Wang Yin to talk about her so recklessly behind her back. She had thought Wang Yin would tactfully instigate. Then Zhang Qing began to vividly describe the scene at that time. Zhang Qing and Suen first took out the sedative and used it on Wang Yin. Then, in the middle of the night, while everyone was asleep, Suen brought out the captured mutated scorpion. Although this mutated scorpion had not changed in size or appearance, and its toxicity remained the same as before, however, Shen He noticed that Zhang Qing seemed to have thought of something and asked, "But what is it?" Hearing this, Shen He had a bad premonition. She grabbed Zhang Qing's hand and said, "So how did you determine it was a mutated scorpion?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Qing exclaimed, "Nowadays, there really isn't a distinction between mutated and non-mutated animals. Why do you care about this?" Zhang Qing spoke endlessly. When they caught this scorpion, they placed it on the unconscious Wang Yan's face. She said recklessly that if she didn't behave, she would make her face swell for half a month. Zhang Qing vividly described the situation from that morning, estimating that Wang Yin wouldn't be causing trouble for at least half a month. As she spoke, Zhang Qing suddenly noticed that Shen He was silent, seemingly lost in thought. Unable to make up her mind, she shook Shen He's arm and said, Sister, you aren't mad at me, are you?" Zhang Qing became anxious and said, "Don't be angry. Nothing will happen. At most, she just won't be able to see anyone for half a month. I'm not thinking about that. Where did you catch your scorpion?" Zhang Qing pointed east and said, "Right in the woods, outside the base." Shen He pulled Zhang Qing and ran. "Take me to see." Zhang Qing was momentarily taken aback and stumbled. Once he regained his balance, he followed Shen He and started running. After running for about 20 minutes, they arrived at the place where Suen and Zhang Qing caught scorpions. "This is it." Zhang Qing looked at Shen He, not understanding what she wanted to do. Shen He had a serious expression, her eyes fixed intently on the bushes in front of them, preparing for battle. With that, Shen He pushed aside the bushes. Little did they know, as soon as she parted the bushes, a flurry of needle-like branches came rushing towards them. Shen He quickly took a step back, using her abilities to block these attacks. Although these branches were not long, only about 10 centimeters, one end was sharpened to a needle-like point. With the force and accuracy of the previous attack, if it had struck two people, they would definitely have their skin ripped off. Moreover, if Shen He wasn't mistaken, the attack just now was aimed at the eyes of both individuals. Such a clever attack made it hard for Shen He not to think further. A guess gradually formed in her mind. Zhang Qing's ability was the shattering ability, which could destroy anything. When paired with Shen He, they would work together very harmoniously. Shen He skillfully manipulated the gestures, the blue aura swirling in her hands. Seeing that the energy was almost sufficient, Shen He directly made her move, freezing a large patch of bushes in front of her. Shen He took a breath and said, "Let's go in and take a look." Okay. The two walked side by side, and because of Shen He's special ability, everything here was perfectly preserved. The more they looked, the more shocked they became. It wasn't until they had walked 50 meters that they finally reached the end of their lair. Shen He originally wanted to stay here. Zhang Qing, go call the leader. Su Ping and Suen over. But before Zhang Qing could respond, a scorpion suddenly flew towards her. By the time Shen He noticed, it was too late to stop it. With no other choice, Shen He had to push Zhang Qing away. However, her own shoulder was bitten hard. Zhang Qing quickly got up and looked at Shen He. "Sister, are you okay?" A swarm of scorpions surrounded them. Shen He tightly grasped Zhang Qing's hand, trying to alleviate her fear. "Sister, why are there so many? What should we do?" Shen He felt the unusual pain in her shoulder and sensed that this scorpion was definitely not to be underestimated. In fact, she could clearly feel a strange toxin flowing recklessly through her body. For now, there was nothing else she could do. Shen He whispered something in Zhang Qing's ear, and all of a sudden, she was in tears, shaking her head. Shen He became anxious and raised her voice significantly. "Listen to me, otherwise, neither of us will be able to get out. If I die, remember to help me find my brother and friends." Shen He finished explaining and directly charged towards the position of the highest-ranking scorpion. These scorpions were quite intelligent, seeing their leader in danger. They quickly moved to protect the front. Zhang Qing, with quick reflexes, spotted a gap and used his abilities to break through. Chapter 32. Ignoring abilities, what are you thinking? Hurry and go. Zhang Qing gritted his teeth and broke through the encirclement. While crying, he ran towards the base. Shen He saw Zhang Qing rush out and breathed a sigh of relief. These scorpions were quite intelligent, as if they had evolved human-like thoughts. They knew they couldn't defeat Shen He, so they simply chose to wear her out. Although Shen He has special abilities, she cannot withstand the scorpions' will tactics. The scorpions fully exploit their numerical advantage, attacking in waves. The sacrifice scorpions are all low-level or unhealthy. They act as if they are filled with adrenaline, willingly sacrificing themselves without caring for their own lives. One small scorpion even bit Shen He, seemingly determined to take her down with it. Shen He looked at the wounds appearing on her body and then at the densely packed scorpions in front of her, frowning. The only thing she could do now was to hold on, as long as she could endure until Su Ping and the others arrived. There was still hope for her to survive. Finally, Shen He's abilities were nearly exhausted. After fighting off the last wave of scorpions, she collapsed to the ground. Then, Shen He was horrified to see their leader smirking slightly at the corner of his mouth. This realization made Shen He even more terrified. Indeed, in the apocalypse, nothing was impossible. She had always thought that the apocalypse was just about mutated animals and immortal zombies. But she never expected that there would also be animals with mutated human-like thoughts. The scorpions in front of her had not mutated in their poison or bodies. However, their minds and thoughts had mutated. Just as a group of scorpions was about to capture Shen He alive, Su Ping and the others finally arrived. With the help of the ability users, they managed to kill most of the scorpions. However, some scorpions still managed to escape. Su Ping's expression was serious. Some of those scorpions can actually ignore my abilities. Su Ping's power was an expansion-type ability. He could achieve destruction by expanding the bloodlines of animals or the bodies of zombies. The others naturally noticed this as well. They looked at the scorpion's fortress, which was reminiscent of ancient royal city architecture. Shock was written all over everyone's faces. Zhang Qing supported Shen He. Sister, are you okay? Zhang Qing looked at the terrifying wounds on Shen He's body, crying heartbreakingly. What should we do? Sister has been bitten, but we not only have no doctor, we don't even have any medicine. Is this going to be a problem? Shen He understood very well that something was going on. However, she still shook her head and said nothing. It's nothing, just a scorpion that hasn't mutated. I'll take care of it in a couple of days. Shen He was not lying either, because the toxins from those scorpions couldn't do much to her. After all, Wang Yan was also bitten, but he just needed to rest and recover. So Shen He's words did not raise any suspicion. A few people left Shen He's residence to let her recuperate. Soon after, they went to find the leader, as the evolution of the scorpions was even more alarming than that of the zombies. Shen He watched as everyone left, gently lifting her clothes. She leaned against the mirror, looking at the terrifying wound on her shoulder, frowning tightly. This wound was exactly the same as the one on the neck of the dog. She couldn't understand how that kind of thing could be on a branch. Shen He immediately checked all the wounds on her body. The others were just ordinary scorpion bites. Only the one on her shoulder had gradually dulled the sensation of pain. Indeed, it had evolved human-like thoughts and even learned to use tools. Shen He guessed blindly that it should be the scorpions capturing other mutated animals. Or perhaps they caught a zombie. They discovered the uniqueness of the animals or zombies, so they used their blood to create weapons. The wounds became increasingly severe, and Shen He put on her clothes and headed to the bathroom. At this moment, the atmosphere in the office was particularly tense. These were the ones Shen He had initially frozen. Now the effects of the abilities were still present. Su Ping had not completely eliminated them, but had left a small part behind. The leader, wearing glasses, looked at the vividly depicted royal city architecture in front of him, amazed. It was completely a miniature version of the Forbidden City. He held a magnifying glass, carefully inspecting it. Even the waterproof system was made. Moreover, it was quite sound, and the coherence of thought was astonishing. The leader was the most knowledgeable and experienced among the group. Now that he said so, it indicated that the scorpions had indeed evolved to possess human-like thoughts. This was a terrifying thing for humanity. After all, no one wants their unique position to be replaced. Suddenly, the leader sat down in his chair. We have been too superior, forgetting our own insignificance. Now being abandoned, who can we blame? A few people had a vague understanding of the leader's words, but no one asked further. The scorpion's mutation was just the tip of the iceberg. The world still had no idea what kind of evolution was to come. Just thinking about it made one uneasy. Zhang Qing, seeing that everyone was silent for a long time, finally couldn't hold back. Let's set this aside for now. Sister Shen He is injured. Leader, do you have any way to help? Upon hearing this, the leader looked inquiringly at Su Ping. Seeing Su Ping nod, the leader was somewhat incredulous. How could she be injured? Bring her to me. I want to take a look. Zhang Qing responded affirmatively and went out. The leader then meticulously arranged the upcoming tasks. First, completely eliminate the remaining scorpions, then patrol the safety around the base. Absolutely no unstable factors should appear around the base again. A few people nodded and went to carry it out. The leader removed his glasses and rubbed his sore eyes. After a few days of comfort, he had actually forgotten to remain vigilant. He felt he was an unqualified leader. Soon, the news of Shen He's injury spread among the base members. Wang Yin listened to the man's description of what had happened and was extremely pleased. She touched her face under the mask, her eyes filled with hatred. It was all her fault. She was receiving retribution. That day, she had just had a conflict with Shen He, and that night, she was bitten by a scorpion. If she said Shen He wasn't involved, she wouldn't believe it at all. She had thought that Shen He, with her lofty demeanor, would do such petty things. Yet she hadn't guarded against it at all, and as a result, her face had turned into this. Chapter 33. Who is really in love? Now that she had also been bitten by a scorpion, it was all retribution. Wang Yin spared no effort in slandering Shen He, listening to the men's approving voices. As Wang Yin spoke, she suddenly noticed something missing. Someone was absent. Wang Yin looked around the crowd in confusion. A man asked, "What are you looking for?" Wang Yin inquired, "Where is Zhang Lu? I haven't seen him." "Oh, he hasn't been around these past couple of days. I saw him yesterday, and he seemed to be injured. When I asked him how he got hurt, he wouldn't say anything and was indifferent to me." Hearing this, Wang Yin frowned. A vague sense of unease creeping in. A person who likes to be adored by everyone would feel uncomfortable even if just one admirer was missing. Perhaps this was just greed. Wang Yin didn't bring up Zhang Lu again and changed the topic. However, she was still distracted. Before it was even night, she had sent a group of men away. She clearly knew that for men, what they can't have is the best. So she remained innocent, aiming to keep these men hanging on. Once one of them skyrocketed to success, that would be her true love. Little did she know, her line of thinking attracted men with the same mindset. Among these men, how many were genuinely sincere towards her? They were just looking for something easy to handle to pass the time. After all, even if they didn't get anything, they wouldn't lose anything. And it was just a way to kill time in the base. If they did get something, it would be a pleasant surprise for them. At this moment, they really needed a flirty female broadcaster, but unfortunately, in the apocalypse, no one would be making money that way. Because in the apocalypse, money was just used as a tool for wiping. Seeing the men leave, Wang Yin thought for a moment. Then she sat in front of the vanity and carefully applied her makeup. Her face was unbearable to look at, so Wang Yin would never take off her mask. Therefore, she focused all her energy on her eye makeup. She blinked her big eyes with double eyelids, performing her charm in front of the mirror. The girls in the same dormitory saw Wang Yin's series of actions and knew she was going out to flirt with men again. The type of girl Wang Yin was, they looked down upon the most. Consequently, even the boys attracted to Wang Yin were equally disliked. What kind of good bees could be attracted by something so foul? One of the girls rolled her eyes at Wang Yin and continued washing her clothes. Speaking of which, although Wang Yin appeared glamorous on the surface, she never changed her sheets and never washed her clothes. Who would have thought that when she fled, she brought nothing but a bottle of perfume? For these days, she had been relying on that perfume to mask her smell. But this had made it hard for the other girls in the dormitory. They were very disgusted every day, but felt helpless. Wang Yin could certainly sense her roommate's dislike for her, but she didn't care at all. Her happiness came entirely from the boys' adoration. Her roommates saw Wang Yin leave the room in high spirits, tidying their beds while complaining, dressed up so flamboyantly. but actually so dirty. Exactly, it's so disgusting. How do we end up in the same dorm? It's really unbearable. The other dorm girls echoed. But it was limited to just a few complaints. After all, with the apocalypse upon them, having a place to stay and enough to eat made them very satisfied. These girls were the type who didn't want to trouble others. So they had never thought about asking the leader for a different room or a different roommate. Meeting someone like this was truly frustrating. But what could they do? Such trivial matters weren't worth bothering others over. They just had to endure. After Wang Yin went out, she went to find Zhang Lu. She arrived at the boys' dormitory, causing quite a stir. Did you see that? That girl is back again. Yes, but I don't know who likes a girl like that. The men scoffed at Wang Yin. He suddenly thought of his first love. She was such a lively and lovely girl, with a great sense of propriety. It's just a pity that she died on a stormy night. Seeing Wang Yin, who was deliberately hopping around and acting coy, filled him with disgust. Of course, such a woman is clearly restless. But so what? There are quite a few men gathered around her. A larger man spoke up to remind them. Don't say I didn't warn you. Mind your own mouths. Just knowing is enough. Don't shout everything out loud. If the guardian hears, don't embarrass the base. His words silenced the crowd. They instantly fell silent, like quail. On her way to Zhang Li's dorm, Wang Yin encountered her admirers. But she still sent them away, saying she had something important to do. When Wang Yin pushed open the door to Zhang Li's dorm, her roommates immediately erupted into cheers. Wang Yin smiled and didn't explain. She walked straight to Zhang Li's side. I heard you were injured a couple of days ago, so I came to bring you some medicine. She raised her hand to cover the wound above Zhang Li's eye, but Zhang Lu dodged. Zhang Li's retreating step and the undisguised look of disgust in her eyes were unmistakable. Zhang Li's roommates exchanged glances at this scene, losing their urge to cheer. Wang Yan naturally noticed Zhang Lu's abnormality, and in front of so many people, Wang Yin felt a bit awkward. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Zhang Lu didn't even give Wang Yin a single glance. What are you doing here? Please leave, and don't come looking for me again. Wang Yin's expression was one of hurt, incredulous as she spoke. What's wrong with you? How can you say something like that? Why are you suddenly being so cruel? Did I do something wrong? Hearing this, Zhang Lu frowned. Her tearful appearance would make anyone who didn't know think she was the one being bullied by a scumbag. Zhang Lu lost her patience. You'd better leave quickly and stop bothering me. Who knew Wang Yan's skin was so thick that she directly fell at Zhang Li's feet. Why are you treating me like this? Haven't we always been the best of friends? Chapter 34. Dormitory brawl. Wang Yan's actions genuinely caught Zhang Lu off guard. Although she already knew what kind of person Wang Yan was, she still tried to pull her foot away from Wang Yan's embrace, but was unsuccessful. Wang Yan, looking delicate and aggrieved, made it seem as though Zhang Lu was the one bullying her. As more and more people gathered around, Zhang Lu tried to control her emotions. Get up and let's talk this over. But Wang Yan didn't listen at all, shaking her head vigorously. Helplessly, Zhang Lu had to endure her disgust and help Wang Yan up. Wang Yan stood up, leaning on Zhang Li's arm, sobbing and gasping for breath. Zhang Lu tried to speak gently. We shouldn't see each other again. I have my own things to do. Wang Yan looked at Zhang Li's seemingly gentle but actually resolute gaze, feeling a wave of disappointment. What a pity. Zhang Lu was one of the most beautiful among that group of men. Even at first, he had put in the most effort. Now, losing him like this really made her uncomfortable. Wang Yan still tentatively asked, Why? Did I do something wrong? Zhang Lu shook her head. No, it's my fault. She really wanted to tell the truth, but she was afraid of being entangled by this girl. The best course of action now was to shake her off as soon as possible. Who knew that one sentence would break the girl's defenses? Wang Yin cried out, If there's no reason, why would you suddenly cut ties with me? Tell me, did someone say something to you? Wang Yin pressed on, and more people gathered outside to watch. Wang Yin, as a girl, looked like a pitiful flower in the rain in front of Zhang Lu, making anyone who saw it think that Zhang Lu was the bully. Zhang Lu got anxious and shouted, All right, what do you want? Do you want me to expose everything you've done? Zhang Li's face turned red with anger, wishing she could throw Wang Yin out. Wang Yin was momentarily stunned, realizing that Zhang Lu had woken up. She secretly thought it was bad, and then a group of men rushed in, beating Zhang Lu up. It turned out someone had discovered the situation and informed Wang Yan's admirers. When they learned that Zhang Lu had bullied Wang Yan, they rushed over to avenge her. They didn't care about anything and charged in. It seemed they wanted to express their youthful vigor through this incident. As soon as the onlookers saw the fight break out, they hurried to intervene. But with a dozen people surrounding Zhonglu, it was impossible to pull them apart. Wang Yin stood aside, calmly watching the scene unfold. She had already decided to give up on Zhonglu. So what if he was good-looking? If he was so unappreciative, then it was better to let go. Thus, Wang Yin stood to the side, quietly watching Zhonglu get beaten up. Occasionally, she pretended to shout a few times, "Stop it, don't hit her." But in the heat of the moment, the men wouldn't listen, and instead, they fought even harder. Wang Yin stood aside, watching through the gaps as Zhonglu, covered in injuries, struggled wildly, a smile creeping onto her lips. Unappreciative, today you'll learn a lesson. The boys' dormitory was thrown into chaos. Shen He received a notice from the leader, saying that he wanted to see her. As she was walking over, she heard some girls discussing in small groups. "Hey, let me tell you, the boys' dormitory had a fight today." "When?" "Just now. I heard it was a group of boys beating up one boy. It got really loud. Even the leader went over." Shen He slowed down her pace and quietly listened to the conversation between the two people. "Really? That guy is so unlucky." "Unlucky? He turned misfortune into fortune and evolved superpowers." "Are you serious?" "Of course it's true. At that moment, he fought back fiercely and looked so cool. Unfortunately, I wasn't there and missed an amazing show. I heard he was beaten up by a group of men, covered in blood. Just at the critical moment, he awakened his superpowers. With those powers, he instantly sent all the attackers flying. It was just so cool. The girl speaking sounded like a total fangirl." Shen He understood the general situation and walked towards the boys' dormitory. Since the leader had already gone, she would join in the fun. This fight was the first time someone had gotten into a brawl since the construction of the base, and it was such a severe group fight. The leader was very angry, trembling as he pointed at the man in front of him, so furious that he couldn't say a word. When he caught sight of Shen He approaching, he lowered his head in shame. It was just a few days ago that the leader had been boasting to her, saying that everyone in the base was very kind and that the atmosphere was particularly good. And now, such a huge joke had occurred. Shen He saw through the leader's thoughts, but she didn't care at all. After all, where there are people, there will be conflicts. It's normal to be so close together every day, doing nothing. The only thing that attracted Shen He was the boy covered in wounds. It turned out to be him. Shen He remembered the man's face. He was the one who came to apologize to her that day. Although the group of men did not have any weapons in their hands, the destructive power of a group of men should not be underestimated. Zhonglu was seriously injured, with one eye almost unable to open. He had also suffered a broken rib from a kick, which Shen He discovered later when she examined him. Shen He approached the injured man. "Are you Zhonglu?" Shen He sounded very uncertain, as she didn't think there would be a chance to meet Zhonglu again. Zhonglu was very happy that Shen He actually remembered his name. He quickly nodded, but the pain in his neck limited him. Shen He helped him to sit down on one side, waiting for the leader's question. Shen He did not intend to leave. She planned to wait until the leader finished asking questions so that she could learn from Zhongli's ability. She was very curious about the abilities and effects of each type of power. The leader observed Shen He's actions and understood that she must believe in Zhongli's character. However, he still needed to inquire. He sat down in a chair brought to him by someone else. Normally, matters like this are resolved in my office. But today, there are too many people involved, so it's not suitable to go there. We'll ask here today. Zhonglu did not expect the leader to ask him first, as it had always been the case that the law does not punish the crowd. In fact, there was even a notion of victim blaming. He had never thought that the leader would take charge for him. At the moment the fight broke out, his only hope was that his ability would keep him safe. Chapter 35. Retreat to advance now. Looking at the leader's attitude towards him, he was more willing to believe it was Shen He's credit. After all, the first person to be questioned held extraordinary significance. The testimony of the first person to speak is the first impression, which is very important. It forms a subconscious influence on the subsequent development of events. With this in mind, Zhongli's impression of Shen He improved even more. He cleared his throat and began to explain. Today, Wang Yin came to find me to deliver medicine. I'm not familiar with her and wanted her to leave. Who knew she refused to go and even started crying? Upon hearing this, Wang Yin interrupted, "That's not true. You clearly just took a dislike to me for no reason." The leader's mood soured due to Wang Yin's interruption. He sternly reprimanded, "I didn't ask you, Don't you know I dislike being interrupted when I'm asking questions? The leader's large beard shook, making him look very fierce. It was precisely this appearance that successfully intimidated the people in the base. Wang Yin was startled, and even her sobbing ceased. The group of men who had been hitting others felt dissatisfied with the leader, but ultimately did not speak up. The leader shot a stern glance at that group of men. You continue. Zhang Lu received the leader's message and continued. I tried to chase Wang Yin away with my words, but who knew this group suddenly rushed in and beat me up without any distinction. Shen He listened to the man's words and raised an eyebrow. It really is related to Wang Yin. Shen He turned her gaze towards the leader. When she saw the leader looking back at her, she raised an eyebrow and slightly curled her lips. It was a look of expectation, filled with undeniable certainty and provocation. The leader felt helpless. He understood what Shen He wanted to say from her expression. Shen He, look, I told you that Wang Yin would definitely cause trouble. The leader felt helpless. He understood the general situation. It should be some minor disagreements between a young couple. However, he didn't expect it to escalate into a brawl. He turned to the weeping girl. Wang Yin, you speak. Wang Yin was sobbing, which only annoyed the leader more. His ability to discern was top-notch, and he knew her temperament from the very beginning. However, even though she was difficult, he couldn't just kick her out. He could only pray that this girl wouldn't cause him any trouble. So he specifically arranged for her to be in a very normal dormitory. One reason was that he was afraid of her forming a small group with someone of a similar temperament. The second reason was that he wanted the personalities of those girls to influence Wang Yin. It seemed this had little effect. The leader was extremely disdainful of Wang Yin. Why are you crying? Tell me, who bullied you? And how do they bully you? You don't have to be afraid. I will take care of it for you. Just say it, and I will immediately teach them a lesson. This was clearly stated, that he would take charge for this girl. The group of men eagerly looked at Wang Yin, wanting her to reveal the truth of the matter. As long as she spoke up, not only could they punish Zhang Lu, but they also wouldn't face any repercussions for the fight. But how could Wang Yin possibly say it out loud? After all, no one had actually bullied her. Her feeling of being bullied was all expressed through her demeanor, making others mistakenly think she was wronged. If it came down to actual words, she wouldn't be able to say anything. As she felt all eyes on her, she felt even more wronged. The leader remained very calm. What's wrong? I gave you the opportunity to express your grievances. Why aren't you speaking? He was doing it on purpose, curious to see if this girl planned to lie today or wanted to retreat to advance. Wang Yin was very anxious, and the people around her were urging her on. If she said nothing, those men who had fought for her would probably hold it against her. Wang Yin, hurry up and speak. Yeah, the leader said that if you speak, he will take charge for you. Hearing the men's urging, Wang Yin seemed to gather a lot of determination. She suddenly knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, I can't say it. Although he was unkind to me, I cannot be unjust to him. After all, we used to be good friends. I didn't want it to turn out this way. But since things have come to this, I will bear all the blame. Shen He tilted her head, watching Wang Yan's acting skills that were akin to those of an award-winning actress, feeling quite impressed. It's a pity that such a clever mind is filled with so many schemes. Yet, all those thoughts are focused on seducing men. Shen He couldn't say much, after all. Everyone's pursuits are different, just as everyone has different ways of finding happiness. Some people feel that dedicating themselves and warming others can bring them satisfaction. Some believe that serving the country and working diligently can bring them pride. Others feel that a harmonious family, surrounded by children and grandchildren, can bring them happiness. Some think that having sufficient material wealth, indulging in food, drink, and entertainment can bring them joy. And Wang Yin is the type of person who seeks the adoration and flattery of men, which is her lifelong pursuit. Zhang Lu, who was nearby, heard Wang Yan's words and was so angry that he trembled all over. He was about to use his abilities to kill Wang Yin to vent his anger. Fortunately, Shen He quickly noticed Zhang Li's actions and promptly grabbed his hand, soothingly patting the back of his hand. After Shen He's intervention, Zhang Lu had calmed down. Although he was still very angry, he was no longer so impulsive. Zhang Lu suppressed his anger. When have I ever been unkind to you? Speak clearly. You're being vague here. What are your thoughts? You know it yourself. Wang Yin listened to Zhang Li's complaints and said nothing, only crying even harder. The group of men saw Zhang Lu bullying Wang Yin and stood up for her. You're a grown man, arguing with a young girl. Don't you feel ashamed? Exactly. She said this much. You should be grateful. You ungrateful thing. For a moment, the dormitory felt like a stage. The leader looked at this group of people, his head buzzing. He couldn't understand. Do these men have no brains? Shen He clearly felt Zhang Li's anger rising. She quickly spoke up. Wang Yin, I have something to ask you. Shen He's voice drew everyone's attention. Her tone was extremely serious, carrying an undeniable authority. Shen He knew that if this dragged on, Zhang Lu would eventually be driven to despair. Wang Yin, I will give you only one chance. Chapter 36, Cleaning the Toilet. Just tell us how Zhang Lu has bullied you. As long as you speak out, and it is valid, no matter the extent of the bullying, we will stand up for you. A shift in her words. However, if you don't say anything, then don't blame us. You, a young girl, coming to the boys' dormitory looking for trouble and inciting a group of boys to fight each other. The consequences of this could be very serious. Shen He's gaze was fixed on Wang Yin, as if trying to see through all her thoughts. Wang Yin looked at Shen He and felt an overwhelming sense of disgust. She firmly believed that if Shen He hadn't been there today, she could have easily gotten away with it. At that point, no one would have to face punishment, and she could still gain sympathy and affection from those men. After all, the leader was a woman and wouldn't make things too difficult for her. But now that Shen He had made her intentions so clear, what was she supposed to do? She felt that Shen He was her nemesis. In the beginning, she had competed with her for Su Ping. Now, after Zhang Lu had finally developed his abilities, he was getting so close to Shen He. Wang Yin tried her best to suppress her resentment and put on a wronged expression. Her mind raced as she thought of a solution to the current predicament. Shen He looked at Wang Yin, who was silent for a long time. The last sentence, will you say it or not? As long as you say it, only Zhang Lu will be punished, and you all will be fine. If you don't say it now, there will be no chance left. Under Shen He's urging, Wang Yin finally let down her guard. With tears like pear blossoms, she spoke. This is our last friendship. I cannot say it. Shen He raised her eyebrows, and she surprisingly had not lied. It seemed that Zhang Lu was indeed more important than those men. Remembering something, Shen He picked up a sticky note and wrote something on it. Wang Yin watched Shen He's writing actions intently, wanting to see what she was writing. Unfortunately, he didn't discover anything. The leader was very willing to help Shen He. He looked at everyone and spoke clearly. Wang Yin, a little girl, entered the male god's dormitory in the middle of the night. This stirred up trouble, resulting in Zhang Lu being innocently attacked. Wang Yin is punished to clean the girls' dormitory toilets for 3 years. Although this punishment doesn't cause injury, it is still disgusting. Moreover, a group of boys beating one is also quite shameless. From today on, you will all clean the toilets of the ordinary boys' dormitory. Also, all the heavy work in the base will be assigned to you for 3 years. Wang Yin and the group of men were stunned. They anticipated punishment, but never expected it to be this severe. Cleaning toilets for 3 years? That meant 3 years without joy. Suddenly, wails erupted. Leader, isn't 3 years too long? Right, that's 3 years. We didn't commit a major offense, did we? One sentence infuriated the leader. Impudent. What right do you have to negotiate with me? If you're unwilling to stay, then get out. A group of troublemakers who contribute nothing. Your food is all provided by us. Although the leader didn't want to act this way, he had to intimidate these men. Seeing the leader suddenly erupt in anger, the group of men fell silent. They turned to Wang Yin and persuaded her. Wang Yin, just say it. Why are you defending him so much? He doesn't care about you. We came to help you because you suffered because of him. Don't let us down for that man. Shen He watched the grand spectacle, enjoying it in good spirits. Wang Yin was also feeling helpless. She was in a dilemma. I'm sorry, please forgive me. I really didn't mean to. She crawled to the leader's feet and pleaded, Leader, please, don't punish them. If you must, let me bear it all alone. She cried so hard that she struggled to catch her breath. The few men who had just angered Wang Yin felt a pang of sympathy and regret. They couldn't help but think that Wang Yin must have her reasons. They had pushed her too hard. Just as the leader was getting impatient and was about to lecture Wang Yin, Shen He spoke up to stop the leader from refusing. Leader, since Wang Yin wants to take the punishment for them, let's go along with her wishes. After all, this situation arose because of her, so please agree. The leader immediately understood Shen He's intention. Since she wanted to retreat to advance, he would do the opposite of her wishes. The corners of his mouth curled slightly beneath his beard. All right, then I'll grant your request. Considering how much you care for your companions, I'll reluctantly punish you to clean the toilets for 3 years, including both the men's and women's restrooms. At this point, Wang Yin was completely confused. That was not what she meant. She only wanted to use this method to prevent the men from being angry with her. Why should she suffer their punishment now? But now that it had come to this, she was powerless to fight back. She hated Shen He for meddling. Little did she know, she was harboring resentment towards someone she shouldn't. This time, she truly cried. With swollen eyes, she gazed longingly at the group of men, as if to say, look, how kind and gentle I am. Some of the men were happy that they no longer had to be punished. Others became even more devoted to Wang Yin, simultaneously resenting Shen He's interference. They were convinced that Shen He was jealous of Wang Yan's charm, and that was why she deliberately bullied her. After the leader dealt with the matter, he gave Shen He a glance and left. Shen He understood and also stood up. But before leaving, she secretly slipped a note to Zhang Lo. Then she walked over to Wang Yin, gently bent down, and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "You should thank me. Look at their little expressions. They're completely devoted to you now." After saying that, Shen He smiled at Wang Yin and strode away. Although she wouldn't intentionally pay attention to Wang Yan's small gestures, since she already had the opportunity for revenge, why not take it? She certainly didn't possess the virtue of repaying kindness with gratitude. As soon as she exited the dormitory building, Shen He covered her injured shoulder. She really was becoming less nimble. Shen He smiled self-deprecatingly, and her worry about dog Dan grew more serious. She went straight to the leader's office. Before she could even knock, the door was opened by the leader. "You finally made it. I've been waiting for you for a while." Shen He smiled faintly, realizing that it hadn't been that long. It was clear that the leader was quite anxious about their wound. "It's okay. There are always ways to resolve things, so there's no need to worry too much." Chapter 37. Real Person Testing Medicine. Shen He was well prepared, wearing a convenient off-shoulder outfit. She didn't care about any gender barriers and directly pulled down her shoulder. The horrifying wound immediately caught the leader's eye. He was greatly shocked. Shen He looked at the leader's terrifying eyes, feeling a bit more serious. She walked straight to the mirror and, through it, examined her wounds. Indeed, they had worsened. When she left the dormitory, it was just dry cracks at the wound site. Now, not long after, the surrounding flesh was already covered. The cracked wounds, combined with the stiff, protruding flesh, made the current state of her wounds look no different from that of zombie skin. The speed of deterioration was so fast. Perhaps the virus had intensified again. Back then, the dog's wound had taken many days to show changes. The leader was anxious. "What should we do? Do you have any solutions? Hurry and try something." Shen He turned her head and pulled up her clothes. With a smile that seemed neither here nor there, she spoke. "Why are you so sure that I will have a way?" The leader pointed to his own eyes. "Because I can see, my eyes have also evolved. I can see things that others cannot." After a brief pause, the leader hesitated but continued. "I not only know you have space, but also the hairpin on your head. I can even see what is in your space." Now, it was Shen He's turn to be shocked. She truly hadn't expected that he could even see what was in her space. "Your gaze is indeed admirable." The leader noticed Shen He's hesitation and stepped forward to persuade her, regardless of whether it is useful or not. "I only know that if you don't use it, you will definitely turn into a zombie." His tone was filled with certainty and sadness, which startled Shen He. She roughly understood the leader's sorrow. All right, there is no better solution now. Regardless of whether the leader wanted to make her the first test subject, this was the only way forward. The leader was anxious. "Time is of the essence. You need to take the medicine right now." Shen He smiled at the leader, then, under the leader's gaze, took out a vial of potion from behind her. The green potion seemed to emit a strange glow at that moment. The leader's eyes sparkled as he looked at the vial, his anticipation evident and impossible to hide. Shen He did not hesitate and drank a whole bottle of potion in one go. The leader quickly stepped forward, observing Shen He's changes. "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Shen He shook her head, about to say that there was no reaction, just that the potion was bitter. But then a wave of intense pain struck, leaving Shen He unable to utter a single word. The pain forced Shen He to emit sounds of anguish, penetrating deep into her bones. Shen He bit her lip, trying hard to endure and not lose her composure. but she really couldn't hold on any longer. The pain felt like a genetic pain. She felt as if her genes were being altered. Another wave of intense pain hit her, and her position, sitting on the ground, turned into lying on the floor. She kept rolling around, trying to alleviate her pain, but it was completely useless. It had been only about a minute since she drank the potion, and her whole body was already soaked. She was drenched in sweat. Her hair was soaked and stuck to her face. She was in a terrible state, and the only thing she could do was roll around on the ground. The leader was also very anxious. He stared at Shen He without blinking, watching her condition. Just hang in there, although we have anesthetics. Who knows if this will reduce the effect of the potion. Shen He listened to the leader's words, trying hard to open her eyes, but her eyelids were too heavy. At this moment, she truly felt incredibly small. The pain made her will to live diminish more and more. It hurt so much, so painful, Mom. I miss you so much. Shen He's tears flowed down with her sweat, dropping one by one onto the floor. The leader looked at Shen He's condition and noticed her will to survive was weakening. He hurried over to help her up, sitting her on the ground, constantly shaking her. Shen He, can you hear me? You can't die. Wake up. Your brother, your friends are still waiting for you. But Shen He could no longer hear these words. Ever since she fell into sadness and lost her desire to survive, the feeling of pain seemed to be gradually diminishing. At this moment, Shen He was immersed in her own world, unable to extricate herself. Her body gradually became comfortable, and her consciousness was slowly drifting into sleep. At this moment, Shen He felt like someone who had drifted on a deserted island for a lifetime, finally finding a home. Shen He gradually smiled, completely immersed in happiness. The leader was shocked to see Shen He's joyful expression. He felt a sense of fear coming from his DNA. He shook Shen He's upper body even more vigorously. Wake up, you can't sleep. Wake up, the base still needs you. Shen He's smile deepened little by little, just as she was about to completely immerse herself. Shen He suddenly became much more alert. It was the Yuan Bao that saved him. The leader, seeing that Shen He's condition had stabilized, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, with Shen He's awakening came an even more intense pain. This pain was more severe than before. It felt as if Shen He had been completely crushed, ground into pieces, and then reassembled. If just a moment ago Shen He could still roll around, now he dared not move at all. It was not only because he had lost his strength, but more so because it hurt too much. The pain was so intense that even the slightest movement made it feel worse. So Shen He could only curl up on the ground, gasping for breath. Sounds of painful cries continued to emanate from the leader's office. An entire hour passed before the pain gradually began to subside. Shen He finally had a moment to catch her breath. She brushed the hair off her face and neck with her hand, taking the tissue handed to her by the leader. She wiped the sweat off her body with some effort. The leader's tone was filled with unmistakable excitement. How was it? What did it feel like? Shen He swallowed hard, her voice extremely weak. It hurts a lot, but now it's much better. The leader listened intently, nodding quickly. He finally stopped hiding the calculations and excitement in his eyes, looking at Shen He as if he had found a treasure. Chapter 38, Persistent Fever. But Shen He didn't have the energy to ponder the leader's thoughts at all. She was just too tired. As the pain subsided a bit, drowsiness quickly overtook her. Shen He barely had a chance to say a word before falling into a deep sleep, completely losing control and drifting off. The leader walked around, looking at Shen He lying on the ground, his eyes filled with excitement. Great. It seems to be effective. The leader was extremely pleased, clapping his hands and laughing loudly. When Su Ping and the other two rushed into the leader's room, they saw Shen He lying on the ground, completely soaked. Meanwhile, the leader was sitting leisurely in a recliner, sipping tea, looking quite comfortable. The three of them were instantly confused, unsure of what was happening, even forgetting the urgent reason they had come in. Just as the leader took a sip of tea, still savoring the sweet aroma of the mother trees to Hongpo, he was interrupted by the three entering. Frowning, the leader questioned, "Don't you know how to knock? Don't you have any manners?" Su Ping sensed the leader's displeasure and explained, "I'm sorry, it was just too urgent. We were in a hurry and forgot to knock." The leader nodded, not intending to pursue the matter further. But his gaze fell on Shen He still lying on the ground, looking somewhat unnatural. Su Ping nodded, then let go of Zhang Qing's hand. He stepped forward and picked Shen He up carefully. After gently placing her down, Zhongqing couldn't help but criticize Su Ping. Why didn't you let me ask in the office? Shen He's condition clearly isn't right. She's soaked and lying there in a mess. Suin also voiced his concerns. Regardless, the leader really shouldn't let Shen He just lie there without care. Su Ping looked at Shen He, who was breathing steadily. What explanation do you want? He turned to the other two. Shen He's breathing is steady. It seems she isn't injured. Although she is soaked, she is dressed neatly, and doesn't he look like someone who was bullied? If you have questions, you can wait until Shen He wakes up and ask her directly. Zhongqing didn't understand. Why? Isn't it the same if we ask the leader? Su Ping shook his head. He isn't as good as he seems. Zhongqing was about to ask again, but was stopped by Su and, you should trust my brother. Zhongqing nodded, but her brows didn't relax. However, compared to the leader, she would definitely trust Su Ping. This was the bond forged through shared hardships and life-and-death experiences. Zhongqing walked to Shen He's bedside and slowly crouched down. What about the matter with the scorpions? I'll go report to the leader about that. You stay here and take care of Shen He. We'll discuss everything once Shen He wakes up. Zhongqing nodded. Su Ping brushed past Su and walked out. Su held a basin of water. Where are you going, brother? Zhongqing took the basin, dampened a towel, and gently wiped Shen He. He went to report to the leader, but the top priority now was to ensure his sister's health. Suin placed a hand on Zhongqing's shoulder. Don't worry too much. Nothing will happen. Suin silently comforted Zhongqing, but the atmosphere in the air remained very tense. Shen He slept for 3 days and 3 nights. During this time, she was awakened by pain many times. She tossed and turned in bed, suffering greatly. Her body was drenched in sweat. At this point, Zhongqing finally understood why Shen He was soaking wet. It was due to the pain. She looked at the pain Shen He, unsure of what to do. She asked Su to find the leader and inquire why Shen He was like this. Meanwhile, she kept wiping the sweat off Shen He's body, trying to make her feel a bit better. Suddenly, Zhongqing thought of anesthetics. She had found some in the hospital last time. Although she didn't know how much dosage to use, she figured that a little wouldn't hurt. When a leader arrived, he saw Zhongqing about to administer the anesthetic to Shen He. He rushed forward and knocked the anesthetic out of Zhongqing's hand. The precious supplies were wasted, but the leader felt no regret. He urgently checked Shen He's condition, observing her reactions. Zhongqing didn't understand the leader's actions and said irritably, "Why are you stopping me from giving my sister anesthetics? She's in so much pain." After inspecting, the leader confirmed that no anesthetic had been administered. He breathed a sigh of relief. Turning to look at the little girl Zhongqing, he really wanted to slap her. However, considering the construction of the base and Zhongqing's abilities, he held back. He had to think about his own safety, as well as Su Ping and Su's friendship with Zhongqing. He forced himself to speak. Shen He is in the process of recovery, and this is a critical period. We don't know what the specific effects will be. If we carelessly use other medications and it leads to failure, it will be a big problem. The leader's serious tone successfully frightened Zhongqing. Fortunately, she had been stopped in time, but when she pressed for whether Shen He had taken any medication, the leader refused to say anything, seeing that she couldn't get any answers. Zhongqing gave up on pursuing the matter. Now, she only cared about when her sister Shen He would wake up. However, the leader was completely unaware of that as well. He wanted to know too. Shen He endured like this until the 3rd day when she developed a high fever. The scorching temperature frightened the 3 of them. They hurriedly tried to cool her down, changing the towels repeatedly. Quick, go find the leader and ask if we can give her antipyretics. If this fever continues, even if she wakes up, she might become a fool. After hearing this, Suin didn't hesitate and ran to the leader's office. When the leader heard about this, he put down what he was doing and rushed over in a hurry. When the back of his hand touched Shen He's forehead, he was also taken aback. How could it be so hot? The 3 of them surrounded the leader, waiting for him to say something. Leader, can we give her antipyretics? Or maybe in 4. The leader looked at the woman lying on the bed. Her face flushed from the high fever, and he hesitated unusually. Chapter 39. Awakening from dust with such a high fever, he really wasn't sure if she could pull through. At this point, using medication shouldn't be too much a problem. But what if the medication affected the outcome? He absolutely couldn't take that risk. Having made his choice in his heart, he first sat by Shen He's bedside. I believe he can pull through. This matter is important to all of us, isn't it? Zhang Qing saw this and realized that medication was still not an option. She was anxious, watching Shen He's temperature rise higher and her breathing grow weaker. Zhang Qing couldn't hold back anymore. She secretly administered an injection of antipyretics and anti-inflammatory medication to Shen He behind everyone's back, silently praying, "Sister, you have to hang in there." The effects of the medication soon became apparent. Shen He has a very good constitution, and with the help of her special ability, the medicine circulates quickly and its effects are surprisingly good. Within an hour, her fever subsided. Great, great, the fever is gone. Zhang Qing's cheers woke the sleeping leader. A few people hurried over to check, and seeing that the fever had truly subsided, they were all overjoyed. The most outrageous was the leader, who was seen slapping his thigh with a lottery-winning expression. Great, great, I knew you could do it. When Shen He wakes up, remember to bring her to see me. He left while laughing heartily. The three of them were puzzled, thinking it must be a secret between Shen He and the leader. Su Ping patted Zhang Qing on the back. You should go sleep too. Zhang Qing shook his head. I want to wait for my sister to wake up. Su indirectly pulled Zhang Qing to a nearby sofa. Sleep, or else when Shen He wakes up, look at those panda eyes of yours. Zhang Qing indeed didn't want to worry Shen He. Since the fever had subsided, it should be fine. As soon as her head hit the pillow, Zhang Qing fell asleep. In fact, she was so exhausted and anxious that she even started to snore. The deafening snoring amused the two big men. They exchanged glances. Su Ping teasingly looked at Su-in and shook his head. Su-in, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and took a brief rest on a nearby chair. Around 5 o'clock, Shen He woke up. Although she had slept for 3 days, she was aware of everything that had happened outside. This leader, in order to test the effectiveness of the medicine, actually disregarded his own life. In fact, Shen He's pain was similar to a process of gene improvement. Shen He's resistance was enhanced in the midst of pain. Later, when the pain subsided, the drug testing had already concluded. The final fever was purely due to the immune system's maladaptation. At that moment, she desperately wanted to wake up and tell the leader that she urgently needed external medicinal assistance. However, it was as if she was sealed away, unable to wake up in the high fever. It wasn't until Zhang Qing secretly injected the drug into himself. Shen He felt as if she had encountered a sweet spring in the desert. Her body quickly absorbed the effects of the medicine, and with the help of the drugs, her immune system soon entered a state of calm. It can be said that without Zhang Qing's medication, it was very likely that Shen He would not have made it through. It was Zhang Qing who saved Shen He's life. Shen He opened her eyes and looked at the 3 sleeping individuals, feeling a mix of emotions. She had only regarded this place as a temporary refuge, but now it had formed countless connections. She didn't want to disturb the 3 of them and attempted to slowly get up. Fortunately, her body had recovered well. She walked over to the table and poured herself a glass of water. Although Zhang Qing had fed her water while she was asleep, she hadn't been able to drink any of it. Coupled with the fever that followed, her throat felt very uncomfortable at that moment. After drinking 5 glasses of water, she finally began to feel somewhat better. Shen He leaned against the table, trying hard to adapt to her current body. She was very sure that her physical condition was excellent now. Moreover, she had a vague premonition that she might possess another kind of special ability. However, she didn't know what it was yet. She only felt that she needed an opportunity. But according to Su Ping, no one had been found to possess 2 special abilities at the same time. So if Shen He were fortunate enough to awaken another special ability, it was uncertain whether her current ice-type ability would continue to exist or disappear completely. All of this was unknown. But the most fortunate thing was that Shen He had survived. Just as she was about to check the wound on her shoulder, Su Ping woke up. You're awake? How do you feel? Su Ping's voice startled the other 2 people who were sleeping. They all gathered around. How is it? Are you feeling better? Shen He nodded and even turned around. Very good. Thank you for your care and concern. Zhang Qing was unhappy. What are you thanking for? We don't need this between us. You almost scared me to death. Do you know that? What exactly did you and the leader hide from us? Shen He was deep in thought, pondering how to explain things to everyone when the leader sent someone to notify her. The leader said that since Shen He had woken up, she should hurry to see him. The others exchanged glances, questions flowing in the air. They speculated among themselves about how the leader knew that Shen He was awake. Only Shen He was certain that the leader saw it with his own eyes. This was because the leader could see the potions in Shen He's space. This alone was enough to prove that the leader's eyes were different from others. Shen He didn't say much. She nodded at the person who notified her. She looked apologetically at the three people. "I'm sorry for making you worry." After saying this, Shen He left the room. She quickly walked to the leader's office and knocked on the door. "Come in. The door is not locked." Shen He heard the sounds coming from inside the room, pushed the door open, and walked in. "I was truly afraid of what the leader might do to Shen He." After all, the leader was somewhat unapproachable. Su Ping was the decision-maker among the three, and he nodded. As soon as Su Ping agreed, Zhang Qing and Suen rushed out the door. Su Ping followed behind helplessly, speculating about the reason for Shen He's illness. The leader must know the inside story. When the three of them arrived at the leader's office, it was empty. Only a man was cleaning the hallway. Suen stepped forward and asked, "Do you know where the leader went with Shen He?" Chapter 40, Zombie Wife. The cleaner looked up and pointed towards the back mountain. It seemed they had a disagreement and headed in that direction. Upon hearing this, the three of them were alarmed. A disagreement was unacceptable. Without hesitation, they ran towards the back mountain. Zhang Qing's mind filled with countless scenarios of Shen He being bullied, and she ran faster and faster. In an instant, she wasn't paying attention to her feet and almost fell. Suen, quick to react, grabbed Zhang Qing before she could fall. "Be careful, the floor was just mopped. It's very slippery." But not seeing Shen He made Zhang Qing very worried. It was Shen He who had made her realize Suen's feelings for her. She had long regarded Shen He as her own sister. Now, she couldn't care about that anymore. Zhang Qing ignored Suen's words and continued to run. "Leader, I've already made it very clear to you that this thing is useless to her." Shen He was really pained by this potion. It was painstakingly developed by her professor. Now that the professor's whereabouts are unknown, all the potions are with Shen He. There are only 5 in total, and there is no stock left at the research base. These potions have already proven to be effective, and if someone in the base gets injured during a battle, this could be a lifesaver. Wasting them like this is truly heartbreaking for Shen He. However, the leader simply cannot accept it. "Who said that this potion can eliminate the zombie virus in your body? It might also work on my wife's virus." At this moment, the leader had completely lost his mind, his face twisted, and his eyes revealed excitement and fearlessness. Shen He felt helpless and continued to persuade, "Leader, I think I've made myself very clear. This thing relies on the combination with the human immune system. I'm a first-hand tester of the medicine, and I know very well how it works. You should know how severe my fever was at that time." The leader hesitated briefly, but then quickly returned to his madness. "I don't care. This is my last chance. I don't want to lose her. She has become my only motivation to live." The leader gazed affectionately at his wife, who had turned into a zombie. However, her vacant eyes and stiff movements constantly reminded him that she had long since become a zombie, and a completely mutated one at that. "The reason I built this base was for her. Only by becoming a leader could he fully control all the resources. He had exerted all his efforts, but it was of no use. He did not get what he wanted, the person he hoped could save his wife, until Shen He's appearance gave him hope. He had wanted to snatch the potion many times directly, but reason stopped him. He could not become a brutal person. Until last time, when Shen He was injured, it was a perfect opportunity. So he deliberately urged Shen He to drink the potion, wanting to conduct an experiment on her to see if the potion was effective. He closely monitored Shen He's condition, and his mood fluctuated with her physical state, until he saw Shen He completely recover. Even her bodily functions were becoming more refined. He could no longer wait. "I'm sorry, I don't want to deceive you either, but I really need this." When Shen He entered the room, the leader first checked the wound on her shoulder. The wound had already healed to a normal appearance. Although it still looked bloody and messy and had not completely healed, it was completely different from the state of zombie mutation. The change in the state of the wound was the greatest evidence that the green potion was effective. "This is great. Ha ha ha. This is wonderful." The leader's genuine excitement slightly eased Shen He's guard. "Shen He, you don't have any objections to me, do you?" The leader tentatively asked Shen He, completely unaware that Shen He was conscious during her fever. Shen He shook her head and said, "How could that be? It was you who took me in at the beginning. Later, you also trusted me a lot, and I respect you very much." Upon hearing this, The leader's worried heart was instantly relieved. Well, I don't know. Can you let me see that bottle of potion? Shen He was somewhat shocked by the leader's request. After all, there wasn't even a single person in the base who could conduct research, so having potions was completely useless. Leader, having the potion won't help. It's safer to keep it with me, she said. The leader did not oppose Shen He's words. Of course, I know that keeping it in your space is the safest. But I'm just curious. I want to take a look. I don't even know who researched it. If they're still around, it would be a blessing for humanity. The leader's tone of nostalgia stirred Shen He's memories of the professor. When the professor's research application was rejected, he had the same tone and expression, both helpless and bittersweet, yet with a faint hint of hope, anticipating that there might still be a turning point ahead. Shen He was moved. She had prepared for the worst in her heart and handed the potion to the leader. Back at the gas station, Shen He had acted impulsively. She was too eager to become stronger. She longed for abilities. As long as she could evolve and gain powers, she would have the means to survive in the apocalypse. However, she had no idea how to evolve her abilities more quickly. After all, in her previous life, she never managed to evolve at all. In a moment of desperation, she wanted to take risks, hoping to unleash her potential through real combat. She never expected that it would end up implicating Godan. The blow Godan took for her was a debt he would never be able to repay in his lifetime. Shen He was not betting on the leader's kindness, but rather wanted to explore the leader's secrets through the potion. Although the leader appeared to be indifferent and without desires, Shen He saw a deep yearning for the potion in the leader's eyes. Despite his efforts to conceal it, Shen He could still clearly perceive that profound desire. The act of hiding it indicated that it was truly important. The leader claimed that he wanted to see the potion out of curiosity, but she didn't believe a word of it. She intended to use the potion as a means to uncover what secrets the leader was hiding. Originally, she did not want to know his secrets, but because he abandoned giving her medicine for her high fever in order to ensure the potion's effectiveness, she felt compelled to investigate further regarding something that concerned herself. The leader was shocked by Shen He's keen insight. It turned out that she knew everything. Shen He did not continue the topic. Do you really want to waste another person's hope of living for an impossible outcome? The leader did not want to either. Chapter 41. Mental Control. But seeing his wife bound by ropes in front of him, he steeled himself. I'm also a person. I have things to pursue. What's wrong with being a little selfish? Aren't people supposed to be selfish? After the leader shouted, he directly took the potion to feed it to his wife. However, it was snatched away by Zhang Qing, who rushed over. Leader, you need to calm down. I know you're very upset, but you still have to consider the bigger picture. If there was even a glimmer of hope, I wouldn't stop you. Why waste this bottle of potion? The leader was not surprised to see Zhang Qing and the others coming. You really care about Shen He. Get back to me. Zhang Qing tightly gripped the potion in her hand, swearing not to give it up. The leader was furious, his whole body seeming to rise up straight. Give me the potion. Seeing the leader's state, Zhang Qing was also a bit scared. She prepared her ability, ready to run at any moment. The leader saw that Zhang Qing had no intention of giving it to him and directly unleashed his ultimate move. The leader's whole body trembled, and the blood vessels in his body seemed to rush rapidly towards his eyes. His face turned red from the rapid blood flow. The most outrageous thing was that the leader's eyes had completely bulged out. The blood vessels behind the eyeballs were clearly visible. You could even see the nerves in his eyes twitching. This was not a state a human should be in at all. This scene terrified everyone present. Everyone was stunned. Then Shen He noticed that Zhang Qing's eyes seemed to be dazed. She realized something was wrong and shouted loudly, "Don't look into his eyes. Focus your attention." But it was too late. Su Ping and Su En had not been controlled. They quickly rushed towards the entranced Zhang Qing. Shen He was gathering her abilities, intending to attack the leader. Who would have thought that at this critical moment, Zhang Qing would suddenly run towards the zombies at high speed? Shen He saw Zhang Qing's actions and was afraid that the zombie had harmed her. She quickly froze the leader and ran towards Zhang Qing. But it was too late. Zhang Qing had swiftly fed the zombie the potion. As the potion entered the zombie's mouth, Zhang Qing's condition also restored. She stood beside the zombie at a loss. What are you doing? Stay away from the zombie, Su En said, sharply, anxious. Zhang Qing couldn't hold back and began to cry. I didn't do it on purpose. I couldn't control myself at that moment. I was scared too, and you're yelling at me. When Zhang Qing cried, Suen realized it was his fault and quickly apologized. However, Zhang Qing didn't want to hear anything Suen had to say and directly ran into Shen He's embrace. Suen panicked and looked at Shen He, wanted to step forward and pull Zhang Qing out to comfort her. But Shen He refused. She shook her head at the anxious Su and gently soothing Zhang Qing's back. Gradually, the agitated Zhang Qing calmed down in Shen He's embrace. Shen He noticed that Zhang Qing's mental state had improved a lot, so she unsealed the leader. Go take a look at her. She should be on the brink of death. With the freezing lifted, the leader could finally move. However, since he had just been unsealed, his body was still not very agile. He looked hopefully at his wife and crawled stiffly toward her. Ruat, Ruat? He gently called out his wife's name, his tone filled with longing and tenderness. Due to the use of that mysterious power, the leader looked quite disheveled at the moment. His hair was messy and dirty, his skin a dark red, making him truly resemble a monster. The zombie, having consumed the potion, was in a nearly frenzied state. Originally, it was merely tempted by the allure of human blood, struggling to get closer. But now, her body seemed to be torn apart by something, shaking violently and struggling. Finally, the leader reached the zombie's side, but was unexpectedly bitten by the zombie. Shen He was taken aback and wanted to step forward to stop it, but found that the leader accepted everything calmly. She extinguished her desire to help and watched with a complicated mood from the side. The potion was very powerful. For a zombie, it meant completely erasing her existence. Shen He discovered this from the zombie's reaction after Zhang Qing administered the potion. The leader, enduring excruciating pain, observed his wife's reaction. He longed for his wife to return to a normal person. Rower, rower, please be strong. But how could a zombie who had lost human thoughts understand his encouragement? After a while, the zombie stopped struggling. Even her body was gradually dissolving. The leader was in a panic, desperately trying to gather the melting parts from the ground, wanting to piece his wife back together. But it was completely meaningless. He could only watch helplessly as his wife melted away before him. A heartfelt roar escaped the leader's mouth, startling countless birds into flight. Intense pain gnawed at this burly man, making him feel so fragile at this moment. He clutched his wife's clothes and recounted the cause of the situation. It turned out that he had already found his wife and daughter. But unfortunately, his daughter had been bitten by a zombie. He had no choice but to kill his own daughter with his own hands. It was me. I killed my own flesh and blood. At that time, his wife had desperately tried to stop him, but he had to think for the greater good. Now that she had become a zombie, there was no room for turning back. On the day his daughter completely transformed into a zombie, he personally set her on fire. His wife was deeply affected and completely rejected the leader. She lived in a room prepared for their daughter. But who would have thought that on the day of the meeting, he suddenly saw signs of his wife turning into a zombie? He was horrified and left the office directly, heading to the back mountain. There was a cave there, which had originally become the place where his daughter was bitten by a zombie. Who knew it would turn into the place where his daughter was buried? Now, would it also become the place where his wife would be buried? No way, absolutely not. That place seemed like a door of pain, sealed with a powerful enchantment. As long as the leader opened it, he would be engulfed by unbearable pain. Helpless, he gave up that room, numbing himself. Chapter 42. Enchanting night until his wife completely turned into a zombie. He had no choice but to tie her up. Occasionally, he would bring her some animals to feed her. I can't bring myself to do it. I really can't. I have already killed my own daughter. This is all my sin. Why does it have to fall upon my wife? He screamed hoarsely, wanting to resist his fate, until Shen He arrived, giving him a glimmer of hope. In the end, would he leave nothing behind? After listening to all this, the four of them felt great sympathy for the leader's plight. The leader shook his head, refusing. He pushed Su Ping's hand away. No need. Wasn't he the ability to control Zhang Qing just now very impressive? Su Ping nodded. The ability to control others' minds and actions was something he had never heard of before. A shallow smile finally appeared on the leader's face. This is the ability I evolved. I was very happy at that time. I thought I could finally protect my family, but who knew it would end up like this? That ability is extraordinary, but it cannot be used lightly. He had tried, and whenever he tentatively wanted to use it, he would be struck by a pain that felt like his heart and lungs were being torn apart. Since then, he had known that this ability could only be used once. After that, it would be his end. This ability was both a talisman for life and a death warrant. It's useless now. Just let me die here. I want to apologize to my wife and daughter. I wonder if they will forgive me. After saying this last sentence, the leader left this world forever. The few of them buried the leader here with heavy hearts. Su Ping nodded and stepped out of the cave first. After Shen He finished speaking, she directly placed Zhang Qing's hand into Su Yin's hand, who was walking over. Then she followed Su Ping's footsteps and exited the cave. As for what happened between Zhang Qing and Su Yin in the cave, no one knew. Shen He helplessly tilted her head, watching the two people reconcile as if they were even closer than before. She had wanted them to talk things out, but she didn't expect them to stay out all night. Early the next morning, everyone heard the urgent assembly bell ringing. This was the sound of a level 3 emergency assembly, and everyone quickly put down what they were doing and rushed to the square. The base's bell system has 3 levels. Level 3 is the lightest, indicating that everyone must assemble, and no one can be absent for any reason. Level 2 indicates a minor enemy invasion, where everyone needs to protect themselves. Level 1 is the most severe, indicating a major enemy invasion or significant events that could threaten lives. If the Level 1 bell rings, it means the base can no longer guarantee anyone's safety. Everyone gathered in the square, somewhere in the middle of washing their hair, with half of the shampoo still in their hair. Others were still covered in mud from working. Su Ping really wanted to say that the meaning of the Level 3 bell was to inform everyone that they must be present, but he refrained from mentioning that there wasn't even time to wash their hands. However, to avoid dampening everyone's enthusiasm, he decided to skip that point. He stood on the podium and spoke heavily. The leader has already sacrificed. As soon as the words left his mouth, chaos erupted in the square. The chattering voices were disturbing. After giving everyone a moment to process the news, Su Ping continued. The base cannot operate without a leader, so I will take on the role for now. If any capable ability user is willing to become the leader and can gain the trust and recognition of everyone, then they can become the leader of the base. Everyone initially thought that with the leader's passing, Su Ping would certainly become the new leader. After all, his contributions to the base and his abilities were well recognized. In terms of seniority, Su Ping could also be considered a veteran. However, his words now offered everyone a glimmer of hope. This made their desire to evolve and gain abilities even stronger. After all, people cannot escape worldly desires. As long as they align with morality, these pursuits are reasonable. Yet, because the leader had passed away, they all worked hard to suppress their happiness, pretending to be very sorrowful. Shen He stood on the stage, her gaze fixed on Wang Yan. She always paid special attention to this little girl who harbored inexplicable hostility towards her. Sure enough, Shen He saw a strong sense of calculation in her eyes. It seemed that she thought of something, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, making her look quite annoying. Su Ping roughly recounted the process of the leader's death, omitting some inconvenient details, which served as an explanation for everyone. For most people, as long as someone was made the leader, it didn't really matter who it was. Therefore, there were no surprises at the morning meeting. Everything went smoothly. Su Ping stepped down from the stage and dismissed the crowd. Isn't it better to directly elect someone as the leader? Why do I have to do it? Su Ping looked at Shen He, his face filled with reluctance. Yes, at the beginning, Su Ping was unwilling to take on the role of leader. Even if it was temporary, being a leader meant having responsibilities and obligations, which was far from the comfort of being free and easy. Shen He looked apologetic. It really happened too suddenly. Moreover, the leader has just passed away, and there will definitely be some people trying to stir things up. I'm a bit uneasy about letting someone else become the leader. Seeing Shen He say this, Su Ping also nodded. Suddenly, Su Ping seemed to remember something and thought to himself that it was not good. Shen He looked at Su Ping in confusion and asked, "What's wrong?" Yesterday was Zhang Qing's 18th birthday, and we all forgot. So much happened yesterday. First, Shen He inexplicably fainted and had a fever. After waking up, there are the events that occurred in the cave with the leader. With all these things happening, we actually forgot Zhang Qing's birthday. Shen He and Su Ping urgently had the kitchen make a big cake and headed towards Zhang Qing's residence. Don't worry, Zhang Qing won't blame us. Su Ping nodded at Shen He's comfort. I know that. It's just that there's only one birthday a year, and I, as the older brother, forgot it. Chapter 43. Covered in bruises, it's all my fault. Shen He didn't say anything more, but silently quickened her pace. By the time the two of them were sweating profusely and arrived at Zhang Qing's place, they could hear the sounds of Zhang Qing and Suan laughing and chatting. Shen He and Su Ping exchanged glances and knocked on the door. Shen He looked at the messy cake in the room and said, "Are you two getting too cozy? Even your birthday is just a secret celebration for two." Zhang Qing blushed and lowered her head. It was Suan who scratched his head and spoke up. Zhang Qing said you two have been too busy these days and were afraid it would tire you out. She said celebrating a birthday is a small matter, so she didn't invite you. Su Ping sat down in a chair, holding the cake. "Anyway, we are here now, and you can't drive us away." Zhang Qing, feeling embarrassed, cut a piece of cake for Su Ping, saying, "Brother, talking like that is just intentionally making it hard for me." The four of them gathered together and happily spent a warm morning. This was a rare moment of relaxation for them since the apocalypse began. As soon as Zhang Qing finished speaking, all three of them turned to look at Shen He in unison. Shen He felt helpless and had no choice but to tell everything. After going through these events, she had completely trusted the three of them. She really had no reason to keep these secrets anymore. After hearing the whole story, the expressions on the three faces were all very shocked. "Su Ping, you mean you have a storage space? Is it 1,000 square meters? Suan, you said you were infected with the zombie virus before, but you drank a potion and are already fine?" Zhang Qing, you said there's a little kitten in your space? Zhang Qing's words successfully broke the defenses of the other three. Shen He smiled helplessly. What a peculiar point of interest you have. But Zhang Qing couldn't care less about that anymore. She left her seat and approached, shaking Shen He's arm. "Sister, good sister, can you show it to me, please?" Shen He was dizzy from her shaking. Okay, you let go of me first." Shen He was taken aback for a moment. She didn't expect Zhang Qing to be so curious about her cat. Shen He directly conjured a kitten out of thin air in front of the three people, which genuinely shocked them. Zhang Qing was completely focused on the kitten, carefully picking up Yuan Bao and unable to put down. This little cat was just too adorable. Ever since Yuan Bao entered Shen He's space, it had become increasingly round, and now its fur was getting softer and softer. Yuan Bao was already good-looking, fitting perfectly with the girl's aesthetic, but now its appearance was even more stunning. The two boys shook their heads. Although they thought it was beautiful, they didn't find it that exaggerated. Regarding this matter, Shen He sighed. He had planned to increase the dosage if the 5 doses showed effects. But who knew that the apocalypse would occur, and the professor had disappeared without a trace? Shen He explained carefully, "Now I only have 3 copies in my hand. However," Shen He paused, her tone igniting Su Ping's hopes. "However, I have the formula, and if we can find professional researchers, it should be possible to replicate it." Fortunately, it wasn't a death sentence. As long as there is a way, there is still hope. Just as Zhang Qing was busy petting the cat, the three of them were discussing how to proceed next when a major incident occurred. It was bad, really bad. There was chaos outside. Zhang Qing handed Yuan Bao to Shen He, and the 4 of them quickly left the house. Su Ping spoke up, asking the messenger what was going on. The messenger, dry-throated, swallowed hard. He pointed towards the back mountain. Something big happened at the back mountain. Shen He frowned. This person must have been in such a hurry. It has been so long, yet they haven't even clarified the general situation. Shen He couldn't wait any longer and directly ran to the place pointed out by the messenger. The other 3 also followed Shen He's lead. By the time the 4 of them arrived, they saw that a large crowd had already gathered around the back mountain. Shen He felt something was wrong and squeezed into the crowd. The scene inside shocked her directly. There was Wang Yin, crying and looking disheveled, which couldn't help but make people think. Meanwhile, Zhang Lu sat to the side, looking fearless. Zhang Li's roommates stood behind him, clearly showing their support. Not far away, there was a group of men swaying unsteadily. Their injuries were severe, suggesting they had just gone through a fierce battle. In such a familiar scene, Shen He couldn't help but attribute the situation to Wang Yan. Shen He looked at the bruises on Wang Yan's body and subtly nodded to Su Ping. Su Ping, feeling helpless, had to step forward to handle the situation. He thought to himself, so they already knew this would happen. Su Ping cleared his throat a couple of times to attract everyone's attention. Whoever goes to help Wang Yin get dressed properly, sitting here like this is quite the sight. However, no girl stepped forward to help. Su Ping felt awkward for a moment and continued, "Wang Yan's roommate, go help her." This time, Someone finally spoke up. I'm not going. I'd rather stay 8 feet away from her. The disdainful expression clearly showed that there was a long-standing grudge. This was the first time the conflict that girls usually kept to themselves was brought into the public eye. Wang Yan's face instantly turned red. Shen He. It's interesting that she appears in public in disheveled clothing without feeling embarrassed, but now she actually is blushing. Wang Yan may not care about how girls perceive her, but being openly excluded like this is quite something. Her expression is certainly not pleasant. It's probably because she's afraid of losing her good impression in the eyes of the boys, seeing that no one is willing to step up and help. Shen He has no choice but to go help Wang Yan put on her clothes. She is completely bare except for a man's jacket draped over her. This outfit is really not appropriate at all. When Shen He came forward to help with the clothes, Wang Yan shook off Shen He's hand. I don't need your help. Shen He curled her lips. Then why don't you put it on yourself? Lying here like this, are you trying to seduce someone? Chapter 44. Framing and trapping. Wang Yan was furious, but had no way to refute her. He could only let Shen He dress him. His own clothes had long been torn, so he was now wearing Shen He's clothes. Just throw the clothes away after you put them on. No need to return them to me. I don't want them back. Shen He was putting clothes on Wang Yan while talking. Wang Yan knew that this was a form of disdain towards her, but there were more important matters that awaited her. After finishing dressing, Shen He stepped aside to listen to the upcoming story. Su Ping looked at the calmest person in the crowd. Wang Yan frowned, wondering why they were asking Zhang Lu first again. This time, Wang Yan did not let Su Ping take the lead. Instead, she spoke up herself. Chief, I am the victim in this situation. Why not ask me first? Su Ping lied without changing his expression. I think your emotions might be quite agitated, so your expression may not be very clear. That's why I didn't let you speak first. What, are you feeling calm now? Wang Yan was stunned. She never expected to gamble on her own words like this. She was truly frustrated. Why did everyone seem to stand with Shen He? Wang Yan took a deep breath. Although my emotions have been fluctuating a lot, I can now articulate my thoughts. After she spoke, Su Ping's tone turned serious. Let me make this clear. If anyone lies in this matter, they will be expelled from the base. Wang Yan was taken aback. She did not expect a temporary leader to have such a temper. However, there was nothing she could do. Things had reached this point, and it was now or never. Wang Yan tightened her clothes, and tears immediately streamed down her face. The situation was as follows, according to Wang Yan. She felt guilty toward Zhang Lu because of previous events. To apologize, she made some food for Zhang Lu, hoping to ease their relationship. I know that unity in the base is the most important thing, and I don't want to cause trouble. Who would have thought that Zhang Lu would have ulterior motives towards me? Naturally, I refused, and in the struggle, he directly ripped my clothes apart. He. Wang Yan couldn't continue, only crying harder. Everyone present was an adult. How could they not understand? Seeing that the development of the situation was as she had guessed. Su Ping subtly glanced at Zhang Lu. Oh, you mean you wanted to apologize to Zhang Lu, but he had ulterior motives and harmed you, right? Wang Yan nodded at this. Su Ping then looked at Zhang Lu. Now it's your turn. Is what she said right or wrong? This time, with witnesses present, Zhang Lu was completely unflustered. He clearly recounted the situation at that time. Since the last incident, Wang Yan has been seeking me out constantly, but I have been ignoring her. Until this morning when the chief passed away, Wang Yan came to see me even more frequently. I was quite annoyed and decided to follow her out to see what she wanted. Under the pretense of being shy, she invited me here, saying she made me some delicious food as an apology. I confirmed repeatedly that if I ate today, she wouldn't bother me again. Just when Zhang Lu was about to eat, there was a loud bang behind him. Wang Yan, you calculated everything, but you didn't expect that I called my roommate over. Did you? Zhang Lu looked at Wang Yan, smiling brightly. Wang Yan gritted her teeth in anger. When she saw Zhang Lu starting to eat, she quickly tore her own clothes. Then, enduring the pain, she pinched herself until she was covered in bruises. Just when she planned to knock Zhang Lu out, she unexpectedly fainted. When she regained consciousness, it was the scene we see now. There was no other way. She had to follow through with her previous plan to frame Zhang Lu. As long as she married Zhang Lu, she could survive to a greater extent. Moreover, abilities come with privileges. She believed that once she married Zhang Lu, she wouldn't have to clean the toilets anymore, and she would have her own bedroom. Everything seemed so wonderful. Now that the chief had passed away, She could later encourage Zhang Lu to become the chief. Then she would successfully become the lady of this base. Zhang Li's several roommates came out together to testify. That's right, we saw Wang Yan's actions with our own eyes. She was quite ruthless to herself. We were the ones who knocked her out. With these people's testimonies, Zhang Li's crisis was completely resolved. Su Ping was quite satisfied with this outcome. Zhang Lu looked mockingly at the disheveled Wang Yan. I have to thank Sister Shen He for her reminder. Otherwise, I might have really fallen for your trick. At that time, I would have been at a loss for words. It turned out that when the dormitory brawl incident occurred, Shen He had left a note for Zhang Lu, which said, "Be careful of Wang Yan. She has her eyes on your abilities." She looked at Shen He with a gaze full of venom. Shen He calmly accepted her gaze, smiling freely. She enjoyed the way others couldn't stand her but couldn't do anything about her. With a witness, it significantly reduced his workload. Otherwise, questioning could be quite troublesome. For instance, why were the torn edges of the clothing so neat? Clearly, it was because Wang Yan's strength was too weak to tear it. So, she had used scissors in advance to cut a hole. But now that the matter was clear, there was no need for such questions. Wang Yan shouted, "Leader, it's not like that. They must be in cahoots. They are slandering me together." She shouted with sincerity, but no one here was willing to believe her. Not even her sycophants. Wang Yan caught a glimpse of them looking at her with disbelief. The disappointment reflected in their eyes made Wang Yan panic. She could only keep shouting that she was wronged, expressing her grievances, but it was meaningless. Su Ping grew impatient and said, "All right, stop shouting." Su Ping's words had little effect. After all, Wang Yan was used to the gentleness of boys. Shen He said flatly, "If you say another word, I'll throw you out right now." Wang Yan immediately stopped, glaring at Shen He with resentment. Shen He's earlier statement, though calm, made Wang Yan believe that she would really do it. Chapter 45. Leaving at the best time of emotions, Su Ping secretly glanced at Shen He and began the next round of questioning. The few people were extremely ashamed and angry. It's all that cheap woman Wang Yan's fault. We thought she was a good one, wanting to stand up for her. Exactly, we thought she was being bullied. Who knew she was such a person? The few of them spoke one after another, exposing all the things Wang Yan had done without missing a beat. Wang Yan watched this group of people taking the opportunity to kick her when she was down. Feeling furious, a group of people couldn't even take on Zhang Lu, and now they were chattering like an old lady. No wonder she had always looked down on them. For a moment, Wang Yan became the target of everyone. She wanted to use her old methods to make everyone feel sorry for her. But this time, the situation had gone too far. Seeing that there was no way to turn things around, she hugged her legs and cried heartbreakingly. The truth of the matter had already come to light, and Su Ping interrupted the whispers of the crowd. Since the matter was clear, Wang Yan, I'll give you 3 days. Pack your things and leave the base. Wang Yan was instantly panicked, continuously pleading, "Leader, please just let me off this time. I beg you, if you kick me out, it's like sending me to my death. I can't survive. Please have mercy." Su Ping was too lazy to argue with her and directly left the place. However, there was a woman who had advised her earlier and felt a bit reluctant, but still held back the words at the tip of her tongue. One by one, people left, secretly mocking Wang Yan's actions. She had never thought that one day she would end up like this. Clearly, her mother had done the same. But not only did she succeed, she also gained countless riches and affection. She couldn't understand and was stuck in a dead end. Looking at the only person left in front of her, it was Shen He. At this moment, Wang Yan no longer pretended. Her sharp and mean demeanor was fully revealed. "Why are you still here? Are you here to watch me make a fool of myself?" Shen He looked at Wang Yan, word by word. "All of this is of your own making. I have never harmed you. It was you who targeted me first. If I wanted to hurt you, I should have just killed you right now." Wang Yan knew that even if Shen He did that, her life would not change at all. After all, she was already a person abandoned by the base. Shen He saw the beads of sweat densely covering Wang Yan's forehead and knew that she had successfully scared her. "What I'm telling you is to not take the initiative to harm others. This is better for everyone." After saying these words, Shen He left the back mountain, leaving Wang Yan alone to face the baptism of wind and rain. Shen He had just come down the mountain when she saw Zhang Lu waiting below. Zhang Lu happily approached. "Sister Shen He, I really want to thank you for what happened today." Shen He shook her head, not caring. "This is all your wisdom. It has nothing to do with me." Thinking of today's events, Shen He asked, Why haven't you moved to a place of your own yet? Zhang Lu replied happily, because I have a good relationship with my roommates, so I don't want to leave. Shen He frowned. So, are you not planning to move away? Or are you going to wait a bit longer before moving? Zhang Lu wiped the freshly picked fruit in his hand and handed it to Shen He. I'm not planning to leave. You can see that our dormitory has a great relationship, and they're all very reluctant to see me go. While listening to Zhang Lu talk endlessly about his abilities, Shen He was troubled by one thing. By the time they reached the base, Shen He smiled and said, Why didn't I see you talk so much before? Zhang Lu smiled shyly. Am I talking too much? Shen He shook her head. No, it's just that I have something to remind you of. Shen He pondered before speaking. I still suggest you go to the place where the ability users should live. After she finished speaking, she originally didn't intend to explain, but seeing Zhang Li's puzzled expression, she couldn't help but continue. You're different now. Instead of risking the possibility of a future breakdown, why not leave when your feelings are at their best? It's not just the two of you. There are several people involved. Zhang Lu understood the underlying meaning of Shen He's words. Although he didn't think there would be any problems with his roommates, he still nodded. I'll think it over carefully. Shen He smiled and said no more. The words spoken today had already crossed the line. If Zhang Li's brotherly bond was strong, he might suspect her of sowing discord. She didn't care to gamble on the character of someone she barely knew. Once back at her place, Shen He finally felt relaxed. So much had happened in the past few days that she hadn't had the time to properly digest it all. After washing up, she eagerly lay down on the bed. If she guessed correctly, this potion would be the key for humanity to defeat the zombies. She would never forget the pain when she drank the potion, nor the unconsciousness that the pain brought. Shen He would never give up her will to survive. However, everything that happened at that time was completely uncontrollable. She didn't understand whether that feeling was a hallucination caused by the drugs or a result of her human genes protecting her body due to overwhelming pain. Just as Shen He was contemplating which possibility was more likely, she heard the second-level bell ringing. She immediately jumped up from the bed and ran outside, even still wearing her pajamas. Shen He's pajamas are pink. Although they are made of silky material with lace trim, they still feel somewhat refreshing. Su Ping looked at Shen He coming out like this and couldn't help but say, You don't have to be in such a hurry. Then he put his coat on Shen He. Shen He naturally did not refuse. After all, appearing in front of everyone in pajamas was still inappropriate. Girls should always have a few more rules. Thank you. Shen He was thinking in bed when he heard the bell and came out directly. He completely forgot he was wearing pajamas. Otherwise, he would have definitely grabbed a jacket. Zhang Xing happened to come over and explained to Shen He. When we were dealing with the scorpions at that time, we discovered that the scorpions had already dug a tunnel and escaped. Chapter 46. Discovering traces, we followed the tunnel and finally found a small squad. However, when we tried to take action, we found that many scorpions could actually ignore our attacks. At that moment, they felt something was off and stopped the chase. After all, the three of them all had offensive abilities. They wanted Shen He to give it a try, since Shen He's ice ability was not purely offensive. Perhaps it could overwhelm those mutated scorpions. But when they opened a door, they found Shen He lying on the ground, unconscious. At that time, they couldn't worry about that anymore. Later, as things piled up, they forgot about it. Who would have thought that the scorpions would come back for revenge now? Shen He listened attentively. So, the situation outside is that a group of scorpions came for revenge? Suin smiled and nodded. It was indeed quite amusing. However, there weren't that many, only a few. Speaking of which, the evolution speed of these scorpions is quite fast. Realizing that there would be a fierce battle tonight, Shen He didn't hesitate. Let's go, we shouldn't delay too long. It had rained at night, and the weather was still quite cold at that time. Shen He was trembling a bit. She put on a piece of clothing that Zhang Lu had brought, which made her feel a little better. Why are you here too? Among these people, only Shen He's abilities were not ignored by any of the scorpions. After they used their abilities to eliminate the scorpions, the remaining ones were left to Shen He. Shen He merely spun her hands to freeze the scorpion, which was then shattered by Zhang Lu, thus eliminating the scorpion. Zhang Li's ability, when used for explosions, is an evolution of strength. Now that he has just evolved his ability, it is still unstable, making this a perfect opportunity for practice. The group worked together harmoniously and quickly drove the scorpion back. Shen He looked at the shed scorpions and said, These scorpions are here to test our strength. Su Ping fell silent as well. He actually felt the same way. After all, the number that came today was indeed quite small. Moreover, their shedding speed was also very unusual. However, the most important thing now was to find the researchers or people from other bases. A major battle was resolved so easily. As a newcomer, Zhang Li stole the spotlight in this war. While others had already possessed their abilities upon arrival, Zhang Li's abilities emerged genuinely from within the crowd. Naturally, the level of attention he received was different. Listening to everyone's praises, Zhang Li felt a bit carried away. Shen He watched as Zhang Li was surrounded and left. Shaking his head in contemplation, Zhang Qing and Suen left together. Ever since they had a fight when the leader passed away, they surprisingly got along well now. Su Ping walked over to Shen He. What are you thinking about? Instead, Su Ping continued. Are you wondering why Zhang Li didn't go to the place where the ability users live? Shen He was shocked and turned her head, not expecting Su Ping's thoughts to be so delicate. Su Ping smiled and patted the dust off his clothes. It was useless, in fact. He himself did not want to leave the environment that everyone admired. We can only hope that he can remain so harmonious. Shen He felt the exhaustion of her abilities, trying to establish some connection with them. Are we running low on supplies? Shen He's sudden question reminded Su Ping. Yes. It had been a long time since we went out to search for supplies. Let's set off tomorrow. With that, Shen He left. Su Ping looked at Shen He's glaring coat and turned to inform Zhang Qing and the others. The next morning, Shen He heard the wind blowing. It was said that Wang Yan's former admirers had already driven him out of the base, probably because they felt that having once liked Wang Yan was a disgrace. Hurry up and leave. I feel sick just seeing you. Everyone makes mistakes. Can't you forgive me just this once? The men listening to these words felt disgusted. Stop pretending. What were you thinking when you took off your clothes to frame others? Ugh, it's all your fault. Now I'm being mocked everywhere. In an instant, those who once supported Wang Yan had become the final dagger aimed at him. Unfortunately, this base could no longer accommodate Wang Yan. She could only awkwardly pack her things and leave the base. Shen He did not intend to get involved in this matter. Once outside the base, whether she lived or died was her own fate. The four of them got into the jeep and were about to leave when they were called back. Zhang Li ran over. Wait for me. Wait for me. Can I go with you? Su Ping felt a deep resistance toward Zhang Li. You stay at home and keep watch. If any enemies invade, remember to protect our home. After saying that, he ignored Zhang Li's reaction and pressed the gas pedal, driving away. The four of them entered the town, and this was Shen He's first time re-entering a human town since she arrived at the base. Everywhere were ruins and corpses. Plastic garbage flew in the air along with the dust. The stench of the corpses attracted countless crows and vultures. The complex emotions left the four of them momentarily speechless. It was Su Ping who broke the silence first. I remember there's a warehouse nearby that was used to store disaster relief supplies. I don't know if there are any supplies left now. Let us go take a look. With everyone's agreement, Su Ping drove towards the location. They soon arrived at their destination, and the group got out of the car one by one. They searched around the warehouse, but found no supplies. The group gathered at the entrance of the warehouse. With no supplies, it seemed they had already been searched by someone else. Shen He nodded. That means there are other ability users nearby. This discovery made Shen He very happy. The thing that brought her the most joy now was hearing any news of other surviving humans. Su Ping thought the same. Let's look around for a while and see if we can find anything else. No one disagreed. And just as Shen He was about to say something, she was interrupted by a scream from outside. Chapter 47. The battle with the zombie horde. The four of them exchanged glances and ran outside together. They saw a woman fleeing in a panic. Her eyes were filled with confusion and fear, and she kept shouting for help. She stumbled and fell to the ground, covered in injuries. Zhang Qing quickly stepped forward to help the woman up. Shen He assessed the woman's attire, which was strikingly neat and bright. It didn't look like clothes someone who had been through hardships would wear. Even her grooming and makeup were not much different from before the apocalypse. She quickly stepped forward and took the woman's hand, asking what happened. Did something occur? The woman, in tears and gasping for breath, said, "There's zombies. Zombies attacking our home." Upon hearing this, the four of them immediately pulled the woman into the jeep. Following her lead, Su Ping stepped on the gas pedal all the way down. They drove for a full 3 hours before reaching the home the woman had mentioned. She held Shen He's hand tightly, repeatedly urging, Be careful, there are many zombies. Shen He nodded and instructed the woman to stay in the car and not come out. The four of them got out of the car and discovered that they were in a base. This must be the place where everyone was hoping to find other survivors. While Shen He was observing the surroundings, a group of zombies seemed to have caught the scent of humans. They kept emerging from the center of the base. Seeing where they were coming from, Shen He had a bad feeling in her heart. The four of them guarded each other's backs, so even if the zombies surrounded them, they could help each other. Shen He skillfully used her abilities. Wherever the blue aura reached, everything was frozen. However, due to the inability to use her powers continuously, everyone was coordinating their abilities with the weapons in their hands to protect themselves, aiming to maximize their own benefits. Suddenly, a woman's sharp scream echoed. Shen He instinctively looked towards the sound of shouting and saw two zombies approaching the position of the jeep. She threw out a remark, "Take care of yourself," and ran to deal with the other two zombies. At that moment, another zombie was quietly closing in on Shen He. Shen He finished dealing with the previous zombie and just happened to see the zombie behind her in the woman's eyes. Shen He didn't have time to use her abilities. She executed a sweeping kick from behind and directly tripped the zombie to the ground. After using her powers to freeze the zombie, she rejoined the battle. It was unclear how much time had passed, but after finally taking down the last zombie, Shen He was already exhausted. Seeing that the area was safe, she quickly got out of the car. She had hesitated to get out earlier because she didn't want to trouble the four people. Now that it was safe, her first thought was to rush into the base. She wanted to see if her husband was still alive. Shen He grabbed the rushing woman, but due to the strong inertia, she almost couldn't hold on and stumbled a bit. Before Shen He could say anything, the woman was pulling at Shen He's hand. "Let go of me. I need to go in and find my husband." Shen He understood the woman's emotions and patiently explained, "It's not that I'm stopping you from going, but we don't know the situation inside. If you go in recklessly and there's still zombies, it would be a problem." The woman clearly wasn't listening, and Su Ping, feeling helpless, had no choice but to let her follow behind. The five of them cautiously entered the base. At that moment, the base was in complete darkness, likely due to the zombies entering and damaging the circuits during the fighting. Shen He was about to turn on the flashlight when she heard a very fierce voice. She quickly raised her hand to block it, but her right arm was struck heavily. Although Shen He was already prepared, he was still knocked back several steps. The person who struck Shen He must be a man, otherwise there wouldn't be such great strength. Shen He quickly adjusted her state and turned on the flashlight. When people at the base went out to search for supplies, they would wear special clothing and bring essential equipment. The flashlight was an indispensable part of this. Under the illumination of 4 flashlights, the man soon revealed his true face. He shielded his eyes from the intense light, and when the woman saw the man's face clearly, she began to cry uncontrollably. She rushed over to check the man's body. "Honey, are you hurt?" The man also realized that there were no zombies around and breathed a sigh of relief. However, it was clear that he was scared as well, but he still held on and comforted his wife. "It's okay, I'm not hurt." Shen He knew that in this situation, it would be impossible to get any answers immediately. So she quietly went to investigate the scene. She wanted to check if there were any survivors in the base. She looked through one person after another, feeling increasingly disheartened. Zhang Qing glanced at Suin, and the two of them consciously followed Shen He, secretly helping her by shining the flashlight. Su Ping, on the other hand, silently searched for the wiring, hoping to fix the electrical lines. Su Ping was an expert in repairing electrical equipment. Before long, the base was bright again. The man finally got a clear look at the 4 of them. Seeing that they were clean and tidy, all wearing the same uniform, he couldn't help but ask, "How did you survive?" Shen He looked at the more than 20 corpses on the ground, feeling deeply regretful that there were no survivors. Why was her base built so secretly? Although this base was not far from Shen He's base, its concealment was extremely strong. This was also why Shen He had not discovered this base for a long time. When they arrived, they passed by several tunnels. The entrances to the tunnels were covered with countless vines. The tunnels were located in the middle of a mountain, and the natural concealment advantage made it impossible for the 4 of them to notice that there was another tunnel behind. One could only say that the builders of this base were very good at choosing locations. The man felt deeply ashamed. "When I brought everyone to choose the site, I just wanted to stay away from disturbances. We brought enough seeds and other supplies, thinking to find a hidden place so that no one could find us." The leader's idea was completely opposite to that of the deceased leader. One hoped to never be discovered, thus gaining peace and tranquility. The other hoped to be discovered, to grow stronger together and resist together. Chapter 48. Lost in the heavy rain, Zhang Qing asked the critical question. Don't you even have a single ability user? Sure enough, the man shook his head in shame. Shen He also noticed that there wasn't a single zombie corpse in the entire base. This indicated that these people had not killed even one zombie. The man wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. It's precisely because there are no ability users that they want to live in seclusion. Fortunately, you all saved me this time. Shen He wiped the blood from his hands and took out 3 photos from his pocket. May I ask, have you seen these 3 people? The photo in Shen He's hand prominently features her younger brother, Dog Dan, as well as Shen He's professor. The man carefully examined it and then shook his head. Shen He suppressed the disappointment in her eyes and listened to Su Ping's conversation with the man. It turned out that the man was a biologist. Upon hearing this, Su Ping couldn't contain his excitement. Great! The base finally has its own researcher. I wonder if you have any thoughts about coming to our base? Our research facilities are already very well equipped. We just need a researcher like you. The man was also quite tempted by this offer, especially since he had no better options at the moment. He agreed. All right, I'll bring my wife along. Of course. The wife, watching her husband, was moved to tears. The night before, they had quarreled over a small issue. Who would have thought they would encounter a zombie attack today? Thinking about how her husband had given her the only chance of survival, she was overwhelmed with emotion. She secretly promised herself to treat her husband well. As they were packing up the things at the base to take with them, the sky suddenly erupted with thunder and lightning. The group quickly exited the base, looking up to see rolling dark clouds. The clouds were hanging very low, completely blocking the sky. Only a few scattered white lights shone through, making the swirling clouds even more terrifying. Not good. Heavy rain is coming. We need to hurry. The vehicle started quickly, but the pouring rain made it impossible for Su Ping to see the road ahead. He could only operate the windshield wipers while moving slowly. The rain was so heavy that it felt like there was a big hole in the sky. The sound of the rain seemed to wash away the dirt of the world. Suddenly, the vehicle tilted sharply, and the woman let out a panicked gasp. Finally, after not going far, the vehicle got stuck. It was a collapse caused by excessive extraction of groundwater. Fortunately, although the hole was deep, it wasn't very large. Apart from the driver and the woman, the others had to get out to push the car. Shen He naturally wanted to get out of the car, but was stopped by Su Ping. What are you going to do? This is a boy's job. You should stay in the car. However, Shen He was unwilling. The more people we have, the more strength we have. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid we won't even make it through the tunnel. She broke free from Su Ping's hand and plunged into the rain. The rain was heavy, making it difficult for Shen He to open her eyes. She pushed hard against the car, and just as it started to sink, she heard a strange noise. Frowning, she strained to see what was happening. Suddenly, Shen He saw mountains of household garbage rushing toward a few people. Below was a surging river, and it was moving quickly. Shen He was scared. Get in the car quickly. Shen He pushed everyone forward, watching as the flood came closer and closer. In the final second, it was too late. Shen He threw a bottle of medicine to Su Ping and shouted at him, "Drive." However, in the next second, Shen He was submerged by a flood of countless household garbage. Su Ping could only drive forward with the gas pedal pressed down, tears in his eyes, as if he were escaping. Shen He was swept away by the flood. She struggled to float on the water, trying to grab onto something useful. However, all that floated on the surface were piles of various household waste. Shen He wanted to get closer to the shore, but the raging flood gave her no chance to exert any strength. Shen He felt her strength was fading. If this continued, she would definitely not be able to hold on. Suddenly, Shen He thought of a way. She waved her right hand in front of her, and a blue aura instantly formed a 2-meter ice block on the surface of the river ahead. Shen He can't help but smile and climbed up. Although it was very cold up there, at least she could survive. Shen He was floating on the surface of the water like this. When the ice was about to melt, she would reinforce it. She was eating the food in the space, but she never dared to sleep. Shen He drifted smoothly for an unknown number of days until she finally reached a place where it wasn't raining. She observed her surroundings, but unfortunately, she still couldn't get ashore. Suddenly, a man's voice caught her attention. "Look quickly. There seems to be a person in the water." Shen He quickly shouted, "Help me catch it." Then she threw out the rope that she had already prepared. The man did not hesitate and directly grabbed the other end. To be cautious, he also wrapped it around a large tree, trying to use it for leverage. Shen He saw that the man was ready and began to exert strength in his direction. After a while, Shen He finally made it to the shore. After drifting in the water for so long, the feeling of being on solid ground was truly wonderful. It was so wonderful that as soon as Shen He got ashore, she couldn't help but fall asleep. This sleep lasted for a whole day and night. When Shen He woke up, she found herself in a base. The man who had saved her immediately rushed to her bedside. "You're finally awake. I was worried you might not wake up. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something?" Shen He nodded. After sleeping for a whole day and night, she was already very hungry. Shen He asked the man about the current situation while eating. It turned out that this place was also a base established by the surviving humans. Since there were many people with abilities and a lot of researchers, it was still very safe. "You can stay here. Our leader is very humane and will definitely not bully you." Shen He shook her head. She was currently missing, and everyone must be very worried, until the man told her the location of the base, which turned out to be in the city where her brother was. Shen He was taken aback, never expecting that due to a series of coincidences, she had ended up in her brother's city. Chapter 49. The female leader. She quickly wanted to take out a photo from her space. However, due to her excitement and the need to keep the man from noticing, she became flustered. The man curiously looked at Shen He, thinking she was just a bit clumsy after floating in the sea for too long. "What are you looking for? Let me help you." Just as the man was about to reach out to help her, Shen He hurriedly took out the photo. "Are these 3 people in your base?" The man seriously took the photo, looking through them one by one. His eyes brightened when he saw Shen He's brother. Shen He quickly took the photo and realized that the person he recognized was his younger brother. Shen He was extremely excited. "Have you seen him?" She grabbed the man's arm. "Is he currently in your base?" Under Shen He's hopeful gaze, the man shyly shook his head. "No, he's not in our base right now." However, just 2 words, but Shen He's eyes lit up. But then the world changed, and we got separated. Shen He looked at the man expectantly. "What is your relationship with my brother?" "I'm also a researcher, but because I am not as outstanding as your brother. That experiment did not have my name on it. Until later when something went wrong, there was no contact from him." "What does this indicate?" "It indicates that my brother encountered an accident." Shen He was analyzing carefully, but she didn't notice the man's scrutinizing gaze beside her. Shen He suddenly looked up. "My brother had an accident, didn't he?" The man nodded. At that time, the reservoir upstream was releasing floodwaters, and this area was directly submerged. "Your brother was swept away by the flood." His last words were spoken very softly, but Shen He heard them clearly. Tears instantly filled her eyes. She had been reborn, and it was so hard to come back to life. If she couldn't even protect her brother, then what was the point of her living? From the apocalypse until now, she hadn't received a single useful piece of information. The man keenly sensed Shen He's emotional shift and quickly spoke to comfort her. "Don't worry, I'll take you to find our leader. She has been trying to contact the nearby bases recently, so there should be some results." Shen He heard this, immediately put away the photo, and pulled the man out the door. After knocking and entering the leader's office, Shen He discovered that the leader of this base was actually a woman. Shen He was surprised as she carefully examined the woman in front of her. The woman had bright eyes and pearly white teeth with fair skin. She had a pair of lively eyes, yet her makeup was flamboyant. Although these were clearly 2 different styles, they seemed perfectly harmonious on her. Instead, they made her even more endearing. Shen He admired the woman very much. She politely spoke up, wanted to learn about the whereabouts of 3 people from her. The woman looked at the photo in Shen He's hand and shook her head. "However, don't lose heart. Although I haven't seen them, I have contacted the nearest base. Tomorrow is the day we meet, and if you don't mind, you can come with me to that base to look for them." Shen He was very happy. "Thank you so much." Hearing Shen He's agreement, the woman's gentle tone suddenly became somewhat serious. "However, if you want me to help you, you must show me your strength." On the way here, the man had roughly told Shen He about the leader's deeds. The principle she upheld was to speak with strength. In this base, as long as one had the ability, they could essentially command the wind and rain. Conversely, if one had no ability, they would only live the lowest of lives. Therefore, everyone here was striving to prove their capabilities. In this base, Even those without abilities would join the battlefield against zombies. Of course, it was not for the sake of others, but to evolve abilities in real combat or to prove their own worth. They operated their weapons, fighting against the immortal zombies. There were many talented individuals in this base, and they were eager to prove their value, so they all grew rapidly. The leader, in order to satisfy ordinary people's desire to fight against zombies, specifically built a weapons depot for them to use against the zombies. In the war, more and more ordinary humans continued to die. However, the leader did not care at all. Those ordinary people became braver with each battle. Gradually, superhumans began to emerge, referring to those who had no abilities but could still fight fiercely against zombies. As a result, this base developed rapidly. This was completely different from the philosophy of Shen He's first base. Shen He thought about the fact that in that base, the fight against zombies was entirely carried out by supernatural beings in order to avoid unnecessary casualties. However, she overlooked that if they did not fight, those people would forever remain in the position of being protected. Shen He looked at the leader's scrutinizing gaze and nodded. The leader smiled slightly, wearing high heels, and directly took Shen He into the secret base. Here were all the captured zombies. They were still alive for the purpose of experiments. After finishing her words, the leader tilted her head to look at Shen He. Shen He smiled at the leader and used her special ability. When the leader saw the color of Shen He's ability, he was taken aback for a moment, but then quickly regained his composure, as if nothing had happened just now. Shen He selected a zombie and directly froze it. Then, she condensed her ability into a solid form, and when the ability reached the zombie, it shattered into pieces. The leader laughed heartily and clapped his hands. Not bad, not bad. Congratulations, you have officially become a member of the base. Shen He hesitated slightly. She didn't want to join any base, she just wanted to find her family first. However, considering that she still had matters to entrust to the leader, Shen He agreed. After all, this female leader was even more unpredictable than the deceased leader before. That day, Shen He was constantly observing the facilities of the base and found that they were indeed very complete. This base was completely open, seemingly unconcerned about zombie attacks. Well, in a place where everyone was a warrior, no one needed special protection. Chapter 50. Blue Steel Whip. A man suddenly approached Shen He, saying that the leader wanted to see her. Although Shen He was puzzled, she still followed him to a relatively secluded location. She saw the leader sitting in a chair, casually playing with her red nails, speaking in a flippant tone. Come on, in light of our fateful encounter, I'll give you a gift. After saying this, she took out a key and opened a large door. What came into view were various kinds of weapons. There were long spears, axes, dual swords, most of which were ancient weapons. The leader patiently explained to Shen He, these are preferred by ability users for their abilities. On the other side were some modern weapons, generally preferred by ordinary people. The woman's finger pointed to the other side, and Shen He followed the leader's hand to see that it was all firearms and cannons. Shen He expressed her gratitude to the woman. Thank you for your trouble and for worrying about me. The leader smiled nonchalantly. Oh, it's nothing. Just pick one. Shen He was not being pretentious and simply took a turnaround. Then, under the knowing gaze of the woman, she selected a blue whip with steel spikes. The whip was lightweight, and the steel spikes had a switch to retract, and they could even be launched. Shen He was astonished by this clever idea. Holding the whip, she couldn't help but ask, such a clever thought and such excellent craftsmanship. The leader's base truly hides talented individuals. Let's go. We shouldn't miss today's dinner. The food here is great, but the hierarchy is also quite strict. From fried rice to stir-fried dishes, and then to pizza and steak. The level of meals you get completely depends on your personal ability. At Shen He's original base, everyone had the same stir-fried dishes. Shen He was silently eating pizza when she suddenly heard a commotion not far away. What are you doing? What are you doing? Naturally, I look down on you. Today, I won't let you eat. Shen He couldn't quite catch what the two were arguing about, only hearing the cheers from the crowd. Before long, she saw the two of them directly challenging each other on the ground. Although they didn't see eye to eye, they politely saluted each other, as if it were a rule in the arena. The people around them automatically formed a circle, clapping vigorously to cheer them on. Shen He initially thought there was a conflict, but it seemed more like a custom in this base. The two fought fiercely, and soon a winner was determined. The one who provoked first collapsed on the ground, spitting blood. The victor received the crowd's adoration and cheers, proudly boasting, "I told you. Don't come looking for me for no reason. In the end, it's you who will be embarrassed." Just as he finished speaking, another man kicked him away. He seemed to have some connection to the injured man and was extremely furious. He kicked him once and, still unsatisfied, was about to strike again when the leader knocked him away. "I told you. Those who don't follow the rules are not welcome here." The man saw the leader and panicked. "I'm sorry, I forgot about this. It's all his fault. He went too far and hurt my brother." The man knelt on the ground, pointing at the man in front of him, panicking. He wanted to say something else, try to lessen his guilt, but the leader had no intention of listening. She waved her hand, and two people came over. They were wearing white coats and were about to take the man away. But they were stopped by the injured provocateur. "Leader, please have mercy. This is my only brother. Let him go. I'll take his place." He kept pleading, but the woman smiled wickedly. She directly replied, "Let us take both." Then both of them were taken away by the people in white coats. No matter how much they pleaded, the leader remained unmoved, and the people around them didn't dare to make sound. Shen He watched this scene and guessed the rule. She looked at the woman in front of her and asked, "Where have they been taken?" The woman, casually eating her steak, replied, "Of course, they're being subjected to real human experiments. The development of the potion cannot do without this." Shen He looked at the decisive woman in front of her, her eyes filled with admiration. The woman quietly ate her steak, not looking up, but it seemed she knew what Shen He was thinking at that moment. "You will do better than I." The next day, Shen He got up early. Following the leader, she was on her way to another base. When they were more than halfway through the journey, the car suddenly broke down. Shen He got out of the car. The tire is flat. She was about to take out the spare tire to install it, but was stopped by a woman. "No need. We only have one spare tire." Shen He hesitated slightly, but still spoke up. "I have a backup plan." The woman was momentarily stunned, then seemed to think of something and smiled brightly. "No need. It's obvious this is intentional. We probably can't drive in. Let's walk in." The two walked for about half an hour before a man came to greet them. "Our leader said there would be guests arriving, and specifically asked me to come here to welcome you." The female leader nodded slightly and led Shen He into the base. The two leaders entered the office to discuss matters, while Shen He quietly waited outside. She sat on a marble table, observing the particularly luxurious base, and began to form a preliminary understanding of its strength. For instance, the reverence the people in the base had for their leader. Their every move seemed to reflect the respect that ancient servants had for their masters. This could only mean two things. Either the leader was powerful enough to earn their genuine admiration, or there was completely no room for resistance, and they had no choice but to comply. It was her first time at this new base, and she didn't want to speculate too much. However, she overheard a conversation between two young maidservants that caught her attention. "Have you heard? The leader's experiment was a success." "Really? Then we won't have to fear zombies anymore." "But that person is really pitiful. I heard he doesn't look like himself anymore. I don't know if he'll survive." "He better not die. We're counting on him." Shen He knew that this was another human experiment, but right now, she couldn't care less and didn't want to care at all. Little did she know that she would regret her indifference in the future. Chapter 51. A change in expression. After about an hour, the two leaders finally came out. Judging by their expressions, it seemed that the discussion had gone well. As the female leader stepped out, she saw Shen He, who had been waiting for a long time. She smiled and said, "You see, my sister has lost several relatives and wants to see if any of them are in your base." The male leader replied with a smile, "Of course, we can help with that." Shen He saw the woman's signaling eyes and nodded. Then she took out 3 photos from her jacket pocket and handed them to the man. The man cheerfully accepted the photos, but when he saw the people in the pictures, his expression changed dramatically. Although he quickly returned to normal, Shen He still noticed. She knew that the man must have seen them before, and that the situation was definitely unusual. Otherwise, how could he have such an expression and then act as if nothing had happened? After looking at the photos, the man shook his head regretfully. "I've never seen them, but don't worry, I will definitely keep an eye out for you." The woman nodded and grabbed Shen He's arm. Shen He knew that the leader didn't want her to cause more trouble, but when it came to those 3 people, how could she not care? The leader smiled and called for a car to be brought over. "I heard you had a flat tire on your way here. What a pity. How about this? I'll drive you out, and then I'll have them fix your car." Just as the woman was about to agree, she was interrupted by Shen He. Shen He spoke directly, Chief, it's getting late today. I wonder if we can rest for a night and leave tomorrow. Shen He spoke in a roundabout way, but her tone carried an undeniable firmness. The man was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. All right, of course, it's my oversight as the host. Someone, take them to the guest room to rest. The woman felt a bit embarrassed, but the man didn't give her a chance to speak. You little follower, not bad. The man's tone was sarcastic, as if he wanted to convey something. Why are you in such a hurry? Shen He quickly explained, I'm sorry, but he knows the clues about those 3 people. The leader was somewhat angry. Then you shouldn't be so willful. He is not easy to deal with. Shen He saw the person who was taking them to rest coming over, so she didn't say anything further. She was almost certain that among the 3 people, at least one was from the man's base. But he must be trying to hide something. Shen He didn't dare to think any further and silently prayed. Time passed slowly. In Shen, he tried to keep her emotions stable, just like before. At midnight, Shen He quietly walked out of the room. The first place she went to was the laboratory of the base. Shen He thought for a long time, and this place seemed to have the greatest possibility. However, the area of the base was simply too large, like a castle. Moreover, it was Shen He's first time here, and she didn't have a map. She could only search little by little. Just as Shen He was about to reach the laboratory, 3 people appeared and blocked her way. One of them spoke up and asked, Who are you? What are you doing here? Shen He assessed the strength of the 3 individuals. I have indigestion at night and want to come out to digest. The man frowned. Go somewhere else. This is not a place for you. The 3 of them not only had formidable strength, but also each carried a scent of chemical substances. Shen He determined that the place she was going next was the laboratory. Just as she was pondering whether to force her way in, the voice of the female leader appeared. Oh, what are you doing here? Didn't I ask you to wait for me to come out together? The leader, wearing high heels, swayed her hips and placed a hand on Shen He's shoulder. When they reached the door, the woman directly pushed Shen He inside. What are you going to do? Shen He was about to speak when the woman's next words stopped her. You gave me sleeping pills, didn't you? Yes, Shen He admitted. She had already delayed for too long, and now that she really had a lead, she couldn't just ignore it. The woman looked at Shen He, who was silent, and sighed. Forget it. If you really want to stay, I'll go talk to the leader. Shen He was shocked and looked up. If it could be like this, then that would be even better. The air around suddenly became quiet, and the woman looked at Shen He. Her expression seemed to hold some sadness. Have you really made up your mind? Shen He nodded. The woman suddenly laughed. All right, I must remind you, if you stay, countless dangers await you, and I won't be able to help you. Shen He naturally understood this, and she didn't want to involve the leader because of her personal matters. In the latter half of the night, the woman kept chattering about something, all of which was for Shen He's sake. Shen He listened quietly, and in that moment, she seemed to see her nagging mother. The leader has an odd temperament, so it's best not to give him any leverage against you. Shen He nodded, waiting for the woman's next words. However, the woman did not speak again, merely looking at Shen He silently. Shen He looked at the loving gaze and, for a moment, felt somewhat at a loss. Just then, the woman suddenly spoke. How is your mother? It seemed the woman had anticipated this, as she just smiled and said nothing more. The next morning, the woman went to see the leader. What they discussed, Shen He could not know. All she knew was that after the woman left, the leader decided to let her stay in the base. He looked at Shen He, a smile hiding a knife. I can let you stay, but I advise you not to cause me any trouble. Shen He nodded. Of course not. As soon as the leader left, Shen He began to contact the ability users in the base. Shen He discovered that the hierarchical system in this base was very strict. Shen He wanted to learn something, but she had to interact with the ability users. However, the people here were very cautious, as if they were afraid of something. They were quite resistant to Shen He's approach and didn't want to say a word to her. She faced rejection right from the first step, and Shen He sighed. Just when she didn't know what to do, a little girl took the initiative to speak to her. Sister, what are you doing here? Are you unhappy? Shen He faced the innocent little girl without any suspicion. Chapter 52, Superpowered Zombie. She stroked the girl's hair and said, yes. No one wants to be friends with my sister. The little girl gasped, looking as if she couldn't believe it. That's so sad. Then I'll be your friend. Shen He smiled indifferently and did not refuse the naive little girl. The little girl, holding a small kicking ball, asked Shen He curiously, Sister, why are you still not happy? Children are so curious. Why ask so much? The little girl huffed, I know everything. Shen He didn't pay attention. Shen He played with the little girl for a while before hearing the horn for assembly. Shen He was just about to run towards the square when she was stopped by a little girl. "Sister, where are you going?" Shen He anxiously tugged at the little girl's hand, but the girl held on tightly, making it impossible to break free for the moment. "Be good. I have something important to do. Let go of me first." To Shen He's surprise, the little girl actually pointed out the confusion. "Are you trying to gather everyone? That's not the gathering horn. It's the rescue horn, which means someone is in danger outside." Shen He turned around in shock, looking at the little girl who had just reached her waist. At that moment, she didn't have time to understand why this little girl knew. She had to seize any opportunity to integrate into this base. Shen He directly threw down the little girl and walked towards the gate of the base. Just as Shen He had guessed, someone was indeed about to go for a rescue and was about to set off. Shen He ignored their hostile gazes and directly got into the car. The driver hesitated, looking at Shen He as if he wanted to say something. But Shen He certainly wouldn't give him that chance. The most important thing now was to save people. The leader had already agreed to let me stay here. Besides, it was my own choice to come up here. What does it have to do with you? Hearing Shen He say this, the driver stopped hesitating. He pressed the accelerator to the floor and headed towards the source of the signal. When they arrived, Shen He had just gotten out of the car and saw zombies with abilities. The zombies had actually mutated. This realization shocked Shen He. At that moment, one zombie was using its abilities to unleash a killing spree. There were a few people on the battlefield with abilities, and they seemed quite strong. However, facing zombies with abilities, they couldn't use their powers at all. These zombies seemed to have coordinated, with most of them evolving defensive abilities. Yet, a third of them had evolved offensive abilities. They coordinated with each other, leaving almost no gaps. The remaining ones quickly joined the battlefield. Shen He was certainly among them. She used her powers to tentatively start freezing the zombies. However, the zombies were already prepared and easily blocked Shen He's attack. The men around her saw that Shen He's strength was so weak, and their patience for her suddenly diminished greatly. They even began to mock her sarcastically. "I thought she was some expert, but turns out she's so weak. With such strength, she should just stay at home and have babies instead of causing a stir." Shen He originally didn't want to care, but she was still focused on finding a solution. Ever since she saw the scorpion exhibiting signs of spiritual mutation that day, Shen He knew this day would come. Until a man's hand touched her thigh, Shen He could no longer hold back. She directly took out her whip and sent the man flying. Shen He showed no mercy and immediately opened the steel needle above. So now, although the man's wound is not deep, it looks quite terrifying. The man was furious, not expecting that Shen He would dare to fight back. "You filthy woman, what are you so proud of? The leader kept you here, probably just for our use." Shen He looked at the man in front of her who was still fighting, not understanding if he was out of his mind. She quickly stepped forward. The man saw Shen He's intent to harm him and took a few steps back in fear. But then he realized that this was the apocalypse. With a wicked smile, he launched an attack directly at Shen He. Shen He was well prepared and easily blocked it. The man seemed to be caught off guard, as he didn't expect Shen He to be able to withstand his ability. After all, the initial attack from Shen He was quite weak. At most, it was a level 3 ability. However, he was already at level 5. How could he be stopped by someone with a level 3 ability? Shen He approached the man step by step, and he was instantly engulfed by fear. He could only use his abilities one after another, try and make a final stand. But it was still useless, until Shen He stood in front of him. The man finally accepted the fact that he could not defeat Shen He. He suddenly knelt before her, skillfully bowing his head while begging her to spare him. "I'm sorry. I offended a noble person. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please, spare me." However, Shen He remained indifferent. The situation finally attracted the attention of another participant in the battle. He glanced at the man with disgust, then looked at Shen He with a flattering expression. "Since we can't win here, let's go deal with the zombies first." Shen He smirked and directly used her abilities. The man was taken aback and immediately tried to step forward to stop Shen He. However, Shen He was well prepared and easily dodged. Taking this opportunity, Shen He used her abilities on the man's right hand. "This is the hand you used to touch me, isn't it?" The man was extremely frightened, his eyes pleading towards the man beside him. The expression on the other man's face was also grim, as no matter what happened, Shen He was still an outsider. He looked at Shen He seriously and said, Are you sure you want to do this? You're only temporarily staying here. Think carefully about how you will explain this to the leader. Without further ado, Shen He was about to cripple the man's right hand. However, at that moment, the man's abilities directly countered Shen He's powers. Shen He looked at the man's fiery right hand, which was actually a fire ability. He was indeed a natural enemy. Shen He launched an attack directly at the man. However, every move was countered by him. Shen He looked at the man, who was also a level 7 ability user, and directly engaged in close combat. Just as the man unexpectedly followed Shen He into the fight, she took out her whip. With one strike, she hit the man's right hand, which was frozen in ice. The man's right hand shattered instantly, and he fell to the ground in agony. Chapter 53. Tools for release. The man fighting Shen He saw this scene and immediately stopped his attack. Let's see how you explain this to the leader. With that, the man joined the battlefield. Because of this delay, 2 more people had died under the powers of the zombies. Shen He saw that the situation was not looking good and also joined the battlefield. Shen He had no good feelings towards the man with fire abilities, so she kept her distance. However, as they were fighting, Shen He suddenly saw the man being surrounded by zombies all by himself. But the others were all engaged in fighting their respective zombies and couldn't move to help. In a moment of desperation, Shen He directly swung out her whip. She discovered that her whip seemed to resonate exceptionally well with her. Boldly, she fused her supernatural ability into the whip. She was betting that the material of the whip could withstand the power of her ability. Sure enough, when a needle infused with her ability struck the zombie, the experiment was a success. Shen He's attack was beyond the zombie's understanding, successfully wounding it. The man took advantage of the moment when the zombie was injured, quickly striking and eliminating the zombie. Shen He took advantage of the zombie's vulnerability to steel needle attacks, constantly weaving between them. Successfully using her unexpected tactics, she eliminated the zombies. When another wave of reinforcements arrived, they witnessed the classic scene of Shen He battling the zombies. Everyone watched her in admiration. If it weren't for Shen He, they didn't know how long they would have to fight. However, at that moment, the man who had lost his right hand secretly launched a sneak attack on Shen He from behind. By the time Shen He heard the sound and turned around, it was already too late. Fortunately, the man with fire abilities saved Shen He's life. Shen He looked at the man expressionlessly, and the man awkwardly spoke up. You have saved my life too, so now we owe each other nothing. Shen He nodded in agreement. She looked at the injured man, a surge of killing intent rising within her. However, she held back. She couldn't leave the base just yet. As everyone got out of the car, Shen He grabbed the man's collar and brought him to the leader's office. Under the leader's surprised gaze, Shen He recounted the entire incident in detail. After listening, the leader burst into laughter. He then helped the man up. It's not a big deal. Let me handle it. How about that? Shen He looked at the leader and the mediator, clearly wanting to protect this man. The man's face was pale, and he appeared unsteady on his feet, clearly a sign of excessive indulgence. Shen He has enough reasons to speculate that this man must have had affairs with many women. However, now living under someone else's roof, Shen He doesn't want to say much. Shen He bowed to the leader, looking very respectful. However, when she turned to leave, her expression instantly became serious. As she exited the courtyard, she was stopped by the fire element man. What is your name? Shen He is very willing. She urgently needs an opportunity now. Shen He, I am Shen He. From then on, Shen He truly entered the inner circle of the base. At night, Shen He was alone in the bedroom, interacting with Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao was a very gentle and clingy little cat. Shen He is very sure that this is definitely not an illusion, because Yuan Bao is becoming more and more spirited now. Shen He held Yuan Bao and saw a deep bond in Yuan Bao's eyes. This was not a gaze that an animal should have. Shen He had a bold guess. If her Yuan Bao also became a mutated cat, would it be able to fight alongside her? Thinking about this possibility made Shen He very happy. She patiently taught Yuan Bao. Although Yuan Bao couldn't speak, Shen He knew that it understood. Since Yuan Bao entered the space, it had never come out again. However, it still showed signs of mutation. This indicated that mutation had become an irreversible trend. Shen He felt a surge of emotions, but there was nothing she could change. Soon, Shen He's midnight alarm clock rang. Shen He threw the ingot into the space, opened the door, and walked out. At that time, when fighting the zombies, there were all men, but not a single one of them. This was already abnormal. Shen He did not believe that there were no female ability users in this base. Therefore, there was only one possibility. The women had all become tools for men to relieve their desires. Shen He quietly entered the room where she had teased the man during the day. This was thanks to Zhang Dong's kindness towards her. Shen He, pestering Zhang Dong, under the pretext of wanting to learn about the base, managed to find out the man's residence. This was naturally not a secret, so Zhang Dong did not hesitate and directly told Shen He. He also shared many rules of the base with her. Most of them were benefits for men, while the mention of women was brief. Compared to this base, Shen He still felt that the base led by the female leader was the place where gender equality was most evident. After all, in the apocalypse, everything is based on strength, and there's nothing wrong with that. Shen He saw that the room was in complete darkness, and there was not even the sound of snoring, so she concluded that the man was not in the room. A seriously injured person would not be resting outside in the middle of the night. Shen He opened the door in confusion and quietly entered the man's room. As soon as she opened the door, a wave of sexual desire filled the air. Shen He frowned as she looked at the furnishings in the room. She didn't realize it until she looked, but the sight immediately disgusted her. The walls of the room were covered with drawings of sexual acts between men and women, all hand-drawn sketches. Although it was hard to see clearly in the darkness, Shen He still recognized the girl who had led her here at a glance. The woman's expression of pain was deeply etched in Shen He's mind. It was clear from the drawings that they were all extremely reluctant. Yet it seemed they did not resist at all. Shen He looked at the paintings one by one, and the killing intent in her heart grew stronger, until she heard the faint footsteps outside. Shen He quickly hid behind the cabinet. Shen He quietly held her breath, as the man's ability level was lower than hers, so he would not notice her presence at all. Chapter 54. The Hanged Corpse. The man eagerly pushed open the door, humming a little tune. He turned on the light and walked over to the desk. With great flair, he picked up a brush, dipped it in ink, and began to paint. Shen He looked at the man painting and inexplicably thought of the great painters of ancient China. Shen He shook her head. How could this man be compared to them? After a while, a playful scene on the bed vividly appeared on the paper. The use of the brush and the painting style were exactly the same as those on the wall. Shen He's breathing behind the cabinet gradually became heavier, just as she had guessed. He was indeed an outright scumbag. Shen He scanned the paintings on the wall with her eyes. Some were done in black ink, while others were pencil sketches. A very talented person, but what a pity that they had such a perverse hobby. Shen He was extremely angry, and, for a moment, she couldn't control her breathing, which was noticed by the man, who, although the man was lecherous, he still had his guard up. Realizing that she had been discovered, Shen He stood still, not daring to move. She contemplated what to do next. Killing the man was simple, but she absolutely could not use her powers. Otherwise, if the leader found out, she wouldn't be able to explain herself. As the man's cautious footsteps approached, Shen He looked up at the ceiling. Using the force of the whip, she easily leaped up. At that moment, the man had already reached the wardrobe where Shen He was hiding. He gathered his powers, ready for whatever might happen next. Both of them remained silent, and for a moment, the air was very still. Suddenly, the man forcefully smashed the wardrobe. When he saw that the space behind the wardrobe was empty, he breathed a sigh of relief. He muttered to himself, "I must be overworked lately, hallucinating." The man sighed and planned to take a good rest. Just as he was about to go to bed, he suddenly felt a warm drop of water on his forehead. The man was greatly alarmed. He realized he had fallen into a trap, but by the time he reacted, Shen He had already jumped down. Shen He took out a brand new rope from thin air and directly tightened it around the man's neck. The man struggled desperately, but his body was firmly restrained by Shen He's legs. He wanted to use his supernatural ability, but he couldn't exert it with his arms at all. Shen He had already calculated all of this. Shen He used the strength of her legs to pin the man's hands to his waist. Shen He's hands were used to swiftly strangle the man. As long as Shen He had enough strength, he could completely avoid the use of his abilities. Everything turned out just as Shen He had guessed. Before long, the man had lost his breath. After confirming that the man was dead, Shen He took a deep breath and stood up. It must be said that the difference in strength between men and women is due to differences in bone structure and genetics. If it weren't for Shen He's enhanced abilities now, his physical condition would not be significantly better. Perhaps he would have really been able to break free. At that time, the second plan would have to be put into action, which was the sharp blade Shen He had already prepared. Shen He hung the man's body from a beam, combined with the expression of struggle and fear on the man's face at the moment of death. Shen He felt very satisfied. The next day, the first person to discover the man's corpse was in for a terrible shock. As soon as the girl opened the door, she was met with an extremely horrifying dead face. His face was directly facing the door, which was truly a shock from the depths of her heart. Ah, 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 ah. The woman's sharp scream instantly awakened the other sleeping people. The penetrating sound even woke the leader. He came to the scene with a dark expression, intending to teach the unruly woman a lesson. Who would have thought he would see the man's corpse? His first reaction in his mind was that Shen He had killed him. The leader turned his head slightly to the person beside him, and that man obediently went to check. Shen He stood on the periphery, quietly observing everything around her, with the base's patriarchal mindset in mind. The situation at the base became even clearer. The inner circle was filled entirely with men, while women were scattered in the outer circle, seemingly afraid to gather for some reason. They didn't even dare to speak, only exchanging glances to convey their happiness and relief at the men's deaths. Shen He saw deep hatred in their eyes. Shen He looked at the women one by one and found that the man had almost touched all the girls in the base. Why does someone like that have to live in this world? Shen He increasingly felt that her actions were justified. There were likely other men in the base who were also doing similar things, but Shen He had not discovered them yet. After a while, the man had already completed the autopsy. He walked over to the leader and said something unknown. Then the leader, with a scrutinizing gaze, looked around at the people present. Suddenly, he spoke up, "Shen He, come with me." Shen He had anticipated this and stepped forward to follow. This base had always been calm and peaceful. Now that Shen He had arrived, a life had been lost. Moreover, during the day, the two had even had a dispute. Shen He is undoubtedly the biggest suspect. Moreover, any forensic expert with a little knowledge would realize that the murderer must be a woman and one who is not as strong as a man. Otherwise, there would be no need to use cunning strength to strangle a man. As long as it has been done, there will be traces left behind. She currently holds the belief that without absolute evidence, all suspicion falls directly on Shen He. The leader would not go against the entire female leader's base because of a low-level man. In fact, the female leader never stated that she would be Shen He's support. But Shen He has a feeling that the female leader treats her well and must have communicated something to the leader. When entering the office, the leader suddenly turned his head with a twisted expression. Shen He was caught off guard and startled. Who would have thought that in the next second? The leader's expression softened. Shen He watched the ever-changing leader, feeling that he was a lunatic. The leader sat down on the chair, just as a woman was pouring tea for him. As he picked up the tea, he pointed to the chairs below. "Sit down. Don't just stand there. It's quite tiring." Shen He was momentarily unsure of the leader's meaning, feeling somewhat uneasy. However, now that the deed was done, there was nothing to do but face the consequences. Suddenly, the leader flew into a rage, directly throwing the tea in his hand on the ground, splashing right by Shen He's feet. Chapter 55. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. The warm tea soaked Shen He's shoes and socks, and he frowned as he looked at the leader seated in the high position. He saw the leader's face flush with anger as he slapped the woman beside him hard. Shen He was shocked by the leader's brutal display of power, but he still forced himself to hold back and not stand out. The leader was furious and kicked the woman hard again. "Damn it, is this tea supposed to burn me to death?" The leader continued to kick the woman, who kept begging for help, but the leader only became more violent. By the time the woman was spitting blood, Shen He could no longer remain seated. "Leader, it's just the temperature of the tea. No need to get angry. How about I make you a new cup?" Shen He's show of weakness slightly improved the leader's expression. "In that case, it will trouble you, Miss Shen He." The leader spoke with a smile, but for some reason, it made Shen He feel a chill. Shen He nodded, took one last look at the woman lying on the ground, and turned to leave the room. Once out of the leader's sight, Shen He let out a deep breath. The leader's earlier actions had almost caused Shen He to lose composure. After all, if everyone in the base had attacked Shen He together, there was no way Shen He would have survived. That woman was very unfortunate, clearly suffering because of Shen He's burden. This was something the leader was doing for his own sake, but Shen He had no choice but to watch. Feeling guilty, Shen He poured a cup of tea and handed it to the leader with both hands. The leader did not take the tea, but instead looked at Shen He, who was slightly bent over, remaining silent. Shen He lowered her head, unable to see the leader's expression. At this moment, she felt uncertain. After what seemed like a long time, she finally heard the leader's voice. She heard the leader let out a breath and took the tea from Shen He's hand. Shen He's respectful demeanor had always remained unchanged, but now he suddenly straightened up, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Shen He was holding back, waiting for the leader's response. The leader gently blew on the tea while asking Shen He questions. Shen He, what do you think about today's events? Shen He pretended to know nothing. What happened? The leader paused and took a sip of tea. Of course, it's about the person who hanged themselves. Weren't you also at the scene? You must have seen it. Shen He took out the prepared statement. As a woman, what opinion could I have? The leader has keen insight and must have his own arrangements. The leader didn't expect Shen He to say this, as he thought of her as a very tough person. He smiled, took another sip of water, and then placed the tea on the table. Since that's the case, then this matter will be entrusted to you to investigate the truth. You must have some strength to be valued so highly by the female leader. Shen He rejected without a second thought. You're overestimating me. I'm new here and don't even know what that man does every day, who he may have offended. How could I possibly find out the real culprit? The leader put away the casual smile he had just shown. But as far as I know, the only person he has offended is you. Shen He lowered her head. I dare not. You really think too highly of me. I don't have that ability. The leader snorted and said nothing more. Shen He's ability to fight zombies on the battlefield must have been known to the leader long ago. Moreover, Shen He does not believe that there is no one monitoring her residence. Everyone is aware of what she has done. These conversations today are merely for show. The leader has lost his patience. Shen He, I'm sparing your life for the sake of your leader. You better cherish your own head. After all, your base's strength is far inferior to mine. Shen He lowered her head. Yes. There were no extra words, but it left the leader with nowhere to vent his anger. He paused for a moment and then ordered, someone take this woman down and send her to the laboratory. Upon hearing the word laboratory, the woman trembled all over in fear. Shen He saw the woman's reaction and quickly came to her aid. Chief, she only made a small mistake. You're magnanimous, so please spare her. The chief smiled but remained silent, standing up quietly. What? Do you want to take her punishment in her place? Shen He hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. She knew it wasn't a good place. After all, it was a woman she had dragged into this, and it was impossible for her to escape. In the past 2 days, she had almost seen everyone in the base, but she didn't find the person she was looking for. She only knew where the laboratory was, but she couldn't get in at all. If she could take this opportunity to sneak in and take a look, it wouldn't be a wasted trip. The leader was clearly taken aback for a moment, then smiled wickedly. You probably still don't know what the laboratory is for, do you? Shen He didn't speak, just thinking about how to safely leave the base if there was no one she was looking for in the laboratory. The leader saw that Shen He was ignoring him and became directly angry. After all, she was just a lowly woman, and he had already given her enough patience. The leader said calmly, since someone insists, let's satisfy it. Shen He was to actively enter the laboratory. Someone, take her there. Shen He did not resist and was about to follow the person when the little girl who was playing Kuju came out. No, let her go. The little girl pushed the man's hand off Shen He's shoulder. Then she protected Shen He behind her and turned to shout at the leader, what are you doing? The leader did not expect that Shen He would quickly team up with his daughter. He calmed himself down and tried to speak to the little girl reasonably. Darling, step aside. This has nothing to do with you. This is an adult matter that you wouldn't understand. But the little girl was not buying it at all. You're lying? You just want to hurt my big sister. Shen He was indeed shocked. She hadn't expected that the little girl she met that day was actually the chief's daughter. The little girl had a spoiled demeanor that gave the chief a headache. The chief approached, squatted down to be at eye level with the little girl, and wanted to have a good talk with her. However, no matter how he tried to persuade her, the little girl was resolute in her determination to protect Shen He. Shen He felt a bit embarrassed seeing the argument between the father and daughter. However, being protected by the little girl was indeed a stroke of luck for her. In the end, the leader was defeated and tacitly accepted the little girl's protection of Shen He. The leader stood up, looking at Shen He with a genuinely displeased expression. I didn't expect that just a few days after your arrival, you would manage to turn my daughter against me. Shen He had an innocent look on her face. Leader, I really don't know anything. Chapter 56. The corpse of a woman at the door. Shen He was speaking the truth, but the leader no longer believed a word she said. He raised his hand to interrupt her. Women are indeed all liars. Then he turned and left. Shen He listened to this inexplicable sentence, and her sixth sense told her that this leader had a story. However, she had no mind to gossip about it. For now, being able to survive and slowly uncover the truth about the laboratory was already good enough. The little girl looked up, her hands resting on Shen He's waist. Sister, did Daddy bully you? Shen He shook her head. Dad is fine, don't think too much. The little girl is very sensible. And Shen He didn't want her childhood to be shadowed by anything because of herself. Who would have thought that the lively and lovely little girl suddenly said something that made Shen He's heart race? That's not true. Dad always bullies girls and even lets others bully girls too. I hate him the most. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be without a mom. Shen He looked at the little girl's angry expression in shock and took her away from the place. She believed that in this apocalyptic world, the girl must have seen many cruel things. When faced with someone who showed her kindness, Shen He always had a bit more patience. For the next day, Shen He did nothing but simply played with the little girl. It was only after the girl left that she began to process what she had heard from her that day. She had also shown the girl the 3 photos, but the girl said she had never seen them before. According to the little girl, the people in the laboratory never allowed her to meet the leader. This made Shen He even more curious. The more concealed the matter, the greater the secret it must hold. The next morning, as soon as Shen He opened the door, she saw a corpse hanging at her doorstep. Shen He was not fully awake yet, and when she suddenly saw this scene, she was frozen in place. By the time she reacted, Shen He had taken several steps back. She felt as if her heart was about to leap out of her chest. She tried hard to calm her emotions, constantly reminding herself to stay composed. No one could help her now. She had to rely on herself. After mentally preparing herself, Shen He began to carefully examine the woman's appearance. When she finally recognized the woman, Shen He completely refused to accept the outcome. This woman was the one who had poured tea for the leader that day, the one she had inadvertently implicated. The reason she agreed to enter the laboratory that day was out of fear of dragging her down. Now, the woman's state of death was exactly the same as when Shen He had killed a man. In the end, had she still not been able to avoid this? She hurriedly stepped forward and laid the woman down. When she saw the bruises all over her body and her torn clothes, Shen He finally couldn't hold back. She covered the woman with a coat, holding the woman's corpse, and left her own courtyard. Shen He ignored the little girl who came to play with her and walked straight to the leader's office. She kicked the office door open and stood in front of the leader, holding the woman. The leader did not even look up, appearing to be in a good mood. What's wrong? Can't you even knock now? Shen He held her breath and said, Leader, this woman died in front of my door today. I don't know what to do about this matter. The leader replied nonchalantly, just bury her. Shen He stared directly at the leader. So, is a woman's life really worth so little? Upon hearing this, the leader barely lifted his head and glanced at Shen He. If you're unconvinced, you can defeat me and take my place as the leader. The leader's tone was filled with disdain and provocation. Shen He knew that this matter would no longer have a result. She held the woman's corpse, filled with rage, and turned to leave the room. At that moment, she was truly and utterly disappointed in this leader. She had thought that this leader was merely somewhat biased against women. She never expected him to regard human life as insignificant. No, he viewed women's lives as insignificant. Since he was so brutal, then perhaps I should take his place as the leader. Feeling guilty, she buried the woman in a nearby deep mountain, and her determination became even clearer. This was the first time Shen He had the thought of wanting to become a ruler. She had to change this place, from the beginning to the end. Shen He had never seen a base that made her feel so disgusted. After burying the woman, Shen He sat in front of the grave for a long time. She spent a whole day contemplating everything that had happened recently. Shen He stood up, looking at the evening glow on the horizon, revealing a meaningful smile. At night, Shen He forced herself to gather her spirits. Early the next morning, she got up early. Rarely in the mood, she made an effort to dress up, taking off her convenient combat bodysuit and letting down her high ponytail that she had kept since the apocalypse. Shen He is naturally suited for long, straight black hair. Now that she has let her hair down, it perfectly highlights the advantages of her facial features. Shen He applied light makeup and picked out a white dress. Once everything was ready, she stood in front of the mirror and turned around twice. After noticing nothing that needed attention, she took a deep breath, pushed the door open, and walked out. As soon as Shen He stepped out, she attracted the attention of everyone nearby. They were shocked by Shen He's transformation. After all, Shen He had been coming for so many days, always appearing in a capable and straightforward manner. Now, however, she radiated gentleness and cuteness. Shen He doesn't overly adorn herself, but she is already of above-average beauty. Especially when she smiles, that shallow dimple, paired with her lively and beautiful eyes, instantly makes the world around her more beautiful, warm, and full of sunshine. Shen He often received love letters from boys when she was in school. They always filled the letters with admiration for her, and what they wrote the most about was Shen He's smile. So Shen He was well aware of her strengths. She deliberately enhanced her eyes, smiled happily, and stood under the warm sunlight. Today, Shen He was particularly different, more approachable than usual. This made many boys eager to come forward and show their affection to Shen He. Shen He is persistent, but if the solution is devised by oneself, one must stick to it. Shen He spoke calmly with everyone, assessing their statuses as she slowly moved closer to the laboratory. She agreed to have a private dinner with a man from the lab, making an effort to align with his personality and saying things that would please him. Chapter 57. Deliberate seduction. The man's emotional intelligence was not as high as Shen He's, so under her intentional flattery, he felt very comfortable around her, even thinking that Shen He was his only confidant. Little did he know, this was Shen He's strategic maneuvering. Shen He has always been disdainful of such flattery and ingratiation. However, now, Shen He has become the very person she once hated the most. It must be said that this method is quite effective. In the past, because Shen He was from another base, their vigilance was very strong. When Shen He noticed what they were doing to the women, she also understood that it was because of the base behind her that made them dare not act rashly. Shen He could not provide them with what they wanted, so naturally, they ignored her. For many days, Shen He had never truly obtained anything useful. However, in less than a day, she had already gathered very valuable information. Although at first, the man was quite wary of Shen He, the charm of language is very powerful. After Shen He's continuous flattery, the man became quite pleased with himself and was eager to prove his worth at the base. Even before Shen He could ask, he had already revealed the secrets of the base's laboratory. The laboratory's experimental results were significant. They had begun researching the repair capabilities of human blood before the apocalypse arrived. However, due to the limitations of reality, they had not achieved remarkable results. Although the man was infected with the zombie virus, he had not completely transformed due to his strong willpower. He even evolved a repair-type supernatural ability. Shen He recalled the conversation about restoring abilities when she first arrived at this base. At that time, she didn't pay much attention to it and never expected that this person was actually the biggest secret of the base. Shen He listened earnestly while peeling an apple for the man. The man, seeing how Shen He served him, became even more animated in his speech. Recovering superpowers is something many people dream of. Even a typical recovery ability would be enough to drive the people in the base crazy. Not to mention that this one could even cure the zombie virus. The leader's position became increasingly stable. The base should have been no longer afraid of zombies. Who would have thought that the man would be so ungrateful? You have no idea. He is really very stubborn. Our leader has given him the highest treatment, yet he is unwilling to stay. The man's insistence on leaving gradually wore down the leader's patience. After countless failed attempts to escape, the leader finally became furious. For days, the man was either running away or on the way to escape. Not only did he disdain the leader's invitation, but he also turned a blind eye to the suffering of people in the base. He used the lives of the injured to blackmail the leader into letting him go. The man looked steadfastly at the leader. As long as you let me leave, I will help everyone here. But with such an important ability, how could the leader possibly let him go? The leader always asked the man why he had to leave, but the man refused to say a word. At this point, the man sighed. I don't know what he's holding on to. The leader has treated him so well. If there's any reason, the leader would definitely help him. Yet, deep down, he understood the man as persistence. He must have discovered the base's bullying of women. In such a grim environment, his concerns could not be discovered by the base. So he was using his own way to protect the people he cared about. Shen He was quietly listening to the man's story, occasionally agreeing, all while suppressing her disgust. She looked at the man, eating an apple, and a black mole on the right side of his face was particularly prominent. It was reminiscent of the image of a matchmaker in a TV drama. Shen He became increasingly curious about the man who had regained his abilities. Shen He couldn't help but ask what happened next. The man, chewing on an apple and not yet swallowing what was in his mouth, started to speak. Saliva flew everywhere, directly spraying onto Shen He's face. Shen He was speechless to the extreme, but she couldn't let her expression fall apart. Shen He's smile was as always filled with admiration and authenticity, without a hint of hesitation. At that moment, she admired her own professionalism. After all, in such a sensitive moment, if Shen He showed even a trace of disdain, it would likely ruin everything. The man simply lacked emotional intelligence and was unknowingly caught in Shen He's trap. However, he was not foolish. Once he calmed down, he would realize he had said things he shouldn't have. But by then, Shen He would have already learned what she wanted to know. The man had made a mistake and certainly wouldn't dare to tell the leader. Moreover, it was his own foolishness to be tricked by a woman. In this patriarchal base, he probably wouldn't discuss it with the other brothers either. At most, he would quietly seek Shen He for a reckoning. As long as the entire base didn't act together, Shen He was still confident she could survive. Therefore, Shen He was not worried. Although it was still somewhat risky, it was the best and fastest solution. Ever since that day, when Shen He combined her abilities with a whip, not only had its power doubled, Shen He also discovered that her ability level had risen to level 8. If it weren't for the group beating, Shen He could definitely walk confidently in the base. The man spoke incessantly, but Shen He had already planned in her mind how many times she would wash her face that night. The leader would definitely not let the man go, so he brought everyone in front of the man. He wanted the man to see their suffering, to watch them slowly turn into zombies. He wanted to make the man submit in this way, to willingly stay here. This way, the strength of the leader's base could be enhanced. The man also felt uneasy. At one point, he almost intervened to save them. Watching everyone in pain, seeing their nails gradually grow long and black, watching their eyes become dim and lifeless. Many times, he wanted to save them first and deal with the rest later. But he understood that the leader would not easily let him go. This was his only chance, and the only qualification he had to negotiate. The two were thus at a standstill, both gambling on each other's compassion. He didn't know how many times he wanted to intervene. He hesitated, but ultimately did not take action to save them. Chapter 58. The negotiation of life. He kept expressing his demands. He wanted to leave, and if they let him go, he would save them immediately. But the leader did not agree. Thus, the man truly witnessed those who had been bitten by zombies completely turn into zombies. By the time the man realized they were really going to perish, it was already too late to intervene. He couldn't believe that the leader would disregard so many lives just to keep him. At this moment, he had given up on negotiating with the leader. He realized that he would never be able to escape. He desperately tried to save those who had turned into zombies. But how could it be effective? The treatment for the zombie virus fundamentally relies on the human immune system. It requires external forces to help the immune system accept new information. With the aid of external forces, the immune system's maximum capability is activated. However, once a person completely turns into a zombie, it means they become a dead person. How could someone without an immune system exert the function of their own immune system to clear the zombie virus? Therefore, no matter how much effort the man put in, it was all in vain. But the man still refused to give up. He had to admit that the leader's actions had put tremendous pressure on him. He always felt that the deaths of these people were directly caused by him, although he also knew that these people would have died regardless of his presence. When so many people actually died one by one before his eyes, he couldn't get over that mental hurdle. He found himself trapped in a moral dilemma. He did not regret his decision, yet he bore the inner condemnation for it. The man expended all his energy trying to save these people, but it was too late. When the last person collapsed on the ground, the man had already exhausted all his abilities. He was in immense pain, watching the bodies of these people, his heart tormented. The leader truly did not expect that this man could be so cold-hearted, actually watching these people die before him. Although he lost these subordinates, it was merely part of his strategy. Victory and defeat are common in warfare. He had no regrets. He personally burned the bodies of those who had turned into zombies. The leader's face twisted, and he looked like a vengeful ghost. I gave you face, but you chose to ignore it. Now these people are dead because of you. You really are a demon. I never expected you to be so heartless. After saying this, the leader's previous courtesy towards the man vanished. He violently threw the man into the laboratory, turning him into a test subject for the base. There were many researchers in the base, most of whom did not have abilities to protect themselves, so they placed all their hopes on the leader. They never dared to complain about the leader's orders. Day after day of experiments. Although the man was tortured to the point of losing his former appearance, the experiments were successful. They infused the man's abilities into the blood. Although the man could no longer use his abilities, his blood was the antidote to the zombie virus. Hearing this experimental result, Shen He was shocked. She was so astonished that she couldn't control her expression for a moment. The man noticed Shen He's look of disgust. Although it was fleeting, he still caught it. The man's eyes sharpened. What kind of expression is that? Shen He didn't want to pretend anymore at this moment. She suddenly stood up, looked at the man, said nothing, and left the dining table. But the man couldn't bear to let Shen He leave without doing anything. He grabbed her arm tightly, causing bruises to form on her skin. Just as he was about to say something, Shen He used her special ability to send him flying. This method of converting her ability into an energy ball was a recent invention of Shen He. Caught off guard by her attack, the man crashed into the tables and chairs behind him, spat out a mouthful of blood, and wanted to say something, but it was all in vain. Shen He looked at the disheveled man and turned away without hesitation. Shen He had long realized that there were still some men in the base who did not have ulterior motives. If men were as normal as those, there would not be the current lessons learned. She had also conducted medical experiments under the guidance of her professor. In the current apocalyptic context, if one were to transform a person's special ability into a form that could be used continuously in their blood, that person must have endured inhuman torture. Moreover, this was done without any preliminary experiments. She couldn't imagine the pain of having one's DNA forcibly altered. After all, this kind of pain is something no one could endure. Yet, not only did he endure it, but the experiment was also successful. This indicated that he had a very strong will to survive. Shen He's thoughts were quite complicated. At this moment, she felt a deep sympathy for the stranger. He just wanted to leave this place and go to the place he had steadfastly defended. He hadn't harmed anyone, so why should he suffer this treatment? Was it just because he had the opportunity for a mutation? She kept telling herself that this was a stranger's matter and had nothing to do with her. But she couldn't just stand by. After a fierce struggle, Shen He finally accepted the fact that she wanted to save that man. After all, her potion was far too dangerous for Godan. If it weren't for the cat in her space, Shen He feared she might have died directly in that office. She couldn't take that risk. If she could use his blood to help Godan, that would be even better. At that moment, she had to admit that she was just as selfish as those who cared for the man. The man's blood had now become a tool to save zombies. If it stayed here, he would surely die. So, for whatever reason, Shen He had to save this man whom she admired and was deeply moved by. Shen He had a feeling that the person who made the man anxious must be his relative or lover. That day, while Shen He was pondering how to proceed to the next step, the person who had a date with Shen He arrived. He knocked loudly on Shen He's door, cursing under his breath. Shen He stepped forward and unexpectedly opened the door. Chapter 59. Zhang Yang's Provocation. The man, who was already annoyed, stumbled instinctively under the forceful knocking on the door. Seeing Shen He back in her previous attire only confirmed his inner suspicions even more. The man's gaze was fierce as he looked at Shen He, as if he was ready to tear her apart at any moment. Did you deliberately seduce me yesterday? Shen He looked at the man mockingly, smiling without speaking. Her eyes clearly conveyed the message. Do you really think you're worthy of my seduction? The man, already indulging excessively, was now even more furious at Shen He's gaze. He looked like he wanted to devour her, gritting his teeth as he stared at Shen He. You filthy bitch, I'll kill you today, he said, and then he used his special ability to attack Shen He. Shen He had long understood the man's strength. Although he was a level 6 ability user, which was already impressive, it was still not enough for the current Shen He. Shen He easily dodged the man's attacks, continuously mocking him. With your pathetic skills, you still think you're impressive? A few compliments and you've lost your mind? Shen He's words reminded the man of his clown-like appearance yesterday. In an instant, he became even angrier, losing the flexibility and precision in his attacks. The man was solely focused on wanting Shen He dead. Therefore, He used all of his abilities to attack with full force. This caused him to stagger with each strike against Shen He, instinctively thrown off balance by his own power. This was because he had concentrated all his abilities in his arms. When his attacks missed, his arms felt particularly heavy, leading to a loss of balance. His body had no excess abilities to compensate, causing him to lean forward abruptly. Seeing the man lose his composure in battle over just a few words brought Shen He great delight. She just couldn't understand why the leader had chosen such a person to be his capable assistant. Shen He continuously dodged the man's attacks, but did not retaliate. What she wanted was for the man not to have any injuries caused by her abilities. After a long time, the man finally became exhausted. He collapsed to the ground, but his gaze towards Shen He was still full of defiance. Shen He tilted her head and looked at the man playfully. Let me tell you, if you can't kill in one blow, it's better to honestly preserve your strength. Shen He smiled brightly, just like when she deliberately seduced the man that day. The man lay on the ground, watching the smug Shen He at that moment, and was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood kept pouring out, just enough to fill his throat. He could only lie on the ground, coughing violently. Although he survived by a stroke of luck, his throat was choked, and he couldn't speak for the time being. Shen He sat calmly to the side, watching the man's embarrassment. Presumably, the leader should be on the way by now. Shen He admired her fingers and spoke casually. However, the man listened attentively. He knew that if the leader arrived at that moment, it would not bode well for him. He looked at Shen He in a panic, appearing very reluctant, and his insincere gaze seemed to be pleading with her for something. Shen He looked at the man's state and couldn't help but find it amusing. Shen He stood up calmly and slowly walked to the man's side, crouching down. If you could apologize to the women you've bullied, I might consider sparing your life. The man nodded frantically upon hearing Shen He's words, but the panic in his eyes still betrayed him. Shen He saw through the man's thoughts, but did not confront him directly. She simply stood up. After all, some of the people the man had bullied were still alive, and he could apologize to them. However, many others were already dead. This was the unspoken secret of the base. Shen He and the man were fighting so fiercely that it almost overturned the house. Soon, someone noticed. They watched Shen He fighting like a celestial being and didn't dare to intervene directly. Instead, they went to find the leader. At that moment, the leader was playing with his daughter and initially didn't want to get involved in Shen He's matter. However, the little girl was very curious and, fearing that Shen He was being bullied, insisted on her father taking her to see. Unable to resist his daughter's pleas, the leader had no choice but to come and take a look. As soon as he entered the room, he saw the man collapsed on the ground, with not a single scratch on Shen He. Realizing that Shen He had caused trouble again, and that it was his capable assistant who was being harmed, the leader's expression darkened. Shen He, don't think that just because you have the base backing you, I can't kill you. You really don't take me seriously. A leader, especially a male leader, dislikes being provoked by subordinates, and even more so by a woman. Shen He's posture was very humble. This was not Shen He intentionally looking for trouble. I asked the leader to make a decision for Shen He. This person came to my room early in the morning, wanted to kill me. Shen He pointed at the man lying on the ground, and in a corner where the leader couldn't see, Shen He curled the corners of his mouth. Shen He aimed to break the man's rationality. The angrier he became, the more it would benefit her. Sure enough, the moment the man saw Shen He's smiling face, he spat out another mouthful of blood. The look in his eyes was one of hatred, as if he wished to grind Shen He to dust. The leader watched the man in such a pitiful state and felt deeply disappointed. A man who couldn't even defeat a woman and could only puff out his cheeks and glare. Yet, looking at the man lying on the ground, he was still one of his own. The leader looked at Shen He sternly. If you lied to me this time, I will not spare you. Shen He certainly understood this. If it weren't for the base behind her, she might have already crossed the leader's red line. However, Shen He also wondered why the female leader was so kind to her. They had only known each other for a few days, yet she was willing to help. In this matter, I am the victim, and I have nothing to fear. I want to know, if I were the one wronged, would you handle it fairly? The leader looked at the group of people standing outside and smiled. Of course. Shen He didn't care whether what the leader said was true or not, because Shen He had other plans. The leader glanced at the man lying on the ground again, then directly entered the room and sat down in a chair. You said he bullied you, so why is it him lying on the ground now, not you? Shen He smiled brightly, her lips curling. Because he is a waste. He has no ability to stand by your side. Chapter 60. Survival and danger. The leader can find someone to check his injuries, to see if there's a place that I caused. Shen He rarely spoke so arrogantly, but now she had to make the leader see her value. The leader was taken aback by Shen He's words, then burst into a hearty laugh that showed on his face. If Shen He really didn't take action and turn the man into this, then he is too useless. The leader stared into Shen He's eyes. Are you being too arrogant? He wasn't unaware of Shen He's abilities, but his long-standing disdain for women led him to subconsciously think of Shen He as just a decorative vase. Shen He didn't say a word. Instead, she turned around and walked straight out of the room. She looked at the more than 10 men gathered in the yard to watch the excitement and politely said, "I apologize." As soon as she finished speaking, Shen He took out her blue whip. This time, Shen He faced 10 opponents alone, so she used all her strength without holding back. She didn't dare to be careless for a moment and focused entirely on battling the group of men. These men all lived nearby Shen He. Shen He had already inquired about it. Among these people, the highest level of abilities was level 5. Therefore, Shen He was not afraid. It was just that the large number of people was quite exhausting mentally. Shen He acted quickly and was vigilant in all directions. Therefore, from beginning to end, no one was able to harm Shen He. Shen He was also very measured in her strikes, never attacking vital points. With ease, Shen He defeated this group of people. After several real combat experiences, Shen He had completely merged with her whip. She was astonished at the level of integration she had achieved with the whip and felt even more grateful for the goodwill of the female leader. The leader, who had been indifferent at the beginning, finally stood up from her chair. She walked to the door and watched as Shen He effortlessly defeated so many of her men. At that moment, she felt a strong desire to destroy Shen He. After all, such an outstanding person, who could not be completely loyal to her, was better off dead. Shen He acted decisively. After defeating these people, she turned her head to look at the leader's thoughtful expression and knelt on one knee. Shen He was willing to join the base and become the leader's right hand. She wondered if the leader would be willing to accept her. Shen He lowered her head, and a sense of the leader's killing intent flashed through her mind. She didn't actually know whether the leader would choose to keep her alive or kill her. If he chose to keep her, that would be the best outcome, and her efforts would not have been in vain. If he chose to kill her, Shen He could only fight back, seeing if she could either kill the leader directly or find a chance to escape. Shen He discreetly touched the button on her whip, waiting for the next moment to directly launch the hidden weapon. Striking the leader by surprise would be more advantageous for her. The time spent waiting between life and death felt very long. Shen He's sweat was almost about to gather into drops. But for Shen He, this was not a good thing. Just when she was about to give in, the little girl's voice rang out. "Daddy, why won't you agree to Sister Shen He? Sister Shen He is so amazing. She can protect us then." Shen He let out a sigh of relief. From the moment the little girl entered the room, Shen He had been waiting for the little girl to speak to him. However, until the very end, the little girl never said a word. Shen He couldn't quite say she was disappointed. After all, when she included the little girl as a variable in her plan, she was still quite reluctant. The leader looked down at the little girl holding onto his thigh and happily picked her up. The little girl laughed joyfully in the leader's arms. The leader also enjoyed having his daughter tug at his beard. The scene of the two of them looked like a perfect picture of paternal affection and filial piety. Shen He always thought that the relationship between the two of them was good. That's why she included the little girl in her plans. It wasn't until later, when the little girl told her personally, that she realized things were not at all as she had imagined. After they played around for a while, the leader finally put down his daughter. His daughter's obedience made him feel good. So the leader, rarely not wanting to think about the consequences, directly allowed Shen He to take the man's place. When the little girl heard her dad say this, she happily ran to Shen He and helped her up. "Sister Shen He, please get up. Dad has already promised you, and then you can play with me all the time." Shen He was very grateful for the little girl's help. She patted the little girl's hair and nodded. The little girl was wearing a red dress today, with 2 matching hair clips on her head. She looked chubby and adorable. After finishing the matters here, the leader directly stepped outside. Shen He tugged at the little girl's sleeve, urging her to leave with the leader. The little girl looked quite reluctant, but Shen He didn't think much of it. She assumed the girl was just throwing a tantrum, wanting to play with Shen He. However, Shen He had something very cruel to do. so there was no way she could leave the little girl here. Be good. Let us play together another day, okay? Today, sister has things to take care of. Upon hearing this, the little girl, understanding and sensible, didn't make things difficult for Shen He and left her courtyard directly. Seeing everyone leaving one after another, Shen He let out a long breath. Today's events were truly too dangerous. If it weren't for the little girl helping her in the end, she really didn't know if she would be able to stay successfully. But she was the leader's daughter. How could there be a problem? After all, the leader doted on her so much. Shen He shook her head. Since she couldn't figure it out, she decided not to dwell on it. At this moment, she also felt like a demon. Shen He smiled mischievously as she looked at the man lying on the ground. Her gaze was teasing. You are now a person who has been abandoned. Tell me, how should I punish you? Shen He's words were very gentle, but they made the man tremble with fear. However, he couldn't utter a single word. He could only make a gurgling sound. Shen He could actually help him say it, but Shen He didn't want to listen at all. When he tormented girls, he never gave anyone the chance to speak. Shen He stopped smiling. Your biggest mistake is coming to confront me alone today. Chapter 61, Becoming a Eunuch. You valued your self-esteem above everything else. And now it's too late to regret. After Shen He finished speaking, she stood up directly. She walked step by step to the bedside and took out the dagger that had been prepared long ago. As Shen He approached the man with the dagger in hand, his fear reached its peak. He felt that every step Shen He took was piercing straight into his heart. Shen He had a gloomy smile as she walked up to the man's waist and then stopped. Then, under the man's shocked gaze, she slowly crouched down. I've only seen such things in history, and now you could be considered my first experimental subject. Shen He's words gave the man a bad premonition. At this moment, he realized that the fear he had just felt was not the peak state. He was truly terrified now. He would rather Shen He kill him than live without dignity. He could not make a sound, but Shen He could read his lips clearly. It was kill her. Shen He successfully saw his current thoughts in the man's eyes. Shen He found it amusing. Some women in ancient times regarded chastity as more important than their lives, while this man valued his dignity more than his life. It's hard to say which of the two is more pathetic. Shen He raised her hand confidently, and in the man's shocked gaze, she directly plunged the dagger down. The feeling was quite soft and sticky, different from the sensation of piercing through skin. Shen He observed the man's reaction with meticulous attention, keeping his condition in mind. Before her dagger had even pierced the man's lower body, he had already begun to howl. Yet, when Shen He's dagger successfully made contact, the man instead calmed down. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and even his lips trembled from the immense pain. However, he remained silent, simply lying still on the ground, staring blankly at the ceiling of the room. Shen He did not like this quiet demeanor. Her hand remained on the dagger, not withdrawing it. At this moment, Shen He swiftly pulled the dagger out. As the dagger left, a large amount of blood gushed from the man's lower abdomen. Though the blood was contained by his clothing and did not spray very high, it still splattered a lot on Shen He. The man was caught off guard by Shen He's sudden withdrawal of the dagger. At this moment, another wave of immense pain engulfed his body. He uncontrollably curled up, repeatedly covering the bleeding area with his hands, unsure whether he was trying to alleviate his pain or protect the deadly weapon. Shen He stood up without any emotion, quietly looking at the man's disheveled appearance. The blood flowing from the man had already pooled at Shen He's feet. Shen He lightly tapped her toes and then unceremoniously stepped on the man's face with the sole of her shoe, which was stained with his blood. It is your own malice that allowed me to use you. All of this is your own doing. You deserve all of this. After saying this, Shen He swiftly struck, cutting the man's throat with a single blow. Shen He swaggered out of the base, carrying the man's corpse. Many people saw it, but no one intervened. Shen He's deeds are truly outrageous. So within just half a day, almost everyone knew about it. When the leader left, he did not take the man with him, which essentially signaled that Shen He could deal with the man as she pleased. Now, those men who saw the gruesome state of the corpse instantly felt a chill in their lower abdomen, further confirming their belief in Shen He's ruthlessness, and they quickly distanced themselves. Meanwhile, the women who saw the men's tragic condition were emotionally moved to tears. They didn't even dare to cheer quietly and could only bow to Shen He in secret to express their gratitude. Shen He was indifferent to these gazes and casually tossed the man into the area where beasts roamed. In recent days, Shen He increasingly felt that his actions had lost their balance. Shen He felt a bit lost. This was not something she should be doing, but if she didn't do it, she really didn't know how to achieve her goals. After all, it was because she was too weak. If she were strong enough, how could she be limited everywhere? Shen He was not very surprised by the man's arrival. "What are you doing here?" The man looked at the blood on Shen He's body, his tone slightly worried. "Your actions these past 2 days have been too dangerous." Shen He had a good impression of this man. After all, he could be considered someone who remained untainted in a polluted world. He deserved it. Zhang Dong frowned. "There's so many who bully women. Do you really want to kill them all?" Zhang Dong was clearly a bit anxious, as this approach was not beneficial for Shen He. Moreover, they had not bullied Shen He, so it was truly unnecessary for her to risk her own life for those unrelated people. Shen He tilted her head, listening to the man's words. Realizing belatedly, she understood that Zhang Dong must think that everything she was doing was just to kill that man, and that she would continue to kill more men, merely to avenge those bullied girls. But the truth was, Shen He had other reasons. This man was just a stepping stone, who happened to cross paths with Shen He's gun. Shen He didn't elaborate much. After all, what she was about to do was very dangerous. There was no need to drag the man down with her, and besides, she wasn't sure if he was reliable. Shen He walked straight up and softly said to Zhang Dong as they brushed past each other, "Thank you for your concern." Shen He had to admit that, under the current difficult circumstances, the concern of a stranger could lift her spirits quite a bit. That day, Shen He changed into a new outfit and spent the remaining time playing with the little girl. She admitted that she was deliberately getting close to the little girl, just to leave herself a way out. At night, after finishing her hygiene routine, Shen He lay down on the bed. She took out the space pin from her body and reinserted it into her hair. Reflecting on everything that had happened recently, she gradually fell into a dream. In her dream, she saw her mother. The moment Shen He saw her mother, tears streamed down her face. She had so much to say to her mom, but for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Chapter 62. A Mother's Tenderness. How many times had Shen He fantasized? If she could see her mother in a dream, she would definitely rush over and hug her tightly. But when she actually dreamed of her mother, Shen He stood there in a daze, too afraid to move. Shen He was afraid, so afraid. She feared that as long as she moved, her mother would be startled and disappear right in front of her. Everything felt so unreal. Only the emotionally agitated Shen He knew that she had truly seen her mother. She still remembered when she was little, she saw a science documentary that said some people could realize they were dreaming while dreaming. They could even intentionally control the dream and manipulate its changes. Shen He was extremely curious, because no matter how absurd the dream was, she never doubted the reality of the dream while dreaming. Even when she was a child, Shen He dreamed of giving birth. Shen He will realize, "Am I not still young?" But the next moment, Shen He will feel that it was her previous thoughts, that she dreamed of her childhood while dreaming. The past memories were because she was dreaming, and the scenes in the dream were the real scenes. It was not until Shen He grew up that every dream was like this. This is the first time Shen He clearly realized while in a dream that this is a dream. Shen He wiped away her tears with all her strength, as the tears had blurred her vision. She didn't want to miss a single moment of seeing her mother, until her mother slowly opened her arms and looked at her with a gentle smile. Shen He finally broke down. The strength and courage she had maintained all this time shattered in an instant. She finally cried out loud and ran straight towards her mother. Mom, I miss you so much. I miss you. At that moment, Shen He seemed like a little child who had suffered a lot of grievances. Only in her mother's embrace could she find comfort. Shen He continuously expressed her longing for her mother, while her mother quietly listened. With a gentle gaze, her mother looked at Shen He, filled with deep affection and reluctance. She softly stroked Shen He's back, one gentle touch after another, just like when she used to lull her to sleep as a child. Shen He's restless heart was miraculously calmed. Shen He raised her head with teary eyes, looking at her mother with a watery gaze. Mom, have I disappointed you? She asked. In this apocalypse for so long, I haven't succeeded at anything. Her mother said nothing, simply smiling and shaking her head. In that smile, there was an immeasurable amount of love and praise. Shen He no longer asked more questions and quietly held her mother. Time suddenly stood still, and Shen He was jolted awake from her dream. The strong feelings of longing still lingered in her, Her memories gradually became blurry, and she had no idea when she had woken up. Perhaps it was the version of herself in the dream that had fallen asleep in her mother's embrace. This was the first time since entering the apocalypse that Shen He had dreamt of her mother. Although it was still very sad, Shen He suddenly felt filled with motivation. After tidying up, Shen He left the house. Her first stop was to see the leader. Shen He lowered his head respectfully and said, "Chief, good morning." The chief tugged at his clothes and walked out of the room. Just then, the person delivering food to the chief arrived, and Shen He took the initiative to take over the task of setting the table. The chief looked at Shen He, who was serving him, with a smile, appearing to be in a good mood and seemingly quite satisfied. Just as the chief picked up his chopsticks and was about to start eating, he suddenly spoke to Shen He. "I heard you killed him." Shen He nodded. "Yes, since I have replaced him, he should be of no use now." However, the leader did not buy it. "You even turned him into a eunuch." Upon hearing Shen He's explanation, the leader suddenly put down his chopsticks. "Clearly, it was you who seduced him intentionally the day before, and now you act like a chaste and virtuous woman." The leader's gaze instantly became filled with disgust as he looked at Shen He, as if he were looking at another woman. Shen He was still a bit scared and forced herself to pour tea for the leader while suppressing her emotions. The leader was wise. However, at that time, I purely wanted to gain the leader's favor, but I struggled to find a way to do so. That's why I wanted to understand the leader's preferences through him. Shen He spoke with a hint of grievance in his tone. Who knew he actually had ulterior motives towards me? I never had such thoughts. At that time, Shen He had a date with a man, and it ended on an unhappy note, which perfectly matched the ulterior motives Shen He mentioned. The leader might have someone watching Shen He's movements, but it was absolutely impossible for them to hear what Shen He and the man actually talked about. Now that the man was dead, with no witnesses to contradict him, Shen He could say whatever he wanted, depending solely on his own thoughts. The leader seemed reluctant to believe it, but there were no flaws in Shen He's story, so he didn't bring it up again. After briefly explaining Shen He's tasks, he let him go. Shen He nodded in response, and just as she was about to go out, she unexpectedly saw the little girl coming out of the leader's room. Her eyes were red, looking as if she had been wronged. Although Shen He was puzzled, she did not linger and directly closed the door and left. Even if she got along well with the little girl, she could not lose her composure in front of the girl's father. After leaving the room, Shen He headed towards the laboratory. Shen He's joy gradually became apparent. Whether it was becoming the leader of this base or taking away the man who had regained his abilities to enter the laboratory and explore the secrets, it was all very important. After all, Shen He lacked strength and could only rely on strategies. When she entered the laboratory with the token that represented her identity, she was truly shocked. The identity token was split into two halves. One half was with the guard, while the other half was with Shen He. Only when the two halves were combined could they form a complete identity token. This identity token was the only key for Shen He to enter the first main gate. Shen He had never seen such a strict confidentiality system. She silently wondered if a missile could actually penetrate the thick walls of this laboratory. After successfully entering the first gate, Shen He arrived at the second gate. Shen He carefully felt the sensation under her feet, comparing it with the height of the ground outside. Chapter 63. The Remarkable Laboratory. She was absolutely certain that the bottom of this laboratory was at least 5 meters deep, not including the height of the underground. Shen He had never asked the man about the specifics of the laboratory because she had never imagined that such a secretive place would actually be used as a laboratory. If that's the case, then it indicates that the secrets of the laboratory are even greater. Shen He carefully hides her emotions, not daring to think too deeply. The key to the second door is Shen He's eyes. The system will record Shen He's eyes, which will also become the key for her to enter the second door. Shen He was deeply shocked. Looking at the various experimental equipment around him, his eyes dazzled. When he entered through the first large door, the items displayed were all basic experimental supplies. Shen He had already memorized everything, as these items had been incorporated into his own space. He was just waiting for the moment when he achieved his goals to transport these things. At that time, Shen He couldn't help but marvel that these resources were even more comprehensive than a national research institute. Now, he found it impossible to look away. At the second large gate, there were actually hundreds of people conducting experiments. The instruments in their hands were precise, and their techniques were very professional. These individuals were all big names in the field of medical research. Shen He watched one person after another, and her understanding of the leader's strength deepened. She felt extremely fortunate that she hadn't confronted the leader head-on. Shen He looked at these devices, some of which she had never even seen before. She knew that these items were incredibly useful for upgrading her space. Having had the space for so long, Shen He had already stored everything she could into it. Now, the space hadn't upgraded in a long time. Although it was sufficient for her needs, Shen He was still quite anxious. After all, the higher the level of the space, the better her own condition would be. After walking for about half an hour, she finally reached the next large gate. The guard directly grabbed Shen He's hand and placed it on a platform. This platform was also locked, designed similarly to a safe. Only the guard had the key. The man held Shen He's hand and even secretly touched it, adhering to the idea of earning a little by touching a little, which made Shen He quite annoyed. However, considering his unshakable position in the leader's eyes, Shen He endured it. Just some minor actions indicated that this person could freely enter and exit the laboratory, showing the leader's trust in him. Ding! Live palm print registration successful. With the sound of a mechanical voice, Shen He's palm print was registered into the system. And it was a live palm print. Shen He looked at her hand, which was placed side by side with the guard's hand. The system could only unlock the third gate after successfully recognizing them. Shen He realized something. The guard in front of him absolutely could not die. If he died, the third gate might never be opened. At least, until the next person who could open the door was found, this person must not die. The guard seemed to see through Shen He's thoughts. His smile revealed understanding and a sense of acceptance. The guard waved his hand casually, and a line of text appeared out of thin air between Shen He and the guard. The white text read, "Do not attempt to oppose the leader." The text flashed by, but it was definitely not an illusion, as Shen He clearly saw the writing above. Shen He's intuition told her that this guard was not a bad person. She grabbed the guard's sleeve, looking at him expectantly. What does it mean? However, the guard just smiled helplessly and did not pay attention to Shen He. Shen He felt somewhat disappointed, but she was not in a hurry. It was already a great gain to know that the guards might not be completely devoted to the leader. As she walked into the third large door, Shen He was instantly frozen in place. Immediately, an overwhelming anger surged through her entire body. She really wanted to kill these people. Inside, there were numerous women without a stitch of clothing. Some were completely collapsed on the ground, allowing men to touch and violate them at will. Others were suspended in midair, their bodies filled with various tubes. Some women were specifically used for blood transfusions, while others were injected with unknown liquids. The scene before her could not simply be described as cruel. This was something that no human could possibly do. Most of them were already delirious or in a deep coma. Shen He looked at them one by one, feeling extremely pitiful. Just then, Shen He noticed that one of the women had already lost her breath. Shen He ran forward and carefully checked, discovering that the person was truly dead. However, because the death had just occurred, the body was still warm. Shen He grabbed her hand and said to the guard, "You quickly let her down. Let me see if I can save her." Immediately after, he waved his hand at the person in white nearby. That person stepped forward and directly let the woman down. Shen He didn't have time to think much and planned to step forward to perform CPR. Who would have thought that the man would directly stab the woman in the neck? Now it's really over. Shen He didn't understand. She raised her head to question the guard. Why is this happening? I still have hope of being alive. But the guard ignored her and directly ordered someone to take the woman's corpse away. Shen He watched these actions and deeply realized that her words had no deterrent power at all. After adjusting her mindset, Shen He continued to observe the laboratory. It was as if everything that had just happened had never occurred. It was as if the person who had just questioned the guard in an agitated manner was not the same person. The huge contrast piqued the guard's curiosity, and he waved his hand again, causing another line of text to appear before Shen He's eyes. The words that seemed to materialize out of thin air read, "What? Not angry anymore? Not sad anymore? Rather than suffer a fate worse than death, it would be better to just die." The guard didn't expect Shen He to say this, but it was also the truth. Shen He looked carefully, while the guard quietly followed behind her. He did not urge Shen He, just keeping a distance that was neither close nor far. Suddenly, a weak scream from a woman caught Shen He's attention. The scream sounded like it had exhausted all her strength, yet it was still very soft. Chapter 64. Terrifying experiment. Shen He believes that if this laboratory were not closed, she would definitely not have heard that sound. Shen He walked towards another corner. She always felt that the voice was trying to get her attention. The women inside must have been tortured for a long time, although there were no obvious wounds on their bodies. They were covered in needle marks and had unsightly scars from healing. The messy stitching clearly showed a lack of care for these women. The tortured women appeared listless, completely devoid of life. Only a few of them could barely open their eyes. But when Shen He looked at them, there was a glimmer of light in their eyes. They finally straightened their tilted heads, and a few of them, due to the prolonged tilting, found it hard to straighten up immediately. Shen He saw their efforts, and her intuition told her not to look. However, Shen He didn't want to disappoint them, so she kept her gaze fixed as they hoped. Then Shen He saw the women, who could barely open their eyes, with a strong desire for death erupting in their eyes. Shen He understood all at once. She felt a deep sense of sadness and helplessness because she couldn't help them. Shen He's eyes were slightly moist, and she suppressed the desire to turn her head, lowering it instead. She didn't want to disappoint these women, but she really couldn't do anything about it right now. The women were initially very happy. This was the first time they felt a sense of hope since arriving here. However, when they saw Shen He bow her head, they knew that their hopes would be dashed. The reason they were in a better state than other women was entirely due to the different nature of the experiments. From the moment they entered, they had endured torment, but they knew that no one would come to rescue them. Their only wish was to hope for an early death, so they could suffer less pain and torment. Knowing that Shen He had arrived gave them a glimmer of hope, because every woman who entered here was just a lab rat for the experiments. Only men were allowed to come and go freely. The appearance of Shen He is the only woman who can move freely. They know that this woman must be very different, so they pray. They just want to be liberated sooner. After enduring daily torment, they no longer want to continue living. Even if they could go out and live normally, they have long lost the courage to do so. Moreover, considering their current physical condition, they probably can no longer live normally. It's just a pity that she seems unable to do so. A part of the women sees Shen He's avoidance and naturally understand her difficulties. After all, as a woman, being able to come and go freely from here is already very challenging. We are all women, so why make it hard for others? However, not all women think this way. A few women, seeing that Shen He has no intention of helping, suddenly feel resentment, although they cannot open their eyes. The limited expressions on their faces still convey their accusations against Shen He. They do not want to understand her difficulties. They only know that they are in pain. So painful, so painful. They have done nothing wrong. So why must they endure this? They regret so much. Regretting why they didn't die directly in the torrential rain of the apocalypse. Why didn't they die directly in the collapsed buildings? Why didn't they die directly from the weapons of the perpetrators? If they had died back then, they wouldn't have to suffer this pain now. Their subconscious also knows that Shen He is definitely facing difficulties. This comes from the empathy of being women. But they are just too miserable. So miserable that they only want to die, and beyond that, they are unwilling to care about anything else. Shen He felt very heartbroken when she saw the women's eyes filled with understanding and relief. When she saw the women's eyes filled with blame and hatred, she completely understood their struggles. This was not their original intention, Shen He knew. Shen He looked at them trembling all over due to the pain, and tears finally fell down uncontrollably. Shen He would rather see them bitten to death by zombies than to die at the hands of their own kind. Moreover, enduring such prolonged suffering, this feeling of being unable to survive and unable to die, what difference is there from purgatory? Shen He suppressed the tears at the corners of her eyes and turned to look at the expressionless guard. What are you doing? But the guard had no intention of responding to Shen He. Since Shen He met the guard, she had never heard him say a word. Even when he wanted to express his thoughts, he relied solely on his own ability, an ability that allowed him to write words in the air. Shen He seriously suspected that this guard was a mute. However, whether it was congenital or acquired remained unknown. Shen He took a deep breath, trying hard to cast aside some irrational emotions. When she reopened her eyes, only a clear mind remained. No one could provide Shen He with answers or clarity. The guards remained silent, and the researchers didn't even glance at her. It was as if she were an emotionless puppet. Shen He could not rely on anyone and could only depend on herself. This time, Shen He did not observe the condition of those women. Instead, She carefully examined the specifications and names of each instrument. Shen He paid attention to their functions, carefully distinguishing the potions present in each tube. She wanted to know what these people were actually experimenting on. Unfortunately, even after looking at the last instrument, until her eyes ached, Shen He still couldn't draw any useful conclusions. Before entering this large door, Shen He observed the ongoing experiments. Although she wasn't sure about the specific procedures of some, she could at least name about half of the experiments. Though the experiments were quite complex, Shen He understood some of them. However, she had never seen any of the experiments here. Most of the various potions were also unfamiliar to her. Shen He had no idea at all, which confirmed the terrifying nature of the laboratory. This indicated that the leader was conducting a very frightening experiment, one that could even affect the progress of all humanity. Given the leader's personality, Shen He did not believe he would have any goodwill. Moreover, conducting experiments in such a cruel manner only reinforced that belief. Shen He noted everything here and planned to head directly to the next laboratory. While she was observing her surroundings, she also discovered another large door. This door was quite concealed. If it weren't for the bloodstains she accidentally spotted on it, Shen He would not have noticed that there was another door there. Chapter 65. The Secrets of the Abilities Users. Shen He walked straight up to the guard. "Let's go. We are entering the next laboratory." To her surprise, the guard smiled maliciously, left a line of writing, and directly exited the laboratory. The fleeting words in the air, "You are not qualified to enter yet." Shen He had an epiphany. The next laboratory was the biggest secret of this base. However, Shen He's current identity did not qualify him to enter the innermost laboratory. If he guessed correctly, that laboratory should be the final one, and the man with the recovery ability was in the innermost room. Shen He was not discouraged. Being able to enter such a hidden place, she was already very satisfied. Shen He's current job is to assist the laboratory with experiments and ensure the safety of the lab. This is purely a trivial position. How could there be safety issues in such a laboratory? It is evident that the leader has a great fondness for that man. Thinking of this, Shen He broke out in a cold sweat. If it hadn't been for the little girl pleading for her that day, she might not have survived. Shen He looked at the unfamiliar equipment around her, determined to figure out what these experiments were all about. How many trump cards did this leader really have? And now, the only breakthrough point was that little girl. Shen He is breaking through in two directions. First, whenever she has time, she plays with the little girl. By winning the little girl's favor, she hopes to preserve her own life at critical moments. She also considered learning about the laboratory through the little girl. However, after their previous interactions, Shen He discovered that the little girl knows nothing about the laboratory. In fact, even the area around the laboratory is strictly off-limits for the little girl, as the leader has imposed severe restrictions on her. At first, Shen He thought it was because the leader considered the little girl too young to know about such things, which is why there were many secrets kept from her. It wasn't until the little girl told Shen He that she wasn't even allowed to enter the vicinity of the laboratory. Shen He suddenly realized that perhaps the leader was so wary of the little girl to prevent her from making any connections with the laboratory. Maybe it was because the little girl must have some unspeakable secrets related to the laboratory. If it were merely for the sake of the little girl's safety, there would be no need to restrict her from being 100 meters away from the lab. At that moment, Shen He truly felt that this base was full of secrets. Since the little girl's path was blocked, Shen He could only try to stay close to other ability users. Some of these people had ulterior motives, while others were quite normal. Speaking of which, Shen He suddenly discovered something. There were indeed a lot of ability users in the base. So many that there were almost no ordinary people present. Although most of their abilities were only at levels 1 or 2, this was still abnormal. Initially, the purpose was for ability users to protect ordinary people. Ability users were extremely rare. Ordinary people also tried to contribute to the base in any way they could. The second base saw ordinary people wielding special weapons to protect themselves. At that time, it was because there were simply too few ability users. And the female leader did not want ordinary people to become useless. She also wanted them to realize their own value. So she specially created special weapons to give them the ability to protect themselves. In this base, almost everyone was an ability user. At first, Shen He noticed this, thinking that the base was simply very powerful. She had even marveled at how good the leader was at gathering ability users. However, now, aside from a few ordinary women she had seen, all the remaining men were actually ability users. This was too abnormal. Even if they only took in ability users, there seemed to be an excessive number of them. Shen He only discovered this after interacting more with the ability users. To understand this matter, Shen He got closer to the ability users. Shen He often took the opportunity of delivering meals to the training grounds of the ability users, trying to discover something. Although Shen He had a high level of ability, she was still a woman. The men in the base were used to the humility of women, so they didn't think there was anything wrong with Shen He delivering meals. They even secretly felt proud, thinking that no matter how impressive she was, she still had to deliver meals to the big shots. Shen He was aware of these sentiments. However, they didn't dare to speak about it in front of her, only whispering behind her back. After all, they still felt apprehensive about the tragic fate of the man whose lower abdomen had disappeared. That man was considered to have a high status, so these events had a strong deterrent effect on them. They were relatively respectful when in front of Shen He. That was enough for her. Shen He watched them train and sometimes communicated with them. After a few days, she discovered something very important. The abilities of these men with powers were particularly weak. Even with a level 1 ability, it should be easy to casually break a chair. Yet most of them couldn't do it. Even men with level 2 abilities struggled greatly and couldn't completely destroy it. This discovery made Shen He feel that things were not simple. Therefore, she almost came to the training ground for the newcomers every day, sometimes staying for most of the day. Shen He was afraid that the leader would find out, so she deliberately took on the role of guide and pointed out a few things to these people. Although their progress was minimal, it was still noticeable. As a result, during these days, these people became more accepting of Shen He. Sure enough, in just a few days, Shen He keenly noticed that these individuals' abilities had hardly improved at all. Even the most clumsy person shouldn't remain stagnant after such a long period of training. Their abilities did not seem to evolve on their own. It was as if they were being driven by external forces. Yes, it was like being catalyzed by an outside force. Upon discovering this, Shen He suddenly understood why there were so many deviants in this base. The reason was that a method to evolve abilities had already been researched. Instinctively, Shen He thought of those experiments targeting women. Shen He didn't understand why it had to be women. However, Shen He speculated that these people were likely using the drugs produced from those women. But it was clear that these people were all experimental subjects, as their effects were simply too poor, although they had successfully activated their abilities. This also meant that they had cut off their own potential for evolving those abilities. Chapter 66, Infiltration. Throughout their lives, they had almost always been such weak level 1 or 2 ability users. Shen He looked at the group of people in front of her who were laughing and playing, feeling nothing but sadness. They probably still didn't know the truth. They only thought this was the leader's care for them, and they were obedient to the leader. Little did they know, they had already become the leader's test subjects. Although this was all just speculation, it was already enough. Shen He got up and left. Staying here had lost all meaning. The discoveries made here were enough to become a sword for Shen He's future. It would play a significant role at some important moment. Once she left, Shen He felt that the sky of this base was completely dark. She didn't rest and went straight to the high-level ability users. As soon as she entered, she was met with rejection from everyone. One reason was the rejection of women, and another was that Shen He had caused the death of their good brother. Now, the looks they gave Shen He were filled with disgust. Shen He sighed in frustration, realizing that every step was fraught with difficulties. Just as she was about to go out and think of another solution, a fire element man named Zhang Dong approached her. Shen He heard the man call her name, turned around, and unexpectedly saw Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong didn't seem particularly enthusiastic, but for Shen He's current situation, it was like a timely help. What brings you here? Shen He put down the food in her hands. I saw how hard you all trained, so I specially brought you some food. Nowadays, in this apocalypse, although the leader's base is quite strong, food is ultimately still insufficient, especially since the leader has devoted all his energy to the experiments. The food he eats, of course, is the best. However, the food for the others is somewhat unsatisfactory. It can only be described as home-cooked, enough to fill the stomach. Today, to take the lead, Shen He specially took out some food from the space that hadn't been touched for a long time. She borrowed the kitchen and baked many different flavors of pizza and hamburgers. Although these things are not luxurious, they've been longed for after not having them for so long. At first, those people were disdainful of the food that Shen He brought. But when they smelled the aroma of the pizza, it was simply impossible to refuse. However, when they saw the hamburger, their eyes lit up with excitement. They stared at the hamburger, clearly craving it intensely. Shen He looked at Zhang Dong's eagerness and smiled helplessly. Go ahead and eat. It's specially prepared for you. Eat it while it's hot, or it will get cold. Zhang Dong was waiting for Shen He's words and immediately started. He grabbed a hamburger and stuffed it directly into his mouth. With one bite, he devoured more than half of the hamburger. His mouth was full, and he couldn't articulate what he wanted to say, mumbling incoherently. Shen He couldn't hear a word clearly. She put on disposable gloves and wrapped a slice of cut pizza for Zhang Dong. Eat slowly, I prepared a lot. At this point, Zhang Dong finally swallowed what was in his mouth and took the pizza that Shen He handed over. He exclaimed, so delicious, it's really good. This sincere compliment immediately made the others restless. As soon as one food-loving man rushed over, the others followed one after another. For a moment, the training ground seemed like another large canteen. Everyone was eating with great enthusiasm, devouring their food as if they hadn't eaten for 3 days. One man, with his mouth stuffed full, asked, where did you get these ingredients? Shen He said the words she had prepared long ago, found in the corner of the ingredient storage. The man nodded and didn't ask further. Once everything was finished, they still seemed unsatisfied. One of the men wiped the corner of his mouth and said, it's too little. I haven't had enough. Next time, let us get more. Shen He achieved her goal, and the effect was obviously quite good. In fact, Shen He's cooking skills were not particularly impressive. They were just average. So after thinking it over, she chose something they could rarely have. This way, she could maximize the cover for her culinary shortcomings and integrate into the current group more quickly. Today was too rushed, so she'd do a bit more for them another day. Although they felt a bit regretful, it was still better than nothing. Shen He thought to herself, if you all are well fed, then I won't have any business. Shen He deliberately prepared less food so that each of them could have a half-full meal. Thinking of this, Shen He still wanted to thank Zhang Dong for his help. He managed to carry out today's plan smoothly despite the pressure from his friends. Shen He was thinking that she should repay the favor to Zhang Dong. After all, she didn't like being in debt to others. On Shen He's first day of appearance, due to Zhang Dong's unintentional act, she unexpectedly succeeded. In the following days, Shen He would always go to the advanced training ground of the base, sometimes bringing them food, but most of the time, she would find various excuses to send them away. Shen He gradually became familiar with everyone under the pretext of matchmaking. Just being simply acquainted was already enough. Shen He didn't want to have too much contact with them. That day, when Shen He arrived at the high-level training ground with cold pot skewers, it immediately caused a cheer among the crowd. Shen He was also very happy. It seemed that the results of her recent efforts were quite good. Everyone rushed over. Did you prepare enough to eat this time? In the past, there was never enough to eat. Shen He smiled and nodded. Of course, don't worry. I wore this for a whole night. It almost exhausted me. Shen He pointed one by one with her hand. You all have to finish eating today. Otherwise, I will definitely make you regret it. As soon as Shen He finished speaking, everyone exclaimed, oh, and started eating. This time, Shen He had prepared a generous amount. After all, if they were always left wanting, they would inevitably discover Shen He's little thoughts. In that case, it would not only be very awkward, but the situation would also be quite tricky. Shen He added a full 10 portions of chili to this cold pot skewer dish. She wanted to give them a different food experience. Most of the cafeteria meals cater to the tastes of the majority, resulting in very bland flavors. This left those who enjoy strong flavors lacking in appetite. Over time, it would surely make them very craving for more. As for those who prefer lighter flavors, although they eat less, they probably don't mind too much. As for those who absolutely cannot eat spicy food, they were not in Shen He's consideration. Chapter 67. The strange tree. After all, it's only a small number of people. However, Shen He did not expect that Zhang Dong was one of those who couldn't handle any spice at all. Shen He looked at Zhang Dong, who wasn't moving his chopsticks, and curiously asked, Zhang Dong, why aren't you eating? Zhang Dong felt a bit embarrassed and replied, I can't handle spicy food. Shen He felt a bit helpless, but out of gratitude for Zhang Dong's help, she left the training ground directly. She went to the kitchen and made a bowl of tomato and egg noodles for Zhang Dong. Although it was very simple, it was made by Shen He herself. Those cold skewers were frozen products that Shen He had prepared in advance. She hadn't eaten them before when she was stocking up, but now they turned out to be very useful. The high spiciness was just enough to mask the frozen taste, killing two birds with one stone. Shen He carefully carried the noodles and walked to the training ground. Once she got her spot, she quickly set the noodles down. They were really too hot. Shen He touched her earlobes with both hands and said, "Zhang Dong, come eat quickly." Everyone noticed that this bowl of food was specially made for Zhang Dong, and they immediately started to cheer. Zhang Dong's face turned a little red, but Shen He, who was busy organizing the chopsticks for him, didn't notice. At that moment, while she was tidying up, Shen He lowered her head and reflected deeply in her heart. Shen He, people with ulterior motives indeed see everything as dirty. By the time he raised his head, Shen He had already returned to normal. "Come and eat, it will get cold soon." Zhang Dong nodded and awkwardly started eating the noodles. Shen He frowned as she looked at Zhang Dong, who seemed a bit unusual, thinking that he just didn't like to eat, but she didn't ask. Tomatoes and eggs were common ingredients used in the kitchen, and she hadn't expected Zhang Dong to dislike them. "Come eat with us," a man who had been drinking milk because of the spiciness spoke up. This was the first time in a long while that they invited Shen He to join them for a meal. After all, under the influence of the male preference atmosphere in the base, they had subconsciously come to believe that women shouldn't sit at the table to eat. Shen He smiled and did not refuse. In the past few days, Shen He felt that she had learned enough, and she had already figured out the abilities of these people to a large extent. Among them, most had abilities ranging from level 4 to level 6. There were only 2 with level 7 abilities, and there were none with level 8. All of these abilities were genuine skills. These individuals had all evolved on their own initiative. Shen He and Zhang Dong exchanged a glance and immediately followed the crowd, rushing out. They quickly ran towards the location of the incident. Upon arrival, Shen He was left dumbfounded by what had happened. In the abandoned area on the back mountain, a place used for storing the base's garbage, there stood a 10-meter-tall tree. The tree was lush and full of leaves. If Shen He hadn't lived here all along, he might have doubted that this tree had naturally grown here for hundreds of years. Just a day before, there had been no such tree here. Now, just a few hours later, it had already grown so large, there wasn't even a hint of any signs of rapid growth in the tree's thickness. Shen He was in a mess, and everyone here was in a mess. Shen He really thought carefully about it. This is neither a dream nor a world of cultivation. Although this is the apocalypse, it is also Earth where technology is the primary productive force. The large tree before her, which grew in just one day, clearly has deep roots. The tree is covered in green branches and leaves, looking beautiful as if it has been specially pruned. It's truly bizarre. Just when everyone was puzzled, the tree suddenly began to move. Its strange movements were truly horrifying. Shen He had been watching the trees above, aware that something strange was happening with the large tree. Upon closer inspection, Shen He realized that someone had brought a chainsaw, intending to cut down the tree directly. Although there was wind now, it was not strong enough to make the tree sway. Shen He really couldn't just stand by. While running, she shouted, "Don't touch it." But it was already too late. The chainsaw had already made contact with the big tree. In an instant, red sap began to flow from the tree. The blood-red color was exactly like that of human blood. The person cutting the tree was also splattered with the red liquid. They panicked and ran away, wanted to get as far from the eerie tree as possible. Meanwhile, the leaves of the tree rustled as if accusing something. Seeing this, the crowd began to use their abilities, trying to save the 2 men. Their powers were indeed effective against the tree. Under the assault of their abilities, the branches of the tree shook violently. Even the branches holding the 2 men released them into the air. As the 2 men were bound by the branches, they spun around in the air with the swaying branches. The crowd was momentarily at a loss for what to do. At that moment, a little girl unexpectedly approached. Shen He saw the little girl running towards her and shouted loudly, "Don't come over." But it was as if the little girl didn't hear her, and she kept running this way. Shen He hurriedly wanted to take the little girl away from here, but was blocked by a branch. Shen He was extremely annoyed. Although the tree's abilities were not enough to harm her, its sprawling branches and lush leaves were overwhelming. Shen He seemed to be fighting with hundreds of people at the same time, flustered and chaotic. Shen He was momentarily unable to free herself. But the little girl was still running this way. Shen He, feeling helpless, could only seek help from the group of men behind her. Quick, take her out of here. It was only then that everyone noticed the chief's daughter was running towards them. At first, their attention was entirely focused on the large tree in front of them. Later, they were shocked by how powerful Shen He's abilities had become. There were no individuals in the base that needed their protection, so they had no sense of urgency. Now, reminded by Shen He, they recalled that the chief's daughter had no abilities. The chief dotes on his daughter so much that if anything happened to her, they would all face severe consequences. Chapter 68. The blood-drinking maw without hesitation. Almost the moment Shen He opened her mouth, the group of men directly teleported into the battlefield. With so many people joining in, the pressure on Shen He was significantly alleviated. She unleashed her most powerful ability, instantly shattering all the branches within a 3-meter radius around her. The massive drain on her mental energy caused her to spit out a mouthful of blood, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Zhang Dong rushed over and timely grabbed Shen He's arm, steadying her. Shen He didn't have time to consider anything else and hurried towards the little girl. Those people were utterly useless. They couldn't protect her. Just as Shen He was about to grab the little girl, a branch from the trees suddenly snagged her around the waist. Shen He was taken aback and quickly took out her whip, which she also wrapped around the little girl's waist. Thus, the big tree and Shen He were at a stalemate, neither letting go. The tension at both ends was strong, and the little girl started to cry loudly. Shen He was even more afraid, but now, she simply couldn't let go. Others were continuously attacking the branches that were gripping the little girl's waist. But whenever one branch failed to break, another would seamlessly take its place. The situation suddenly fell into a stalemate. The strong winds around them howled, as if they were trying to blow Shen He away. Shen He squinted her eyes, just about to call for the leader when a shocking scene unfolded. The giant tree directly lifted the 2 men it had initially captured to the highest point. Then it astonishingly opened its massive maw and swallowed the 2 individuals whole, leaving only their screams behind. No one had anticipated this turn of events. After consuming the 2 men, the tree's mouth closed again, leaving no trace. If it weren't for the eyewitnesses, no one would believe that such a large mouth could belong to a tree. Overwhelmed by the powerful visual impact, Shen He completely forgot what she was about to say. The others were also stunned for quite a while. A few were also grabbed by the tree, but fortunately, those nearby came to help. The battlefield was instantly thrown into chaos. What had once seemed like an impending victory turned into a stalemate with the addition of the little girl. Now, under the immense psychological shock, the tree gained the upper hand. Shen He felt a sense of unease in her heart, and at that moment, she noticed that the power of the big tree had increased significantly, giving off a feeling as if it could directly tear the little girl apart. Shen He felt helpless, but if she let go, the little girl would be eaten right away, wouldn't she? With the experiences of the other 2 people, Shen He absolutely wouldn't let go. However, such a huge pull was something the little girl couldn't withstand at all. Shen He held the little girl with her right hand and used her powers with her left. She wanted to freeze the big tree. But to her surprise, when Shen He's powers reached the tree, it only left a layer of frost. Seeing that it had no effect, Shen He focused her gaze on the branch that was holding the little girl. Shen He was fully focused, concentrating on a single point. She couldn't believe that her powers hadn't taken effect yet. Just as she was using her abilities, the tree seemed to sense something. Suddenly, a sharp spike emerged from the tips of its leaves, resembling a scorpion's tail, and it launched an attack towards the crowd. Everyone was caught off guard, shouting, "Be careful! That spike must be poisonous." However, Shen He had no time to pay attention to them. At the moment, her powers were unleashed. The tree spike pierced into Shen He's neck. A sharp pain shot through her, and instinctively she touched the wound before trying to catch the little girl. To her surprise, after losing that branch, the tree flung the little girl away. The little girl screamed as she was thrown into the air, terrified. But Shen He, being just a human, couldn't fly, and her whip was nowhere near long enough to reach her. Shen He was running quickly while gathering her limited abilities, trying to minimize the harm caused by the fall from a height to the little girl. Just as the little girl was about to hit the ground, Shen He's powers turned the water vapor in the air into a thin sheet of ice. Just as it was about to cushion the little girl, a big tree directly pulled her back up, lifting her high into the air. This mocking behavior infuriated Shen He. Shen He grabbed Zhang Dong's arm and said, "We can't delay any longer." Zhang Dong understood Shen He's thoughts. After all, no matter how powerful it was, its essence was still that of a tree. If it wasn't afraid of flames, then the flames must not be strong enough. Zhang Dong used his ability to directly attack its roots. Meanwhile, Shen He tried to divert the tree's attention, doing her best to relieve the pressure on Zhang Dong. However, when Zhang Dong's flames reached the roots of the giant tree, they were immediately blocked by the bark. Zhang Dong looked helplessly at Shen He, as if to say he had already given it his all. Zhang Dong's ability level was indeed lacking. Even Shen He's freezing ability was ineffective, so it was understandable that Zhang Dong's flames couldn't work either. Shen He dodged the attacks of a large tree while making her way to Zhang Dong's side. "Let's attack the branches. They may grow back, but not as fast as we can knock them down," she said. Zhang Dong nodded and coordinated with Shen He. The others were already exhausted at this point. Seeing Shen He and Zhang Dong attacking from the left and right, they also joined in to help. They all decided to abandon attacking the tree trunk and instead focused on the smaller branches. Although this wouldn't harm the tree itself, it was better than nothing. The tree initially looked down on their efforts, but soon it became irritated by this tickling attack. The branches of a tree began to howl towards the sky and shook continuously. Shen He knew that the big tree was angry, staring at it intently, wanting to figure out its intentions from the very first step. When she noticed the big tree about to open its mouth again, Shen He became anxious. At that moment, she could only take a gamble. Shen He wrapped the whip around the trunk of the big tree, ignoring the sharp stings of the leaves, and climbed directly towards the mouth of the tree. Everyone was anxious and shouted Shen He's name. Shen He completely ignored it and instead looked at Zhang Dong, making a gesture with her lips. After seeing Zhang Dong nod in understanding, Shen He continued to climb the big tree. The big tree, seeing that someone wanted to climb onto it, began to shake violently. Shen He was already enduring the attacks from the branches and the sharp pain from the leaves. Now, the big tree was shaking all around, almost throwing Shen He down from several meters high. Chapter 69. The Monster's Mouth Snatching People. Fortunately, Shen He tightened the whip in time, narrowly escaping a disaster. As she continued to climb, just as she was about to approach the mouth of the big tree, it seemed like the tree had been waiting for a long time. It directly used several vines to firmly bind Shen He. Shen He was momentarily unable to move, and she looked helplessly at the crowd below who were watching the excitement. "Help me, please." Shen He is truly speechless. Even if they haven't seen it before, they can't just stand there watching the excitement. My life is at stake, and they're all looking up there, enjoying the show. Shen He was anxious, but she could only focus on solving the immediate difficulty. She struggled to break free from the vines while keeping an eye on the little girl's situation. Fortunately, with the help of others, Shen He's pressure was greatly reduced. She quickly began to cut the vines. Just when she was about to free one more vine, the tree suddenly seemed to lose its patience. It spread its branches apart, revealing the gaping maw in the center once again. There was no time left. Shen He, still entangled in the vines, rushed to catch the little girl. As Shen He moved, the vines tightened around her, just when she was about to suffocate. She finally caught the little girl above the gaping maw. Shen He let out a sigh of relief and quickly draped the whip over the nearest branch. The two of them, due to the immense pulling force, were directly thrown onto the trunk of the big tree. Shen He let out a painful cry, but she was still very relieved that the little girl had fallen onto her, which should mean she hadn't suffered any secondary injuries. The giant tree, with its wide-open mouth, was furious that it hadn't caught anything. Suddenly, all of its branches and leaves surged toward Shen He. In this situation, Shen He couldn't protect herself at all. She had already exhausted most of her abilities. She quickly looked toward Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong also received the signal Shen He sent. He hurriedly gathered all his powers and directed them toward Shen He. The people around were shocked, with some even shouting, "Zhang Dong, what are you doing?" Zhang Dong's fire ability shot straight toward Shen He. Shen He quickly focused on her abilities, constantly reminding herself to stay calm. Zhang Dong's gaze was fixed intently on Shen He, and as he saw his powers getting closer to her, she still didn't make a move. Zhang Dong finally became anxious. Just a second before his powers reached Shen He, she hurriedly wrapped her ice abilities around his powers. Fortunately, she managed to cultivate her abilities at the last moment. If it weren't for her energy depletion, she wouldn't have had to expend so much mental effort and take such a long time. Shen He held the little girl in her left arm, tightly covering the girl's eyes with her palm. With her right hand, she controlled the whip, aiming for higher ground. Just as she was about to use the branches of the large tree to reach above it, the tree seemed to sense the danger and was about to close its mouth. However, Shen He wouldn't let it have its way. This was a hard-earned opportunity. Without time to think further, Shen He directly threw her ability into the tree's mouth. Shen He quickly understood his ability. In an instant, Zhang Dong's fire ability exploded directly from the mouth of the big tree. A huge wave of heat swept over, directly throwing Shen He and the little girl out. Shen He guessed correctly. Every living creature has its weaknesses. The exterior of this giant tree has almost no flaws, which means its weakness must be internal. It was the fact that this tree had consumed those two men that inspired Shen He's speculation. If the tree's interior cannot utilize its abilities, then with Zhang Dong's strength, it would be enough to eliminate the tree. The problem is how to send Zhang Dong's flames into the tree's mouth. After all, the tree's massive maw is so high and facing the sky. Zhang Dong's powers would definitely be blocked before entering. Moreover, this method can only be used once. Additionally, Zhang Dong's abilities do not support a second full use of his powers. Therefore, Shen He must hit the target in one go. Clearly, Shen He succeeded. The tree has been destroyed. The consequence is that Shen He and the little girl were directly blown away by the heat wave. The branches of the tree have already softened, leaving no leverage for Shen He's whip to use. Shen He and the little girl flew down at high speed from a height of 9 meters. At the moment the big tree exploded, everyone was knocked to the ground by the shockwave. When they got back up and saw the situation of the two, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. However, they had no choice but to wait in the direction where the two were about to land, hoping to catch them. Clearly, this was unlikely to happen because the initial speed of the two was too great, and the impact was something that no human could withstand. When a shockwave hit, Shen He was tightly holding onto the little girl's body. However, the force of the shockwave was too strong, and Shen He couldn't control her own body at all. She was completely unable to exert any strength, so at that moment, Shen He and the little girl were separated. Shen He looked at the little girl not too far away and awkwardly took out her whip. However, since her whole body was completely in the air, Shen He couldn't swing the whip at all. Shen He tried several times, but it didn't work. At this moment, her supernatural abilities had been depleted. Seeing that there was no way to protect the little girl, Shen He simply closed her eyes. She had already done her best. Shen He felt that she should have landed on the ground, but the expected pain did not come. Shen He slowly opened her eyes and found herself lying comfortably on the ground. Without much time to think, she quickly propped herself up and looked around for the little girl's figure. However, she did not find her. Shen He confirmed there was no sign of the little girl and quickly looked at Zhang Dong, who was smiling at her. Zhang Dong stepped forward and said, "Don't worry." She was taken away by the leader. Shen He was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized that it must be the leader who saved her. Shen He moved her body slightly, wanting to ask properly. However, she felt as if her whole body was falling apart, in unbearable pain. Zhang Dong looked at Shen He frowning and quickly stepped forward to support her. "Your injuries are quite serious. It's probably not wise to move too much." Shen He nodded and soon fell into a deep sleep. She slept for a full 3 days. During this time, she woke up many times, but was too exhausted to open her eyes. Shen He knew that many people had come to see her. This time, Shen He finally opened her eyes. Chapter 70, The Great Shift of Universe and Earth. What came into view was a lively little girl. Sister, you finally woke up." Shen He was also very happy, giving the little girl a big kiss. She carefully examined the girl's injuries and found that even the wounds had disappeared. Her initial joy slowly turned into confusion and finally into sadness. However, in front of the little girl, Shen He did not bring it up. "You mustn't run around anymore, okay?" The little girl happily nodded and held on to Shen He tightly. Just then, Zhang Dong came in with a bowl of porridge. "Oh, you're awake." He placed the porridge on the table beside the bed. "The leader said you would wake up today," and he was right. Shen He smiled but didn't respond. However, the little girl stubbornly refused. "No, wait until you finish the porridge, then I'll leave." Shen He touched the little girl's hair and smiled, nodding her head. Just like that, under the gaze of the two, Shen He awkwardly finished a bowl of porridge. That's enough. So clever. The little girl playfully stuck out her tongue and ran out of the room. Shen He let Zhang Dong sit by the bed. Sit down. I happen to have something to ask you. Zhang Dong sat down next to Shen He without hesitation, waiting for her question. You have quite the luck. Shen He remained non-committal, looking seriously at Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong went to the table to get an orange and patiently peeled it for Shen He. Of course, in our base, who else can have such skills besides the leader? Zhang Dong's words were filled with admiration and respect. Shen He heard about the chief's strong abilities among them. She ate the orange that Zhang Dong handed over, casually asking as if she was just bringing it up unintentionally. Is the chief really that capable? Zhang Dong put a piece of orange in his mouth and said, of course, the chief is a very capable person. It seemed like Zhang Dong had opened the floodgates, and he began to talk endlessly. Shen He listened very seriously, occasionally making impressed expressions. From Zhang Dong, Shen He learned about what happened that day. The emergencies at the base were all handled by the ability users. The leader never got involved. So that day, the leader didn't pay any attention to what happened. Moreover, everyone was so shocked that they forgot to call the leader. The leader came over because he couldn't find his daughter, which is why he rushed over urgently. As soon as he arrived, he saw Shen He and his daughter about to land. Without hesitation, the leader used his ability to directly transfer the two people's powers. This way, they could land safely without any burden or injury. After they landed, the leader didn't even glance at Shen He and ran straight towards his daughter. When he saw the little girl covered in wounds, he was devastated. You can't imagine, at that moment, the leader's eyes were red and his expression twisted, as if he was about to kill someone. Zhang Dong described it animatedly, his whole demeanor lively. He exaggeratedly gestured with his hands, which lightened Shen He's mood quite a bit. At that time, everyone was afraid the leader would fly into a rage and kill them directly. But when the leader suddenly saw the wound on the little girl's neck, he froze in shock. You ask what kind of ability the leader has. How is it so powerful? Zhang Dong couldn't explain it clearly. He could only try his best to describe the effects of the leader's ability to Shen He. After listening for a long time, Shen He finally understood a bit. She smiled and said, I didn't know you were such a chatterbox. Zhang Dong scratched his head a bit embarrassed, but continued talking nonstop. Shen He quietly listened, and this afternoon seemed to be a peaceful day. However, it was only this one afternoon. Shen He roughly understood from Zhang Dong's description that the leader's ability seems to be able to transfer matter or strength. It can transfer or change the direction of visible or invisible substances. As long as something exists objectively, it can be manipulated. Therefore, it can mostly be used to leverage other strength to achieve one's own effects. In general, it means becoming stronger when faced with strength. If one were to draw an analogy, it would be like Zhang Wuji's Qian Kuan de Nua Yi in the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. This ability can be said to be very powerful. Compared to the abilities of people like us, it is simply an invincible nemesis. No wonder the leader could easily save two people in that situation. It turns out that his ability is so extraordinary. However, when Shen He inquired about the leader's ability level, Zhang Dong fell into deep thought. Zhang Dong did not know the leader's ability level. In fact, even the people in the entire base did not know the leader's ability level. The strength of their leader has always been a mystery. They only know that the leader is very strong, strong enough to tame everyone. Shen He fell into deep thought. To determine a person's ability level, there are only two possibilities. Either one's own ability level is higher than the other person's, in which case one can see the other's ability level at a glance. Otherwise, one can only wait for the other person to fully unleash their strength, using all of their abilities to reveal their ability level. And now, among everyone in the entire base, no one knows the leader's level. This means that since the establishment of the base until today, there has never been an event that required the leader to exert their full strength. And since Shen He cannot discern the leader's ability level, it indicates that the leader's ability level is either level 9 or the highest level 10. This realization is not a good thing for Shen He. Seeing Shen He's serious expression, Zhang Dong thought he might have said something wrong that upset Shen He. He swallowed a piece of orange and cautiously asked, "What's wrong with you?" Shen He shook her head, realizing that she had become lost in thought. Nowadays, Under the leadership of the chief, the base was thriving in strength. Moreover, the atmosphere was harmonious and orderly. If it weren't for Shen He discovering the misfortune of the woman, she would have truly thought he was a competent leader. However, for those men with ulterior motives, he was indeed a leader who was rare and hard to come by. Chapter 71, Blood Test Results. Shen He thought of this and looked at Zhang Dong, who seemed to be very just in front of her. He must know that in some corner of the world, there are men violating women. But he never brings it up and turns a blind eye to these matters. Is he really fed up with these issues? Is he suffering from a lack of ability to change things? Or does he genuinely believe that this is merely an immoral act and not a big deal? Shen He didn't want to think any further. After all, as long as he didn't do that thing, Shen He felt that he was already doing well. The two had been chatting for a long time when Shen He suddenly thought of something. Right, when you came in, you said the leader said I would wake up today. What does that mean? Zhang Dong felt a bit embarrassed when he heard Shen He ask about this. After all, he had just told Shen He how good the leader was. Shen He noticed Zhang Dong's hesitation, but this matter could only be known through his mouth. So Shen He continued, "What's wrong? Is it inconvenient to say?" Zhang Dong quickly waved his hand. "No, that's not it. Here's the thing. The doctors at this base are all personnel from the laboratory. Under the conditions of the apocalypse, regular medical staff have long been unable to meet the needs of the base. This doctor is very skilled, and almost everyone in the base trusts and likes him." At that time, the doctor had just come out from the base's daughter. As soon as he exited the room, he was brought over by Zhang Dong. He was initially reluctant to come because the leader had specifically instructed him. The leader said that today he wanted to detail his experimental data. He couldn't afford to be delayed, and today, no matter who came, he wouldn't treat them. The doctor's attitude was very firm, and there was no way out, so Zhang Dong directly knelt down to the doctor. After begging and pleading, he finally managed to get the doctor to come. The doctor took a glance at Shen He's injury and casually checked it. However, when he saw Shen He's blood test results, he was stunned. His reaction made Zhang Dong's heart race. "What's wrong? Doctor, is it very serious? Can it still be treated?" But the doctor ignored him and just focused intently on analyzing the blood test data. Zhang Dong was so anxious he started pacing in circles. Shen He was severely injured. If even the doctor could do nothing, then there was no hope. Zhang Dong grabbed the doctor's hand, preventing him from continuing to look at the data. "What's the situation? Speak up." Suddenly remembering something, Zhang Dong raised his voice. "Right? The chief's daughter has the same symptoms as Shen He. Just treat her like you would the chief's daughter." The doctor naturally knew their symptoms were the same. He looked at the anxious man in front of him with a mocking expression. "You're really quite naive." The doctor said nothing more and turned to pack his things. Zhang Dong kept asking questions until the doctor finally couldn't hold back and reminded him, "The medicine used for the chief's daughter is the highest grade, and I can't make that decision. If you want her to live, go plead with the chief." After quickly saying this, the man rushed out with Shen He's test results. Zhang Dong saw he couldn't stop the doctor and had to go find the chief. However, Zhang Dong was never favored by the chief, and he was genuinely afraid that the chief wouldn't see him at all. Zhang Dong hesitated in the room, but when he turned to look at Shen He's weak condition, he made up his mind to give it a try. After all, this was the only method left. While Zhang Dong was wandering in the chief's courtyard, he unexpectedly saw the doctor coming out of the chief's room. How did he end up at the chief's residence again? But when the chief also walked out of the door, Zhang Dong couldn't care about that anymore. He hurriedly approached, bowing and scraping before the chief. "Chief, please save Shen He." The chief looked at Zhang Dong without speaking, but the doctor beside him had a mocking expression as he watched Zhang Dong. Confused, Zhang Dong could only keep pleading with the chief to save Shen He. He desperately wanted to mention Shen He's life-saving grace towards the chief's daughter, but he knew he couldn't say that. If he did, it would become a threat. If the chief got angry, he might just kill Shen He, so he could only feel anxious. Finally, the chief spoke. The doctor nodded in agreement and left. Zhang Dong looked at the chief with anticipation, and only when the chief spoke did he finally feel relieved. "Let's go." Zhang Dong was overjoyed, not only because the chief agreed to check on Shen He, but also because the chief had acquiesced to his request. The two quickly arrived at Shen He's residence. Just as the chief was about to lift his foot to enter, he slowly put it down again. Zhang Dong looked at the chief in confusion. "Chief, let's hurry. She seems like she might not make it." The chief looked at Zhang Dong with a half-smile. You don't need to go in. Although Zhang Dong felt a bit uneasy, he nodded and respectfully replied. Zhang Dong watched as the chief entered Shen He's room and directly closed the door. This forced Zhang Dong's eyes away from the door of Shen He's room. He truly became anxious, fearing that the chief would do something to Shen He. Just as Zhang Dong was about to eavesdrop, the chief suddenly pulled open the door and came out. Zhang Dong nearly lost his footing, looking at the chief with an awkward grin. The chief, rarely in a good mood, didn't mind and smiled warmly. Take good care, Shen He. Zhang Dong hurriedly asked. Are you saying she's okay? The chief nodded. She'll wake up in about 3 days. After speaking, the chief patted Zhang Dong on the shoulder and laughed heartily as he left. Zhang Dong looked at the chief, who was in a good mood, feeling puzzled. He quickly entered the room and saw that Shen He showed no abnormalities, allowing him to finally relax. Although he was very curious why the chief was so happy today, as long as Shen He was okay, it didn't matter. It was precisely because of Shen He's situation that Zhang Dong grew even more respectful towards the chief. He believed it must have been the chief's treatment that allowed Shen He to improve. Even the previous misdeeds of the chief were downplayed by Zhang Dong. He tirelessly talked on, but Shen He felt a chill. The sharp leaves of that big tree carried a virus just like the zombie virus. Chapter 72. Confrontation with the chief. Shen He has already experienced it once, so how could she not know? When the little girl came over just now, Shen He had already looked at her very seriously. The little girl must have used the blood of that experimental man to successfully resist the zombie virus. That's why she was able to recover so quickly. As for her own recovery, it was due to the medication developed by the professor that she had taken before. The doctor initially made excuses and was unwilling to come. This must be because the leader said something to him, making him reluctant to save her. But later, he couldn't resist Zhang Dong's request, which is why he came to see her once. As a result, he must have discovered the anomaly in her blood. This is truly a tricky situation. The experimental personnel tested her blood, which means he would definitely recognize her research value. The allure of her blood to the leader is not any less than that of the experimental man. Thinking of this, a layer of goosebumps rose on Shen He's arms. She would rather Zhang Dong not have sought the doctor to help her. But now, it's too late to say anything. Shen He frowned tightly, but Zhang Dong was completely unaware. He thought it was just a natural reaction to Shen He's discomfort. Shen He, are you feeling unwell? Shen He really wanted to wail at this moment. She felt uncomfortable everywhere. Shen He forced a smile and said, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Can I sleep for a while? Zhang Dong touched Shen He's forehead, nodded, and after telling her to rest well, got up to leave. Shen He looked at Zhang Dong's departing figure and suddenly seemed to think of something. She hurriedly called out to Zhang Dong, I'm fine now. Don't trouble the leader and the doctor anymore. I just need to sleep for a bit. Zhang Dong nodded and left the room, conveniently closing the door for Shen He as he walked out. The moment the door closed, Shen He instantly bent over. Since entering this base, Shen He had been busy trying to stay alive, constantly worrying about her own head, and had forgotten about her special constitution. Although she never expected something like this to happen today, in the end, Shen He realized she hadn't thought things through thoroughly enough. If she had communicated her situation to Zhang Dong earlier, she wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. But even if she had thought of it in advance, how could she explain her special request to Zhang Dong? Suddenly, Shen He felt that what happened today was bound to occur sooner or later. Since there was no opportunity for change, Shen He could only face whatever came her way. Shen He lay directly on the bed in despair and pulled up the blanket. Shen He thought about what had happened recently, wanting to cry, but having no tears. After all her efforts these days, was she really going to fail here? Shen He scratched her head helplessly, unable to suppress the frustration in her heart. Finally, she simply sat up and took the ingot out from her space. She ruthlessly toyed with the ingot for several rounds before her mood gradually calmed down. Shen He pressed her face against Yuan Bao's belly. Yuan Bao, what should we do? After a while, Shen He took a deep breath. She touched Yuan Bao, which had grown several sizes larger, and directly tossed it into the space. Immersed in her own emotions, Shen He did not notice the fleeting light that flashed in Yuan Bao's eyes. After the doctor drew her blood and left, he went to find the leader. Shen He absolutely cannot tolerate becoming a soulless experimental subject. If that day ever comes, then it's better to perish together. Shen He felt a chill whenever she thought about having been alone with the leader for more than 10 minutes. It was as if she were being watched by a venomous snake. Just then, the leader pushed the door and walked in directly. It seems you're feeling much better. Shen He quickly adjusted her state. She smiled at the leader and expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your concern. Leader, I am feeling much better now. Shen He spoke delicately, but how could the leader give up on probing further? Shen He's resistance to the zombie virus is very valuable experimental data. Although he later secretly drew Shen He's blood, he still wanted to know what he could hear from Shen He's mouth. The leader smiled gently and sat by Shen He's bed. Do you know how you got better? Shen He was highly focused, rapidly thinking about what to say next. Shen He shook her head and innocently said, I don't know. The leader, of course, did not believe her and stared at Shen He with sharp eyes. Shen He seemed oblivious, pondering as she said, At that time, I fainted directly and just woke up. Speaking of which, I actually have to thank the leader. Zhang Dong has already told me that it was you who saved me. Shen He had a starry-eyed expression. You are really amazing. If it were any other time, this tactic might have worked for Shen He. However, today's matter was so significant that obtaining an answer was the leader's goal. The leader was unwilling to let this matter pass lightly. He looked at the grinning Shen He with an expressionless face, his tone somewhat impatient. Do you think pretending to be naive will let you get away with it? Well, I want to know. I will definitely find out. The leader scrutinized Shen He from head to toe. I admit you have some skill, but it's still not enough in front of me. Of course, we have all seen your strength. The leader scoffed. In that case, you better speak honestly. After a slight pause, the leader continued, now carrying a hint of pressure. Otherwise, the consequences will be something you don't want to bear. Shen He listened carefully to what the leader said, but brought up a different topic. I wonder, does her daughter know that you came here to see me? The leader looked at Shen He, who was unyielding, and squinted his eyes. I didn't expect you to be so bold. Shen He smiled faintly, gritting her teeth as she locked eyes with the leader. She knew that using a little girl as a threat was a last resort, but now she had run out of options. If the leader decided to act against her at that moment, she would be unable to resist. The leader stared back at the determined Shen He. After a long while, it was the leader who averted his gaze first. Ha ha! He laughed heartily, looking at Shen He as if she were a flailing little chick. Chapter 73. Experimental Waste. After saying this, the leader stood up. Before leaving, he spoke to Shen He with a heavy heart. If it weren't for your stubborn personality and your cleverness, if it weren't for the fact that you were so much like her, do you think you could have made it this far? After speaking, the leader flicked his sleeve and left quickly, leaving Shen He frowning and pondering over his words. It turned out that her repeated lucky escapes were not solely due to the little girl's pleas. Shen He knew that the leader must have already known about her desperate attempt to save his daughter before coming over. That's why she dared to bring up her daughter with him. To her surprise, it turned out to be because of a resemblance to someone. As for who that person was, Shen He didn't need to think hard. It must be his wife, the little girl's mother. For a moment, Shen He didn't know what to say. Complex emotions filled her body and mind. Shen He had a bold idea, a way to defeat the enemy without a fight. However, she dismissed it. She wasn't that shameless yet. The urgent task at hand was to figure out how to resolve this situation. It was impossible to dissuade the leader from his experimental ideas about her. For now, all she could do was to delay for another day. Suddenly, Shen He thought of something, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. From that day on, Shen He continuously trained her abilities, never daring to be careless. One day, while training in the camp, she suddenly overheard others discussing something. You wouldn't believe it, the big tree last time was really outrageous. Immediately, someone chimed in. Indeed, I've seen animals mutate, but I've never seen plants mutate. Moreover, that big tree appeared out of nowhere. Zhang Dong pondered. Yes, it really did appear suddenly. Shen He was lost in thought as she listened to what they were saying. For a moment, she couldn't control her powers and flew straight out. Shen He suddenly woke up and quickly used her abilities, trying to control the previous powers. As she watched, the two blue orbs of energy drew closer. Finally, the two powers intersected in the air. With a bang, snowflakes scattered everywhere. They fell right above the group of men, allowing them to experience a snowfall inside the room. Feeling the sudden chill, the men instantly looked up at the sky. Flakes of snow landed on their heads. turning their black hair white. They directed their speechless gazes towards Shen He. Shen He looked at their unified gaze and could only smile awkwardly, raising her hand to indicate that it wasn't intentional. They were also quite helpless. Such things often happened in the training grounds. After all, abilities are evolved later in life and are not skills that humans are born with. In an apocalyptic environment, it's normal for things to be catalyzed and sometimes hard to control. However, occurrences like Shen He's level were generally not supposed to happen. But who made Shen He lose focus? After dinner, Shen He quietly went to the garbage heap. She wanted to see what the problem was in that place. When she saw the big tree, Shen He felt it was strange. After all, the trees in other areas were normal. There must be something different about this place. But then so many things happened that she forgot about it for a while. The garbage heap reeked terribly. Shen He looked at the piles of garbage and frowned. Shen He covered her nose in disgust. Reluctantly, she took out a pair of disposable gloves from her space. She walked into the garbage pile, trying hard to find something. The moment the big tree died, it turned to ashes, leaving nothing behind. Even the roots had disappeared. After rummaging for a long time, she found nothing. Shen He, feeling helpless and on the verge of giving up, was about to leave when she unexpectedly discovered a test tube in a nearby corner. Shen He carefully picked it up and observed it closely. The substance remaining in the test tube was a pink liquid. Shen He observed its characteristics and waved his hand to fan the smell. Shen He is very sure that this is a substance she has never seen before. Shen He held the test tube and looked at the large pile of garbage in front of her. This had always been a place for processing base waste. Since it was all household waste, Shen He didn't think much of it. She had actually forgotten where all the experimental waste from such a large laboratory had gone. Although Shen He discovered the test tube here, she did not see any other experimental waste. There are now two possibilities. One is that the laboratory waste has always been thrown here, processed, but has never been discovered. Over time, it has been absorbed by that big tree, which led to the mutation of the tree. This makes sense. The other possibility is that someone secretly disposed of the experimental waste here, for convenience or other reasons. They abandoned the normal disposal of experimental waste, which resulted in the previous incident. Regardless of the reason, it is an undeniable fact that the mutation of the tree was caused by the experiments conducted at the base. Shen He threw the test tube into the space and was about to leave. Little did she know, she sensed someone approaching from a distance. Shen He hurriedly hid. She crouched behind a large rock, watching two sneaky people in front of her. One of them was grabbing the other's hand. "Don't pinch me, it hurts," a trembling voice said. "I'm scared." The man was indifferent. "What are you afraid of? If the leader finds out I did this, he will definitely send me to the laboratory. Since you know, why did you leave it here?" The scared man suddenly seemed to gain courage. "Aren't I doing this for her? Do you think I want to?" This statement was said with confidence, and the other person fell silent immediately. The sadness in his eyes was impossible to hide. Shen He didn't expect to coincidentally run into them searching for the test tube. The two were rummaging through things haphazardly. One of them finally lost patience. "Where on earth did you throw it?" The man said in a flustered tone. "I remember it being right here. But I've been searching for several days and still can't find it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called you to help me look." The two were momentarily speechless and began their journey of digging through the trash again. After a long time, they had dug down to the roots of the big tree, but still found nothing. The man slumped to the ground. "It's over, I'm going to die." The other person looked at him helplessly. "All right, it has come to this. We can only leave it to fate." Chapter 74. The face spider who knew that the potion would be so powerful. The man was crying, looking as if he had caused a great disaster. The other person handed him a tissue. "If the potency wasn't so strong, we could have just thrown it into the experimental waste area. Why do we have to use a human body as a carrier before disposing of it?" The voices of the two gradually faded until they disappeared. Shen He watched the two figures disappear into the distance, but still did not get up. Although their conversation was brief, it was enough for Shen He to piece together what had happened. The human body they referred to was likely being used as a vessel to inject experimental drugs. By destroying the human body afterward, the effects of the drugs entering the environment would be minimized to the greatest extent. This base was truly perverse. Taking a deep breath, Shen He released a specialized signal flare. She quickly left the area. It would be bad if she was discovered. Sure enough, an ability user came to investigate, but found nothing. He turned around to report to the leader. Leader, when I arrived at the location where the signal flare was released, there was already no one there. The leader listened to the man's words without responding. The man was momentarily unsure of the leader's intentions and could only maintain a bow, waiting slowly. After a long while, the leader finally spoke. Since they're so restless, let's move the plan forward. The man thought for a moment and then responded before leaving. The leader walked to the window and shouted into the void. Since you've caused trouble, you must pay the corresponding price. You go do what needs to be done. In a place where no one could be seen, a man responded affirmatively. The leader snapped a cactus in front of him. I really want to see how you react. Ha 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 ha. The leader seemed to think of something and laughed heartily. As he laughed, his eyes turned slightly red. The next day, Shen He, still at the training ground, heard the sound of assembly. She followed everyone to the meeting and unexpectedly received news about a human-faced spider. Shen He was not surprised by the animal mutations, but she wondered why a spider had grown a human face. Shen He was very curious whether all spiders had the same face or if each spider had its own unique face. Shen He listened to the news. It turned out that a face spider had appeared in the east, and urgent action was needed to prevent it from having a significant impact on humanity. This time, the people going were Shen He, Zhang Dong, and a few others who were relatively close to Shen He. Shen He frowned as he listened to the names being assigned, feeling increasingly uneasy. Given that this was a dangerous time, it was hard for him not to overthink the arrangements. However, considering that the outside was still safer than the base, Shen He ultimately agreed to go. Thus, a few people took their luggage and headed towards the place of the face spider. However, most of the ability users remained at the base. Shen He didn't know that her departure this time would make her feel immense regret. Throughout the journey, her heart was in a state of suspense. However, she couldn't figure out the leader's intentions. After all, since she had left the base, he couldn't harm her at all. But Shen He's anxious heart urged her to go faster, even faster. During the journey, Shen He and the others hardly slept at all. They took turns driving, wanting to reach their destination as quickly as possible. Everyone was complaining. I'm going to throw up. It's so nauseating. Yeah, let's take a break. Exactly, even I, who don't usually get car sick, am feeling nauseous. These past few days, none of us have gotten out of the car. Although the windows were open, everyone was crammed into a confined space, and it was completely normal for their bodies to not be able to handle it. Shen He felt a bit embarrassed. Let's take a half-day break before we leave. As soon as Shen He spoke, everyone finally got a chance to catch their breath. Taking advantage of the break, Shen He asked the question that had been on her mind. Do you all feel like the destination is much farther away than the information we've received? Everyone had been focused on the journey and hadn't considered this before. Now, prompted by Shen He, they all nodded in agreement. A few of them exchanged glances. Now that you mention it, it does seem to be much farther than described. Logically, they should have reached the territory of the face-sucking spider by now. However, even after several days of traveling through the night, they still hadn't arrived at their destination. Shen He's unease grew heavier, but she could never think of what bad things might happen. Shen He calmed her mind and told herself not to overthink. It was just a misunderstanding. After a few people took a break, they continued on their journey. Shen He's anxiety was getting worse, so she was driving faster and faster. One day, while driving, she didn't see a large pit ahead. The car went straight into it. Screams erupted as the car flipped over on the ground. Shen He was caught off guard as her body slammed against the windshield in front of her. A sharp pain surged through her, and without having time to think, she quickly used her special ability. Now that the car had crashed, the most important thing was to prevent it from catching fire and exploding. Shen He's body was shaking violently from side to side, and she had to fasten her seatbelt to avoid being thrown out of the car. Her body was violently slamming against the car body, and Shen He could feel pain in all her bones. Many times, she tried to unleash her special abilities, but they were interrupted by the intense shaking of her arms. Fortunately, there were a few times when her abilities were successfully activated. Shen He worked hard to keep her arms steady and successfully lowered the temperature of the car. Finally, after rolling a few times, the car came to a stop. At this moment, Shen He had already hit her head, and blood was flowing profusely. The pain in her body made her realize that she must be covered in bruises. As soon as Shen He felt the car stop rolling, she quickly formed hand seals and used her abilities to rapidly lower the temperature of the car. Thanks to Shen He's actions, The car was finally deemed completely safe. However, since there were no seat belts in the back seat, they looked quite disheveled. Shen He unfastened her seatbelt while asking, "How are you? Is everything okay?" But she still didn't dare to be careless. Today's accident was entirely her fault. She absolutely could not let anything happen to anyone. Shen He kept tugging at the seatbelt, but she didn't know if it was stuck or for some other reason. It just wouldn't open. Shen He lost her patience and directly took out a dagger to cut the seatbelt. Chapter 75. The night after the car accident. She quickly got out of the car, opened the back door, and brought them out one by one. After arranging them on flat ground, Shen He hurried to check on Zhang Dong in the passenger seat. Since Zhang Dong was also wearing a seatbelt and his injuries were not serious, Shen He went to check on him last. Shen He opened the car door and pulled at Zhang Dong's seatbelt. "How are you? Does anything hurt?" Shen He anxiously asked. After all, she felt that Zhang Dong should be fine, but he still hadn't gotten out of the car. Shen He was really scared, afraid that there was some internal injury that hadn't shown itself yet. Who knew that as soon as Zhang Dong turned his head, he had a look of grievance on his face. Shen He was suddenly stunned. She had thought of many possibilities just now, but she never expected it to be this kind of expression. Shen He asked in confusion, even stopping the movement of her hands. "What kind of expression is that?" Shen He was sure that it was definitely not because of discomfort. Zhang Dong heard Shen He's words and suppressed his expression. However, he still complained in a small voice. "Why didn't you come to see me first? I was clearly in the passenger seat. It was very dangerous." Shen He helplessly explained. "When I got out of the car, I looked at your condition and found that you were in the best shape. So, of course, Shen He had to check on the people in the back seat first. Moreover, when Shen He entered the pit, he had deliberately allowed his driver's side to collide with the stone in front of him. He didn't intentionally try to avoid danger. So the danger certainly wasn't with Zhang Dong. However, Shen He didn't mention any of this. There was no need to." Zhang Dong listened to Shen He's explanation, and whether he was satisfied or not, he didn't say anything. Instead, he got out of the car readily and joined Shen He in bandaging everyone. Fortunately, although everyone was injured, they were all just superficial wounds. The vehicle had been specially modified by the base, so its safety was very good. No one even had a fracture, which slightly alleviated Shen He's feelings of guilt. Shen He was bandaging them while constantly apologizing. "I'm so sorry, this is all my fault." These few people usually got along well with Shen He, so naturally, it didn't hold any resentment. However, Zhang Dong couldn't help but ask, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Shen He looked at the puzzled gazes directed at her by everyone and spoke honestly. "Because I felt very anxious as soon as I came out. Everyone in this car has a good relationship with me." Shen He paused. "Moreover, the destination has changed so much now. I always feel that something will happen." Shen He's worries are not without reason. They have also taken it to heart. However, since they did not anticipate any potential bad outcomes, they could only comfort Shen He. "Don't worry, nothing will happen. No one will harm us." Shen He nodded and continued with her actions. By the time she finished with the last person, the wound on her head had also dried up. Zhang Dong walked over to Shen He with a medical kit. "Let me bandage you up as well." Shen He shook her head. "No need." However, Zhang Dong frowned. "Among all of them, your wound is the most serious." He wanted to bandage Shen He first, but seeing her so focused and busy, he knew she wasn't willing. So he held back and didn't approach her. Now that everyone else had finished bandaging, why was she still unwilling? Shen He knew that Zhang Dong meant well and patiently explained, "Carrying me will slow down the healing of the wound. Disinfection is mainly to prevent infection. So don't worry. I won't get infected." Shen He is telling the truth. At that time, when she drank the potion, she was risking her life. Shen He is now immune to even the zombie virus, so these ordinary bacteria naturally can't do anything to him. Who knew that Zhang Dong refused to believe it no matter what, and there was nothing Shen He could do but let him bandage it. Listening to Zhang Dong's incessant nagging about how scars would look ugly, Shen He felt helpless. What she cared about the most now was not her appearance, but her strength. The few of them took a moment to rest and ate some food. They planned to set up a tent right there, rest for a day, and then set off again. Shen He naturally agreed. However, something very strange happened that night. Shen He lay alone in the tent, contemplating the recent events at the base. Suddenly, Shen He heard a faint rustling sound. The sound was very small, yet it carried the feeling of 1,000 troops. Shen He suddenly sat up in the tent, listening carefully. but soon the sound disappeared again. Shen He listened for a while and realized there was still no sound. Shen He hadn't rested for a long time, so she thought she was hallucinating. Just when she was about to lie down and sleep, that voice appeared again. This time, Shen He was certain that it was definitely not a hallucination. Shen He suddenly jumped up. Nowadays is the end of the world, and this is a desolate wilderness with no one around. So encountering some danger is quite normal. Shen He didn't dare to be careless and quickly went to the tents of others. Shen He stood outside, looking around but found nothing. Shen He shouted at the tent, "Get up, I have something to tell you." Due to the continuous exhaustion over the past few days, everyone had gone to bed early. Now, Shen He was waking them up from their sleep, and they were quite unhappy about it. "What's wrong? Why aren't you sleeping at this hour? You're not planning to set off again, are you?" Shen He shook her head, watching as everyone gradually got dressed and came out. "No, I heard a faint rustling sound, and it definitely sounded like there was a considerable number." As soon as Shen He said this, they all instantly became more alert. They strained to listen to the sound around them, trying to identify the danger nearby. However, they didn't hear anything at all. Drowsiness hit, and they lost their patience. "Even if the King of Heaven came, I would still want to sleep. I didn't hear any sounds either. Did you mishear? Ugh, let us just sleep." Although Shen He did not agree, she did not stop them. After all, they hadn't heard anything, and she had no reason to make them believe her. Reluctantly, Shen He could only stay up alone, guarding against the possible crisis that might come at any moment. Until the latter half of the night, Shen He did not hear that kind of sound again. Shen He frowned, unsure if she was really too anxious. But she felt that the silence at this moment was even more terrifying than the sounds before. Chapter 76, The Guardian of the Ice Wall. Shen He sat on the ground, initially with a straight posture, later bending her knees and resting her head on her hands. Shen He was becoming increasingly drowsy. She looked at the eastern sky, but there was still no sign of the sun rising. At some point, Shen He had unknowingly fallen asleep. In her dream, Shen He met the female leader of the second base. She gently snuggled into the arms of another woman, happily acting spoiled. Shen He was very curious and wanted to see the woman's face clearly, but no matter what, she couldn't make it out. Suddenly, the female leader turned her head. What came into view was a face bleeding from 7 orifices. With a look of terror and intense hatred, she stared at Shen He. Shen He was startled, and goosebumps covered her body. She instinctively took a step back, carefully watching the 2 people in front of her. The woman leader was staring at Shen He without blinking. Suddenly, she broke into a terrifying laugh. The eerie expression and the suddenly darkened environment were too frightening, causing Shen He to wake up directly from a dream. She was breathing heavily, drenched in sweat. Shen He was just about to wipe the sweat off his forehead when he was distracted by the faint rustling sound around him. Shen He instantly focused her attention, even putting aside the fear she felt moments ago. She tightened her grip on her whip, carefully distinguishing the sounds around her. Soon, Shen He realized that the sounds were coming from all directions. Shen He felt something was wrong and immediately lay down on the ground, listening carefully. When he heard tens of thousands of small animals crawling towards him, Shen He shouted, "Get up, there's danger." Shen He shouted and remained in a defensive posture. Who knew that these few guys would dawdle and not come out at all? What's going on? What happened? Shen He was anxious as she watched Zhang Dong walk out of the tent. She asked irritably, "Where are they? What are they doing? Why haven't they come out yet?" Zhang Dong seemed a bit embarrassed. "They're still sleeping." Shen He was immediately furious upon hearing this. Shen He was holding back her anger and directly flipped over a few people's tents. What she saw was several people sprawled out together, sleeping in disarray. Shen He didn't care whether they were dressed or not, and directly picked up a few people. There was danger, so they needed to stay alert. The few people were completely unconcerned. "Oh, you must have misheard. Yeah, we were sleeping soundly." They didn't even want to open their eyes, and spoke to Shen He with their eyes closed. Shen He was frustrated and about to scold, when she heard a voice that was already very close. Shen He suddenly threw them aside and walked up to Zhang Dong. "Did you hear that?" Zhang Dong's expression was serious at that moment, and he nodded at Shen He. "I'll go wake them up." Shen He had no objections and was on guard against the surrounding environment, making the greatest preparations to avoid being ambushed. However, now even the types of creatures were unknown, making it difficult for Shen He not to panic. Shen He listened to the chattering sounds behind him and frowned. "Get up, there's real danger." He shook off Zhang Dong's hand that was pulling him. "What danger? Just let me die. Living is too exhausting. The creatures finally crawled close to a few people. The noise was enough for them to hear. Suddenly, a few people woke up, their previous drowsiness disappearing. But it was too late. A group of small creatures had already launched an attack. In the darkness, it was impossible to see clearly. All they knew was that some lines flew in from nowhere. At least the lines were white, so although they were very thin, they could still be roughly seen in the moonlight. They had no time to use their abilities. Instinct made them cover their faces. Zhang Dong was extremely frustrated and hurriedly sought to rescue them. Shen He had long been prepared for this moment. When Zhang Dong went to call for help, she had already begun to harness her abilities. The foundation on the ground was ready, centered around them. So, when the small creatures launched their attack, Shen He reacted as quickly as possible. She immediately erected a thick ice wall. The few people were frightened and covered their faces, but the expected pain did not come. They looked up in confusion and saw that they were being protected by an ice wall. Meanwhile, Shen He was working hard to maintain the ice wall with her abilities. The threads attacking from all directions struck against the ice wall. Each time a white thread hit the ice wall, a mark would appear. Although the damage was not severe, the sheer number of attacks made it significant. Therefore, Shen He had to continuously use her abilities to sustain the ice wall. Otherwise, it wouldn't hold for long. Shen He was struggling to maintain the ice wall, her fingers trembling slightly. But seeing the people in front of her still not coming to help, and instead just standing there in a daze, made her feel frustrated. Shen He was really furious. "What are you dawdling for? Help!" Only then did the group of men react. "Ah, okay. The few of them quickly responded and started using their abilities to fight back against these creatures. With the power to counterattack, the group of creatures suffered heavy casualties. Although they were numerous, their survival ability was very weak. The strength of the few people was more than enough to deal with them. Before long, the group of creatures retreated and disappeared. They were heavily injured. While on Shen He's side, everyone was unharmed. Only Shen He was severely attacked while building an ice wall to protect others. In that situation, she couldn't spare any other abilities to protect herself. Fortunately, Shen He wouldn't be infected. Unfortunately, she was almost covered in wounds, experiencing a pain akin to being pricked by needles. Shen He was covered in countless wounds, like being pricked by needles. The crisis was resolved, and everyone let out a sigh of relief. The man slumped to the ground, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped from the jaws of death. That scared me to death. If it weren't for Shen He's quick thinking, I would probably be a zombie by now. Everyone was drenched in sweat, still haunted by the sudden attack that had just occurred. Zhang Dong walked over to Shen He. "Are you okay?" Zhang Dong could see clearly that Shen He had only focused on protecting others at that moment and hadn't taken care of himself. The attacks were overwhelming at that time. How could Shen He possibly be unscathed? Shen He shook her head, looking at the sky where the sun was about to rise. Zhang Dong's unkind remark immediately caught the attention of the others who were resting. Chapter 77. Food Theft. Shen He watched as they all turned to look at the two people, and she quickly grabbed Zhang Dong's arm. "What are you doing?" Zhang Dong didn't speak, but instead stared intently at Shen He. Shen He understood Zhang Dong's good intentions, so she softened her tone. "Don't worry, I'm really fine." Seeing Zhang Dong's skeptical expression, Shen He could only bring up the incident with the mutated tree last time. "Last time you called the leader to help me heal, remember?" Shen He didn't continue, but gave Zhang Dong a knowing look. Zhang Dong understood immediately that it should be about immunity to the zombie virus. "So you mean, you'll be fine from now on?" Zhang Dong leaned closer to Shen He, wearing a cheeky smile. Shen He sighed and nodded. Only then did Zhang Dong stop dwelling on Shen He's injury. "You bunch of big men, relying on a woman to protect you. How can you have the face to do that?" A few of them smiled awkwardly and lowered their heads. They felt ashamed, blaming themselves for not listening to Shen He's words. However, from now on, they would definitely listen to Shen He. The words of someone with strength were surely correct. A few of them secretly resolved to double their training in the future. One of the men ran to the car, wanting to grab some food. Shen He watched the reactions of a few people and quietly went to rest under the shade of a tree. "What do you think that thing is?" One man shook his head and replied, "I don't know." It was already dark, and those things were hiding in the grass, so we couldn't see them at all. "They're not big, but they breed quite quickly." Shen He slowly opened her eyes. "Maybe that's the face spider." The others were shocked. Face spider? They looked at each other, not knowing what to say. They had come to eliminate the face spider. But now they hadn't even seen what it looked like, and had almost been eliminated by it instead. Zhang Dong remained relatively calm, talking to himself. If it is the face spider, then the issue with the threads can be explained. Although the spider has mutated, its fundamental characteristics would still remain. The weapon of the face spider must be the spider's threads. It seems we don't need to travel anymore. The destination is right here. The speaker's tone was filled with relief, clearly startled by Shen He's urgency to move. Just as everyone was pondering what to do next, a loud scream caught their attention. Ah 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 ah. The group jumped up and rushed towards a man. The screaming man was in a panic, frantically running towards them. He even tripped and fell directly into the bushes because he was running too fast. Shen He looked at the grass in front of her. Although it was neat, it was full of hidden thorns. The lush green trees concealed a horrifying reality behind them. Zhang Dong hurriedly helped the man up. What happened? What is going on? The man was so anxious that he couldn't speak. He could only gesture wildly with his hands. His face was flushed, and his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Shen He knew that this matter must be very serious. However, looking at the man's expression, she couldn't ask anything at all. Shen He thought for a moment and directly used her ability. Shen He continuously softened her powers, attaching them to her palm. Then she placed it on the man's forehead, slowly moving it downwards. Gradually, she helped him cool down and ease the anxiety in his heart. From the blue powers, white snowflakes drifted down like nature spirits, pure and sacred. Shen He's ability had a great effect, and the man quickly calmed down. Shen He watched as the man was about to speak incoherently and quickly reminded him, "Take your time, there's no rush." Given the man's current state, he couldn't express himself clearly at all. Therefore, slowing down his speech and adjusting his condition was particularly important. The man's flushed face was somewhat relieved, but he was actually in a state of extreme dehydration. Shen He did not bring any water with her, and at this moment, she did not want to take water out from her space. After all, it was too risky, and she didn't want to expose herself over such trivial matters. While she was thinking, the man's condition had improved significantly. "You guys don't know, I went to the car to get some food, and there were so many face spiders in the car," the man said, gesturing with his hands. "There were so many that it almost triggered my trypophobia." The crowd was shocked. They had just been speculating whether the attackers that night could be face spiders. What a coincidence that he saw them. "Take your time, no rush," someone said. The man swallowed hard. "Didn't I go to get food?" He waved his right hand around. "As soon as I opened the trunk, it was filled with spiders, all densely packed, and they all had human faces. It was particularly bizarre and really terrifying." The man had not been at the base for long, so he had not had much opportunity to encounter mutated animals. It was quite normal for him to react this way upon suddenly encountering such a strange situation. Shouldn't he imagine the scene at that time? Those faces, did you see what they looked like? The man shook his head and even recalled what had just happened, shivering. Shouldn't he settled for second best? "Have you noticed that their faces all look the same? It's really bizarre. I felt like my soul was about to leave my body. I couldn't think of anything else." Seeing that they couldn't get any answers, Shen He stopped asking questions and decided to go take a look directly. "Let's go check it out together." With everyone nodding in agreement, Shen He looked at Zhang Dong. "You take him." Zhang Dong supported the man. "Don't worry. Leave it to me." Zhang Dong was the most reliable among them, and also had the highest level of abilities. It was the best choice to entrust the weak person to him. A few people hurried to the car. However, when everyone arrived, there was no trace of the face spiders. The previous man broke free from Zhang Dong's grip and ran to the front of the trunk. "This is it. When I came over, it was all full inside." Everyone's gaze fell on the spot Zhang Dong was pointing to. It was completely empty, nothing left at all. Even the food that had been placed there was gone. Clearly, the group of face spiders likely came for the food. They might have been using a diversion, or perhaps they wanted both. The result was obvious. At least they succeeded in one. Spiders reproduce quickly. They are oviparous. Each female spider can lay an average of 100 eggs. Chapter 78, Bonfire Banquet. Moreover, spiders are mostly parthenogenetic, and their strong reproductive ability will cause their numbers to increase day by day. Now these spiders have mutated into face spiders. It's unknown whether they have evolved natural enemies by now. If not, things could get troublesome. However, the truth of this matter was something Shen He would never have thought of. A few people thought they had found their destination and decided to stay put. They began searching in this area, wanting to catch all the mutated face spiders in one net. A few people were rummaging through the bushes in the jungle, exhausted and bleary-eyed. Someone couldn't help but complain. Sigh, they're all creatures of Earth. Who is more noble than whom? If it were up to me, I'd just ignore them. This statement was hard to disagree with, but someone retorted, it's easy for you to say. What if they reproduce infinitely if we ignore them? The man was left speechless. Do you dare to doubt the wonders of nature? Trust me, it won't be long before natural enemies of the face spiders appear. Besides, with the apocalypse upon us, who says it's not due to our destructive efforts? This time, no one rebutted him, because everyone thought the same way. Shen He was wholeheartedly searching when she suddenly noticed that everyone had stopped talking. She looked up in confusion and saw that several people were staring blankly, as if they had no intention of continuing the search. Shen He frowned. What are you doing? Get to work. Shen He took a deep breath to keep herself calm. This group of people was almost losing patience with her. What he said was not wrong, so what? Does that mean we should fill our lives with mutated creatures? Does that mean we should watch our loved ones turn into zombies one by one? This remark made a few people exchange glances. They completely forgot that they could also be infected. If they were to become those disgusting zombies, it would be better to just die. Shen He saw that they were somewhat moved and let out a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that this group of people would say to her, all things are born equal. If bitten, then it is fate, and you cannot blame others. Shen He persuades others with reason. Even if we give up the fight against mutated organisms, it should be when humanity evolves to have immunity to viruses, not when we, a group of people with special abilities, abandon the reason to protect ordinary people right now. After Shen He finished speaking, she lowered her head and continued searching. The man also stood up, patted his backside, and went in the opposite direction from Shen He. Several people scattered in different directions, trying hard to find something. However, after a whole day had passed, none of them found anything. The group was exhausted, sitting on the ground, drenched in sweat, looking quite disheveled. Shen He was also physically drained, sitting on the ground without any grace. She leaned against the root of a large tree, contemplating the nightmare she had the other day. The man casually wiped the sweat off with his sleeve, saying, I'm starving. Are you hungry? The person next to him nodded. What do you think? We haven't eaten anything all day. We might starve to death here. Although the man's tone was helpless, it was clear he was blaming Shen He. If they hadn't been working, they could have saved some energy, but now they didn't even have the strength to run away. It's no use. Even if the face spider finds us now, I won't be able to fight it off. Just let it bite me to death, the man said, then lay back down, looking like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. Shen He stood up and walked directly to where the men were resting. I can let you survive, but you should also know what to say and what not to say. Shen He's serious expression made everyone nod in agreement. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Shen He pulled out a large bag of items seemingly out of thin air. Food, water, and even blankets and tents were all there. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at the scene before them. Zhang Dong's mouth could fit an egg. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, staring at the pile of items that still remained in its original position. Zhang Dong, shocked, exclaimed, wow, this is so cool. How did you do that? He instantly sprang up from the ground, leaves that had stuck to his backside floating in the air. Shen He looked at Zhang Dong, whose eyes were sparkling as he stared at her, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. She hadn't noticed when Zhang Dong had suddenly turned into a funny guy. She clearly remembered that when she first got to know him, he was quite aloof. This is a secret I can't tell you. Although Shen He didn't tell Zhang Dong wasn't unhappy at all. Instead, he thought Shen He was impressive. However, if you have any ill intentions, I will definitely not hold back. Shen He's tone was filled with a strong sense of warning. A few people quickly realized and nodded eagerly. Nowadays, having something to eat felt like a lifeline. They were full of gratitude towards Shen He. The group sat together, lighting a bonfire and enjoying delicious food, experiencing a rare moment of comfort in their lives. One man happily remarked, if only we had some wine, it would be perfect. He was just expressing a sentiment. But when Shen He actually tossed down a few bottles of beer, his admiration reached its peak. He immediately clasped his hands together and said to Shen He, boss, please accept my knee. Shen He swallowed a piece of chicken leg. Half a bottle for one person, a bottle for two. Now that it was dark, there might be dangers at night, and everyone needed to prioritize safety. A few people nodded, showing no dissatisfaction with Shen He's request. In their hearts, Shen He had already attained a very high status, even surpassing the leader. After all, while the leader was strong, Shen He was also formidable. She had powerful secrets and was even more personable than the leader. As a few of them drank, they revealed satisfied expressions. Chapter 79. Parallel World. One person even leaned back and laughed heartily. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction overwhelmed them. They truly respected Shen He now. Since the apocalypse began, they hadn't had any alcohol. Even when they occasionally saw beer while scavenging for supplies, they dared not drink it. All those drinks had been soaked by floodwaters. The insides of the bottle caps were filled with dirt, making them too afraid to drink. In the entire base, only the leader could drink alcohol. The rest could only drink what the leader bestowed upon them. People like them, who were not part of the group, were simply not favored by the leader. Shen He looked at the expressions of the crowd, who were about to cry from hunger, and knew that her decision was not wrong. The car was already broken down, and there was not a single person nearby. The food had also been stolen by the face spiders. So this time, Shen He would definitely use the things from her space. However, she had to be a bit low-key, pretending to have found the food by chance and attributing it to others at the base. Or should she be more high-profile and directly take out the food in front of them, thereby showing them her strength? Shen He struggled for a long time, but thinking about her determination to seize the base, she decided to show them her strength. After all, if she were to confront the base directly, having their help would greatly increase her chances of success. In the apocalypse, strength is paramount. So, Shen He deliberately took out food in front of them without explaining anything. If they couldn't guess her trump card, they would find her even more mysterious. Clearly, Shen He looked at the few who pretended to be drunk and knew that she had achieved her goal. The nights in the forest were always exceptionally quiet, quiet enough to be frightening. Throughout the day, Shen He had not seen any attacks from human-faced spiders. Even the last attack happened at night. So Shen He speculated that they preferred to be active at night or were afraid of sunlight. Of course, all of this was just Shen He's speculation and didn't prove anything. Therefore, she didn't explain and instead instructed everyone to stay alert to prevent an ambush. The others nodded. Although they were very tired, they took turns keeping watch. At night, Shen He unknowingly fell asleep. This time, she slept particularly soundly. Her heavy mind was reluctant to wake up. In her dream, she saw her mother. Her mother was cooking for her while she sat on the sofa, holding her golden ingot. In the dream, Shen He seemed unaware that anything was wrong. She called out to the kitchen, "Mom, I want to eat minced meat with eggplant." "Okay, you little greedy cat." Her mother's voice came through though not very clearly. Shen He heard it very clearly. Shen He was very happy. She turned on the TV, but no matter what she did, the TV wouldn't turn on. Shen He fiddled with it for a long time, but the TV just wouldn't display any image. Just then, her mother came out of the kitchen holding a plate of scrambled eggs. Shen He seems to have found a helper, but her tone is filled with grievance. "Mom, come and take a look. Why isn't this TV working? Is it broken?" "It shouldn't be." Shen He was watching television, her mind filled with questions. However, her mother seemed very anxious and pulled Shen He away from the TV. "Let's not watch TV for now. Let's eat first." Shen He wasn't particularly interested in watching TV, but seeing her mother's somewhat nervous expression, she felt that her mother was hiding something from her. Moreover, the matter being concealed from her was definitely related to the television. Shen He's gaze unconsciously drifted towards the television. Could it be that there was a secret about Mom hidden inside the TV? Shen He shook her head, driving the ridiculous thought out of her mind. Her mother treated her the best and would never hide anything from her. Shen He declined to explore the thoughts about the television, and her mother secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She took off her apron and sat down at the dining table. "Try this. This is something new that I learned today." Shen He looked at the plate in front of her, where a sweet and sour pork fillet lay quietly. The golden color moved her deeply. She watched her mother, who was continuously serving her dishes. "Mom, didn't you always refuse to make sweet and sour pork for me?" Shen He has loved sweets since she was little. For the sake of Shen He's health, her mother could only strictly limit her sugar intake. She wouldn't even prepare dishes that were slightly sweet for Shen He. However, unable to resist Shen He's persistent whining and her cute antics, her mother would always agree to let her have some. Their days passed in this affectionate manner, and both of them were very happy. It wasn't until Shen He first went to the hospital due to a dental issue that her mother truly made up her mind. Usually, it was because of Shen He's cuteness that her mother couldn't help but make her treats. After all, her daughter was so adorable that she just couldn't resist. Now, seeing her chubby daughter suffering from pain due to cavities, she felt heartbroken. Since then, no matter how much Shen He pouted or acted cute, her mother had not made her anything sweet again. "Mom, didn't you say you wouldn't make me sweet and sour pork anymore?" Her mother stroked Shen He's hair and said, "Today is an exception. Eat as much as you want." Shen He smiled and took the first bite of sweet and sour pork tenderloin in many years. "It's so delicious, just like the taste when my mom made it when I was a child." Shen He didn't want to waste, so she ate a lot. In the past, whenever Shen He ate too much, her mom would promptly stop her. But today, her mom kept serving her food. Shen He finally noticed something was off with her mother. She could no longer ignore her mother's differences. Shen He cautiously asked, "Mom, what's wrong with you today?" Mom was taken aback for a moment, probably not expecting Shen He to notice anything. Just as Shen He had a puzzled expression and wanted to ask something, she suddenly woke up from the dream. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a myriad of face spiders. Chapter 80. Familiar faces hurry up. The face spiders are coming. Shen He quickly stood up, brewing his abilities while moving toward a few people. Only a few face spiders ambushed Shen He in the middle, but they were easily blocked by him. The moon was very large today, so Shen He could roughly see what they looked like. The face spiders were the size of a baby's fist, with a black and red color, looking particularly eerie. The other parts of their bodies were nothing special, but their heads had a human face. However, because the face was proportionally reduced, the features were all squished together, making it impossible to discern their original appearance. Shen He took a cursory glance and found that they did not all have the same face. However, the eerie part was that their faces were grouped together. Simply put, the faces of one group of face spiders were identical, while another group had a completely different appearance. This discovery sent chills down Shen He's spine. It was simply unscientific. Theoretically, if it were a natural mutation, there should either be the same face or each spider should have a different face. Even considering biological uniqueness, there shouldn't be such a regular pattern of different human faces. Just as Shen He was pondering, a face spider suddenly ambushed her. A few people had already gathered their energy, standing ready. "What's going on? What is it?" Zhang Dong looked at the bushes in front of him. "I don't know. They're either here to kill or to take revenge." After Zhang Dong spoke, Shen He suddenly thought of something. She turned her head and looked at the food behind a few people. It seemed she had an idea. "Zhang Dong, throw the food on the ground to them." Zhang Dong was taken aback by Shen He's suggestion, momentarily stunned. Just as he was about to ask what she meant, a man jumped in ahead of him. This man was the first to spot the face spider, hiding in the trunk of a wrecked car. He trembled, but mustered all his strength to throw all the food away. He specifically threw it far, hoping the face spiders would leave quickly. The others had no time to stop him. "You should have saved some. Why did you throw it all?" The man looked a bit embarrassed. "I just wanted them to leave here quickly." Another person who was particularly close to him gave him a nudge. "Are you stupid? The face spiders are gone. What are we supposed to do now? And since you threw it all, what are we going to eat?" "Yeah, we came all this way just to eliminate the face spiders." The man seemed to realize he had made a mistake and looked at Shen He with a hint of embarrassment. Shen He watched the face spider gradually disappearing in front of her, frowning in thought. The man seemed a bit awkward. "I'm sorry. I threw all the food away." Shen He shook her head. This matter was not important. What mattered now was whether or not to eliminate the face spiders. Although these face spiders were mutated spiders, they didn't seem to have a serious dependence on human blood. Instead, they had an extreme craving for human food. Given this, should they let these face spiders go? However, Shen He recalled the attacks the face spiders had launched against everyone and felt it was inappropriate. Although they might not have been intentional, the fact that they actively attacked humans was indisputable. Shen He asked everyone to sit down and shared her thoughts and concerns with them one by one. She was also quite conflicted about this matter, so she wanted to hear their opinions. After listening to Shen He's words, everyone fell into a state of confusion. Moreover, their purpose for coming was to eliminate the face spider. However, Shen He did not include this issue in her own conflict. Just then, A face spider unexpectedly entered the vicinity of a few people without them realizing it. The group was taken aback and immediately wanted to use their abilities to kill it. After all, this thing was truly horrifying, with a human face growing on a spider's body. Shen He looked at it seriously and found that it did not intend to harm others. Shen He directly used her abilities to thwart the others' attacks on the face spider. Several people clearly did not expect Shen He to take this action and looked at her in confusion. Shen He did not explain, but carefully examined the human face spider standing in front of her. Its intentions were obvious. It was even standing still out of fear that Shen He might be scared, not moving forward. The moment Shen He realized it was conscious, she no longer feared it. She reached out her right hand and placed it beside the human face spider. The others were terrified and stepped back repeatedly. "Don't move, it won't hurt me." Perhaps because she had been bitten by the human face spider before, and though there were no issues, Shen He felt she could understand the sadness of the spider in front of her. Zhang Dong knew Shen He's temperament. No one could force her to do something she didn't want to do. So, although he didn't understand, he could only stand by, ready to use his abilities at any moment. The others could not perceive the thoughts of the human face spider. After all, it was just an animal. They looked at Shen He's actions in disbelief, gaining a new understanding of her courage. The human face spider looked up in shock as Shen He placed her hand down, hesitating for a moment before climbing onto her palm. Shen He felt all the hair on her body stand on end. Although she understood the good intentions of the face spider, how could a girl like her adapt when so many spider legs landed on her one by one? Shen He was trying her best to endure the discomfort in her body, but her eyes were fixed on the strange creature in front of her without blinking. Once the face spider completely landed on her hand, Shen He immediately lifted her palm. The face spider was now right in front of her, and Shen He could finally see its facial features clearly. The more Shen He looked, the more familiar it seemed. She stared at the face, feeling that she had seen it somewhere before, but for a moment, she couldn't recall where. Shen He stared at the face spider without blinking. "You guys come over quickly. Take a look. Do you recognize this face?" Chapter 81. Drawing the tiger out of the mountain. This left everyone even more confused. Where would they go to see the face of the face spider? But when they actually walked over and saw the face of the face spider, they were all shocked. Shen He looked up and, seeing the reactions of a few people, instantly understood. It seemed like she had figured out the thing she had been puzzled about before. Shen He didn't want to believe it, but with a glimmer of hope, she asked, "How is it?" Zhang Dong pointed at the face spider, looking terrified. "Isn't this the maid who poured water for us at the base?" Shen He frowned instinctively upon hearing this address. But now is not the time to get hung up on titles. Yes, I also think it looks like her. She seemed to be the maid who served tea to the leader, but later, for some reason, she died. A few people were chattering away, except for the man who threw the grain, as he had never seen this girl. Shen He listened to what everyone was saying, and the more she listened, the colder her heart became. Shen He absolutely wouldn't believe that this would be a coincidence. This girl is the one Shen He had implicated back in the day. However, just when he thought everything was over, the next day, she was found hanged right at her own doorstep. Shen He remembered very clearly that this was the warning given to her by the leader. Her body was buried by Shen He herself. Shen He looked at the face spider in front of her, feeling complicated emotions. If Dog Dan were to die, it would be the second person who died because of her. Shen He tried to speak. "You're the girl who serves tea to the leader, right?" A few people looked at Shen He, thinking she was overly distressed as she seemed to be communicating with the creature. Just as they were about to comfort her, they saw the face spider raise its front leg and press it down. At that moment, everyone immediately believed Shen He's words. It could actually understand human speech. Seeing that communication was possible, Shen He relaxed a lot. She seized the opportunity to ask the question that had been on her mind. "Are there many other spiders that look just like you?" As expected, the face spider pressed its front leg again. Shen He's gaze deepened. "Are you all girls who died in the base?" The words shocked everyone. A few people listened in disbelief to Shen He's speculation, thinking it was impossible. Those people were already dead, so how could it have anything to do with them? This face must be just a coincidence. However, to everyone's astonishment, the human face spider confirmed it again. They were still unwilling to believe it, and one person tried to ask another question. He wanted to see if the human face spider's front legs could only move in this one way. "You are male, aren't you?" As soon as the question was asked, The human-faced spider immediately raised its front legs and shook them left and right. At this point, everyone completely believed it. Since the apocalypse, their worldview had been constantly collapsing and reshaping. Now it was shattered to the point of having no edges left. Is it possible that the spider ate your bodies and then mutated? However, the last glimmer of hope was extinguished. Shen He spoke gloomily. It was the leader who did a good thing with your genes, but you all unexpectedly have memories. Yes. The face spider was extremely excited. Several of its legs were constantly confirming. Shen He continued to ask, so you attacked them because they are also from the base. You projected the suffering endured by the base onto them. At this point, the human-faced spider seemed a bit embarrassed, curling up. The several men around were of course aware of the reason. After all, the base's sordid matters had not been a 1 or 2 day affair. They lived within the base, so they certainly were not oblivious. However, they all chose to turn a blind eye, not intending to get involved in this matter. After all, it's better to avoid trouble. No one is willing to sacrifice themselves to protect others. Shen He harbored the last glimmer of hope. So, will you actively attack others? As expected, when the face spider heard Shen He's question, it quickly shook its front legs. Oh no, it's a ruse to draw the tiger away from its mountain. Shen He suddenly realized that the face spider was definitely related to the base. And this time, the leader had sent them out to eliminate the face spider. And all the people called were actually those who had a good relationship with Shen He. At this moment, Shen He couldn't care about anything else. She anxiously looked down and asked the face spider on her palm, "Do you want to come with me? Or do you want to stay here?" This time, the face spider didn't respond, but silently crawled to the edge of Shen He's hand. Shen He roughly understood its meaning and directly placed her hand on the ground. Sure enough, it climbed down immediately. Shen He knew that she was here to deliver the message. Whether it was based on the protection of the face spider or the explanation of the truth of the matter, she had done it. Shen He really wanted to laugh. She wondered if the leader knew that they retained their original memories while doing all of this. Shen He could no longer delay. She was eager to know what the leader was planning by sending her away with such a big fuss. Indeed, otherwise, we could have just stayed with the face spider. It wouldn't have made a difference where we were. The others still looked dumbfounded. It wasn't that they hadn't seen the world, but they didn't expect Shen He could casually conjure up something as big as a car. Get in the car. With those 2 simple words, everyone rushed in. Once a few people settled in, Shen He slammed the accelerator to the floor and drove straight over the bushes. This time, Shen He didn't switch drivers, but drove recklessly herself, cutting the travel time in half. The few people in the back seat felt like they were going to throw up, but not a single one of them complained. The journey was silent, and except for mealtime, they were almost always on the move. Shen He looked at the base center that was just ahead, and her mood became more anxious. She stepped on the gas, drifted, and directly entered the base area. Accompanied by the sound of tires bursting, Shen He slammed on the brakes, causing everyone in the back seat to bump their foreheads and bruise them. Shen He opened the door and got out of the car, constantly praying in her heart, hoping that nothing would go wrong, hoping that nothing would. Chapter 82, A Bloody Massacre. But as soon as Shen He entered the center of the base, the first thing she saw was the corpse of the female leader. Shen He was shocked for a moment. She couldn't believe everything that was happening before her. She couldn't believe that it was her who had caused trouble for that base. This woman was clearly so wonderful, so outstanding. She shouldn't have ended up like this. Shen He stepped forward and froze all the people who tortured the leader of the women. Moreover, due to Shen He's loss of control over his emotions, those people shattered completely, leaving no chance of survival. Shen He had red-rimmed eyes, just like someone who had walked out of hell. She quickly walked to the side of the female leader, embracing her, hoping to get a bit of warmth. But there was nothing. Wake up! Wake up! Shen He was truly angry this time. She never expected that the leader had sent her away for this matter. At this moment, she had completely lost her rationality and was killing anyone she saw. This was the first time Shen He had killed a living human since gaining her powers. Zhang Dong looked at Shen He, who had lost her sanity, and felt that there was no way to explain this to the leader. He suppressed his fear and approached the now demonized Shen He, trying to hold her back. Shen He, calm down, you've lost control. But Shen He didn't listen at all and directly swatted away Zhang Dong's arm. Zhang Dong fell to the ground due to the immense force. Shen He laughed heartily. Tell me, is there anyone in this group who is innocent? Shen He pointed at the dismembered corpse in front of her, and at that moment, she had never felt that she was doing something so right. Zhang Dong looked at Shen He, wanting to step forward, but he was stopped by a single glance from her. If you dare to meddle in my affairs again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Without anyone else to obstruct her, Shen He unleashed a massacre within the base. Anyone who had casually bullied or killed women was crushed by Shen He. Shen He was blinded by rage. The ground of the base was covered with bodies, and only then did she slowly meet the leader. The leader looked as if he had already foreseen the events of the day, showing no signs of shock. Instead, he clapped his hands, admiring Shen He's body with an appreciative expression. His unabashed disgust and scrutiny made Shen He despise the leader even more. Since you were curious about me, why not just tie me up in the lab? Why harm innocent people? Oh, you mean them? I just wanted to see if you were any different when you were angry compared to her. This statement could be said to have directly provoked Shen He. Shen He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, her gaze towards the leader filled with a desire to skin him alive. She had never thought about tearing her face off with the leader at this moment. Shen He did not regret it at all. As long as she could kill the leader, as long as she could avenge that outstanding female leader. The leader looked disdainfully at Shen He, who was spitting blood. Tell me, what is so great about them? They are nothing but a bunch of ants, yet they are worth you making such a fuss. Shen He looked at the leader in front of her, as if she were looking at a born criminal. Moreover, a highly capable and extremely twisted, indifferent criminal. Shen He spoke coldly. What about the others? The leader tilted his head indifferently and pointed towards the laboratory. They're all there. At this point, Shen He truly lost her composure. The leader's laboratory was better off left untouched. The leader looked at the agitated Shen He and seemed to be in a good mood. He patiently explained to Shen He, look how good I am to you. I didn't send her into the laboratory so that the first thing you see when you come in is your favorite leader. You've been there before, haven't you? The leader seemed to think of something and smiled lewdly. Shen He looked at the arrogant leader in front of her and unleashed a full-force attack. However, the leader's smile only stiffened for a moment before he used his supernatural ability to nullify Shen He's attack. Shen He saw it clearly. That was a level 9 ability, while she had a level 8 ability. Although there was only one level difference, the gap between level 8 and level 9 was not trivial at all. Shen He keenly sensed the change in emotions of the few people behind her and smiled mockingly. She hadn't fully pointed fingers at them back then, so she wasn't too disappointed now. It was just human nature. Shen He took a deep breath and negotiated with the leader. I know you want to use me for experiments. Let the innocent people go, and I'll walk into the lab myself. But the leader would not let her have her way. He looked at Shen He with disdain. You don't really think you have the ability to negotiate with me, do you? Shen He was momentarily speechless. She had already prepared for a fight to the death. But she could no longer find the person she wanted to find. She thought of the dream she had at that time. She must have been in great pain. Shen He had blood-red eyes and directly started fighting with the leader. Shen He knew that she couldn't match the leader in a direct confrontation, so she always relied on her cleverness. She took out the whip given to her by the female leader, delivering lethal strikes, but none landed on the leader. The leader teased Shen He, saying, your skills are quite good, but compared to me, you're still far behind. Shen He swung a whip across the leader's head, going from right to left and downward. The leader scoffed and easily dodged it. Shen He continued to use her abilities, directly merging ice and steel needles together, attacking the leader from all directions. And that was enough. Shen He directly activated the whip's ultimate move. This was something the female leader had told her when she gifted her the whip. Its purpose is to unexpectedly kill the enemy. If she wants to use it a second time, she can only do so after the battle by reloading the poison needle. Shen He remembered it well at the time, but never expected it would come in handy today. As expected, the leader also never thought that such a small tip of the whip could conceal a poison needle. Chapter 83. Face-to-face combat. This was a battle between the leader and Shen He, ultimately resulting in Shen He being wounded all over, while the leader paused due to the poison needle piercing his back. The leader let out a scream, looking at Shen He in disbelief. He never expected that someone could still harm him. You really are quite clever. The leader calmly ordered someone to bring over the healing soup. When the bright red liquid was brought over, Shen He immediately understood what it was. Although the person in the laboratory was immune to the zombie virus, who knew what the leader had developed? If this thing could heal wounds, wouldn't all previous efforts be in vain? Shen He did not hesitate and wanted to smash the bottom of the bowl with her body covered in wounds. However, how could the leader let his guard down at this moment? He directly used his abilities to kick Shen He away. If I hadn't shown mercy, do you think you'd still be alive now? The leader kept Shen He alive simply because she was useful to him and also due to his sadistic tendencies. Shen He would not feel grateful for this. However, at this moment, she had no way to stop the leader and could only watch helplessly as he drank it. Shen He helplessly closed her eyes, using her last bit of strength to regain her abilities. Even if she truly had no room left to resist, she had to die before entering the laboratory. The leader looked at the dying Shen He and sneered, "I thought there would be something different, but you're just a clown. However, since you saved my daughter, I'll reluctantly tell you this. I've long since set my sights on the female leader's base. This time is just killing two birds with one stone and letting you act out of desperation. After all, I enjoy watching you suffer." After saying this, the leader laughed heartily. Shen He listened to the leader's words, but the guilt in her heart did not diminish in the slightest. After the leader finished laughing, he seemed to have had enough fun. "All right, take her away. It's boring." The leader waved his hand, and someone came to take Shen He away. Zhang Dong felt a bit unsteady and wanted to intervene, but Shen He's gaze stopped him. Now that defeat was certain, why bother with unnecessary sacrifices? Just as someone was about to take Shen He to the laboratory, she suddenly fought back. Although she could no longer use her special abilities, the exhaustion of her powers did not affect her physical strength. With the mindset of taking one down with her, Shen He grabbed the knife she had brought from the space and directly engaged in close combat. The leader squinted his eyes, watching Shen He's desperate struggle. Just as the leader stepped forward to grab Shen He, her earlier allies arrived. Su Ping used his abilities to push the leader's hand away, while Suan and Zhang Qing protected Shen He behind them. "Sister, are you okay?" Zhang Qing seemed much more composed than before, even having her hair tied up, which suggested she must have gotten married. How nice. Shen He shook her head. "I'm fine. Be careful. He is a level 9 ability user." The three of them were shocked by Shen He's words, but they didn't back down at all. "It's okay. We're in this together. So you were here. We searched for you for a long time. We only rushed over after seeing the signal you sent. When Shen He signaled at that time, it was for today. But now, she is afraid that she made a wrong decision." The leader looked at the three strangers in front of him and scoffed. "Ha! Overestimating yourselves." No longer showing mercy, he directly used his powers to take on three opponents at once. The three individuals also exerted their full strength, but they were no match for the leader, who had already reached level 9 in his abilities. Zhang Qing attacked the leader's head-on with his powers, but the leader easily dodged. At the same time, Su Ping targeted the leader's lower body, sweeping at his legs in an attempt to knock him down. However, the leader simply lifted his leg to evade. Suan tried to attack from behind, but the leader, having anticipated this, sent him flying. The three worked hard to coordinate, but the leader always managed to evade their attacks. After a fierce battle, the leader only sustained minor injuries, while the other three were hurt much more seriously. Shen He looked very anxious, but her strength had not yet recovered. After another confrontation, the leader looked at the three with a sneer. "I didn't expect you to have such powerful friends." After saying this, the leader directly unleashed his ultimate move. The three had no idea what it was and immediately used all their abilities to try to counter the leader. Shen He was taken aback and quickly shouted, "Don't move him." But it was too late. The three people's abilities had already been unleashed. Shen He watched in shock as the leader effortlessly manipulated the three abilities, as if they were his own. The three were stunned to see their powers controlled by someone else. Although those with higher level abilities can control the abilities of those with lower levels, it requires immense tolerance and a significant expenditure of mental energy. With powers as formidable as those of the three, it was impossible for any ability to encompass them. Even a level 10 ability couldn't achieve that. They never imagined that someone could possess an ability akin to the grand displacement of the universe. The nature of this ability was such that it couldn't be compared to ordinary circumstances. Shen He watched as the leader smiled wickedly, looking at Zhang Qing with disdain. Then he directly hurled the abilities of the three individuals towards Su and had no way to dodge. Helpless, the three quickly activated their abilities to counter their previous powers. However, The leader had already infused his own abilities into the three individuals' powers to enhance their attack strength. Therefore, even with all their effort, the three couldn't withstand it. Finally, in the last second, just as the abilities were about to reach Su and Shen He blocked the heavy blow. Shen He felt like her internal organs were about to shift. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and fell heavily to the ground. Fortunately, Sun was quick and caught her. He was extremely panicked. "Are you okay? What happened?" Shen He shook his head, looking at the leader, her heart gradually sinking. The leader looked at Shen He's embarrassed appearance and laughed heartily. "Given the current situation, don't you plan to reveal your secrets?" He always believed that Shen He must have other secrets. Chapter 84. The death of the leader Shen He deliberately damaged the car when he went to find the face spider. Shen He frowned. "So, you admit that the face spider is your work?" Shen He's voice was extremely certain, and the leader readily admitted it. Shen He would never tell the leader. She looked at this hypocritical person and felt nothing but disgust. Who knew that the leader would actually be stirred by Shen He's eyes filled with disdain? "Why are you looking at me like that?" he shouted. You are not allowed to look at me like that." The leader seemed to go mad, directly using his powers to send the four people flying 10 meters away. Shen He really did not doubt that the leader would truly kill her this time. However, at this moment, she had completely lost the chance to resist. Just as Shen He was preparing to accept the arrival of death, she heard the leader let out a muffled groan. Shen He opened his eyes in shock and saw the little girl. At this moment, the little girl was tightly holding a knife, with the tip of the blade plunged deep into the leader's back. The knife had pierced through his back and stabbed into his heart. Everyone was stunned by this scene. The leader, who adored his daughter so much, ultimately met his end at her hands. With the last of his strength, the leader turned his head and saw his daughter glaring at him with fierce eyes. Enraged, the leader struck the little girl hard with his palm. The little girl cried out in pain and fell to the ground. At the same time, the leader also leaned back. His head hit the ground heavily, making a thudding sound. Everything happened too quickly, so fast that everyone present couldn't react in time. Shen He was the first to get up and quickly walked over to the little girl. She hurriedly picked her up and checked her injuries. "You'll be fine. Trust your sister." Shen He was unsure whether the leader would die, but she was certain that at this moment, the leader no longer posed a threat. Moreover, she could not bring herself to kill the girl's father right in front of her. Shen He tightly held the little girl, wanting to give her warmth. "Don't be afraid. Sister is here." To her surprise, the little girl, who was on the verge of death, actually smiled. She nestled in Shen He's embrace and slowly began to tell her story. It turned out that she was aware of the danger of that demon tree in the garbage heap. In fact, she had deliberately walked over to it. She knew that Shen He wanted to uncover the secrets of the laboratory, so she intentionally approached it, hoping to get hurt. That way, the leader would treat her, and she could secretly hide some of the potion. Or perhaps she could discover some secrets that were just what Sister Shen He needed. However, she was too useless and fainted right away. Although the leader treated her, she didn't gain anything useful. Instead, she ended up causing Sister Shen He to get hurt. At this point, the little girl's voice was filled with guilt. Hearing this, Shen He felt a deep pain in her heart. She had thought of the events back then as the little girl just being mischievous, never realizing it was all for her sake. Looking at the obedient little girl, she couldn't bear to let her leave this world. But the little girl had no abilities and had suffered such a severe attack from an ability. Now, it seemed that only a deity could save her. The little girl reached out her hand and gently wiped away the tears on Shen He's face. She told Shen He not to be sad. She had long wanted to die. She had been waiting for this day, the day to kill the leader. Shen He was filled with confusion. She couldn't understand why the little girl had to kill her father. Her father had always treated her well. Yet, the girl's tone was filled with disgust and hatred. "Because he killed my mom." This was something Shen He hadn't anticipated. She had thought the leader loved his wife very much. From the girl's words, Shen He learned about her childhood. Since she could remember, the leader had been abusing her mother. The two were always arguing, until one day they had a fierce fight and the leader directly killed her mother. That day, she saw everything through the crack of the door. It was because he wanted to force her mother that her mother argued with him. After that, the leader became very twisted. He actually did that kind of thing to the little girl. Hearing this, Shen He was shocked. Suddenly, memories flooded her mind. She thought about why the little girl wanted to escape from her father. She thought about the leader's inappropriate gaze towards the little girl. Now, everything made sense. She wished she could tear the leader apart. The little girl spoke weakly. "Sister, help me kill him. I want to go find my mom." After saying this, the little girl left this world forever. Shen He anxiously shook the little girl's body. "Wake up. Don't sleep. Please don't sleep." Shen He held the little girl in her arms, taking a long time to accept the fact that the girl was already dead. She coldly stood up, looking at the leader who still had a breath left, and pulled out a knife. Gripping the handle with both hands, she slowly raised the knife high. In the face of the leader's terrified gaze, she directly chopped him in half. A large amount of blood gushed out, and the powerful level 9 ability user fell just like that. With the knife falling, Shen He also lost her strength. She looked at the ability users in front of her, who were restless and disdainfully spoke. "What? Do you want to take revenge for your leader? Or do you want to kill me to take my place?" Striking at their hearts, they no longer hid their intentions. "Now that you are severely injured and the leader has done us a favor, we cannot remain inactive." Shen He heard these words and laughed mockingly. Shen He's laughter made them feel uneasy. They looked at each other. "What are you laughing at?" Shen He collected her laughter. "What am I laughing at? Of course, I'm laughing at how you all have been played and don't even realize it." The ability users frowned in unison. "Clarify what you mean." Someone next to him grabbed him. "Don't be fooled by her. She's seriously injured now. This is just a delaying tactic." Shen He knew that many people here must be thinking the same way. If they didn't kill the chicken to scare the monkey, how could they stay obedient? Chapter 85. Rescuing the woman. She couldn't withstand a big battle anymore. As soon as the man finished speaking, Shen He directly threw out her whip. The blue whip eerily wrapped around the man's neck. The man was taken aback, tried to use his hands to pry the rope away. But Shen He would not give him that opportunity. She directly activated the steel needle, which plunged straight into the man's throat. The man died on the spot, and even in death, he couldn't believe it. He was an ability user. How could he be so easily killed by someone who currently had no abilities at all? Shen He looked at the man's unblinking eyes and sneered. "What? Is there still someone unconvinced?" At this point, even if there were, they wouldn't dare to speak. After all, Shen He had some helpers by her side. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Shen He revealed the truth to them. They were all experimental subjects of the leader. Their abilities were merely the effects of failed experiments. Of course, everyone didn't believe her. They had all been ordinary people, and it was the leader who had made them experience these abilities. They were grateful, and how could they believe Shen He's one-sided words? Moreover, they had genuinely felt the existence of their powers, so it was clear they didn't believe what Shen He was saying. Don't sow discord. If it weren't for the leader, we would still be ordinary people, and whether it's good or bad, can't we tell the difference? Shen He was not surprised and patiently explained. "Haven't you noticed that after such a long time, not only is your ability level very weak, but you also haven't made any progress at all?" This statement made them hesitate. For so long, they had been curious, but they only thought it was their own stupidity, so they ignored it. Could there be other factors at play? They all raised their eyes, looking at Shen He with questioning expressions. Shen He slightly curled her lips. "Because you're all the free test subjects of the leader. As for what happened to those who failed the experiment, I don't know." Shen He spoke lightly. The crowd exchanged glances with a hint of understanding in their eyes. This matter was also what Shen He had speculated. Since it was the initial experimental potion, there would definitely be a probability of failure. And someone like the leader would never allow a useless person to remain in the base. These people spent day and night together, and if someone disappeared, they would certainly notice. Shen He watched their reactions and knew that she had bet right again. When they became superpowered individuals years ago, nearly half of them suddenly disappeared. They went to ask the leader, who merely brushed it off by saying they had gone on a mission. Some of them didn't believe it. It was absolutely impossible. He would have said goodbye before leaving. He would never disappear without reason. But the reality was that they had no choice but to trust the leader. Angering him would get them kicked out. Reluctantly, the matter dragged on. Until later, when they mastered their powers, the immense joy made them forget the previous unpleasantness. They even became more grateful to the leader. They completely forgot about the group that had disappeared. Only a few people who were very close still remembered this matter. Now, with Shen He's reminder, they recalled this long-forgotten event. The memories of the dead began to attack them, and as they looked at the leader lying on the ground, they slowly started to believe Shen He. If the leader had made them into test subjects for an experiment, then they naturally had nothing to feel embarrassed about. It was clear now that they had no power to resist Shen He. The person lying on the ground was a good proof of that. Thus, they accepted Shen He as the new leader. Hail the leader. One person started, and others quickly followed suit. Hail the leader. Seeing her goal achieved, Shen He had no reason to stay here. From now on, if you behave honestly, I can let the past go. However, if you dare to continue the old ways, don't blame me for being merciless. What Shen He said, they naturally know. Yes. Shen He looked at the crowd with their heads down and walked towards the laboratory. Zhang Qing hurriedly stepped forward to support Shen He. Sister, where are you going? You need a rest right now. Shen He shook her head. There were still many people in the laboratory who needed her help. Every second counted. So much had happened today, and Shen He had a terrible headache, feeling like it was about to explode. Finally, they reached the door of the laboratory, but the guard frowned and refused to open the door. Looking at the few people behind Shen He had to explain, "Your leader is dead, and now I'm the new leader of the base. I command you to open the door." But the guards didn't believe her at all, keeping their heads down and pretending to be dead. Shen He felt helpless. This was truly a person who was completely devoted. Shen He directly took out a token from the space. This was the one he had taken from the leader's waist when he arrived. It is the emblem of the base leader, symbolizing the leader's supreme status. When the guard saw this token, his eyes widened in shock. He eagerly took the blood-stained token and carefully examined it. After a long time, he looked up at Shen He with eyes full of anticipation. Is he really dead? Shen He looked at the words in the air and nodded. I killed him, and he just died not long ago. You can still go see him. This time, the guard truly believed it. After all, the leader was already a level 9 ability user, and if he hadn't died, he would never have voluntarily given his token to anyone else, let alone a woman. The guard laughed heartily, looking both very happy and a bit sad. Shen He couldn't understand her thoughts. She always believed that this person was very loyal to the leader. After all, such an important place as the laboratory was guarded by him. But now it seemed that there was some hidden truth. The guard looked at the sky and shed tears. Although Shen He was anxious, he didn't urge the guard upon seeing his demeanor. After a long while, the guard lowered his head and returned the token to Shen He. He wiped away his tears and opened the door, leading Shen He into the laboratory. Everyone looked at the situation inside the laboratory with disbelief in their eyes. Shen He looked at the people in the laboratory and said, "Put them all down." However, no one paid attention to her. Instead, the guard's orders were very effective. Shen He looked at the rows of battered women on the ground, filled with heartache. You are free now, and I am in charge here. With these words, all the women inside instantly broke down. Their cries were unrestrained, yet they could only weep in their throats. Chapter 86. The Mystery of the Little Girl's Background. Because they had long been tortured to the point where they couldn't open their mouths. Their sobs were not loud, but they sounded like a roaring thunder, shaking the hearts of everyone present. A few of them recognized Shen He, and they looked at her with gratitude. After a long time, they finally released the grievances that had been pinned up inside. The crying in the laboratory gradually came to a stop. Shen He tried hard to make her tone a little gentler. I'll have someone take you down to clean up and rest for a while. From now on, no one will bully you again. Shen He paused. I promise. Shen He's voice was not loud, but it was the most precious promise they had received. Shen He watched as they left one by one before she began to prepare for the next matters. She turned to the guard and said, "Open the door." To her surprise, the guard actually refused her. Shen He didn't understand why the guard was still unwilling to open the door. She asked in confusion, "Why won't you open the door?" To her surprise, the guard was sitting on the ground, using his abilities to write in the air. You tell me where the leader's daughter and wife are, and I will open the door. Shen He didn't understand why he wanted to know these things. But as long as it was a request she could fulfill, it was fine. After all, what mattered most to her now was to enter the innermost laboratory. Shen He thought of the little girl and felt a bit sad. They are all gone. Upon hearing this, the guard became agitated. He quickly stood up and grabbed Shen He's arm. Explain yourself clearly. What do you mean by they are all gone? Shen He's body was shaken painfully, and he unconsciously frowned. The chief's wife had long been gone, and his daughter had died today. The guard thought of the blood-stained token and realized that something significant must have happened outside today. Suddenly, a fierce look appeared in his eyes as he stared at Shen He. Did you kill her? It seemed that if Shen He dared to nod, he would directly beat him to death. Shen He shook his head. No, it was the leader who killed him with a single blow. Hearing this, his emotions became even more agitated. He directly tried to pull Shen He outside. His strength was immense, and Shen He couldn't break free for a moment. Let go of me. Open the door. I want to go into the laboratory. The guard didn't listen to Shen He's words at all. He directly wrote in the air, take me to find the leader's daughter, and I'll open the door for you. Seeing this line of text, Shen He truly lost patience. A few people around Shen He saw her being held back and wanted to step forward to help. However, Shen He stopped them. She tried hard to explain to the guard, I'm really in a hurry. Please let me through first. The body of the chief's daughter is in my room. You can go check it yourself. But the guard stubbornly refused, insisting that Shen He must take him to the chief's daughter. Shen He lost patience and directly began to search the guard. She wanted to see if there were any keys or similar items. To her surprise, the guard immediately pressed the knife against his own throat. The determination in his eyes seemed genuine, and he looked at Shen He with unwavering resolve. It was as if he was saying that if Shen He did not take him to find the leader's daughter, he would die right there, and no one would be able to enter the innermost part of the laboratory. Shen He had no choice but to take the guard to the little girl's room. Along the way, the guard walked very quickly, as if he was in a great hurry. Shen He was also forced to be supported by Zhang Qing, walking laboriously. When they reached the little girl's door, his outstretched hand suddenly stopped. Shen He looked at him, hesitating to open the door, and directly reached out to push it open. What came into view was a room decorated in a very pink theme. There were stuffed dolls everywhere inside, clearly arranged with great care. Shen He never expected that such a father would force his own daughter to do such things. Moreover, the little girl was so young. She was simply a wolf in sheep's clothing. The guard looked sorrowful, gazing at the neatly dressed little girl on the bed, trembling hands unable to touch her. He examined the little girl from head to toe, as if trying to see where she was hurt. However, Shen He had already had her cleaned up, so nothing was visibly wrong. The guard looked at the little girl earnestly and gently placed his hand on her face, his expression full of love, as if he were the girl's father. The others in the room looked completely bewildered. Although Zhang Qing and the other two had just arrived, they could roughly understand the relationships among the people here. Zhang Qing whispered in Shen He's ear, what's going on with this person? Shen He shook her head, watching the guard's performance, lost in thought for a long time. She knew there must be some hidden truth behind this. The guard touched the little girl's cold face and finally couldn't hold back, bursting into tears. The sorrowful emotions quickly filled the entire room, creating a stark contrast to the pink and delicate decor. Too many people had already died today. The guard cried for a long time and then turned to look at Shen He. Where's the chief's wife? Where is she? Shen He looked at the words in the sky. He died long ago, killed by the leader. This was what the little girl told her before she died, and she relayed it truthfully to the guard. The guard seemed to have anticipated this, but was unwilling to accept it. Immersed in sorrow, unable to extricate herself, Shen He looked at him and felt genuinely sad, not wanting to disturb him any further. She could only wait silently until the sky grew dark. The guard finally set down the little girl he had been holding. When he said, I intentionally touched your hand when we first met, please don't mind. Shen He recalled that moment. At the time, she thought the guard was just a little person and felt quite disgusted. Naturally, she doesn't think that way anymore. Shen He smiled and shook her head. No, it won't happen. The guard then used his abilities to write in the air, communicating with Shen He. It turned out that he had intentionally touched Shen He's hand to test whether she was a reckless person. After all, there had been others who tried to oppose the leader, but because they couldn't control their impatience, they ended up meeting a tragic fate. When Shen He, despite her reluctance, managed to hold back, I knew then that perhaps after all these years, I could finally see my wife and daughter again. Upon reading this, Shen He was utterly shocked. Her gaze turned to the little girl lying on the bed, and then she looked at the guard, who was now filled with sorrow. Shen He had already believed more than half of what the guard said. The guard didn't care whether Shen He believed him or not and continued talking to himself. Back in the day, he was married to the chief's wife. They were a loving couple, living in harmony. Although life was not affluent, The peaceful life still satisfied both of them. The chief was originally his brother. They grew up together and had a very close relationship, even when they got married. It was the chief who acted as the best man. He always treated my wife well. I never thought too much about it. When they were together, the chief often asked about his wife and praised her, but he was happy in his life and with years of friendship between them. He never suspected that he had long been coveting his wife. Later, when his wife became pregnant, they were still as loving as ever. His wife's morning sickness was severe, and she had to quit her job. The pressure of life suddenly fell on the guard's shoulders alone. Therefore, he cherished this job even more. He always worked overtime, leaving early and coming home late. He was tired but very happy. The tight work schedule often prevented him from taking leave. However, he couldn't rest easy knowing his wife went for prenatal checkups alone, so he could only ask the chief for help to watch over her. The chief gladly agreed. At that time, he thought he was bothering the chief and often brought him gifts. Later, seeing that the chief was still single, he even wanted to introduce a girl to him. Who would have thought he always refused, saying that being single had no constraints. At that time, he just thought everyone had different lifestyles. Little did he know that he had his eyes on my wife. As his wife's belly grew larger, the chief helped take care of her for longer periods. The guard began to worry and subtly asked his wife how she got along with him. His wife thought for a moment and said, "He knows his limits and has clear boundaries. I think your brother is not bad." Hearing his wife say this, the guard naturally felt more certain that the chief was a reliable person. Even after their daughter was born, he let her recognize the chief as her godfather. At that time, he thought life would continue like this forever. Who knew that the apocalypse would suddenly arrive? Countless people died on the streets, and they struggled to survive. One day, their family accidentally encountered zombies. Despite his desperate attempts to stop them, the zombies were unyielding, and there was no way an ordinary person could defeat them. Just when it seemed hopeless, the chief appeared. By then, he had gained abilities and easily dealt with the zombie. At that moment, the family thought they had found a savior. Little did they know they had encountered devil. Now, I even suspect that the zombie was deliberately arranged by him. He had clearly scouted the area, and there were no zombies lurking around. But in the midst of the overwhelming panic, he didn't think much of it. The joy of reunion had just begun when his true colors began to show. Without any abilities, he watched helplessly as his wife fell into the chief's embrace. His wife was powerless to resist, and the chief used their daughter's life to threaten them. Thus, he watched helplessly as they got married. The couple could only gaze at each other from afar, expressing their feelings through their eyes. The chief was very capable and quickly established his own base. He was afraid the guard would one day reveal this matter, so he directly silenced the guard. The guard later evolved to develop the ability to write. I was filled with rage at that time, wondering why I was given a useless writing ability. Later, when the laboratory was established, he placed the guard here to keep watch and threatened him with the lives of his wife and daughter, leaving him no choice but to comply. He acted like a loyal dog, and no one knew of the hatred he bore towards the chief. Even after he evolved to have the ability to write, he remained unperturbed because his strength had already reached level 9. He had long guessed about his wife's death. Ever since the chief took her away, she would occasionally send messages. This was one of the few comforts in his life. Until later, after a long time without receiving any news from his wife, he understood that she had already passed away. But he couldn't die yet. He still had to protect his daughter. And now, his daughter was also gone. What was the point of him living? The guard looked kindly at the little girl on the bed, his emotions surprisingly calm. However, Shen He sensed something was wrong. She quickly spoke up, "You need to stay calm. They would definitely want you to live well." The guard then took out a dagger and stabbed it directly into his own abdomen. He pulled at the wound, searching for something, and then surprisingly pulled out a key from inside. It was a specially made key. Shen He was shocked and looked up at the smile in the guard's eyes. "This is the key you wanted. I'm leaving. Thank you for helping me get my revenge." Then, the guard plunged the dagger into his own heart. With that blow, the guard was dead on the spot. His body fell on top of the little girl, his right hand tightly gripping her hand, as if he wanted to find her. It turned out that they were all pitiful people. The dead had already passed away. She needed to rescue the ones who were still alive. With the key in hand, she opened the laboratory door. The precision instruments inside stunned Shen He. The materials used in the laboratory's decor were something he had never seen before. She had to admit that the leader was indeed a very talented person. It's just a pity that his intentions were not right. Shen He looked at the person who was tied up, and that back seemed so familiar. A bad premonition surged in her heart. Shen He was breathing rapidly, but she tried her best to control it. She was very scared, afraid of seeing the scene she feared the most. Shen He walked towards the experimental man while constantly praying in her heart. She had always believed in science, but now, if possible, she would be willing to bow to the Buddha continuously. When she finally saw the man's face, Shen He couldn't help but shout, "Dog egg!" Shen He was in tears, unable to believe everything that was happening before her. She wiped her tears and quickly set the dog down. "How do you feel?" The dog slowly opened its eyes and saw that it was Shen He holding it. Chapter 88, Collective Suicide. Seeing Shen He's worried and pained expression, the dog shook its head and smiled gently. Shen He knew that Dog Dan didn't want to worry her. But looking at his battered appearance, her guilt deepened even more. Tears that Shen He had just stopped suddenly burst forth. In the deepest part of a laboratory, a woman was holding a man, crying sorrowfully. The man looked at her with a helpless and indulgent expression, quietly. Zhang Dong had just finished handling the matter Shen He had entrusted him with. And as soon as he entered, he saw this scene. He didn't say anything and sadly turned to leave. After Dog Dan saw that Shen He had cried enough, he wanted to say something. But Shen He interrupted him. "Don't say anything yet. Let me take you out first." Shen He wiped her tears and tidied up the clothes of Dog Dan. She was about to take Dog Dan out directly. The people around wanted to help, but they were all stopped by Shen He. "No need. I can do it myself." Shen He finished speaking and directly picked up Dog Dan horizontally. Shen He, as an excellent ability user, has very good physical fitness. In addition, although Dog Dan is an adult man, he has been tormented for a long time and has already become extremely emaciated. Shen He easily picked up Dog Dan horizontally just as she was about to leave. Shen He turned her head and looked coldly at the people conducting experiments on Dog Dan. Shen He's gaze was like that of a few dead people. They were instantly frightened and quickly knelt down to beg for mercy. They were all ordinary people, but because they had excellent experimental abilities, they were able to survive under the leader's hand. Watching them plead for mercy, Shen He remained unmoved, feeling the weight of the person in her arms. Shen He activated her abilities with her right hand. At that moment, she didn't want to think about anything. She only wanted to kill these few people. Just as Shen He was about to strike, Dog Egg grabbed her arm. Shen He looked at the person in her arms in confusion. She saw Dog Dan shake his head. "They are don't kill them." Shen He knows the meaning of Go Dan. In the apocalypse, excellent experimental abilities are extremely important. However, looking at the current miserable state of Go Dan, how could Shen He let them go? Shen He wanted to refute Dog Dan. But when she saw the pleading look in his eyes, her heart softened. "Fine." Shen He moved swiftly and decisively, not giving Dog Dan a chance to refuse. "Heal them." Shen He left a sentence behind and directly took Dog Egg away from this nightmarish place. Shen He arranged for Dog Egg to stay as close to her room as possible, taking care of him day and night. One time, when she saw Dog Egg's wound, Shen He couldn't help but cry. Dog Egg grabbed Shen He's hand and said, "I told you to let someone else take care of me, but you just wouldn't listen." Shen He shook her head, trying hard to control her trembling voice, her eyes fixed on the exposed part of Dog Dan. Dog Dan was seriously injured. If it weren't for his special ability, he would have probably died a long time ago. Shen He carefully cleaned Dog Dan's wounds bit by bit, while also tormenting herself continuously. It wasn't until Dog Dan had weakly fallen asleep that Shen He gently left the place. She still had many things to do. Little did she know, as soon as she stepped out, Dog Dan opened his eyes. He looked in the direction Shen He had left, his eyes filled with a smile. Shen He walked into the hall and saw everyone looking respectful, nodding in satisfaction. From today onwards, those who bully the weak will be expelled from the base. Those who maliciously frame others will be expelled from the base. Those who bully women will be killed without mercy. Shen He solemnly commanded, and the people below exchanged glances, but still responded respectfully. Shen He glanced at the group of men below with criminal records. She had to ensure the safety of the women who had just come out. After giving her instructions, just as Shen He was about to comfort those women, she heard some bad news. Not good, not good. Shen He frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Is Go Dan not feeling well?" Zhang Qing shook her head and said, "The women you saved, all of them committed suicide." At that time, Zhang Qing thought that the women would be very hungry after getting cleaned up, so she prepared some porridge to bring to them. But as soon as she walked in, she saw blood all over the floor. They were lying neatly on the ground, with smiles on their faces. Shen He listened to the course of events. Although it was very heartbreaking, it was also understandable. Perhaps, in this way, they would be a bit happier. Shen He pushed open the door, and what caught her eye was the women lying neatly on the ground. They were holding hands and looked very happy. Shen He felt a little sore in her nose, and she held back the tears in her eyes as she walked straight in. Zhang Qing asked in confusion. The bed is right next to them. Why are they sleeping on the floor? Shen He touched the little girl's face and said, because they are afraid of dirtying our bed. As soon as Shen He finished speaking, Zhang Qing couldn't help but tear up. What a pity, such a good person. Yes, it's a pity for such a good person. But that's life. If you don't have the ability, you can only be bullied. Even if you are a good person, it doesn't matter. In fact, it makes it easier for others to take advantage of you. Shen He is someone who has already died once. No one understands life better than Shen He. Shen He stood up and said, have a proper burial. After speaking, she left this place, because she still had something very important to do. Too many people had died in the past 2 days. Shen He had become somewhat numb. However, there was one person whom Shen He always felt had a secret, and it was related to her. Relying on her intuition, Shen He found a car in the leader's garage. With one foot on the gas pedal to the floor, Shen He quickly arrived at the female leader's base. Shen He looked at the messy place, and instantly her eyes turned red. Shen He once spent a wonderful time here, especially with the female leader who was particularly fond of her. Speaking of which, Shen He didn't even know her name. Shen He walked along, observing. She organized all the corpses she encountered and placed them in the hall. After finishing this, Shen He slowly made her way to the female leader's bedroom. Just as she was about to push the door open, she suddenly hesitated. She didn't even know what she was afraid of. With a self-deprecating smile, Shen He decisively pushed the door open. This was Shen He's first time entering the female leader's bedroom. However, as soon as she stepped inside, she froze in place. Because the decoration of the female leader's bedroom was exactly the same as her own home. Chapter 89. The Truth of the Matter. Shen He felt that what she would discover next would definitely be a big secret. Shen He cautiously looked around at everything, which felt so familiar. However, aside from that, she found nothing else of use. Seeing that there were no more clues, she still focused her gaze on the diary. She didn't intend to pry into the secrets of the female leader, but the decoration of the bedroom compelled her to open it. The contents inside left Shen He in shock. As she read, tears flowed down her face. She increasingly felt that the original leader of the base had died too easily. After finishing the diary, Shen He raised her head to look at the ceiling, and a tear fell down her cheek without obstruction. It turned out that the female leader was actually her mother's sister. She had known this since she saw the hairpin on Shen He's head. She initially wanted to acknowledge her relationship with Shen He, but upon seeing Shen He's excellence, the female leader realized that Shen He had already awakened her abilities. She could spread her wings and soar on her own, no longer needing her protection. I really want to acknowledge her, but I can't. She has infinite potential, and I can't be her burden, the memory that holds her back. I gave her the blue whip, and with your hairpin, she should be fine, right? The diary expressed her deep affection and longing for Shen He, making her unable to hold back her tears. She hated herself for not questioning why the female leader treated her so well. She hated herself for having gone to eliminate the face spiders. After all these years, she had no idea she had an aunt. Why didn't she keep in touch with her mother? Shen He had a mind full of questions, but she searched through her diary and found not a word. No wonder the figure of the woman leader she had seen from behind was so familiar. So, it was her own mother? Shen He was sad and in tears. By now, the two of them should have met. She had someone thoroughly clean the environment of the base. All the murals and sculptures that insulted women were removed, making the entire base look brand new. Shen He looked at the empty spot where the sculpture used to be. Just as she was thinking about what to put there, she suddenly remembered the diary in the space. Shen He curled her lips and personally oversaw the construction of a statue of the former base leader. The statue was lifelike, depicting the former leader kneeling on the ground, completely unclothed. Once the statue was in place, Shen He raised her foot and stomped hard on its head. She hadn't intended to do this. She could accept him killing anyone, but she could not tolerate that he had killed his own aunt. Moreover, he had tortured Dog Egg to that extent. Shen He ruthlessly stomped on the head of the sculpture and ordered everyone in the base to take care of the sculpture every day. They didn't understand why Shen He suddenly did this, but they obediently came every day to spit on the sculpture, and some even punched and kicked it. From then on, tormenting the statue became the most important task in the base. Even if they didn't train, they still had to go and torment the sculpture. Shen He looked at the scene before her and finally smiled happily. You should be happy too, right? Shen He thought of the little girl, the one who never knew until her death that the leader was not her biological father. You're quite mischievous. The voice of Dog Egg came from behind Shen He, and she turned her head. She saw the emaciated Dog Egg, his whole body slumped against the wall, looking weak and powerless. Shen He quickly stepped forward to support him. Why did you come out? You should be resting properly. Dog Dan smiled and said, I haven't walked in a long time, so I wanted to come out for a stroll. After saying that, Dog Dan realized he might have misspoken. No, that's not what I meant. I meant that I've been lying in bed for a long time. Shen He originally felt guilty, and now seeing Dog Egg trying hard to explain and not wanting to make himself sad, she felt even more guilty. Shen He grabbed Dog Dan's restless hand, which was moving due to excitement. All right, I didn't think too much. It's just that your body is really too weak now, so you need to rest well. Dog Dan shook his head, looking very aggrieved. I don't want to. I'm scared. I want you to stay with me. Shen He naturally wouldn't refuse. Okay, I'll accompany you. You're the boss. The two exchanged smiles, and Shen He truly did it. No matter what Dog Egg said or wanted, Shen He was always compliant. Their inseparable appearance made some observant people feel quite uncomfortable. However, they all understood that they would never be able to enter Shen He's heart again. Shen He arranged everything at the base, and the only thing he did every day was to accompany Dog Dan. The two of them planted flowers and trees, enjoying themselves greatly. However, two zombies inexplicably appeared. He guessed that they were summoned by the zombie they had helped. Using his agility, he managed to tie up one of the zombies. Just when Dog Dan wanted to tie up the other zombie, he found himself exhausted from the earlier exertion. He tried to maneuver, and although he wasn't injured, the zombie was relentless, and this couldn't go on. Dog Dan thought of the worst-case scenario. He wanted to lure the zombie to a place with a gas tank and then ignite it. He might get hurt that way, but as long as he ran fast, it should be fine. While Dog Dan was gradually leading it away, the leader suddenly appeared, accompanied by a regular person. That regular person was the source of his tragedy. The leader easily dealt with the zombie and was very friendly toward Dog Dan. Young man, do you want to come with me? I can protect you. No matter how the leader persuaded him, Dog Dan remained unmoved. The leader lost patience. Fine, if you don't want to, then let's go. Who would have thought that the regular person would suddenly stop and look at Dog Dan very seriously? Dog Dan felt very awkward under the gaze, but given that the person was his savior, he held back. The leader looked at the regular person. What's wrong? Is there an issue? The man suddenly spoke excitedly. I think he is the person you're looking for. His words excited the leader, who looked at Dog Dan as if he were a treasure. Chapter 90, Affectionate Bond, How do you know? The man pointed to the wound on Dog Dan's neck. That wound clearly showed signs of the zombie virus. The man pondered and said, but he has been fine for so long. The leader examined Dog Dan from head to toe and then laughed heartily. Good, good, good. Take him away. Dog Dan, confused, roughly understood what they were saying. However, he absolutely could not leave this place. If he was gone, Shen He would definitely be very worried. But how could Dog Dan resist the leader? Just a second before he was knocked out and taken away, Dog Dan dropped the token. That token had indeed comforted Shen He for a long time. Shen He already knew what happened next. And at that time, the regular person was the researcher who later experimented on Dog Dan. Shen He felt a surge of compassion for Dog Dan upon hearing this. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Shen He left Dog Egg at the hospital because she was afraid of encountering danger. The reality was that Shen He did indeed encounter a horde of zombies. If she hadn't awakened her supernatural powers and been saved by Zhongqing and the others, she would have been dead long ago. However, she didn't expect that while Dog Egg stayed at the hospital, he encountered the leader. Dog Egg gently comforted Shen He, saying, Don't worry, this is all destiny. Shen He smiled, and her eyes always held a sense of guilt when she looked at Dog Dan. But Dog Dan knew this all too well. Ever since he was sent to the laboratory by the leader, he had been living in torment every day. He looked at his unrecognizable reflection in the mirror and forced a bitter smile. He pinched his bones, and a thought appeared in his mind. One day, Shen He was cooking for Dog Dan, but he came to the kitchen. Shen He pushed Go Dan outside. The smoke here is too heavy. It's not good for your health. You should go out quickly. But Go Dan remained indifferent. He grabbed Shen He's hand tightly, his gaze affectionate. Shen He was momentarily stunned. She certainly understood the feelings conveyed in Go Dan's gaze. Go Dan looked at Shen He seriously and said, "Shen He, will you marry me?" His tone was very gentle, showing no hint of coercion. However, it made it impossible for Shen He to refuse. Throughout their journey together, she had already lost too much to Go Dan. Shen He looked at Dog Dan. Good. Dog Dan was very happy and hugged Shen He tightly. Shen He let him hold her and smiled in agreement. Dog Dan didn't express his long-standing feelings for Shen He, fearing that such words would become a burden for her. Now that Shen He has agreed to marry him, it has already fulfilled his lifelong wish. Shen He watched Dog Dan's departing figure, feeling incredibly complicated inside. Since her rebirth, she had too many things to do. Every day, she lived on the edge of life and death, and she had never thought about loving anyone at all. And now, her mindset simply couldn't allow her to love someone wholeheartedly. But just now, she saw Dog Dan's affectionate gaze. All along, the two had been bickering. It was only just now that Shen He realized that Dog Dan had always liked her. Perhaps it had started a long time ago. Shen He couldn't refuse Dog Dan, and perhaps this wasn't a bad thing. After believing in this matter, Dog Dan would surely live well. As for herself, it didn't really matter whom she married. If she had to choose someone, she would rather be Dog Dan. Shen He adjusted her emotions and pushed the door into the room. "I've steamed some eggs for you today. You've been eating porridge for so many days, so I thought I'd change things up a bit." Dog Dan looked at Shen He, who appeared completely at ease, and wanted to ask her if she felt troubled. However, in the end, he still didn't speak up. He wanted to be selfish just this once. During these days, Shen He had been completely compliant with Dog Dan. She even agreed to the marriage proposal. This matter quickly became known to others in the base. Zhang Qing and the others came to find Shen He. "Sister, are you really going to marry him?" Shen He nodded, not wanting to say much, but soon insisted on asking, "Do you like him?" Marrying someone is a very significant matter, and I hope you can think it through. Su Ping looked at Shen He with a persistent gaze, but ultimately did not speak again. The few of them talked all afternoon about Su Ping's base. Chapter 91, Addicted to Bullying. Shen He then realized that Zhang Lu had stayed in the original dormitory because he didn't listen to advice. Later, the people in the dormitory gradually developed a strong dislike for him and often excluded him. At first, he didn't understand why and tried hard to please them. However, this kind of situation would not change unless Zhang Lu could make them all become superpowered individuals. Otherwise, no matter what he said, it would be of no use. Shen He frowned upon hearing this. What happened later? Zhang Qing couldn't help but complain. Later, he became sullen every day and didn't even participate in the base's tasks. He immersed himself in his roommate's exclusion. Eventually, he took extreme measures. Once, when he grabbed his roommate and asked why they were ignoring him, the roommate directly pushed him down. So what if he was an ability user? At that moment, lying on the ground, he looked at everyone laughing at him and recalled what Shen He had said to him before. He had believed that his roommates would never do such a thing. Now, his submissive demeanor only fueled their arrogance. Zhang Lu controlled his temper and went to find Su Ping, expressing his desire to move out. Su Ping, seeing Zhang Li's state, guessed what had happened and naturally agreed. "The room he had prepared for you before is still empty. You can move over directly." Zhang Lu nodded with red eyes, truly regretting it at this moment. His roommates exchanged glances as they watched him eagerly packing his things. One of them snatched the clothes he was packing. "What are you doing?" Zhang Lu had completely given up on the brotherhood with these people and spoke without the previous flattery. "I'm moving out." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the dormitory suddenly looked displeased. If he had moved out at the beginning, it would have been a happy ending for everyone. But now, he had become the target of group attacks from the dormitory. How could they easily let him leave? The guy who snatched the clothes smiled and said, "Why move out? Isn't it nice living here?" Zhang Lu looked at his hypocritical face and didn't want to engage, continuing to lower his head and pack his things. Seeing that Zhang Lu was so determined to leave, the others turned to the dorm leader, constantly signaling him to step in. The dorm leader, helpless, grabbed Zhang Lu's hand as he packed. "They don't want you to leave, Besides, you've lived here for so long. If you suddenly move out, people might think we bullied you, which would have a bad impact. Zhang Lu looked up at the dorm leader, whom he once respected immensely. When he didn't have abilities, the atmosphere in the dorm was very good. Occasionally, when there were small frictions, the dorm leader would mediate. Among the many dorms in the base, his dorm could be said to be the most united. But ever since he developed his abilities, his roommates began to exclude him slowly. Even the dorm leader always avoided him and turned a blind eye to his grievances. At first, he had sought the dorm leader's help, hoping he would stand up for him. But he always dismissed him with talk of dorm unity. Now that he wanted to move out, the dorm leader was suddenly seeking a sense of presence. You know very well what the reality is. After saying this, Xander stopped Peking. He directly discarded the clothes, grabbed his bag, and was about to leave. He didn't want to stay here for even a second longer. But just as Zhang Lu was about to walk out the door, his roommates suddenly blocked him. I'm saying this today. I want to allow you to move out of here. His words were very domineering, but at that moment, Zhang, who had come to terms with everything, was dismissive. What ability do you have to stop me from leaving here? Chapter 92. No escape at this moment. Everyone suddenly remembered that Zhang Lu had abilities. It was just that he had never used them on anyone and had always suffered grievances, so they had momentarily forgotten. Zhang Lu looked at their detestable faces and continuously used his abilities to provoke them. He had worked hard to maintain their dignity and never mentioned it. Yet it had become the reason for their bullying. After suffering grievances for so long, he didn't want to consider them anymore. Just you few, I'm not bragging. Even if you gathered 20 more people, you still couldn't beat me alone. Zhang Lu, filled with arrogance, infuriated the others in the dorm. So what if he had strength? A person who had always been trampled underfoot suddenly stood up. Not only did he stand up, but he also flaunted it in front of them. How could this group of bullies endure it? At that moment, one of the men directly took a knife and stabbed it into Zhang Li's heart. Zhang Lu turned to look at the person who had stabbed him, his face filled with disbelief. He had always thought that they were just arguing. He had never imagined they would actually kill him. But at this moment, no matter what was said, it was too late. An ability user like Zhang Lu died in his own dormitory, never making it out. By the time Su Ping arrived, Zhang Li's body had over 20 stab wounds, varying in size and depth, clearly indicating that several people had stabbed him. Su Ping coldly looked at the people before him. Who did this? The few of them snorted, ignoring even Su Ping. Su Ping laughed in anger. It seems I've been too kind to you. After saying that, Su Ping ordered for everyone in that dormitory to be killed. At this moment, they finally panicked. They begged for mercy, but Su Ping had already made up his mind. This decision also made his management much easier. In the past, many people found it hard to discipline him because he was young and relatively mild. Su Ping had thought that in the apocalypse, it was fortunate for everyone to be alive, so he didn't impose strict penalties. Unexpectedly, it allowed this group of people to take advantage of him. Only this time did Su Ping completely become the leader of the base. Shen He listened to the story with mixed emotions. At that time, her greatest fear was that such a thing would happen. Now, it had ultimately occurred in an unavoidable manner, and in such a tragic way. Zhang Qing interrupted, saying, "We got separated back then, and I was so scared. We kept searching for you, but I never expected you to end up here." The group chatted about various topics, and Shen He shared the events that had happened since she arrived here. How cruel it was. But why did he choose to conduct experiments using a woman's body? Shen He had a somewhat serious expression. He believed that women were inherently lowly, and since the Earth Mother was female, women were even more useful. This was something Shen He discovered later by accident. He already had a significant opinion against women. After he took someone else's wife, he became even more extreme. After repeatedly discovering his wife meeting another man, he continued to commit domestic violence. The only reason the guard survived was that his wife threatened him with her life. As for why the wife was eventually beaten to death, but the guard was still kept, it might have been to showcase his heroism. Unknowingly, the sky gradually darkened. Shen He pushed open the door and was surprised to see Dog Dan in her room. "What are you doing here?" Dog Dan stepped forward in a flattering manner. "Since we're getting married anyway, it's fine for me to sleep here, right?" Shen He didn't expect that Go Dan would have this idea. There's a connection. Of course there is. Just when Shen He was about to refuse, she noticed the wound on Go Dan's neck. The exposed scar had not fully healed, and that was Shen He's debt to Go Dan. If it weren't for her eagerness to progress, she wouldn't have dragged Go Dan down. If Go Dan hadn't evolved with special abilities, he would have probably turned into a zombie long ago. And now, every calamity that Go Dan is enduring is somehow related to her. Shen He suddenly couldn't open her mouth. All right, having gotten the answer she wanted, Go Dan was overjoyed and helped Shen He with her morning routine. Shen He had no choice but to let him help her onto the bed. Chapter 93. Do you want me to die? However, after Dog Egg got onto the bed, he did nothing at all. Instead, he silently hugged Shen He and fell asleep. Shen He sighed in relief and fell asleep peacefully. After a while, Dog Dan opened his eyes and looked at the deeply sleeping Shen He. He gently stole a kiss, grinning mischievously. He could have covered up his wound, but he didn't. He intentionally left the wound exposed, and the purpose was for this moment. Dog Dan wanted to cherish the present. After all, he didn't have much time left. A few days later, the entire base was busy preparing for Shen He and Dog Dan's wedding. That day, a drunken Zhang Dong stumbled over. Shen He was preparing things for her wedding. Although this wedding wasn't exactly what she wanted, since she had already promised Dog Dan she would treat him well. Zhang Dong, what brings you here? Zhang Dong, reeking of alcohol, asked, Tell me, are you marrying Dog Dan out of guilt? Shen He turned her head to look at the outspoken Zhang Dong. However, Zhang Dong was getting drunk. I'm not drunk. You tell me that we're leaving soon. Shen He stared into Zhang Dong's eyes and said, No, it's my own choice to marry him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dong was clearly taken aback by Shen He's words. He was momentarily stunned, then took a sip of his drink and turned away despondently. Shen He frowned and just turned her head when she saw the dog hiding behind. Shen He was momentarily stunned, thinking about what had just happened. Fortunately, she didn't say anything bad. How did you come over? Dog Dan brought the freshly cut fruit for Shen He. Seeing you working so hard, I can't help you much. I just thought I'd cut some fruit for you. Shen He was eating the food that Go Dan had given her. You're not feeling well, and you're getting married in a couple of days. You should rest properly. Go Dan smiled, but didn't say anything, continuing to gently feed Shen He. Over the past few days, Go Dan still held Shen He to sleep as usual. But every day, he held her tighter and tighter. Shen He only thought he was nervous and didn't pay much attention. It was until the wedding day that everyone kept waiting for the groom to come out. Shen He was also anxious, fearing that something had happened to Go Dan. However, that scene became a nightmare for Shen He for the rest of his life. There lay Go Dan, dressed in a groom's outfit, looking very exquisite. He was peacefully lying on the bed, but the artery in his hand had already been cut. Blood was pouring out rapidly. Below him was a basin, catching all of Go Dan's blood. Shen He ran to the window, tentatively checking for the dog's breath. When she realized that the dog was already dead, she truly did not want to believe it. They were clearly about to get married. The dog was so happy. She hadn't noticed at all that the dog had even the slightest thought of wanting to end its life. Shen He tore off her clothes and hastily bandaged Dog Dan's wound. Then she quickly began to perform first aid on him. She took out the first aid supplies from her space, but it was of no use. The people who followed her were so shocked by the scene that they didn't dare to speak. Later, Zhang Qing couldn't hold back any longer and pulled Shen He over. Sister, it's been half an hour. It's no use. Shen He stared blankly at the dog on the bed. The dog looked pale, but was exceptionally tranquil. Shen He really doesn't understand why he has to do this. Do you want me to die? Chapter 94. Enemies on a Narrow Road. Although Shen He had never thought about getting married the moment she agreed to Dog Egg's proposal, Shen He had thought about going all the way with Go Dan. She owed him too much, and if it could be that way, it would be a good choice. But why do it? Suddenly, Zhang Qing noticed an envelope on the nearby table, along with a golden bracelet. Sister, look. She quickly grabbed the items. The envelope had "To my beloved wife" written on the front. Shen He anxiously opened the envelope, and inside it read, Dear wife, by the time you see this letter, I will already be dead. I know you must be very sad, but this is the best choice. I was never going to live much longer anyway. So what is the point of holding on for a few more months? Please forgive my selfishness. I have morally manipulated you and exploited your guilt. I know you don't love me, but I was already very happy that you agreed to marry me. However, I cannot hold you back. I'm leaving, and you can keep this blood for research. I believe it will be very helpful to you. You are a wonderful woman, and I am not worthy of you. Don't cry. I still owe you a bang, and I can't repay that. This bracelet is a token I bought for you. Consider it my atonement. Love? Your dog egg. The letter wasn't too long, but Shen He was already in tears. She hugged dog egg and cried uncontrollably, unable to accept that such a good person had died, just like that. Others who witnessed this scene quietly turned away. The cries in the room took a long time to subside. Shen He touched Dog Dan's cheek, feeling heartbroken. You fool, when will you be able to see yourself? In the next life, what I owe you, I will repay in the next life. After speaking, Shen He wiped her tears and directly sent the blood into the space. Shen He put the gold bracelet on her wrist. At a glance, it was clear that this bracelet came from the jewelry store where Shen He had pawned her jewelry. That jewelry store had a good reputation, excellent service, and great designs. The only downside was that the prices were very high. Shen He recalled the figure she saw at that time. It turned out he was going to buy a bracelet for himself. Shen He touched the bracelet on her wrist. Her emotions were complicated. After a long while, Shen He finally walked out of the room. The people waiting outside immediately rushed over. Shen He looked at their concerned gazes and said, I'm fine. Shen He looked coldly ahead, determined to become the #1 in the world starting today. From that day on, she seemed to have endless motivation. She rapidly built a network of information, continuously bringing small bases under her control. Wherever there were zombies, she went there, using her strength to conquer one base leader after another in a straightforward and violent manner. She seized their resources. Thus, a figure resembling a demon made a name for herself across the continent. On this day, Shen He entered another base with her subordinates. The base leader, aware of Shen He's capabilities, could only respectfully invite her in, even knowing her intentions. He smiled and said, I didn't expect Leader Shen to visit. It's truly an honor. Shen He had a blank expression. Just as she was about to speak, she saw a couple walking in. Shen He sneered. What a coincidence. The leader was momentarily taken aback, unsure why Shen He suddenly said such a thing. Then, he heard his subordinate speak up. Oh, isn't this Shen He? What are you doing here? Chapter 95. Only one left. The woman then pretended to realize something. Ah, you must be here because you have nowhere else to go, begging to be taken in. After she finished speaking, she laughed heartily. On the contrary, the man beside her looked at Shen He without saying a word. Shen He raised an eyebrow, looking at the arrogant woman in front of her. The leader, however, was frightened by the woman's actions. He quickly apologized to Shen He, saying, I'm sorry, Leader Shen. My subordinate has always been a bit unstable. Please don't take it to heart. After apologizing, the leader instructed the man to take the woman away quickly. However, the woman was still relentless, her gaze fixed on Shen He as if she wanted to devour her. Shen He had no doubt that if the leader weren't here, she would have been killed on the spot. Shen He scoffed. Leader, this is our business, so you don't need to concern yourself with it. Upon hearing this, the leader quickly nodded and bowed in agreement, acknowledging that this wouldn't implicate him. The woman finally realized something was off and arrogantly said, Leader, why are you so afraid of her? She's just a waste, a useless person that I can toy with at will. As soon as she finished her sentence, the man slapped her. Ever since he received the leader's protection, he had always been subservient in front of the leader. He had never seen the leader show such respect to anyone before. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he still realized that Shen He's strength was definitely not to be underestimated. What are you doing here? The man's voice carried a clear tone of flattery. Shen He smiled slightly. Today was just a casual stroll, but she didn't expect to have unexpected gains. It must be hard for Linan. It seems he really likes her. Yu Yao couldn't bear to see it. She could still be with him. It's nothing. Just came to take over your base. After saying that, Shen He turned to look at the leader beside her. Right? The leader was sweating profusely and quickly nodded. He wasn't unwilling to resist. He simply had no reason to resist at all. In the beginning, every time Shen He conquered a base, the leaders would fiercely resist. In the end, not only did they fail to defeat Shen He, but they were also cruelly killed by her. Without exception, on the contrary, the leaders who honestly surrendered ended up with a good outcome. Ever since Dog Egg died, Shen He's hands have been stained with a lot more blood. In the past, she would consider whether they deserved death or not, but now, anyone who resisted Shen He would meet the king of hell. Over time, Shen He's reputation grew. Therefore, this leader chose to surrender directly. When Linan saw the leader being so cowardly, he couldn't accept it. Leader, how could you? However, before he could finish his sentence, he was stopped by Yu Yao. He looked at Shen He with a face full of flattery. Then I hope Commander Shen will take good care of us. Shen He curved her lips. It's been a long time, and you've made quite a bit of progress. Yu Yao smiled and nodded, taking it as a compliment. In this apocalypse, he had managed to survive, and God knows how many people he had to please. Of course, I could take good care of you, but you too. Shen He sat in the chair, her fingers moving between the two people. I can only keep one. As soon as Shen He finished speaking, Li Nan knew she had been played. At that moment, her voice grew louder. You despicable person, how dare you sow discord? Chapter 96. Turning against each other. But before she could say another word, Yu Yao had already launched an attack at her. Li Nan quickly dodged, looking at Yu Yao with a pained expression. What are you doing? You don't really think she'll let you go, do you? Yu Yao knew this all too well. But now this was his only chance. He was also thinking about how to survive in Shen He's hands from now on. He understood that he would definitely not be able to defeat Shen He, so he could only try to please her. Otherwise, with their past grievances, Shen He would never spare him. In this apocalyptic world, everything was meaningless. Only survival mattered the most. Seeing that he couldn't kill Li Nan, Yu Yao used all his abilities. Li Nan realized that Yu Yao was serious this time. This was no longer a performance. She looked at Yu Yao with deep regret. Yu Yao, after all this time, I have never left you. I didn't mind you becoming a eunuch, and yet you dare to kill me. Yu Yao's deepest pain was revealed in front of everyone, his eyes turning red. He looked at Li Nan, filled with murderous intent. He heard the whispers around him and finally couldn't hold back. He let out a roar and attacked from an unexpected angle. At that moment, the two seemed like longtime enemies. The sweet words from before felt like a joke, like smoke dissipating in the air. Everyone watched this loving couple. And how ridiculous their previous mutual support seemed now. The two's abilities were evenly matched, but ultimately, Li Nan lost due to exhaustion. Yu Yao struck Li Nan heavily, causing her to fall to the ground. As blood spurted from her mouth, blood also flowed from beneath her. Looking at Yu Yao was like watching a grand joke unfold. A eunuch, and yet his wife was pregnant. They had always seemed so loving, but the truth was like this. This immediately brought a sense of balance to the man without a wife. Yu Yao stared at Li Nan's belly, furious. Tell me, whose child are you carrying? Li Nan painfully held her belly. What does it have to do with you, you coward? As she spat in Yu Yao's face, he was completely enraged. He directly used his powers and struck Li Nan dead with one blow. The leader intended to intervene, but seeing Shen He looking on with amusement, he held back and said nothing. Shen He looked at the leader beside her, still unsatisfied. Tell me, whose child is she carrying? The leader shook his head. I don't know either. Shen He scoffed, not exposing the leader's words. After many days of practical experience, Shen He's abilities had already reached level 9. Moreover, she noticed that her hearing and perception were exceptionally acute. For instance, at this moment, the leader's unusual heartbeat and the heat radiating from his body due to excitement were telling Shen He that the child in Li Nan's belly was indeed his. But what did that have to do with Shen He? Yu Yao took a deep breath and knelt before Shen He. Li Nan was already dead, and he implored Chief Shen to keep her promise and spare his life. Ah, the shoes are dirty. Yu Yao immediately understood Shen He's hint and directly used his hands to clean her shoes. Shen He looked down at this undignified man, feeling a deep contempt for her previous perception of him. Chapter 97. Zombie King. She couldn't understand how she could have fallen for such a man. Was she really picking men out of a garbage heap? Shen He shook his head and directly struck the heavily injured Yu Yao with a palm. Yu Yao looked at Shen He in disbelief and said, You promised to spare my life. Shen He raised the corners of her mouth, looking nonchalant. Oh, I've changed my mind. Yu Yao rolled his eyes and almost died of anger on the spot. Back then, she hated those two people to death. She had thought of countless ways to kill them in her mind. She wanted them to suffer and die in pain. And now, she had already reached the peak. What was there for her to bother with such insignificant characters? But still, people had to die. Just like that, Shen He successfully reclaimed another base. Shen He told the leader, From today on, you are my person. If you have any disloyalty, you will die an even worse death. The leader quickly nodded, knowing that he could survive today. After instructing to bury Li Nan and Yu Yao together, Shen He received a message from the base. It turned out that Su Ping's base had been attacked by zombies. Shen He frowned. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this. As soon as she got out of the car, she saw countless corpses scattered everywhere. Among them, One woman had died the most tragic death. She was not only covered in wounds, but also hung up. Her eyes were fierce, clearly indicating that the killer had done this on purpose. Shen He squinted her eyes, clearly realizing that this was not just a simple zombie. At that moment, Zhangqing and the other two rushed over in a hurry. Seeing the scene, they felt deeply pained. She was holding the newborn baby from the base. Who on earth did this? Shen He listened to Zhangqing's crying and calmly said, "Who does this ant have a grudge against?" The three of them looked up in the direction Shen He was pointing. After pondering for a moment, Zhangqing choked up and replied, "This ant is very gentle and kind. She never holds grudges against anyone." The other two also shook their heads, unable to think of anyone she might have a grudge against. Shen He looked at the corpses on the ground. Not a single person in the entire base had survived. She released a message and activated her information network. Finally, she discovered traces of a zombie horde in one location. Adhering to the principle of better to mistakenly kill than to let go, Shen He rushed over with her team. However, when they arrived at the location, Shen He felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. This place turned out to be the experimental base of her professor. The potion she had developed years ago was taken from here. The layout inside had been completely updated and looked very professional. Shen He carefully observed the scene in front of her and found that this place was entirely out of control. It appeared to be very orderly. Shen He felt a sense of foreboding. She had a feeling that the leader behind this was a formidable opponent. He could actually control the zombies. The densely packed zombies were constantly patrolling. Not knowing the specific situation inside, Shen He dared not be careless. She could only lie in ambush on the outskirts. Wanted to gather some information first. After waiting for several days, Shen He finally saw the person controlling these zombies behind the scenes. It turned out to be the Zombie King. The overwhelming pressure made Shen He believe it. Now that the Zombie King had appeared, the task of eliminating the zombies became even more urgent. With a leader like this, they still did not know how to evolve next. The appearance of the Zombie King looked quite normal. If it weren't for his red eyes, Shen He would have thought he was just a human. And the woman standing beside him made Shen He clench her fists. She felt that she had discovered the true culprit behind the base's actions. Shen He was using her mental power to expand her hearing range. "How is it? Are you satisfied?" "Of course I'm satisfied. We agreed that you would help me take revenge, and I would marry you, and I will never go back on my word." They were flirting with each other, looking quite eerie. At this moment, Shen He had completely confirmed that the person who destroyed the base was Wang Yan. This woman must have had a verbal conflict with that old lady before. That's right. That old lady was the one who advised Wang Yan not to provoke Su Ping back in the day. I didn't expect Wang Yan to hold such a grudge. She resented the base for driving her out and directly killed everyone in the base. This woman is indeed a troublemaker. She shouldn't have been let go back then. Ultimately, it was because she wasn't ruthless enough at the time. Shen He really wanted to kill Wang Yan directly, but for now, she couldn't act rashly. This place was chosen by the Zombie King as a base for the zombies, and there must be a reason for it. This base is not large. It specifically chose the laboratory here. Shen He seriously suspected that there was something unspeakable in this laboratory. She decided to investigate first, otherwise, innocent people might get involved. Shen He discussed strategies with a few people around her, and they nodded at each other. Shen He took out the aromatherapy she found in the leader's laboratory and applied it to several people. This aromatherapy was discovered by Shen He by chance. It can temporarily confuse the zombie's sense of smell, allowing humans to mask their scent and avoid detection by zombies for a short period. However, this aromatherapy must be used in conjunction with abilities, otherwise it will not work at all. This requires strong mental power to consume. Shen He quietly entered the interior of the laboratory with several people who had the highest level of abilities. Shen He explored little by little, using her advanced hearing and perception to avoid the surrounding humans. A few people discovered that there were actually humans serving the zombies in this place. Those zombies must have received orders from the Zombie King, which is why these humans could remain safe and sound. This revelation shocked the group and made them extremely angry. It felt as if they had encountered traitors. They continued until they reached the interior of a laboratory. Shen He suddenly saw the professor and her younger brother among the group of researchers. Shen He was extremely excited. She had searched for so long and never expected to see them here. However, at that moment, someone beside her suddenly took action. He looked at the two people wearing the highest-grade lab coats, and his eyes turned red with anger. He understood what the experiment meant. If such experimental talents were to serve the zombies, the consequences would be very serious. So, in a fit of rage, without seeking Shen He's consent, he directly launched an attack on the two of them. Shen He was taken aback, but it was too late to use her abilities. Shen He could only use her own body to block her companion's fatal blow. The supernatural ability hit her hard, and Shen He spat out a mouthful of blood. Sister. Shen He. The professor and her younger brother were also very surprised to see Shen He. Such a huge commotion immediately attracted the attention of the Zombie King. Shen He was utterly speechless. The plan was unexpectedly disrupted like this. Chapter 99. Confrontation between two sides. In desperation, Shen He could only grit her teeth and lead her brother and the professor to escape. Who would have thought that the two of them would actually refuse Shen He's idea of fleeing? Shen He was puzzled. Hurry up, if we don't leave. It will be dangerous. The professor directly shook off Shen He's arm. No, the things in here are too important. Shen He then realized that the two of them were reluctant to part with the experimental here. Shen He felt helpless, but could also understand the thoughts of the two people. Research results are like children to researchers. Moreover, under the current apocalyptic conditions, the results of experiments are even more precious. Shen He directly packed all the experimental supplies into the laboratory. Her brother and the professor saw a large number of items disappear completely, their mouths agape in shock. Shen He didn't have time to delay with them and drag them away, but was already too late. The Zombie King quickly surrounded the few of them. Shen He could only grit her teeth and fight, while also paying attention to protect the professor and her younger brother. The others were also struggling to deal with the surrounding zombies, unable to turn around. Shen He has just dealt with a few zombies, and behind the professor, a zombie opened its mouth. Shen He quickly unleashed her ability on the zombie behind her. Meanwhile, her back was already bleeding from the zombie's grasp. However, Shen He had no time to think because her brother had been taken by the zombie. At this moment, Shen He was in a state of utter disarray. Having already been struck by one of her own, she was now covered in wounds. If it weren't for her immunity to the zombie virus, she would have probably died by now. At this moment, the reinforcements Shen He had called for finally arrived, albeit late. Shen He was truly speechless. If they had come a little earlier, her brother wouldn't have been taken away. But things just happened to be this coincidental. Although there were many zombies, there were also quite a few ability users on Shen He's side. For a moment, the two sides formed a standoff. The Zombie King clapped his hands and walked out from behind. This is really exciting. Are you the somewhat famous Shen He? Shen He examined the novel creature known as the Zombie King. The question asked was not answered. You let him go. The Zombie King was not angry. Instead, he lifted her brother's chin. This gesture posed no real danger, but it made Shen He break out in a cold sweat. Her brother was already her only family in this world. She absolutely could not let anything happen to him. What is he to you? Why do you care so much about him? Shen He naturally wouldn't tell him. Now, there's only one way left. Shen He whispered something to the person behind her. No, absolutely not. The risk is too great. Voices of opposition continuously entered Shen He's ears. However, she's still her choice. The risk can be on me, but it absolutely cannot be on him. Besides, it's just a risk. When have I ever feared risks? I'm not necessarily going to die, am I? Shen He pretended to be relaxed, then turned her head. She spoke firmly. Use me in exchange for the person in your hands. As soon as Shen He finished speaking, her brother, whose mouth was covered, shook his head wildly. Shen He missed her brother immensely, but she never expected that their reunion would be under such circumstances. The Zombie King looked at Shen He, surprised that she could still smile and comfort the man beside her in this situation. Why should I swap with you? This person seems very important to you. Chapter 100, Suppressing Abilities. Shen He was already prepared and directly displayed her level 9 special ability. The Zombie King's expression tightened as he looked at Shen He with a serious face. Besides, this should also be what you wanted, right? Shen He finished speaking and turned around, showing the wound on her back to the Zombie King. Shen He's back was already torn, reduced to strips. The wounds, deep enough to see bone, were exposed in front of the Zombie King. The Zombie King was shocked to see someone who could be immune to the zombie virus. His army of zombies relied on the spread of the virus. If everyone feared the virus, he would become a powerless leader. A sense of crisis overwhelmed him. The Zombie King quickly made a decision. He lightly waved his hand, and the people behind him brought Shen He's brother to the front. The Zombie King looked at Shen He with disdain. "Put this on your wrist, and then slowly walk over." Shen He caught the item thrown by the Zombie King and directly put it on her wrist. When the Zombie King threw that item, Shen He's brother, Shen Feng, shook his head wildly. Shen He definitely saw it, but she had no other choice. Fortunately, there were no unexpected issues during the process of changing people. As soon as the thing in Shen Feng's mouth was taken away, he rushed up. "Sister, sister!" Shen He shouted at the crowd. "Take good care of him." At that moment, everyone realized that this person was actually Shen He's biological younger brother. Shen He was taken away just like that. Before leaving, she gave her brother a reassuring smile. But only Shen He herself knew how terrified she was at that moment. Right now, she couldn't use any of her powers at all. Shen He was taken aback. She had never expected it. The Zombie King had only appeared recently, and yet they had developed something that could suppress abilities. No wonder her brother had desperately tried to stop her at that time. He must have known about this as well. Shen He is now completely bound and unable to remove the things on her hands. The Zombie King looked at this excellent experimental subject in front of him and laughed happily. However, he suddenly thought of something, and his expression turned a bit grim. Shen He certainly knew what he was thinking about, because this was also one of Shen He's considerations. Shen He knew that the Zombie King would want to obtain something from her. However, the two most powerful researchers had already been rescued by her. Without the professor and her brother, the other people in the laboratory were simply not worth mentioning. Shen He scoffed with a laugh, but was slapped in the face by the woman who appeared. Shen He's ears were buzzing as she coldly looked at Wang Yan, who had appeared next to the Zombie King. "Wang Yan, you're impressive." Hearing Shen He's words, Wang Yan slapped her hard again. This somewhat relieved his anger. "What are you so proud of? In the end, you still fell into my hands." At this moment, Wang Yan truly showcased the ambitions of a petty person. Shen He deliberately provoked her. "If you have the ability, go ahead and kill me, and see if your husband agrees." Wang Yan looked at Shen He with a hateful gaze. If it weren't for the Zombie King not allowing her to touch Shen He would have been dead the moment she entered the laboratory. "What are you so proud of? You're just a prisoner in chains." Shen He curled her lips. "That's still much better than serving an abomination like you." Wang Yan, upon hearing Shen He's words, felt an overwhelming urge to stab her right then and there. However, she couldn't do that. The consequences of killing Shen He were something she could never bear. The next day, a sudden commotion erupted outside, but due to her abilities being restricted, Shen He had no idea what was happening outside and could only anxiously wait in the laboratory. Chapter 101. The Mutated Yuan Bao. Shen He was shocked to see her brother in Wang Yan's hands. She exclaimed, "How did you get in here?" Wang Yan laughed loudly. "Did you not expect this? Your brother came to deliver his head today." It turned out that her brother was worried about Shen He and wanted to check the area nearby. Who would have thought he would be discovered by zombies? Once Wang Yan learned about this, he directly brought Shen Feng to Shen He's side. Shen He looked at her brother, extremely disappointed. She had put in so much effort to get him out, and now he'd been captured for nothing. But it was useless to say anything now. Shen He was trying hard to think of a way. Wang Yan grabbed her brother by the collar. "Aren't you quite arrogant? Today, I'm going to let you watch how I treat your dear brother." As soon as Wang Yan finished speaking, he began to order his men to beat her brother. Her brother fell to the ground in unbearable pain. Yet, he still tried hard not to make a sound of suffering because he didn't want to upset his sister. Shen He looked at her brother's condition, feeling very anxious. However, she couldn't condense her abilities no matter what. Wang Yan sat leisurely in a chair. "Don't hit the hands. Don't hit the head. Just hit the most painful spots." That's right. Her brother was a researcher, and the Zombie King would definitely not let him die. The process lasted for a long time, until Wang Yan finished her coffee, and the beating barely came to a stop. Wang Yan looked at Shen He's face and spoke lightly. "How about I turn your brother into a sister? That would be quite interesting." Wang Yan described it like a pervert, but Shen He couldn't remain calm. "Wang Yan, if the Zombie King knows you did this, he'll kill you." Wang Yan was confused. "I didn't kill him. He won't blame me." Yes, she was speaking the truth. But at this moment, Shen He couldn't break free from her restraints. The Zombie King knew about her level 9 abilities, so he had tied her up especially tightly. Wang Yan, however, didn't take it seriously. Once you break free from your ropes, then you can talk. Wang Yin laughed heartily and directly raised the knife in her hand. She wanted to do it herself. She still remembered the humiliation Shen He had brought her back at the base. Today, she would make Shen He regret it. Just as her knife was about to fall, Shen He's eyes emitted a strange glow. Immediately, Yuan Bao appeared out of nowhere in the laboratory. Yuan Bao was completely white, and the yellow mark on its forehead was even more pronounced. It was 2 meters long and directly pounced on Wang Yin. Shen He was overjoyed that her brother was unharmed. Wang Yin was injured by Yuan Bao, and everyone else quickly went to help fight against Yuan Bao. Her brother crawled over to Shen He as fast as he could and hurriedly untied her ropes. Without the constraints of the ropes, Shen He quickly opened the device that could bind abilities. She put the device into her space and immediately sent out a signal. The side effects of the ability binding were still present, and Shen He had to evacuate as soon as possible. She brought out a small box that was buried very deep at the cost of her life. Shen He directly snatched the items from her brother's hands. "Give it to me." And she decisively threw them into her space. Due to the suddenness of the event, the zombie king didn't react at all. He was in the midst of leveling up and couldn't come over. Just like that, Shen He unexpectedly escaped with her brother from the horde of zombies. As soon as they reached a safe place, Shen He turned around and slapped her brother hard. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Why didn't you listen?" Shen He was really furious. If it hadn't been for Yuan Bao suddenly mutating today, her only younger brother would have been lost. Shen Feng knew he had made a mistake and covered his face, not daring to speak. Shen He looked at her brother and directly hugged him tightly. Tears streamed down her cheeks. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I came to find you too late. I know you feel wronged. From now on, your sister will protect you and won't let anyone bully you again." Shen He's words completely shattered her brother's psychological defenses. He cried out loudly, truly terrified. Those things were so frightening. Shen He held him like that until he stopped crying. Shen Feng looked at Shen He with bright eyes and said, "Sister, you are amazing." Then he turned to the 2-meter-tall Yuan Bao and said, "Yuan Bao, you are so cool." It was as if Yuan Bao could hear Shen Feng's words. Its tall body brushed against Shen Feng's knee, almost knocking him down to the ground. Shen He smiled and steadied Shen Feng. Shen He stroked Yuan Bao's fur, which was even smoother than before. These days, she had noticed Yuan Bao's unusual behavior. She knew that perhaps Yuan Bao was about to evolve. She didn't know what Yuan Bao would evolve into, and the only thing she was worried about was whether Yuan Bao would no longer recognize her. Fortunately, Yuan Bao was still the same Yuan Bao as before. Now that they had suffered such a huge loss, they certainly wouldn't let it go like this. They still needed to take precautions in advance. Everyone nodded in agreement, with no objections. Meanwhile, on the zombie side, Wang Yin had suffered a great loss. Not only was she scratched by Yuan Bao, but she also had wounds on her face. A woman disfigured was a serious matter. She had been whispering sweet nothings to the zombie king every day and finally managed to persuade him. The zombie king had lost 2 test subjects, and now even Shen He had escaped. He couldn't swallow this anger. Now even the woman was about to turn into a zombie. With a hardened heart, the zombie king decided to launch a full-scale war. Shen He discussed the countermeasures and then went to find the professor and her brother. She gathered all the experimental personnel together. "If we fail against the zombie horde, then all of you will die as well. We will hold the front line, and I hope you can quickly develop something to combat the zombies." After saying this, Shen He took out all the potions from her space, including the blood of dog egg. Although dog egg's blood can resist the zombie virus, it is meant for human use. Moreover, with so many people, it is impossible for everyone to use it. The potion that Shen He wants is one that can either eliminate zombies or transform them. You need to hurry. The sooner the better. After speaking, Shen He turned her back to the experimental personnel. Shen He actually has no confidence in this war, because the number of zombies will only increase as the fighting continues. And to completely eliminate the zombies, the ability users need to expend a lot of their powers. In a large-scale battle, the abilities cannot be replenished, which is a very dangerous situation. A month has passed in the blink of an eye, and the Zombie King finally arrived at Shen He's base with all its zombies. During this month, the Zombie King has been gathering its zombies. Meanwhile, Shen He has been tirelessly observing the progress of the experiments day and night. The great battle was about to begin, ultimately unfolding into a life-and-death struggle under the signal of the Zombie King. Dog Dan's blood was already limited, and now it has all been used for experiments, leaving nothing behind. Shen He had early on instructed everyone not to get infected by the zombie virus, as there was no antidote. Although everyone was being extremely cautious during the war, the number of zombies was simply too great. Humans have physical limits, but zombies do not. In the beginning, the battle was going fairly well. However, it wasn't long before many people couldn't hold on any longer. Just a second of hesitation led to being bitten on the arm by a zombie. But being in the battlefield, surrounded entirely by zombies, made it difficult to escape. More and more people are being bitten here in Shen He. Shen He didn't hesitate to help them. At that moment, Shen He saw a supernatural being fall to the ground. Just as he was about to be bitten, Shen He quickly swung out his whip and pulled him out. Shen He was violently thrown out of the battlefield, but was stabbed by a zombie. Chapter 102. The Ending. Shen He endured the intense pain and continued to fight. No matter the circumstances, she could not leave the battlefield. This was her bottom line as a leader in battle. If she left the battlefield, the fight was destined to fail. Yuan Bao saw that Shen He was injured and hurried over to help. Yuan Bao, what are you doing here? Get away from here. Yuan Bao was a mutated animal, and Shen He believed that as long as it wasn't burdened by her, it could survive in the apocalypse. However, Yuan Bao did not leave. Instead, it ran to a high place and called out a few times. Soon after, mutated animals from all directions came to help. Shen He was very surprised. She never expected that Yuan Bao actually had such a skill. Even the face spider joined the battlefield. The situation of the battle suddenly turned around. Shen He was overjoyed, feeling that her abilities had become even more abundant. However, she soon noticed something was wrong. The mutated animals simply couldn't kill the zombies. Although there were many of them, most were just entangling the zombies. If they were to kill them, they would have to eat them one by one. While this wasn't difficult, facing tens of thousands of zombies made it impossible. As she watched more and more animals being bitten to death by zombies, Shen He felt heartbroken. At this critical moment, she suddenly saw her younger brother running out excitedly. Shen He has a feeling that she will win today's battle. Shen He fiercely swung her whip to push away the surrounding zombies. Then she used her supernatural ability to freeze several zombies directly. Shen He turned and leaped with force, the whip striking fiercely against several zombies. The zombies instantly turned into fragments. Shen He also did not procrastinate and quickly came to her brother's side. How is it? Did it work? She saw her brother nodding excitedly and then explaining to Shen He how to use the potion. Shen He listened carefully and nodded. This is the battlefield, and her brother, who has no abilities, is of no use here. After advising her brother, Shen He fought off zombies while running towards Zhang Dong. Just as Zhang Dong was about to collapse, Shen He quickly used her whip to pull him over. Are you okay? Zhang Dong was also frightened. He just thought that he was about to die. I'm fine, thank you. Shen He said continuously. No need to thank me. I need your help. Zhang Dong didn't ask much and simply nodded. Shen He then led Zhang Dong to the top of a large tree. They swung a whip and were lifted to a higher place. The potion has been developed. Let's work together to rain down the medicine. After saying this, Shen He had already used his powers to bring the potion to a high altitude. Shen He worked hard to spread the potion over a large area, gradually feeling exhausted. Zhang Dong quickly used his abilities to assist Shen He in creating the rain. Soon, the specially formulated drug rain for zombies began to fall. The moment the drug rain touched the zombies, they were instantly corroded. However, the mutated animals remained unaffected. Shen He was overjoyed. At first, she was worried that it might affect those mutated little lives. While Shen He was focused on the rain, Wang Yan also noticed the unusual situation in the battle. She hid behind and secretly drew her bow. Shen He's gaze was fixed on the battlefield, ensuring that the rain of medicine fell on every zombie. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Wang Yan drawing his bow and aiming. Shen He was absolutely furious. This woman was truly a disaster. At this moment, Shen He was completely unable to free herself, watching as Wang Yan's arrow was aimed at her brother, who was worried about her. She shouted, Yuan Bao, stop the arrow. Upon hearing Shen He's words, Yuan Bao hurriedly ran toward her brother, just as the flying arrow was about to reach her brother. It was intercepted by Yuan Bao. Shen He let out a sigh of relief, but at the same time realized that the rain had turned into warm water. The effect of the medicinal rain was greatly diminished, and the zombies were unaffected, continuing to fight with their damaged bodies. Zhang Dong quickly reminded him, "Focus." Gradually, Zhang Dong found himself struggling to keep it together. Shen He supported Zhang Dong. "It's almost done. Just hold on a little longer." Finally, the zombies were completely eliminated. Although there were still some left, they no longer posed any threat. They could be handled by ordinary ability users. Shen He quickly brought Zhang Dong down from the tree. She handed Zhang Dong over to her subordinate. "Take him to rest." Her younger brother hurried over. "Sister, are you okay?" Shen He shook her head and went straight to Wang Yan. Although the zombie king was not dead, he had already been captured and could no longer pose a threat. Shen He plans to leave the zombie king for the professor and her brother to study. However, that woman Wang Yan really deserves to die. Shen He gradually approached Wang Yan, who was extremely scared. At this moment, she had completely mutated into a zombie. Although she still had consciousness, she ultimately could no longer speak. Shen He raised his hand, and amidst Wang Yan's fear, the ice slowly encased Wang Yan from his feet. In the end, Shen He gave a wicked smile, and Wang Yan completely disappeared from this world. This battle finally came to an end. Shen He looked at her brother who was supporting her face full of satisfaction. "You're really amazing. Your contribution today is significant." Her brother felt a bit embarrassed in response. "No, I didn't really do much." Shen He pretended to be angry. "What? You can make a bracelet that suppresses abilities, but you can't admit your own contributions?" As soon as the younger brother heard this, he instantly exploded with rage. "How do you know?" Shen He smiled, but said nothing. How could she not know? It was precisely because of the thing her brother developed that he understood its effects the best. That's why he was so anxious to rescue her from the laboratory. He knew that relying solely on Shen He, she would never be able to escape. If it weren't for his excessive concern, her brother wouldn't have been so foolish as to come in and risk his life. The box her brother insisted on taking away later was a crucial component of the potion today. It was secretly developed by her brother and the professor, all for the sake of this moment. Since the apocalypse, too many people have died, and now it could be considered a relatively good ending. She began to rebuild the nation, drafting laws, hoping to help humanity adapt to the current society more quickly. Shen He decided to allow mutated animals to coexist with humans. As long as the mutated animals do not actively harm humans, they can live freely. As for their natural enemies, Shen He confidently left that to nature. Before long, her younger brother got married. The bride was a girl he met at another base. She was cute and gentle, and Shen He liked her very much. Even Zhangqing and Sue had a lovely daughter together. Shen He was very honored to be promoted to godmother. Shen He utilized the convenience of her space and seeds to bring new hope to the continent. However, the professor would never see it. He was already old, and later was further worn down by the zombie king. Exhausted, he ultimately left this world. Later, Zhang Dong had tried to show goodwill to Shen He, but she rejected him. One day, Shen He rode on Yuan Bao and ascended to the peak of a high mountain. She stood on the mountain, watching the sunrise. The gentle sunlight poured down onto the earth like gold. Shen He gently touched the gold bracelet she always wore on her wrist, her smile warm.